Chapter 93. Changjiang Town. During the poetry gathering, Lu Zizhong's aggressive demeanor instilled a heightened sense of crisis in Su Mu. His initial plan to return to Tangjiang was momentarily abandoned. Seizing the opportunity of spare time, he decided to personally oversee the first round of grain collection. With the jade token bestowed by the esteemed young Master Chang, he anticipated no significant obstacles. Brother Mu, is this Changjiang Town? The location of Changji Grain Shop is indeed in Changjiang Town. It is said that this sizable town, with a population nearing thousands, consists almost entirely of members from the Chang family, aside from a few hired hands. To single-handedly establish a thriving business that encompasses an entire town is a rarity, not only in the vicinity of the inner city, but throughout the entirety of the Great Ji dynasty. Exiting from Chongqing, it was scarcely 50 miles to reach the foot of a mountain, where Changjiang Town lay nestled by water. Numerous Chang family guards patrolled the rural roads surrounding the town, their presence suggesting that there was little need for official oversight. Are you here to purchase grain? Perhaps you should visit a small farm instead? The leader of the patrol, a tall and lean man, cast a derisive smile upon seeing Su Mu's shabby cart and the 3 or 4 unremarkable farmers accompanying him. Such snobbery is indeed irksome. Su Mu, disinterested in idle chatter, promptly produced the jade token, startling the lanky man into retreating several paces, thus allowing them entry. Zhou Zun, ensure the cart is parked properly. Being mindful of future business dealings, Su Mu offered this reminder as they entered the town. Boss, the staff at the stable over there, aware of our arrival for grain collection, not only refused payment, but also assisted in feeding the horses. Before long, Zhou Zun returned, beaming with satisfaction. After numerous rounds of grain collection, it seemed this was the most comfortable experience yet. Naturally, Su Mu replied with a smile. In business, one must treat guests with respect. If not for this understanding, Changjiang Town would not have flourished to such a magnitude. Brother Mu, if only our winery could transform into such a grand town. Su Mu paused, contemplating. How he wished for that. Yet merely the notarization of such extensive land deeds would likely cost tens of thousands of taels. Additionally, there were expenses for building materials, labor, and more. Furthermore, even if a town were established, without an influx of population and craftsmen, it would soon become a desolate place. Though these thoughts lingered, Su Mu harbored a flicker of hope within. Boss, I inquired, and the grain collection is taking place at the front in the civilian workshop. The officials have their workshops, while the common folk have theirs. For a household as remarkable as the Chang family, it is likely they can manage many affairs independently. As per tradition, upon reaching the civilian workshop, Su Mu presented the jade token. The elderly registrar, his face lined with wrinkles, scrutinized Su Mu several times before silently rising and heading into the workshop. Why is this jade token not effective? Su Mu pondered. If it were ineffective, the earlier patrol would not have been so astonished. He adjusted his clothing, feeling somewhat at a loss. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the young Master Chang appeared, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely walking out alongside the elderly registrar. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu bowed in greeting. What a coincidence. I have just returned. And you have arrived shortly thereafter. The implication was that Su Mu was shamelessly following along. Young Master Chang, it is indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Mu maintained his tone. Well then, do not keep calling me young Master Chang. Since you have come to collect grain, consider yourself a guest of Chang's grain depot. Just call me Sir C. Chang Sir raised his head and glanced at the sky above. Let us enter. I shall offer you a cup of tea. Su Mu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this young master of the Chang family did not seem too bad after all. At the very least, he was far better than the kind of rogue Lu Zizhong. Uncle Fu, take the young master's men to fetch 100 carts of grain. With that, Chang Sir continued to stroll with his hands clasped behind his back, guiding Su Mu to the tea table in front of the folk quarters. As soon as they sat down, Chang Sir expertly pinched a tea cake, fetched hot water from the kettle, brewed a small half-cup, and slowly pushed it towards Su Mu. In his previous life, due to social obligations, Su Mu had some understanding of the principles of tea. A light tea and ample wine could reveal the host's demeanor. I am somewhat curious, Su Mu remarked. Chang Sir blew gently at the steam rising from the teacup. Where does the young master find the confidence to confront the 4 great families of Tangjiang City? This was quite a direct question. My wine is excellent. Su Mu replied succinctly. Chang Sir chuckled. Is that the reason? That is already sufficient. The rest. I will find a way to ensure that everyone knows my wine is indeed exceptional. Ah, you are quite intriguing. 100 carts of grain. It seems I am not at a loss in selling them. However, my invitation for tea is not merely for that reason. A simple inquiry will suffice. I, Chang Sir, rarely brew tea for others. Is this about matters beyond business? Chang Sir smiled. Last night, I heard a splendid poem. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while the 100 flowers perish. The fragrant aroma pierces the long sun. The entire city is adorned in golden armor. Su Mu furrowed his brow, puzzled as to how Chang Sir could possibly know about this. It was unlikely that Fan Gu and Wang Yun would have sold him out so quickly. Do not speculate. I have my informants. Chang Sir leaned lazily against the mahogany chair. To be honest, last night at the literary festival, at least 8 gentlemen invited me. Yet I could not be bothered to attend. Why? Chang Sir laughed even more heartily. What business do I have with those fools? Composing a few poems cannot feed me. Moreover, my nature does not favor sycophancy. It seems young Master Chang does not enjoy poetry. You are mistaken. I do enjoy it. Chang Sir narrowed his eyes. In the 15th year of the Daji era, I was the top scholar at the imperial court. This revelation left Su Mu momentarily stunned. At that time, the chancellor had asked him to compose poetry in praise of his achievements. Chang Sir scoffed. I remained silent for half a day, and in the end, all I could produce was a mere fart, which frightened the entire court of scholars and warriors. Had it not been for my father sending a bribe of 100,000 taels afterward, I reckon my head would have been on the chopping block. Why share such matters with me? You know I am merely a small master of Tangjiang City, unrelated to business. I simply have a genuine fondness for that line. The entire city is adorned in golden armor. It has been a long time since anyone dared to write such things in the vast inner city of the 23 counties. Su Mu maintained a solemn expression. If this awkward conversation continued, they might as well conspire for rebellion. This Chang Sir truly had a wild side. Understood. I am aware of your struggles, escorting the villagers for 2,000 miles to the inner city. Chang Silang stretched lazily and said, You go on your own. Remember to hand over the silver to Uncle Fu. Haha. Chang's grain shop does not extend credit. Su Mu nodded and stood up, but had not taken many steps when Chang Silang's voice echoed behind him. Young master, should you ever find yourself cornered by the 4 great families, come to Chang's town and I shall provide you with a meal. Of course, this meal must be earned. Failure to do so may cost you your head. Su Mu paused, feeling increasingly bewildered by this young master of Chang's town. Chapter 94, Curfew in the East District. On the road back to Tangjiang, Su Mu was burdened with heavy thoughts. This grain collection journey had yielded not only 100 carts of grain, but also some inexplicable and peculiar information. Most disappointing of all was the young captain Zhao Qingyun. As a modern individual, he was acutely aware of the adage that the dragon slayer may become a dragon himself. If that were to be the case, he could hardly fathom how to confront Zhao Qingyun one day. Master, we have returned to Tangjiang. This time, Chang Silang had extended considerable favor, dispatching over 20 guards to escort the 100 carts of grain, as if to announce something significant. The city guards, upon seeing the insignia of Chang's town, dared not accept silver and hurriedly allowed the 20-plus horse-drawn carts to enter. Young master, with this 100 carts of grain, we have completed our task. Should you require more grain in the future, simply come to Chang's town. The head of the guards from Chang's town politely bowed and took his leave. Soon after, once the grain was unloaded, the 20-plus carts roared away once more. Young master, was the journey uneventful? After unloading the grain, Chun Sheng hurriedly gathered a few young men. Nothing happened. What about the village? The village is fine. But He Fu was stabbed. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, then his brows furrowed in concern. In the East District, He Fu and his band of 20 or 30 thugs were considered allies of Su's village. Previously, from the 1,000 jars of wine ordered, He Fu had earned over 100 taels of silver, undoubtedly solidifying their alliance. However, he had not anticipated that at such a time, He Fu would be harmed. From the West District? It would seem so. By the time I arrived with my men, 2 of the thugs had already died, and He Fu had been slashed at the waist by a sword. The technique was precise. The doctor we consulted said he might not survive. Young master, I had initially thought that if you did not return in the next couple of days, I would buy a coffin to send over as a gesture from Su's village. As it seems he might not pull through. In the vast city of Tangjiang, if Su's village had any allies, it could only be the band of thugs led by He Fu. Moreover, under normal circumstances, thugs were prohibited from possessing iron weapons, as it would be a grave offense. Yet Su Mu was willing to wager that even if he reported the matter to the authorities, it would ultimately be swept under the rug. The four great families had their hands so deeply entrenched that they seemed to shroud the entire sky over Tangjiang city. What shall we do, young master? In your absence, those thugs have threatened to march to the West District to avenge Heifu. Violence and bloodshed were not a solution. Su Mu had always believed this, which was why he often restrained himself. Of course, the condition was that the bottom line of Su's village must not be crossed. First, let us visit Heifu. Should Heifu be deceased, the stickmen from the West Square will surely swarm in, utterly disrupting the development of Su's family estate. In this world, where one seeks profit, one often finds oneself amidst a tempest of blood and strife. After a day of back and forth, as they exited the estate, night had already descended. Si Hu and Chun Sheng each carried an oil lantern, their footsteps heavy with resolve. 3 sturdy young men trailed behind them, their demeanor chilly. On the rooftops, the agile hound, resembling a nimble wildcat in the night, closely followed Su Mu and his companions, moving at a deliberate pace. Master, the hound is repaying a debt of gratitude. For the past few days, it has awaited your return atop the city walls. Su Mu paused, lifting his gaze to the silhouette of the hound against the night sky, feeling a flicker of comfort within. Before long, Su Mu's stride steadied as he led his companions to the narrow, ancient alleyway. The stickmen guarding the street, upon seeing Su Mu approach, bowed respectfully. The night enveloped the old town of the East Square, casting bizarre and vivid shadows. Startled, a wildcat fluffed its fur, clutching a decayed mouse, hastily leaping over the wall. Just before it could land on the other side, it was cleaved in two mid-air, blood seeping from its eyes as it limped a few times before becoming still. Haiyanzi sheathed his sword, lifting his gaze to the figure still moving atop the rooftop. With a cold expression, he signaled with his hand. The dozens of stickmen behind him swiftly melted into the darkness. I have foretold it, the young master will undoubtedly come. Haiyanzi scoffed quietly, perceiving the young master as somewhat foolish. In this era, one must commit heinous acts to acquire wealth. As he spoke, a faint humiliation washed over Haiyanzi's face. After 18 years of fame, he found himself relying on the likes of lowly stickmen for a planned ambush. If word of this were to spread, his reputation would be tarnished, were it not for the constraints against open murder or the need to retire from the Ministry of Revenue. He would never resort to such measures. Finding a semblance of justification, Haiyanzi felt a slight relief. Regardless, once this round of violence was concluded, these troubling days would be behind him. The young master has entered the house, whispered the watchful stickman from the West Square. Haiyanzi raised his head, gripping his long sword with cold determination. The fetid air of the room rushed to greet him. Heifu lay on a wooden bed, hastily padded with tattered bedding, his eyes filled with agony. The wound he bore, seemingly inflicted with intent, encircled more than half of his waist, slicing through flesh to the bone. He was neither dead nor alive, a tragic limbo. Young master, I am dying, Heifu croaked. Su Mu halted at the bedside, his brow furrowed in concern. In ancient times, methods for suturing wounds were non-existent. Such severe lacerations could only be treated with herbal poultices to hasten healing. However, if the wound was too extensive, such remedies would prove futile. Hence, Heifu's despair, convinced of his impending death. Yet Su Mu, as a man of the postmodern era, understood that if the wound were sutured, there was a significant chance of rapid recovery. Young master, please save my husband. A dark, emaciated woman knelt before Su Mu, desperation etched across her features. Su Mu raised his hand, assisting her to her feet. He possessed the means to save lives, indeed. However, the situation outside the house seemed rather amiss. The ominous growl of the guard dogs had echoed thrice. Beneath the cloak of night, a mounted officer dashed back and forth, frequently bellowing at the street corners of the East Block. Curfew in the East Block today. All individuals must remain indoors. Violators will be prosecuted for the crime of arson. Curfew in the East Block. Do not venture outside. The shadows of those who had been leisurely enjoying the cool evening hurriedly gathered their stools and retreated indoors, slamming the creaking wooden door shut with a resounding thud. Strolling pedestrians began to hasten their pace, while a vendor hastily secured his stall, hoisting his wares onto his shoulder. A flower girl picked up her fallen handkerchief and sought refuge in a nearby building. Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed magistrate declares this is a one-time warning. A high-ranking official, clutching a bulging bag of silver, spoke with a grave tone. You must understand, should this matter escalate, calamity will befall you all. The stewards of the four great families nodded in agreement, watching the official from the magistrate's office recede into the distance. With the reward from the Black Swallow, is a total of 1,000 taels worth it? Indeed, it is worth it. The previous orders from the wine market amounted to 5,000 taels. If we continue this way, we will be left to feast on the bitter winds of the northwest. That statement is incorrect. We, the four great families, hail from the picturesque Jiangnan. How could we ever resort to such hardships? 7 men, thus 7 corpses. Initially reluctant to take such drastic measures, he had now allied with the Chang family of the town, which could lead to his demise. It was rumored that they had slaughtered their way from the border. Would there be no repercussions? What could possibly go wrong? They are mere lowly commoners. Lu Zizhong, draped in a great cloak, stood on the opposite loft. Pausing momentarily before a raucous laugh suddenly pierced through the night. The moonlight broke through the dark clouds, casting a pallid glow that washed over the entire East Block. Under the weight of the curfew, the East Block resembled a half-dead city. On the rooftops, the anxious barks of the guard dogs grew ever louder. Inside the house, Sumu twisted a silver needle, holding it above the oil lamp, burning it repeatedly. On the bed, the terrified face of the black servant was marred by a gaping wound in his waist, which had split open once more, blood gushing forth. Young master, there are officials calling from the street. The curfew is in effect. A stick man from the East Block peered through the door, his voice trembling. Sumu furrowed his brow. Chinsheng, how many are out there? 12 stickmen from the East Block, all familiar faces. What time is it now? The hour of the rat. Sumu silenced his voice, grasped the threaded silver needle, and suddenly struck towards the servant's wound. The searing needle pierced through flesh, blood splattering high, as the black servant, biting down on his staff, writhed in agony. Sihu, draw your knife. Sihu rose, drawing his rough blade with anger, holding it firmly. With a longbow, anyone daring to approach within 100 paces shall be shot dead. The footsteps on the rooftop abruptly ceased. Chinsheng, block the entrance with your men. This time, I permit you to kill at will. Sumu maintained a stoic expression, sewing the final thread with cold precision. As the weakened black servant succumbed to unconsciousness on the bed, curfew? I suspect even the officials have hidden away, waiting for the chaos to subside before emerging to cleanse the aftermath. 2,000 miles from the borders to the inner city, you are all but worthless. We can crush the northern D people. How could we possibly fear these mere rabble outside? The night was long, sufficient to shatter them. Chapter 95, in the next life. Do not accept the orders of the Little East family. The night was as dark as an owl. Shadows danced in the narrow alley, elongated by the moonlight, resembling phantoms. Outside the alley, the last call of the watchman faded into silence, and the world fell into an eerie stillness. The hound lay coldly on the rooftop, clutching its bent bow in the evening breeze. Sihu, armed with a knife, stood resolutely with 4 young men before the house, silent yet exuding an air of impending doom. 12 stickmen from the eastern district gripped their batons, some trembling with fear, yet steeling themselves to remain around the house. Inside, Sumu sat on a chair, holding a long sword, observing the frail black woman as she fed hot soup to the dark-skinned man. As the first wave of footsteps approached, Sumu slowly raised his head, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Even in the face of encirclement, the 4 influential families had meticulously staged the scene, invoking curfews and setting ambushes. Had it been any other ordinary Little East family, they would likely meet their demise here. And without reason. By dawn, no one would know what transpired in this narrow alley of stickmen. Blocked. 2 carts laden with dry hay were pushed from each end of the alley, obstructing all paths. Tonight, the masters above have declared, if we take down that Little East family, each of us will receive 5 taels. If we stab the Little East family, 50 taels. As the news spread, more and more stickmen, alongside guards disguised as stickmen, surged wildly from both ends of the alley. The Black Swallow, infuriated, raised her foot and crushed the carcass of a wild cat into a bloody pulp before drawing her sword and leaping onto the rooftop. Such is the nature of this world. Those who extend their hands to seize food will face the blade, while those who obstruct others' pathways will meet execution. The Little East family at the ferry, if they had shown some restraint, would they have faced such a fate? The grain from Chang family town had entered Tang River, and with 20 guards delivering it, the Little East family strutted with pride. Did Chang Silang take him for a fool? As they overstepped their boundaries, they revealed themselves as uncultured ruffians from the borderlands, ignorant of the rules. Perhaps they believed that by relying on a minor general from the frontier, they could rise to greatness. The managers had prepared accordingly. They awaited news. For elderly men in splendid robes gathered in a private chamber, sipping tea and chuckling lightly. Lu Zizhong stood respectfully behind, occasionally stepping out to observe the distant commotion. The distant barks of startled dogs echoed, while those who once lit their houses in the alley hastily extinguished their lamps and closed their wooden windows. Mask up. The first wave of stickmen from the western district swiftly donned their masks, brandishing not just their batons, but also knives and swords. The rear of the alley was similarly crowded. The masks concealed their faces, revealing only pairs of bloodthirsty eyes. They had stabbed the Little East family. Let us charge. The footsteps suddenly became chaotic, the evening breeze causing garments to billow. See who was the first to raise his crude knife, shouting as he leaped towards the stickmen at the alley's entrance. We shall follow. Chun Sheng raised his voice, rallying 3 young men from Su's village. As they drew their weapons and hastened towards the end of the alley, the bow hound remained motionless, akin to a lurking beast. Its solitary eye coldly fixated on the shadow of the figure draped in black above. With a swift motion, a flying dagger shot forth, only to be effortlessly deflected by a short arrow in the dim expanse of the air. The bow hound deftly knocked another arrow, poised atop the tiled roof, maintaining its steady demeanor. 2 more daggers flew forth, striking sparks before being knocked down. Again, the hound knocked an arrow, its lone eye spinning wildly in its socket. In the narrow alley below, several had already fallen, and the thunderous roar of sea who erupted like a bolt of lightning, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. The black swallow, his expression darkened, melted into the shadows, his fury palpable. Below, the sharpshooter little Luogua's gaze was a source of discomfort for him. To his astonishment, a mere handful of individuals had blocked the alleyways, while nearly 100 stick-wielding men advanced to attack. Back in my day, it was never this challenging to eliminate a mere aide at the Duke's residence. Should I fail again, perhaps it is best to retreat from the world altogether. Gritting his teeth, the black swallow inhaled deeply and, like a swift swallow in flight, suddenly dove downward. In the blink of an eye, a short arrow pierced through the night, tearing through an empty black robe and embedding itself in the old wall across. Who, brother, who? The bowhound momentarily paused, panic flashing across his face. In a desperate bid, he crashed through the rooftop, his small frame tumbling into the house below. With a clang, as he steadied himself, the bowhound quickly scanned the area. As anticipated, the figure cloaked in black had bared its upper body, revealing a gaunt physique resembling a mere reed. This round had come too late. The shadow of the sword swept towards him. Even as he dodged, it still left a long gash on his arm, flesh torn and blood erupting forth. East, Master Dong. Longbow, retreat. The bowhound clutched his arm, remaining resolute, standing firmly before Su Mu. Su Mu, sword at the ready, coldly regarded the shadow before him. The black swallow grinned, momentarily intrigued by Su Mu's presence, before swiftly unleashing his swordplay, the flickering blade casting serpentine shadows on the wall, as if venomous snakes were emerging. Have you recognized me after 18 years of fame? I am the Black Swallow of Muyun Prefecture. The Black Swallow's catchphrase was abruptly cut off as he froze in terror, turning to glance at the nearby stone wall. With a thunderous crash, a colossal fist violently smashed through the wall, sending clouds of dust swirling as it descended with fury. In midair, the astonished Black Swallow, along with his sword, was sent flying backward. Is there no reason left to speak? Su Mu found himself at a loss for words, having conspired with Si Hu for this surprise attack. Yet he had not anticipated that his younger brother possessed such extraordinary strength. Coughing up blood, the Black Swallow let out a furious roar, reclaiming his long sword, intent on a second assassination attempt. With a sharp crack, the long sword shattered into pieces as the towering giant struck it down with both hands. I just acquired this new sword for 200 taels. You must certainly compensate me. Si Hu, eccentric in demeanor, swiftly struck down upon the crown of the Black Swallow's head. The Black Swallow's face turned momentarily blank, his gaunt frame compressed as if cooked, with blood serpents writhing out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. The muddy ground beneath him sank to his bare legs. After 18 years of fame, he resolved not to take on the assignments of the young master in his next life. In agony, he rolled his eyes several times, ultimately lacking the strength to continue. This young assassin from Muyun Prefecture met his demise after a relentless journey. On the 9th day of the 5th month in the 18th year of the Ji Xingwu, exiting the building, Su Mu gazed into the chilly night. His eyes fixed ahead. Along the narrow alleyway, a multitude of gravely injured men from the West Square lay sprawled, many drenched in blood, likely beyond salvation. Chen Sheng, returning with a blade, bore a split in his palm, his voice filled with profound sorrow. Luo Wu, having inadvertently fallen, suffered grievous wounds. Su Mu silently closed his eyes. When he reopened them, they were filled with a chilling determination. Chapter 96. Last night's pack of wild dogs. As dawn broke, mist enveloped the entire town of Tangjiang. With the curfew lifted, over a dozen constables armed with blades began to traverse the lengthy alley, clearing the streets of corpses. "Do not look. I command you not to look," they bellowed in anger as they dispersed the gathering crowd. In the inner room of the Tianzi box at the Sihai Tea House in the West Square, four elderly men sat in silence, staring at the steam rising from the teapot. Lost in contemplation, Lu Zizhong stood to the side, straining to appear as innocuous as possible, fearful of being a target for others' ire. 119 individuals, including a top assassin from Muyun Prefecture, failed to subdue a mere young master? Who would dare believe such a tale? We had been short-sighted earlier. The alleyway is narrow and long. If a tiger guard were stationed there, it could withstand 1,000 men. Tiger guard? It has been long since I heard that term. What resources does a small master on the border possess? A misstep indeed. Zizhong, come here, one elder beckoned. A chill ran through Lu Zizhong, yet he hurriedly leaned in. Clang. A teacup shattered against Lu Zizhong's head, spraying blood. The four elders rose coldly and exited the inner room. In the East Square, Su family village was shrouded in a pervasive atmosphere of sorrow. Chen Sheng, shortly make a trip to Fengcheng, place 100 taels of silver in a wooden box, and send it to the family of Luo Wu, Su Mu instructed. Chen Sheng nodded and accepted the silver pouch. Su Lang, do you think the constables will come to apprehend anyone? Jiang Caiwei's voice was laced with urgency. Upon learning of the incident last night, she had hastily rushed over. Yet, she had not anticipated that Su Mu and his companions had emerged victorious. They wouldn't dare. Su Mu shook his head, aware that they were not fools. If word of this spread, the authorities from Chanyang would surely send someone to investigate. I suspect they will find excuses to conceal last night's street fight. What shall we do now, master? Without hesitation, Su Mu spoke gravely. We shall continue our business, leaving not a single order unfulfilled. If Su family village succumbs to fear and retreats, where else could we go? Shall we truly lead these villagers to become outlaws? In an era of chaos, akin to a rootless floating weed, one cannot carve out a path of blood, destined instead to be consumed like a shrimp, leaving no remnants behind. What did Chen Sheng and the group, led by He Fu, say? During last night's street brawl, out of the 12 willing stick fighters, 5 or 6 perished. And Su Mu also dispensed 100 taels of silver as compensation. Fortunately, the deposit from the month's wine market was substantial, leaving over 300 taels even now. When He Fu awoke, he had already consented to ally with Su's estate, bringing along the remaining 6 stick fighters. Chen Sheng, they all have families, correct? Indeed, when combined, their families amount to over a dozen individuals. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he looked down on the stick fighters, but rather that lacking family ties at the estate would inherently diminish their sense of belonging. He Fu and his men were not inherently bad. They had merely turned to the life of stick fighters out of desperation. Nodding, Su Mu refrained from further entangling himself in this matter. Last night's battle had already proven that they were all valiant men in their own right. How is the bowman? He sustained an injury to his hand and is unlikely to wield a bow for at least half a month. Of the 7, aside from Luo Wu who died, the bowman suffered a hand wound, while the others, including Chen Sheng, were only slightly injured and would recover within a few days. As for the monstrous younger brother, he is of the indomitable kind. Master, there is another matter, Chen Sheng murmured mysteriously. Previously, when we retreated, the 3 of us were incensed and bound a few individuals to hide them away. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Where are they? They are safely concealed. I took a glance earlier and noticed they bore the tags of the 4 prominent families. These tags signify their status as hired laborers. Generally, those employed by larger households would possess such identification. The guards of the grain convoy from Changjiang town were similarly marked. To be candid, even with such tags, they hold little value. Those officials are indifferent, and the 4 prominent families act without restraint. This is indeed a troubling situation. Nonetheless, we must strive to reclaim something. Chen Sheng, Load them onto the cart. What does the master intend to do? To act as a good Samaritan and return them? Chun Sheng was skeptical, knowing his young master's temperament well. Hurry. Chun Sheng promptly rose, accompanied by 2 robust youths, hastening towards the hiding place of the captives. A cart emerged from the eastern district, taking advantage of the splendid sunlight as it gradually made its way towards the western district. Before long, it halted in front of the street leading to the official district. A few officials returning from their duties were met with furrowed brows upon seeing Su Mu. Having won this battle, their share of the silver was at least halved. What brings you to the official district? The head officer, a somewhat portly middle-aged man, stepped forward and spoke with a stern voice. In Tangjiang City, decades prior, the 4 prominent families had tightly intertwined the interests of officials and merchants. No one would welcome a brash young master crossing the river like a fierce dragon. Su Mu smiled as he descended from the cart, raising his hand. Behind him, Chun Sheng and the others hastily cast the bound guards onto the street with cold indifference. We captured a few thieves and brought them here to the official district for a reward. This tacit understanding, stirred by Su Mu, had effectively brought the matter to light, especially with the tags on the guards, which were sufficient to substantiate many claims. Since they are brought here, they should be handed over to the official district. A band of thieves infiltrated my estate and pilfered 2,000 taels of silver, which I am now at a loss to recover. I have reported the incident to the authorities. Can you assist me in reclaiming my stolen property? Sihu removed his broadsword with a clatter, cradling it heavily in his hands as he stood beside Su Mu. Several officials halted in their tracks, for they were well aware of the events from the previous night. The 4 prominent families had attempted to exploit the curfew to undermine this young master, only to be met with a counterstrike. Such ruthless individuals are best left undisturbed, for it is unwise to wade into murky waters. Should no action be taken, I shall escalate this matter to the central authority in the inner city. Su Mu smiled once more, fully aware that even if the matter reached the central authority, the 4 prominent families could easily extricate themselves with sufficient bribes. In this world, the impoverished should refrain from engaging in disputes over principles. Of course, Su Mu had no intention of contesting principles. He merely sought to buy time and gather silver until the day he could rise above and trample the 4 families beneath his feet. The head officer stepped back a few paces, discreetly instructing his men to circumvent the front street of the authorities and hasten to deliver the news. Chun Sheng, fetch a small stool. Chun Sheng nodded and retrieved a small stool from the carriage, placing it on the ground for Su Mu to sit upon. The crowd around them swelled, growing ever larger. A few guards from the 4 prominent families, momentarily dazed by the street wind, finally regained their senses, pleading for mercy, offering excuses, and issuing threats. Su Mu paid them no heed, treating their words as mere whispers in the wind. At this point, retreating further would only lead to a precipice, a fall that would shatter one into pieces. The 4 old schemers stood together on the platform, their eyes betraying a simmering rage. They pondered whether this confrontation was worth continuing. Would they engage in another round of violence? Su Mu had the audacity to demand 2,000 taels. If the situation escalated, it might very well draw the attention of the central authority, at which point the required bribe would exceed mere 2,000 taels. Zizhong, endure a little longer. Go fetch the people back. The 4 old schemers sighed in unison, lamenting the irony that 119 blood-stained warriors, along with a top-notch assassin, could not best 7 unruly border dwellers, raising questions of reason and fairness. Lu Zizhong nodded and turned, taking a few steps forward, his face a mask of anger and frustration. Chapter 97. The messenger of the river Mother. The street in front of the authorities bustled with activity, soon forming a tight circle. Despite the officials' repeated attempts to disperse the crowd, their efforts proved futile. Su Mu sat steadily on the small stool, awaiting developments. If the 4 prominent families were not foolish, they would certainly seek to resolve this matter. One guard, breaking free from the fray, attempted to flee but was swiftly brought down by Sihu's furious strike, dragged back into the fold. Even the officials, witnessing this, dared not utter a word. The reputation of the 7 valiant men from the border was palpable in the air. Master, they have arrived. Chun Sheng, who had been observing intently, now approached with gravity. Su Mu smirked coldly, as he had anticipated. The 4 families would indeed send someone to address the aftermath. The carriage pushed through the throng, and Lu Zizhong, with a grave expression, slowly descended from it, flanked by 7 or 8 anxious guards of the Lu family. The head officer approached with a sycophantic demeanor, showering them with flattery. Lu Zizhong lifted his head, producing a silver note from his bosom and coldly handing it over to the head officer. It is evident that he harbored no intention of engaging with Su Mu. Had it not been for the intervention of the 4 old ghosts, he would never have subjected himself to such humiliation at this juncture. The official, having received the banknote, cast a fleeting glance at its amount, his expression growing increasingly displeased. After all the fuss, it paled in comparison to the performance of others. Su Mu remained seated on the small stool, showing no inclination to accept the banknote. Instead, he turned and coldly commanded, "See who, load the person onto the cart. We are heading to the Changyang General Office shortly." "Understood, Brother Mu," came the reply. The guards of the 4 prominent families were instantly terrified, bursting into loud cries. If they were taken to the Changyang General Office, under duress, they could very well be skinned alive. Lu Zizhong, with a stern visage, snorted in disdain before seizing the banknote from the official's hand and strode forward with icy resolve. "Young master, one must not be overly excessive in matters of confrontation. We are not strangers to one another." Strangers? Had it not been for the formidable presence of Si Hu and his companions, I would likely be cold in death by now. The surrounding common folk displayed expressions of bewilderment, for they had never witnessed such a conciliatory demeanor from the young scion of the Lu family. "You propose 2,000 taels?" Su Mu remained unmoving, steadfast upon his small stool. Lu Zizhong gripped the banknote, his fury twisting into a sardonic smile. At that moment, he finally comprehended the significance of the humble stool. Su Mu would not accept unless he bent low. In front of the grand official residence, a multitude of onlookers had gathered, and many began to whisper among themselves. Lu Zizhong lowered his hands and threw his head back in laughter, his sharp cackle startling many bystanders into retreat. Su Mu remained utterly unfazed. He sought to shatter the dignity of the 4 great families before the entirety of Tangjiang city. "You previously stated that should I possess the audacity, I must not leave Tangjiang. I have remained." Su Mu spoke with a firm tone, acknowledging that the enmity with the 4 great families could not be resolved amicably. With the city under curfew and threats looming, survival was not an option. Lu Zizhong stood before him, his face marred with hostility. "See who, count to 3. After 3, we shall depart for Changyang." Si Hu chuckled heartily and boomed a count of 3. "Young master, what gives you such confidence?" Lu Zizhong stood resolute. In over a century, only 3 individuals dared to plunder from the jaws of the tiger in Tangjiang city. Without exception, they all met a grim fate. 2. Lu Zizhong trembled slightly, clutching the 2,000 taels banknote, his complexion paling. 1. "Ha. Very well, young master, you are commendable." Before the gathered crowd, Lu Zizhong maliciously bent forward, bowing deeply, presenting the 2,000 taels banknote before Su Mu. "Does young master Lu acknowledge his error?" "I acknowledge my error," Lu Zizhong replied coldly. "At over 20 years of age, one ought to grasp the nuances of decorum. Should you misbehave again, I shall discipline you with a willow branch." The onlookers, including several officials, were left dumbfounded. Under ordinary circumstances, who would dare speak to young Master Lu in such a manner? Yet, the young master of the fairy did dare, and remarkably. The typically haughty young Master Lu offered no retort. Stretching and rising, Su Mu nonchalantly lifted the small stool, not sparing a glance at Lu Zizhong, and turned to enter the carriage. As the carriage rolled away from the street, Lu Zizhong finally lifted his head, his expression now one of disdain. In the 18th year of the Great Jixing, on the 23rd of the 5th month, a 4th torrential downpour descended upon Tangjiang city, causing the river beside the fields to overflow beyond the 5 stone markers. "Master, the cellar is already drenched." Su Mu's expression darkened momentarily. While the proximity to the river made water retrieval convenient, it also rendered them vulnerable to potential flooding disasters. "Quick, move the distillation equipment to the upper rooms." A group braved the wind and rain, disregarding their lack of raincoats, hastily transferring the items from the cellar to the drier quarters. "Master, 2 more rooms have collapsed. Hurry, rescue everything." In the low-lying areas along the river, encountering such deluges was particularly distressing. By the time they completed the transfer, Su Mu found himself exhausted, collapsing onto a wooden plank. Beside him, along with the arriving porters, a total of over a dozen strong men were all panting heavily. "Master, this is turning into a flood." Su Mu propped himself up, standing beneath the shelter to gaze at the river ahead. He noticed that, at some point, Not only blankets and pots, but also frightened livestock and broken wooden shanties were being swept away by the raging waters. A young child had accidentally fallen into the river, but a few villagers managed to rescue him with a rope after great difficulty. Brothers, be vigilant in the coming days, Su Mu warned gravely. If someone were to fall into the river, they might be swept down to the Zhejiang. Chen Sheng, go secure a few more stakes for the forward boat. Master, in just a few days, it will be the monthly market for wine. Surely this rain won't pose a problem? How could it not? Su Mu retorted. If this downpour continues, it may well inundate the official roads outside the city. Fortunately, they had recently received a batch of orders. Given the circumstances, it was no great concern. They could simply wait a few extra days for the tavern managers to collect their goods. After the recent curfew and crackdown, Su Mu was confident that the 4 prominent families would refrain from causing too much trouble for at least a month or 2. In this world, the barefoot fear not the shod. It is often those who wear shoes that are overly cautious. Master, master. At that moment, Chen Sheng's voice rang out from outside. Su Mu startled and quickly rose with the nearby young men, rushing to the wet wooden bridge. What they encountered next left everyone astounded. A fish net, originally intended to filter the dregs of wine, now teemed with hundreds of large fish, straining under the weight and on the verge of tearing. Master, these are the Yuantu fish. They are messengers of the River Mother and must not be eaten. The seasoned porters who had long resided by Tangjiang exclaimed in haste. Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. According to his previous life's knowledge, these were merely blind fish that thrived in the river's caves, not the revered messengers of any river deity. Moreover, these blind fish were quite delectable. See who pulled the fish up? Today we feast, shouted the monstrous younger brother. Grasping the net with one hand on each side, and to everyone's astonishment, he hoisted up hundreds of fish, net and all, in one swift motion. Chapter 98. Water control outside. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and the river raged, yet within Su's family estate, an alluring fragrance wafted through the air. In contemporary Zhejiang, the population has increased to nearly 40, thanks to the addition of several stick-wielding men and their families, thus transforming it into a modestly sized settlement. The newly arrived stick-bearers, holding their coarse bowls, hesitated to take a bite, despite the enticing aroma wafting from within, which was enough to stir their appetites. Having spent considerable time in Tangjiang, they were well acquainted with the numerous legends surrounding the River Mother. As messengers of the River Mother, they dared not partake in the bloodied knife or the ominous offerings, fearing even a few bites of fish. See who let out a hearty laugh, reaching into the pot once more to retrieve another fish. Go ahead, it's perfectly fine, Su Mu encouraged with a smile. The burly men, trembling with trepidation, tentatively tasted their first mouthful, only to be overtaken by a surge of joy, leading them to devour ravenously. Chen Sheng, fetch a few jars of wine. After all the trials we've endured, it's time to unwind. The nearby chairs, occupied by Gong Go and He Fu, who were unable to drink due to their injuries, joined in the feast, chuckling as they savored the fish. The relentless downpour had persisted for several days, causing the riverbanks to overflow. Within Tangjiang, an uproar filled the air as countless citizens knelt in the rain to pay homage to the River Mother, casting their frightened livestock into the roiling waters. Su Mu felt a pang of sympathy. These animals represented the most valuable assets of the common folk. Hey Fu, in previous years during the floods, did the officials have any insights? Despite knowing it might be a futile inquiry, Su Mu could not refrain from asking. Master, there's a saying. Those officials only care about collecting silver, indifferent to our plight. Should any supplies be dispatched, by the time they reach us, they would be nothing but broth. Under the emperor's reign, Su Mu had hoped that the colluding officials might exhibit some restraint. It appeared he had been overly optimistic. Nevertheless, even if the officials were unhelpful, it was customary to honor the River Mother during such floods. This observation felt redundant, as the streets of Tangjiang were filled with citizens performing rituals for the River Mother. Su Mu had seen the River Mother Temple, where the stone sculpture depicted a creature with a human head and a serpent's tail. Master, listen to me. In the Ji River region, the rituals for the River Mother involve living sacrifices. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. The officials? No, it's the elders of the temple who oversee such matters. These temple elders are akin to fortune tellers. Across dynasties, there have always been those who propagate fear. He Fu shifted his lips. Master, I was contemplating that once the rain ceases, given the severity of this downpour, it may indeed require a living sacrifice this year. Sumu felt a heaviness in his chest, increasingly repulsed by such superstitious practices after having crossed over. "Wow, master!" a young man nearby suddenly shouted, raising his arm in alarm. The crowd quickly turned their gazes in that direction, peering through the misty rain. Amidst the swirling waters, a colossal dark figure emerged, revealing itself to be a serpent-headed being with a human body, its right arm grasping a towering trident. It remained motionless amid the turbulent river. This is the River Mother. Truly the River Mother. Will she seek vengeance upon us for consuming the cursed fish? Sumu furrowed his brow, feeling an even greater sense of unease. Outside the village, many common folk from the eastern district witnessed the event, kneeling upon the ground, weeping profusely. In the brief span of 2 blinks, the revered River Mother, who had manifested, vanished without a trace. Yet, this very spectacle only served to deepen the reverence of those who beheld it. "Master, if not, let us cast the wronged fish into the river," suggested the laborer, his voice trembling incessantly. Even a valiant man, unafraid of blades, now bore a pallid countenance at such occurrences, much less the ordinary townsfolk. Did the River Mother ever show herself during past floods? "Indeed, she did. Otherwise, fear would not grip us so," replied the laborer. "Master, let us not provoke the River Mother. Let us cast the wronged fish into the river. If we do not, I have yet to satiate my hunger." Sumu coldly shook his head. In the months that had passed, Sumu had come to understand clearly that the world he traversed bore no trace of spirits or chaotic deities. 2 days later, the torrential rain finally abated considerably, and the once raging waters receded by 2 stone markers. The river remained murky, and even the well water drawn from the old wells was tainted. Thus, Sumu had no choice but to filter it multiple times before boiling it for consumption, in order to avoid illness. The bloated carcasses of livestock, many trapped upon the river's surface, did not drift downstream, and the stench of decay gradually permeated the entirety of Tangjiang city. As Sumu stepped out of the village, he looked down to see that the rain-soaked soil had eroded the earthen walls beside the village, causing them to become precariously unstable, extending over 100 paces. The officials ordered that every household contribute a sum for flood relief: 10 taels from the wealthy, 1 tael from the middle class, and 2 coins from the poor. 3 or 4 mounted officials, clad in raincoats, began to gallop through the eastern district, spreading the word. "Labor, is the flood relief fee paid annually?" "Indeed it is." "And then what?" "Then you shall not be imprisoned." Sumu scoffed. What nonsensical logic was this? It was merely a means to exploit the populace further, siphoning off their hard-earned resources once again. A mounted official soon arrived at the village. Upon halting his horse, he hastily dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting. "Young master, greetings. The calamity of Tangjiang has compelled the officials to collect funds for disaster relief." In Tangjiang city, the reputation of the young master from the border had spread widely, and even the officials were reluctant to provoke him in their idle moments. The 119 ruffians from the western district could not deter the Li family from the nearby tavern, who generously contributed 200 taels, while the Chun family from the fabric store donated 100. With a stern expression, Sumu loosened the silver pouch at his waist. The official before him grew animated, for it was widely known that this young master from the border possessed wealth amounting to at least 3,000 taels. Should he be generous enough to offer 100 or 200 taels, it would indeed be a considerable sum. However, Sumu's next action left the official in utter disbelief. From the large pouch, the young master extracted only a handful of small silver coins, counting them meticulously several times. "Young master, this pertains to disaster relief. Is it merely 1 tael from the middle class?" "Indeed, I have counted multiple times, and this is indeed 1 tael." Casting the broken silver coldly into the hands of the constable, Sumu turned his back and re-entered the village. He possessed silver, yet he was not afflicted with folly. This so-called flood relief fund would ultimately find its way into the hands of officials who would line their own pockets. If he truly wished to save lives, it would be far more noble to directly offer aid to the victims. The constable's expression was filled with resentment as he carelessly stuffed the silver into his pocket, causing several coins to scatter. With a glare, he mounted his horse, trampling through the waterlogged ground, and departed with a haughty air. Chapter 99. The handsome young gentleman. The accumulated rainwater showed no signs of receding. The rudimentary drainage ditches, choked repeatedly by the silt washed in by the torrents, remained blocked. Sumu paused his efforts, wiped his sword clean, and sheathed it slowly. He had already led the villagers to clear a significant portion of the ditches in the eastern district. The relentless downpour showed no intention of abating. It was reported that 2 women had fallen into the water on the northern street of the eastern district, swept away and drowned in mere moments. Clad in a raincoat, Chen Sheng delivered the grim news he had gathered. After collecting the flood relief funds, the officials hastily retreated to a tavern in the western district. An elderly temple worker entered through the east gate, beginning to collect children at 2 taels each. Sumu remained silent, a weighty thought surfacing in his mind, something he had heard from the headman of Wangzhou, Tian Song. This world is tainted, it cannot be cleansed. Gripping his sword tightly, Sumu gritted his teeth. In that moment, he yearned to rally the villagers for a rebellion and flee from Tangjiang city, becoming an outlaw. After a long pause, he spat out the blood that had gathered in his mouth and resolutely stepped toward the village. On the 27th of the lunar month, 3 days remained until the monthly market. The rain began to relent. The vast river was strewn with battered boats, collapsed thatched roofs, bloated livestock, and even corpses drifting with hair afloat, all presenting a harrowing visage of calamity, destined for the next life. Sumu suddenly felt a wave of discontent. The blind fish meat he had almost consumed lost all appeal. Master, another person has fallen into the water. Sumu quickly looked up, spotting a figure rising and falling on the surface, as if the water itself were a springboard. Before he could call out for his companion, the figure had leapt before him, balancing delicately on a piece of debris the size of a palm. The figure stood firm, with an expression of icy composure. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a flicker of excitement. After 4 months and 8 days of traversing time, he was witnessing a master of such caliber for the first time. May I borrow a boat? The master, clearly fatigued, stepped off the makeshift platform and leapt onto the wooden bridge. Return it within half a day. If damaged, you shall compensate double. Under normal circumstances, Sumu would have graciously offered assistance, but today was different. After consuming the bowl of fish head soup, he intended to take Si Hu and others to the river goddess ceremony downstream in hopes of rescuing the children. At present, aside from Sumu's 4-oar boat, the remaining vessels were either stuck on the banks or thoroughly waterlogged. The master before him appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years of age, fond of stroking his beard as he spoke, suggesting he was not easily swayed. Senior, I will need the boat later. Sumu hesitated before speaking. The old man widened his eyes, grumbling, if you won't lend it, then I shall take it by force. Sumu smacked his lips and smashed the coarse bowl onto the ground. In an instant, a dozen burly men rushed over from behind. The leader, Si Hu, roared and thumped his chest a few times. Even a mere tavern owner understands the importance of nurturing his retainers. Before Si Hu and his men could arrive, Sumu felt his body suddenly lighten, and before he realized it, a skilled old man had already seized him and pulled him onto the boat. Subsequently, the 4-oared vessel surged forward as if equipped with a motor, slicing through the water with a series of splashes. Brother Mu, Si Hu shouted, being the first to leap into the river. The dozen or so young men followed suit without hesitation. The old man found it somewhat amusing and shamelessly circled around a couple of times, waiting until Si Hu and the others grew tired from swimming before steering the boat downstream at a steady pace. Why bother nurturing your retainers just to sell wine? The old man asked, somewhat irritated, as he raised the sword sheath in his hand and tapped it on Sumu's head a few times. To nurture retainers, as the term implies, is to raise steadfast warriors to protect their lord. However, these villagers were hardly mere warriors. They were life-and-death friends bound by loyalty. But just villagers? The old man remarked with a curious expression. Then you, young tavern owner, must possess a commendable character. Oh, then I shall refrain from striking you. You've already taken enough blows to the head. If you had been more generous when I first asked to borrow your boat, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. To be honest, senior, I also require a boat, Sumu replied, his expression slightly displeased. He had finally learned that today marked the day of the River Mother Festival downstream. If he arrived too late, not only would he be unable to save the children, but even retrieving their bodies would be impossible. With the flood still raging, why do you need to cross the river? Then why did you seize the boat? Sumu retorted, didn't I see you perform lightness skill earlier? My legs have been stiff for 18 years. If they touch water again, I shall be finished. The old man scoffed, casting a glance downstream. Today, I heard that there are more rituals occurring downstream. I plan to take a look. Take a look? You ought to use your lightness skill then. Sumu suddenly halted, astonished as he raised his head. Does the senior also wish to save the children? Is that not permissible? Do I not appear to be a good person? Senior, that is not what I meant. I just happen to wish to go downstream as well. You wish to go too? The old man chuckled, and after a moment, a faint look of satisfaction washed over his wrinkled face. If you had only chosen to navigate a bit more of the waterways, I would have pushed you into the river. You are fortunate today. It is not a day for me to take lives. Su Mu's expression was inscrutable. He could not discern whether the old man was speaking truthfully. However, anyone who would seize a boat to save children could not be entirely wicked. Are you a chivalrous man, senior? Ah, you finally asked me, the old man exclaimed. Dressed in white like snow, with a sword in one hand and a flute in the other, I am undoubtedly a hero. Does the senior have a nickname? I have heard that every hero possesses one. Young Master Zhuge Fan, with a face like jade. Your age seems a bit exaggerated. You think I am exaggerating? The forward boat glided smoothly along the still slightly turbulent river, and after about an hour, it finally exited the tributary of Tang River. Entering the roaring waters of the Daiji River, the vessel began to sway violently. With a firm step, Zhuge Fan stabilized the boat once more. Wait here on the boat. I will go take a look and return shortly. Does the senior require assistance? Can you perform lightness skill? I cannot. Zhuge Fan shot him a glance. Then you can be of no help. The boat is well kept, lest your legs be broken. Ah, an old adversary. Beneath the vast sky, above the waters of the Ji River, the frail old man Zhuge Fan, in the blink of an eye, glided like a swift swallow. Having covered several hundred steps in no time, he left behind a bewildered Su Mu, whose eyes widened in astonishment. As the river became shrouded in mist, obscuring the figure from view, he finally withdrew his gaze. Standing at the bow of the boat, Su Mu could not suppress the tumult within his heart. Throughout this journey, he had witnessed the grim realities of life. Fortunately, there still exist heroes in this world. The elderly man endeavoring to save the sacrificial children is a hero. The two villagers earlier at the market, intent on assassinating corrupt officials, are heroes as well. The heavens are unjust, and all living beings are like mere fodder. There must be some who dare to defy fate, safeguarding the last vestiges of clarity in this world. The mist-cloaked rivers and the rain-soaked mountains sway. Every decade, a sword is drawn to sever dynasties. Chapter 100. You do not seem like a passerby. Su Mu, lacking the skill of lightness, felt drowsy as he awaited aboard the boat. When the distant riverbank erupted with exclamations, he was startled into standing. In an instant, the frail Zhuge Fan emerged through the river mist, cradling two slumbering children, landing steadily upon the vessel. The long sword, still unsheathed, bore traces of blood, and the severity etched upon his face lingered. Su Mu hurriedly rose to assist in bringing the children down. Elder, have you succeeded? Is that even a question? The moniker of my charming young lord is not earned without merit. Su Mu chuckled awkwardly, lowering his head, his expression turning sour. It was now evident that Zhuge Fan indeed suffered from chronic leg pain. After stepping into the river, his right leg ached unbearably, supported only by his sword and his left foot, firmly planted at the bow of the boat. Despite his gaunt figure, he radiated a sense of towering presence to Su Mu. Elder, are you all right? I am fine, Zhuge Fan replied, turning his head, his face contorted in agony, tears occasionally escaping from his weary eyes. Elder, allow me to roast something for you. Striking a flint, he found a rag to ignite, and soon, Zhuge Fan's pained visage began to ease. Elder, these two children cannot be returned to Tangjiang. Indeed, they cannot. The children collected by the old temple were originally intended for the river goddess's sacrifice. Now, having been rescued by Zhuge Fan, returning them to Tangjiang would only mark them as harbingers of disaster. I shall take them with me. Zhuge Fan did not hesitate, having already considered his escape while acting heroically. Do you know how long the Ji River is, young master? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Such a question could easily be answered by a 3-year-old in Tangjiang. Approximately 8,000 li. Then let me ask you, young master, how many living sacrifices have occurred along this 8,000 li of the Ji River, and how many children have been bought away? Su Mu's mind buzzed, feeling a heavy discomfort in his chest. To glimpse a fragment is to understand the whole. The twilight of Great Ji, with its waning light, resembled an elderly man nearing the end, half buried in the earth, appearing truly beyond remedy. When you reach the abandoned ferry on that side, you may return to the village. Those old temple men have all been slain. No one should know you were here. Zhuge Fan's voice softened, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Mu. Otherwise, will you accompany me to become a hero? I shall not. Su Mu shook his head. In Su's family estate, over 40 villagers awaited the return of their young master. I know you harbor great ideals, sighed Zhuge Fan, but I too have family. Standing at the bow of the boat, Zhuge Fan displayed a smile. Though uncertain of the reasoning, I surmise that throughout your life, you shall not be a mere transient observer. A passerby, a traveler, does not engage in the essence of life. Su Mu's expression darkened, momentarily at a loss for words. Come, let us rise, we share this vessel. And at the very least, you have assisted me in roasting a leg. Zhuge Fan rubbed his hands together, stating, in lieu of riches, I shall teach you 3 sword techniques. Of course, given your current foundation, do not expect to become a master anytime soon. The aim is merely self-preservation. Su Mu was instantly elated. The elder hero before him was capable of extraordinary feats. Even learning a few techniques would be immensely beneficial. In a flurry, Su Mu hastily removed the sword from his waist, only to find it snagged in his belt, causing him to fumble for quite some time before finally freeing it. Zhuge Fan observed in silence. Young master, do you understand what a sword truly is? The sovereign of all weapons? After a moment of reflection, Su Mu recalled such terminology. Who taught you that? What nonsense about being the sovereign of all weapons? You are about to wield a sword for killing, yet you still speak of gentlemanly conduct. What post are you reading? Alas, my fair-faced young lord, how is it that you have encountered such an unlearned individual? Su Mu swallowed hard, realizing he ought not to speak so recklessly again. A sword is a tool of deception, unlike a knife, which knows only to slash and cut, and not like a staff, which is effective in proportion to its length. For instance, Zhuge Fan thrust his sword towards Su Mu, although it remained sheathed. It emanated an intense pressure, as if to pierce. Defend. Su Mu gritted his teeth and attempted to push the sword aside, only to have Zhuge Fan chuckle and suddenly press down, aiming for Su Mu's ribcage. A sharp pain spread throughout his body in an instant. A knife, when wielded with force, feels heavy and is difficult to redirect. Do you understand? In swordplay, it is all about deception. I intend to thrust, but I change it to a stab. Of course, do not think you can engage with a master in this way. There are too many openings, easily perceived. Humph. I speak of this with you, young master, yet you cannot grasp it. I understand, senior. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling fortunate that he had chosen a sword rather than a knife or an axe in the official quarters of Guangzhou City. How impressive. A prodigy in martial arts. Zhuge Fan pursed his lips and gazed into the distance. They were nearing the abandoned ferry dock. Now, pay close attention. I shall teach you 3 moves. At the bow, Zhuge Fan stood resolutely, the long sword in his hand resonating softly. First move, parting the 1,000 mountains. With a swift motion, Zhuge Fan drew the sword, sweeping it forward, causing a curtain of water to rise from the river behind the boat, which momentarily hung in the air before crashing back down, creating ripples across the surface. This move is suited for surprise. Just as Su Mu was about to emulate the technique, Zhuge Fan halted him. What are you rushing for? First, observe. Understand it before you practice. Su Mu remained steady and composed, continuing his observation. The second technique, 3 pierces, involved a shift in wrist motion during the attack, allowing for a rotation of the wrist and a change of hands, in addition to the initial thrust. With your half-dead body, you have a total of 3 opportunities for change. Zhuge Fan gripped his long sword and coldly thrust it towards Su Mu, swiftly striking his ribs, chest, and forehead in the blink of an eye. This technique requires a decade or more of practice. The principle is profoundly simple. The sword is a deception, and if wielded skillfully, it becomes second nature. Zhuge Fan remained as unyielding as ever, and Su Mu felt like a foolish goose, helplessly applauding in admiration. At this moment, the boat had drifted away from the ferry, less than 100 steps from the shore. 2 children at the stern emitted faint coughs. You may strike with your sword for the third technique. Zhuge Fan also drew his sword, but drove the blade straight into the boat's floor, beckoning Su Mu with a hand gesture. Su Mu's expression darkened as he unsheathed his long sword and lunged at Zhuge Fan. Zhuge Fan stood immovable, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the tip of the sword seemed poised to pierce his chest, Su Mu was taken aback, realizing it was too late to withdraw. With a swift motion, the long sword was thrust forward, slipping into an empty sheath just as Zhuge Fan evaded. In this world, where had one witnessed such a sword technique? My thrust entered your sheath? Thus, this is deception. Zhuge Fan smiled slightly. extending his finger to tap Su Mu's head with a playful knock. For now, let us call it Old Dog Returns. Picking up the two children, Zhuge Fan, despite his old joints, swiftly glided to the ferry at the shore. Young master, with great ideals in your heart, do not merely be a passerby in this life. You are not a mere visitor. Your eyes harbor compassion for the world. Su Mu stood on the boat, solemnly clasping his fists, remaining motionless. The riverboat traversed the waters. An unidentified waterbird alighted on the bow, remaining for a brief moment before taking flight, in fright, as Su Mu turned. Chapter 101. An old friend visits June, also known as the Lotus Month. After the torrential rains ceased, the scorching sun followed in quick succession, leaving Tangjiang city, which had barely escaped the clutches of flood, now engulfed in a fiery trial. The discomfort was not borne by humans alone. Plants wilted in droves, with the moss that once clung to the old walls falling away in clumps. Only a few green lotuses stood resilient, upheld by the protection of the pond. Su Mu paused his sword practice, wiping the sweat from his brow. In just a matter of days, it felt as if he had endured a baptism of fire and water. Young master, you mustn't practice any longer. Your wrist is swollen. Observing Su Mu cease his movements, Chen Sheng hastily brought a bowl of chilled sour plum soup. The lady served this earlier but feared to disturb you. It has since warmed. Su Mu paid no mind, tilting his head back to comfortably gulp down the sour plum soup. Only after did he sheath his sword and sit upon the wooden bridge by the riverbank. The recent torrential rain followed by relentless sun had left much of the repair work incomplete. Many homes along the riverbanks still stood as mere remnants of their former glory. At such times, one should not expect any compensation from the officials. These exploitative individuals would not part with even a single coin. Chen Sheng, how is your inquiry regarding the liquor market progressing? After a round through the West Street, I have seen the announcement. This month's market is suspended, and we must await the beginning of next month. Su Mu was not surprised. Yet it is regrettable that the remaining hundreds of jars of drunken celestial must be postponed until next month. Those who had previously paid a deposit hurriedly saddled their horses to fetch their wine as soon as the rain ceased. Most of them had pleasant dealings, but several tavern owners, presumably deterred by the four major households, dared not place a second order. Compared to last month, the orders at Su Family Manor now amount to little more than 400 jars, a stark decline. It appears that strategies to attract business must be devised. The vast Su Family Manor is increasingly frequented by patrons. Should sales continue to dwindle, they shall be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. Mugur, Mugur, look who has arrived. Not knowing which child as candied hawthorn he has snatched, see who called out loudly while chewing. Su Mu quickly rose and focused his gaze ahead, his entire being alight with excitement. It was Manager Zhou. Ha ha ha, Su Fangzhu. The visitor was none other than Zhou Fu, his face bearing the marks of a long journey, with two accompanying servants whose clothes were drenched in sweat. Without further ado, the two stepped forward and exchanged a warm embrace. Kaiwei, fetch 3 bowls of sour plum soup. Upon seeing Zhou Fu, Jiang Kaiwei nodded in delight and hastened to the cellar. Manager Zhou, please take a seat. Su Mu smiled and performed a deep bow. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhou Fu is his first benefactor, had it not been for that trust. The business of brewing illicit liquor would not have gained momentum so swiftly. Su Fangzhu, there is no need for pleasantries between us. The portly Zhou Fu gestured several times before comfortably settling into a chair. The tavern in Chanyang has just been renovated, and I intended to come for this month's market. However, upon encountering a torrential downpour, I could not wait for the next market, hence I hurried here. Chanyang is at least 300 li from Tangjiang. It is commendable that such a stout man endured the bumpy journey. Let us dispense with formalities for this round. I shall require 300 jars. Su Fangzhu, do not concern yourself with our friendship. I shall pay you in full. Now this is what one calls an old friend. At 5 taels per jar for the drunken celestial. In the end, Su Mu only insisted on receiving 500 taels, with the remaining payment to be settled once Zhou Fu's tavern was fully operational. For the time being, he found himself in a relatively comfortable financial position and saw no need to press for immediate payment. Su Fangzhu, I have heard en route that you seem to have offended the 4 major households in Tangjiang. Su Mu nodded calmly. Those 4 old foxes, ultimately, want to monopolize the market. There is little I can do. I am aware of your situation. Accepting the sour plum soup handed to him by Jiang Kaiwei, Zhou Fu politely expressed his gratitude and continued, I do not wish to advise you to withdraw. We are all men of resolve. And if they can engage in this business, so can you. If connections were to be leveraged, you may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. After consuming a couple of hearty gulps, Zhou Fu set down the coarse bowl, his tone grave. How so? Sumu felt somewhat bewildered, rubbing his forehead. Zhou Fu lowered his voice slightly. Does Master Su recall Zhao Qingyun? The name caused Su Mu's gaze to momentarily falter. Indeed, I do. That was enough. Someone informed you that Zhao Qingyun is now the general of the frontier in Hezhou City. Master Su might surmise the origins of such a promotion. It was said that the merits from the 100 military achievements were utilized by Zhao Qingyun for his elevation, rather than being allocated to the families of the fallen soldiers. This situation stirred a complex mix of emotions within Su Mu. It was not anger that he felt, but rather an inexplicable disappointment. After Zhao Qingyun ascended to the position of general, many remnants of the defeated troops fled to Hezhou. As time passed, the Xiaofeng camp under Zhao Qingyun's command amassed nearly 10,000 soldiers, a considerable force for the frontier. It was rumored that he had led his troops out of Hezhou to confront the enemy, achieving more victories than defeats, thereby accumulating significant military merit. News from Changyang indicated that measures were being taken to prevent Hezhou from falling again, with plans to dispatch reinforcements. Sumu nodded, revealing little emotion. Zhou Fu, somewhat resigned, remarked, "What I mean to say is that Zhao Qingyun's current success is largely due to your efforts, Master Su. If the 4 prominent families dare to bully you, a letter to Hezhou from you would surely elicit his assistance." Sumu shook his head, stating that their paths had diverged, and he preferred not to become entangled further. If it were anyone else with such connections, they would have long since flaunted them. Zhou Fu's expression reflected a blend of sighing and admiration. He vaguely recalled that night when the young master sat calmly in the opulent restaurant, facing a throng of ruffians clamoring for violence. Some individuals are destined for greatness. They cannot be buried by the soil or stained by the soot. One day, they will ascend to great heights. He believed that the young master before him was indeed such a person. Let us not dwell on Zhao Qingyun. If you find yourself in need, have Captain Chen seek me out, and I shall assist you in Changyang. Thank you, Master Zhou, Su Mu replied earnestly, recognizing that apart from the villagers, he had few friends, and Zhou Fu was undoubtedly one of them. Master Su, shall we partake in a drink today? Quite fortuitously. I recently acquired a batch of large fish, which is nearly ready for drying. I would like you to sample it later. Excellent. In discussions of life and death at the frontier, where else in this vast Changyang can one find a man as noble as those from Su family village? Chapter 102. The distant young lieutenant. The following day, at the city gate of parting, Zhou Fu, struggling with his bulk, shifted several times before finally heaving himself onto the carriage. Master Su, there is one more thing I must say, Zhou Fu pondered before continuing. Do not hesitate to speak. Though Tangjiang is a city of wine, it is not your paradise. Having secured contracts and clients, consider emulating your time in Guangzhou. Purchase land outside the city, establish estates, villages, and towns. Such matters require your careful consideration, Master Su. I merely offer a suggestion. Your sage advice warms my ears, Su Mu replied, raising his hands in gratitude. Zhou Fu laughed heartily 3 times, nodded once more at Su Mu, and urged his attendant. Soon, the carriage set off into the distance. As Su Mu retraced his steps along the city gate, he lifted his gaze to the brilliant sun-drenched sky, lost in profound contemplation. At the frontier, the setting sun bled crimson. Shadows of hundreds of riders thundered forth, their battle cries resounding. The commanding general, adorned in a full-body armor emblazoned with a tiger's head and crowned with a feathered helmet, fixed his distant gaze, steeped in a palpable aura of menace. Amidst the galloping chaos, he abruptly reined in his steed, silently halting before a dilapidated village. General, there are no signs of enemies nearby. I am aware, he replied. Zhao Qingyun remained motionless, his eyes fixed upon the crossroads of Su family village. In his youth, when he was but a lowly lieutenant, he had formed a camaraderie with a young master in this very village. This young master was fiercely loyal and adept in battle. It was from him that Zhao learned the cavalry tactics of the Xiaofeng camp, achieving remarkable feats, 500 riders routing 1,000, sending the D people into disarray. The officials of Hezhou would laud him as invincible, yet they were oblivious to the truth. It was alongside that young master, amidst the village's cover, that he had once felled 200 riders with just 7 men, a true testament to unparalleled might. Given the chance, he would gladly join forces with that young master once more, to drive the D people far from the borders. Alas, it seemed their paths had diverged irreversibly. General, scouts report that the D people are pursuing from 10 miles behind. A military advisor galloped forth, his voice heavy with urgency. How many? At least 2,000. Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his face, and swiftly mounted his horse. Return to camp. The general has issued orders to return to the Hezhou main camp. In Tangjiang city, under the setting sun, Su Mu consumed 3 bowls of strong liquor, which somewhat alleviated the disquiet in his heart. Master, we have spent the better part of the day searching the river by boat and found nothing, Chen Sheng said. Wiping his damp face, his tone serious. Could it truly be the river mother? Su Mu furrowed his brow. Chen Sheng and the others had followed his instructions to seek the river mother in the river, for anything man-made should leave traces. Yet, after several days of searching, there was still no word. After gesturing for Chen Sheng to rest, Su Mu resumed his seat, raising his head to gaze dreamily at the river's hue. My son, Li Pasheng, in this lifetime, is like a dragon lying in the depths, a fierce tiger hidden in the forest, awaiting the opportune moment when heaven darkens and earth trembles, ready to transform into a golden dragon, roaring across the land. The old scholar's rambling voice echoed, causing Su Mu to chuckle softly, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Leaning against a pillar, he succumbed to slumber. Night enveloped the world. The first cicada chorus of summer brought a gentle clamor, rousing the lightly sleeping Su Mu, who slowly opened his eyes. The cool evening breeze contrasted with the warmth of his body. The quilt covering him still carried the refreshing scent of soap pods. Jiang Kaiwei had nestled her head into her knees, seated a few paces away, seemingly asleep, occasionally emitting faint snores. Su Mu rose, carefully unfolded the quilt, and draped it over Jiang Kaiwei before stealthily moving forward. Brother Mu, let us catch cicadas. Outside the village, Si Hu, like a child, led several nearby youngsters, running and shouting as they went. Su Mu, devoid of interest, had long since silenced the cicadas of that summer, crushed beneath the weight of his tumultuous youth. After taking a few additional steps, he halted, his gaze fixated upon a freshly inked notice posted at the official bulletin board. It must have been affixed not long ago. The message was likely straightforward, due to the pressing circumstances at the front lines. There was a need to recruit sturdy laborers to accompany the imperial troops in transporting military provisions, with compensation set at 20 copper coins per day. A cold smile flickered within Su Mu as his summer spirits evaporated. The inner city, situated a full 2,000 miles from the borders of Hezhou, would render any genuine desire to aid the front lines absurdly impractical. If there were true intent to send reinforcements, they would have taken a more direct and expedient approach. The inclusion of civilian laborers raised the grim possibility of countless lives being lost along the arduous journey. Only a fool would volunteer for such a venture. Ultimately, this was merely a document of empty gestures, a prelude to coercion should the voluntary enlistment fail. It echoed the dark epochs of history, wherein such practices were commonly referred to as conscription. Furrowing his brow, Su Mu retraced his steps to the village, instructing Chen Sheng to summon the 7 or 8 stick-wielders who had recently joined. Rest assured, we all possess our identification tokens, they proclaimed. These tokens were akin to ancient identification cards. Upon reaching the age of maturity, every man was obliged to register at the official office. Wealthy families and officials typically used fish-shaped tokens crafted from silver or jade, divided into left and right halves, the left half remaining with the office as a record, while the right half was carried on one's person. Ordinary women lacked such tokens, but the official office maintained records, and families would have notarized documents. To assuage Su Mu's skepticism, He Fu was the first to produce a wooden identification token. The 7 stick-wielders hastily followed suit. Su Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. Gentlemen, if there are no pressing matters in the coming days, let us remain at the village to avoid unnecessary troubles. Fear not. We pledge our loyalty to you as our master and shall not behave as we once did. He Fu responded earnestly, for Su Mu had saved his life. A man of iron and blood holds grudges, but also repays kindness. Moreover, remaining within the Su family village ensures the well-being of our families. We are all warriors who have fought side by side, and naturally, we trust one another, Su Mu affirmed. His dealings with the 4 prominent families were far from over, and he anticipated further confrontations in the near future. With proper training, He Fu and his companions would undoubtedly become proficient guardians of the village. Living as a dog is easy, A few barks can earn you a bone. Yet, to live as a dignified human, one must unflinchingly push aside the weight of disdain piled upon them. Rubbing his forehead, Su Mu turned to gaze out at the river ahead. His weary mate still lay peacefully asleep, while a few women from the village cautiously knelt on the wooden bridge, bending to fetch water. Zhao Zun disembarked from the forward boat, waving towards the village. The old scholar and the bowman occupied the far end, sharing a gourd of wine, each taking turns. In an ideal world, who would not desire peace and joy? Yet, the state of the world had soured. Should the day come when survival seemed impossible, Su Mu would not hesitate to take up arms and lead the 42 villagers into rebellion. But this remained a last resort, the foolish scheme for survival, while the wise seek a path to salvation. Brother Mu, I have captured a cicada. As Sihu rushed in from outside, he held in his palm a cicada, its delicate wings torn in half. The cicada's abdomen pulsated, emitting a shrill sound that resonated throughout the village, even rousing the slumbering Jiang Kaiwei, who opened her eyes in confusion. Su Mu, irritated by the noise, contemplated throwing it away. Don't throw it, Brother Mu, came the plea. Why not? I simply like it. It was just a preference for Su Mu to return the cicada to Sihu's hand, not out of any affection for the creature. Chapter 103. A sudden calamity in the early morning. Amidst the newly awakened cicada calls, Su Mu set out early. He had a visit to make to the official residence. Although the laborers had identification tags, their past lives were fraught with peril, and upon entering the village, it was essential to secure a notarization for their employment. Otherwise, should any conscription arise, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Master, those old officials are quite corrupt. They may pose difficulties for us, Chen Sheng remarked as he rode alongside, his tone grave. Su Mu was well aware that although the Deji was riddled with corruption, he was nonetheless a representative of the dynasty. As such, he was bound by its laws and decrees. The old officials within the residence generally bore animosity towards Su Mu, and upon his arrival, their faces revealed palpable displeasure. To speak plainly, given the entanglements with the four major households, there was no possibility of maintaining any connection with this young master. Indeed, he might even be seen as an adversary. What brings you here? Not only the old officials, but also several armed constables spoke with a hint of disdain. In the vast city of Tangjiang, the reputation of this young master had begun to resonate widely. I seek to obtain a notarization for employment. Su Mu maintained a calm demeanor, slightly bowing his hand in a gesture of respect. The old official scoffed derisively, turning away to take a few steps before sitting down coldly. A notarization for employment? Have you hired more people? This young master is clearly on the rise. Su Mu remained silent, eager to expedite the process. The longer he lingered, the more complications might arise. Name, place of origin. Su Mu, composed, presented a prepared document, extending it forward. The old official cast a cursory glance, scribbling hastily before copying it and returning the duplicate to Su Mu. 20 taels. Su Mu smirked inwardly. In the span of a tea break, he had parted with 20 taels. Had ordinary citizens ventured into the official residence, they would likely have been stripped of their skins. Without further ado, he counted out the 20 taels, secured the notarization, and turned to leave. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully settled the affairs of several laborers. Even if conscription were to occur in the future, this notarization would mitigate the issue. At worst, he could return to Dongfang and seek familiar neighbors for mutual assurance. By the way, young master, the old official suddenly recalled, a chilling smile curling at his lips. You ought to consolidate your holdings at that estate by the small ferry. It is said, merely rumored, mind you, that the former owner of the old wine shop may return to Tangjiang. What concern is that of mine? Su Mu retorted. With the deed and notarization firmly in hand, what did it matter if the original owner returned? The old official grinned malevolently. According to the regulations, relocation must occur within 3 months, and upon quadruple compensation, one may reclaim their former residence. Su Mu rummaged through his memory, struggling to recall such a decree. Only the old official is trying to intimidate. Moreover, fourfold compensation amounts to 1,200 taels. Who would be foolish enough to engage in such actions? Ignoring the matter further, Su Mu lifted his foot and solemnly exited the official courtyard. In the West District Market, on Jiuliechi Street, Su Mu dismounted from his carriage and stood for a long time before a newly posted notice at the official courtyard. The ink was still wet, and the content, concerning the conscription of laborers, bore a grave tone, almost resembling an ultimatum. Master, We won't face any troubles, will we? Chen Sheng, illiterate yet perceptive, discerned the message from the conversations of bystanders. A couple of years ago, when we fought against the Northern D, they couldn't gather enough laborers to repair the walls, and the Ministry of War sent people to arrest them. I was fortunate to escape the city back then. Otherwise, had I gone to Yongguan, I surely wouldn't have returned. Chen Sheng's pallor revealed the dread that the common folk felt towards conscription. Do not worry. The people from the village possess identification and official documentation. There will be no issues. This assurance eased not only Chen Sheng, but also the two burly men nearby. Yet, a wave of unease surged within Su Mu. In such turbulent times, it is illogical for the nest to be left intact while the eggs are broken. Who knows what unforeseen complications might arise? With a sigh, Su Mu resumed his footsteps along Jiuli He Street, treading heavily. Master, it's time to get back in the carriage. The West District, for the people of Su family village, felt vaguely akin to entering a den of wolves. No rush, let's walk a bit longer. Even Su Mu himself could not articulate the source of his turmoil. The heaviness in his chest had yet to dissipate. Young master, would you like to purchase some tender corn? Two villagers, timid and hunched, squatted by the riverbank. Su Mu momentarily lost his focus. The mountains shrouded by mist and rain sway. A sword strikes down a dynasty every decade. Not long ago, two gallant youths had disguised themselves as corn vendors to assassinate an official, but their attempt had failed, and their corpses were left hanging from the tower. Decaying under the sun, Su Mu halted, standing for a long while, and upon realizing the two villagers were not the heroic figures he envisioned, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Producing 2 or 3 taels of silver, Su Mu cleared the bamboo basket, leaving the villagers profoundly moved. The master must surely crave corn. Chen Sheng jested, helping to load the corn onto the carriage. These boorish men could hardly comprehend Su Mu's thoughts. Let us return to the village. Unable to dispel the clouds of worry between his brows, Su Mu stepped heavily into the carriage. The sky over Tangjiang city, as dusk fell, lacked the vibrant hues of sunset, yet the lingering sun felt like blood in its fading glow. Blinking against the discomfort, Su Mu lowered his head. The cool evening breeze began to stir through the streets of the East District, rustling the hanging lamp atop the carriage, causing it to sway precariously. The flickering light illuminated the alleyways, casting pools of brightness. The old horse, unhurried, came to a stop, and before he knew it, they had arrived at Su family village. A few neighbor children, brandishing a string of candied hawthorns, boldly provoked Sihu, only to retreat in tears when he glared at them. Sulang, are you all right? Zhang Kaiwei anxiously emerged, brushing the dust from Su Mu's clothes. What can I do, aside from venturing into the West District? Following the recent curfew, even the 4 prominent families, notorious as they are, dare not act at this moment. Previously, in the East District, it seemed that numerous men had fled the city. Upon inquiring, I learned they were preparing to conscript laborers. Fear not, the villagers possess identification tokens, and the hired laborers have their contracts. Even if the officials intend to conscript laborers, it would be those vagrants. Several neighboring households also possess identification tokens, claiming that the officials, lacking reason, would seize anyone who fails to pay the conscription fee. Su Mu found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of Zhang Siwei's concerns. However, in a world as muddled as the Great G, what rationale could prevail? Come inside. There is nothing to worry about, he reassured with a forced smile. Behind him, Chen Sheng and others hurriedly shouldered 2 baskets of tender corn and proceeded forward. As they entered the village, the sky outside darkened ominously. Chapter 104. Conscription: the spring cicadas and autumn cicadas. For 2 consecutive days, the incessant, sudden calls of summer cicadas had been quite disconcerting. After breakfast, the villagers began their daily toil, only to have Chen Sheng rush back in a frenzy. Master, the officials have issued another notice. Wasn't it just posted a couple of days ago? To my surprise, those unscrupulous officials, seeing no one volunteering for labor, grew angry. Not only is the pay meager, but it also risks life. Only a fool would volunteer. Thus, the officials have decided to disregard the matter and have ordered the military department to dispatch a captain to conscript laborers. What? Su Mu paused, calculating that this would at least take another fortnight. After all, he did not expect the reinforcements to Hushi to be in any haste. Moreover, they had escalated the situation by reporting it to the military department, prompting them to send a cavalry captain. The identification tokens and labor contracts in the village seemed to be utterly worthless now. This would lead to indiscriminate arrests. I just passed by the East Gate, and many brave souls have fled the city to avoid disaster. What chaos is this? In these last 2 days, numerous men from the East District had left the city in fear, creating a palpable sense of unease. Several acquaintances even urged the young men of Su's village to leave the city as well. Is there any difference between this and being robbed by bandits? The once great Ji dynasty had not only decayed in governance, but had also lost its basic order. Master, I have previously mentioned that these officials are unscrupulous. Furthermore, I observed that the captain, upon entering Tangjiang, was first invited to a banquet by the 4 prominent families. Invited by the 4 prominent families first? Chen Sheng's mention of them caused Su Mu to furrow his brow. If the 4 prominent families intervened, they might very well turn against Su's village. They were old foes, the kind that would not rest until the other was destroyed. With a grim expression, Su Mu devised a plan. Should the 4 prominent families truly strike, it was highly likely that the so-called identification tokens and labor contracts would indeed become utterly useless. Chen Sheng, is it still possible to leave the city? Master, it is. Today, the officer guarding the East City is Ma Lu. We have given him quite a sum of silver. This minor officer, Ma Lu, was a connection nurtured by Su's village, and earlier, Chen Sheng had taken silver to solidify their friendship. If given a choice, Su Mu would prefer not to leave Tangjiang in search of refuge. This vast estate remains steadfast here. Master, do not engage with the officials. He Fu approached, his expression grave. 2 years prior, a prominent family had met with calamity, and from the city, 19 able-bodied men had been conscripted, with only 2 returning, the rest perishing. Under ordinary circumstances, sending a sum of silver might have sufficed, but with the 4 powerful families taking the initiative, it was likely that the entire Su family estate would find itself on the black list of that officer tasked with conscription. Cursed be this wretched turn of events. One after another. Master, what shall we do? Brother Mu, I heard a storyteller yesterday proclaiming the world to be unjust. See who suddenly interjected, but before he could finish, he noticed the fury etched upon his elder brother's face. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Mu replied coldly. Brother Mu, the storyteller, silence. Su Mu interjected sharply. This was the inner city, unlike the borders. Even the finest steed could not ensure escape. Even if fortune favored them and they resorted to banditry, their lives would ultimately resemble that of a lost dog, living in perpetual fear. He did not desire such a fate. Behind the 16 able-bodied men stood over 20 women, children, and the elderly. I promise you all, regardless of the path ahead, I will ensure your safety and carve a way for us. In such turbulent times, a man's motivation should not stem from a bloodthirsty nature, but rather from the desire to protect his family, to have a roof over their heads, clothing to wear, and food to fill their bellies. Remember, we must not only survive, but do so with dignity. Pausing, Su Mu added coldly. Even if one cannot suppress the urge to kill, one must remember to remain undetected. The faces of the 16 men flushed with determination. Prepare 3 carts. Chen Sheng, you lead one team. He Fu, you take another, the rest will follow me. We shall leave the city to evade conscription, and once the storm passes, we will return to the estate. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not draw your blades. Gathered together, the group was an obvious target, as they sought to avoid conscription. Safety must be paramount. With the men departed, Su Mu's concern for the estate lingered. Chang Gong, you shall remain at the estate. The Bao dog, timid by nature, will not attract the attention of the conscription officer. Yet, despite the presence of the Bao dog, their numbers were few, and should an opportunist strike, the consequences could be dire. Had he foreseen the conscription issue, he would have sent Zhou Fu with some men to Changyang. Master, why not rent a boat? He Fu suggested. The boats are docked near Su family estate, separated by water. There should be no trouble. That is a sound idea. Su Mu's expression softened slightly. He Fu, even if it costs a bit more, once you secure the boat, swiftly ferry the forward vessel across. Exercise caution. Rest assured, master. Accepting the pouch of silver, He Fu exited with care. Su Mu, rubbing his temples in irritation, contemplated the matters still to be addressed. In the chaos, we have become ensnared in a decrepit dynasty. Changgong, there may be an attempt to raid the estate. Do not concern yourself with that for now. You too should board the boat. The estate can be repaired, but lives cannot be replaced. The Bao dog paused, its soul eye slightly reddening, and, lacking in eloquence, it knelt once more, bowing deeply to Su Mu. In a moment, move the more valuable possessions onto the boat. Also, shatter the distillation apparatus in the cellar, ensuring no traces are left behind. Silencing his voice, Su Mu raised his head. Before him were familiar faces, all displaying a sense of unease, except for Si Hu and the old scholar. Since entering the inner city from the border, despite the opportunity to rise, life remained as precarious as ever. The great Ji dynasty resembled a festering wound. For every sore lanced, another would emerge. And even if the body were to be severed, it would continue to regenerate. With a sigh from the depths of his heart, Su Mu gazed ahead. In the midst of the crowd stood Jiang Kaiwei, making an effort to smile at him. Rest assured, Su Lang. I will stay here to safeguard our family estate and watch over the villagers. I shall prepare a delicious fish soup and warm wine, awaiting your return home. Hearing her words made Su Mu's heart feel heavy. He was not one for sentimentality, unable to produce the poignant expressions of silent tears or choked sobs. He simply knew what he liked and what he did not. Taking a few steps forward, in front of many villagers, he embraced Jiang Caiwei's slender figure. She gently raised her hands, tightly holding him in return. After a brief pause, Su Mu released her. Fate felt like a sinking ship, teetering on the brink of disaster. Yet, it was the warmth of his little maid's presence that filled the chaotic darkness of the world. Su Lang, you must go, Jiang Kaiwei said with determination. We shall await your return. Behind her, over 20 women and children echoed her sentiment, calling out in unison. Su Mu turned, anger surging within him as he swept his sword, cleaving a portion of a wooden chair. Moments later, gripping his bleeding palm, Su Mu composed himself, stepping forward with 16 sturdy men. Chapter 105. 1,000 Tales of Silver, only one to be taken. Ma Lu was not originally named Ma Lu. His given name was Chao, hence Ma Chao. This revelation astonished Su Mu greatly. It was said that he had once gambled away everything, nearly losing his livelihood. In a final desperate bid, he staked everything on a double six, shouting 666 until his voice was hoarse. When fortune smiled upon him, he withdrew. And the following day, he changed his name at the official's house. He was remarkably ordinary, often accompanying the old official to extort money, and would secretly bring back wine for his aging father after visiting Su's family estate. He was neither a rogue nor overly virtuous, akin to the official Tian Song from Guangzhou City. As 3 horse-drawn carriages approached, Ma Lu, on duty, positioned himself to shield the other 2 soldiers. The carriages rushed past, soon exiting Tangjiang City through the east gate. Gentlemen, once you have clarified the situation, return to Tangjiang City, Su Mu spoke gravely. In unfamiliar territories, unless faced with calamity, one must refrain from drawing weapons. Should an unavoidable confrontation arise, send word to Changjia town. Seated in the carriage, Su Mu's tone was somber. The black servant had yet to return from crossing the river, and at present, another steadier porter was leading the group temporarily. Chun Sheng on either side, along with another porter, clasped their fists in salute, hurriedly dispersing in different directions. Among the 3 carriages that had once traveled together, only one remained, suddenly appearing solitary. Where shall we head, Brother Mo? Su Mu fell into a contemplative silence, feeling the desolation akin to that of a stray dog for the second time. In the vast expanse of the Ji dynasty, it seemed there was no refuge for his existence. If only they could enter Changyang, old Zhou would surely safeguard them. Or perhaps they could venture to Chengsheng. After all, Li Shaoan was the daughter of a noble family. Su Mu shook his head gently, not out of obstinacy, but because residing in Su family village was not his desire. In this dark and oppressive world, one could ultimately rely solely on oneself. He pondered his path forward. Who knew how long the conscription would stir unrest? Coupled with the scheming of the 4 prominent families, returning too early might invite disaster. After a short while, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo rode back, hastily catching up with the carriage. Master, they exclaimed, we are fortunate to have left early. Tangjiang is under siege. In Tangjiang City, the stewards of the 4 prominent families gathered, including Lu Zichong, all engaged in toasting a burly man with stubble before them, warmly offering him drinks. This man, Shui Tong, was the head of the 6th century of the National Guard in the inner city. He had come with orders from the Ministry of War to recruit laborers in Tangjiang City. Though they called it recruitment, the astute could discern its true implications. Even a worn-out oilcloth could yield half a tael of oil. What's more, this was a lucrative task. 1,000 taels of silver, taken from just one end. Lu Zichong forced a sycophantic smile and slowly pushed a silver box forward. Tong's calloused hand calmly pressed down on the box. Killing for the officials was a crime that warranted severe consequences. It was understood that Shui, having captured a small merchant, had his methods on the perilous borders. Death was commonplace. Alternatively, should he defy the conscription, he might be executed on the spot. Tong smiled, cradling the silver box in his lap. A small merchant rarely warranted such significant investment from the four families. We will assist you in gathering 300 laborers from Tangjiang city, so you may proceed with confidence, he assured. If he were to defy the summons, he would be killed on the spot. If he accepted the laborers' fate, the arduous journey of 2,000 miles would surely lead to his demise. Either way, death was inevitable. As Lu Zichong concluded his statement, a faint madness flickered across his face. Tong was satisfied with the arrangement. The officials had their mandates. Common folk could hardly rebel. It was likely that the young thief possessed 2,000 or 3,000 taels in banknotes. Furthermore, I surmised that this young rogue, lacking power or influence, would likely flee towards Changjiang town. Lu Zichong rose, arms crossed, and offered a deep bow, congratulating Tong on what would surely yield at least 3,000 taels. Tong's expression twisted slightly, but he quickly masked it. After downing the last cup of wine, he stood, grasped his broadsword, clasped his fists, and hurriedly exited, his wide, greedy eyes glimmering with avarice. Drive faster. Once they had distanced themselves from Tangjiang city, Su Mu remained vigilant. The horse-drawn carriage and 2 spirited steeds thundered forward. Master, where to now? First, let us head towards Changjiang town. Though Chang Silang is not a close friend, he wields considerable power and influence, and we have business ties. Should any trouble arise with Chunsheng or Hefu, we can seek assistance there. In the distance, at least 100 miles away from Changjiang town. Fearing the possibility of encountering conscripting soldiers, Su Mu could only guide his horse-drawn carriage along a narrow path. Along the way, he observed numerous men fleeing from calamity, all bearing expressions of deep despair. Among them was an elderly man, lagging behind, his face ashen from exertion. Master, that old man has a broken leg. He shouldn't be at risk of being captured, should he? Why is he running? Following the voice of Zhou, Su Mu lifted his gaze and discerned through the swirling dust ahead an old man with a crutch, his eyes reddened, struggling to move on one leg. Stumbling as he advanced. After a few more steps, he suddenly fell to the ground, his body covered in dust. The old man raised his head, shouting to the heavens above in anguish. Even if he were a cripple, even if he had reached the age of 70, how could he know that those conscripting soldiers might still drag him away to fill their ranks? As dusk fell upon Shurhai village, officials lurked in the shadows, seeking to apprehend individuals. An old man climbed over the wall, while an old woman ventured outside to observe. Reflecting on this verse, Su Mu gritted his teeth in frustration. This wretched world offers no sanctuary for the living or the dead. Master, soldiers are approaching. The old horse pulling the cart startled, rearing its front hooves, causing the entire carriage to sway precariously. From the intersection ahead, a dozen soldiers brandishing swords charged forth, ferociously attacking a group of farmers. The leading officer raised his whip high, striking the faces of several villagers with brutal force. Only then did he leisurely dismount, proceeding to search each individual. With every handful of loose silver he confiscated, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Brother Mu, I want to slay him. See who exclaimed, his eyes wide with fervor. Su Mu clenched his teeth, scanning his surroundings, his grip tightening around his longsword. In this tumultuous life, who would wish to remain merely a transient? Master, a hero has intervened. Su Mu's expression relaxed as he looked up in astonishment, witnessing 3 or 4 warriors emerge from the woods at the intersection, brandishing their weapons as they clashed with the soldiers. The land shrouded in mist and rain, a decade's worth of swords to sever dynasties. Eliminate the corrupt officials. The officer of the imperial army trembled as he turned, drawing his long knife from beneath his saddle, rallying his men to charge at the heroes. Chaos ensued, with villagers fleeing in all directions like scattered ants. The heroes appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Su Mu, observing the scene with a serious expression, slightly loosened his grip on the sword. See who, urged the horse on. Brother Mu, hold steady. See who tightened the reins, and in the blink of an eye, the wheels of the cart rolled over the dust and hastened towards Changjiang town. Chapter 106. The mounted officer as noon approached. The forest path outside Tangjiang city was filled with the cacophony of cicadas, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Tong wiped the dust from his face. his wolf-like gaze scanning the surroundings. Behind him, over 20 soldiers, clad in armor and wielding swords, rode alongside him on fierce steeds. These horses were provided by the 4 great families as a token of gratitude. Naturally, Shuetong had no intention of returning the favor. Head Shue. There are reports of fallen soldiers ahead. A returning scout, riding back at a gallop, spoke in a grave tone. Wuji refers to the friendly forces within the barracks. Only the heroes dare to strike against the imperial army. Shuetong furrowed his brow, neglecting to assess the situation. Time was of the essence. Within the next 2 or 3 days, he must eliminate that young master to secure his fortune. He dismissed any lingering thoughts of the distance to Changjiang town. Shue, we still have over 50 miles to go, came the reply, drawing a wine gourd from his saddle. Shuetong tilted his head back and took a swig to quench his thirst, then resumed his stern gaze ahead. We must quicken our pace. A troop of more than 20 imperial soldiers galloped swiftly towards Changjiang town. The midday sun blazed fiercely, seemingly intent on scorching every inch of exposed flesh. After taking several sips of water, Sumu regained his composure. Zhozun, how far is it? Master, less than 20 miles now, came the response. Sumu nodded. Their journey to Changjiang town was not one of refuge, but rather a strategic stopover. Master, the horses are exhausted, one of his companions noted. Acknowledging the toll the scorching sun and hours of travel had taken, not just on the horses, but on the men as well. Sihu, steer the cart into the woods for a brief respite. We cannot risk running our horses to death. Brother Mu, look. So many people. Sumu was momentarily startled and then peered out from the cart, his expression tightening. In the small grove, at least a dozen men were hidden among the branches and nestled in tree hollows, their faces etched with fear upon seeing Sumu and his companions. Master, they are fleeing from disaster, someone speculated. These individuals likely had families to protect, fearful of capture, yet unable to venture far. In the city, conditions might be somewhat better, as announcements could still be posted. However, in the countryside, remaining idle only awaited calamity, where the authorities would strike them down with clubs and bind them for a grim fate 2,000 miles away. Sihu, move the cart further away. We must not disturb them. Sihu's expression was sullen, filled with discontent. Given his temperament, he should have revolted long ago. Fear not, gentlemen. We are also fleeing misfortune and merely passing through. Please do not take offense. Zhozun suggested, let us leave a sack of grain. Following Sumu's lead, the cart carried not just rice, but also essential supplies. Hesitant, a few impoverished villagers retrieved the grain bags. After resting in the grove for half an hour, Sumu climbed back onto the cart. Gentlemen, this place is not a sanctuary. If you still have strength, it would be wise to venture deeper into the mountains. The villagers remained silent, huddling together and once more concealing themselves. Sumu let out a heavy sigh. The ways of heaven were unjust, and in such a world, merely seeking to survive had become a luxurious aspiration. Sihu, let us move. As dusk approached, the sudden chorus of cicadas began to fade, and a cool breeze filtered through the dense forest, ruffling their hair. The cart rolled over thorny bushes, following the winding forest path, and soon they had traveled half a mile. Crack! In the twilight, Shuetong raised the knife in his hand and plunged it into the chest of a young man clad in white robes. The young man's expression remained resolute as blood poured from his mouth, yet he uttered not a word. A hero? To save the nation and its people. How noble! Shuetong, consumed by rage, laughed with bitterness as he repeatedly thrust the knife until the young man could no longer sustain himself, collapsing in a lifeless heap. Taking the wine gourd, Shuetong feigned a sip, splattering it onto the blade before meticulously wiping away the blood with his fingers. Thank you, esteemed warriors. These so-called heroes, who pride themselves on saving the nation and its people, are ultimately nothing more than a rabble. Xue Du, the chief instructor of the National Defense Camp, indeed possesses remarkable skills. Shuetong remained silent, a wave of irritation swelling within him. However, upon encountering the officials ambushed by these heroes, he could not remain indifferent. Before him, 5 of these heroes lay slain, their bodies beyond recovery. Amidst the misty mountains and rain, Shuetong, filled with wrath, advanced a few steps and crushed one hero's skull beneath his boot. Esteemed warriors, I bid you farewell. After wiping the blood from his boots, Shuetong mounted his horse with a heavy heart, leading the 20 riders behind him forward at a gallop. Shuehead, there are people in the forest. A scout, who had ventured ahead, returned on horseback to report. Shuetong's face lit up with joy as he charged into the woods. Upon spotting the men seeking refuge, he hastily withdrew a scroll from his bosom. After a brief comparison, his demeanor shifted to one of furious embarrassment. One villager attempted to flee but was pierced through the chest by Shui Tong's swift arrow, collapsing lifelessly on the grass. "Speak. Have you seen this man?" he bellowed, unfurling the scroll. A stuttering man hesitantly spoke, but his words were abruptly cut short as Shui Tong drew his sword, staining half of his body with crimson. "Aye. We have seen him. He headed north into the woods and even discarded a bag of grain." Putting away the scroll, Shui Tong rarely displayed a smile. "Fear not, fellow villagers. I, as your chief, am in pursuit of the thief. Please take refuge. After 3 days, all will be well. Remember not to wander aimlessly, for there are many officials outside, and those captured shall be executed." The dozen or so villagers dared not speak further, their heads bowed in trembling silence. Shui Tong and his men burst forth from the forest, slowing their horses as his tone turned somewhat amusing. "Scour the area and summon the nearby warriors to apprehend the criminals. Commoners are but commoners, their deaths of little consequence." Raising his head, Shui Tong gazed ahead at the woodland path, faint traces of wheel tracks still visible. In an instant, his expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. "Hurry onward." A flock of birds, startled, took to the sky in a flurry, hastily escaping. Along the winding woodland path, Su Mu, seated in a carriage, furrowed his brow and looked up at the birds soaring above. The birds flee in alarm. As the dust kicked up by the wheels settled, Su Mu leaned back to observe for a long moment before silently turning back. "Master, we are less than 10 miles from Chang family town. Let us hasten. Once we pass Chang family town, we shall enter the wild mountains and forests. At worst, we can hide within for a few days until the conscription frenzy subsides. Then emerge and return to the city." Chirping, another flock of birds hurriedly flew overhead, silhouetted against the dimming sky, disappearing into the distance. "Master, it's still early. We will surely reach Chang family town today." "That is not what I meant." Su Mu again poked his head out of the carriage, suddenly feeling a chill wash over him. The inexplicable flight of the woodland birds surely indicated something amiss. Sihu urged the horses to go faster. Turning back, Su Mu unfastened his sword and held it close. Raising his gaze, he beheld the sun, a waning orb, beginning its descent in the western sky. Chapter 107. "Call me young master." The winding forest path extended to its end. Raising his gaze, Su Mu finally beheld the outline of Changjia town. A sense of relief washing over him. The master, could it be young Master Chang? Beneath the dimming sky, a figure adorned in luxurious attire languidly sat at the entrance of the town. A table, a rattan chair, and a pot of tea. It seemed as if he had anticipated Su Mu's arrival. "Young master, you've arrived a bit late," Chang Silang remarked, amusement lacing his tone as he lifted his head. "Young Master Chang has been awaiting my presence. Knowing you were coming, and with nothing else to occupy my time, I thought it best to wait outside." Dismounting from the carriage, Su Mu furrowed his brow, pondering how Chang Silang had come to learn of his impending visit. His purpose for coming to Changjia town was merely to inform them that, should Chun Sheng and the others encounter any troubles, there would be a place for announcements. "I have mentioned before, I have connections everywhere," Chang Silang said, leisurely sipping from his teacup. The next statement left Su Mu momentarily speechless. "I not only knew you were coming, but I am also aware that behind you, approximately 10 miles away, there are over 20 soldiers pursuing you." "Soldiers?" Su Mu clenched his teeth. "Young Master Chang, your methods are quite impressive." Beside him, Sihu, Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo, and 3 other young men promptly armed themselves, their expressions grave. "Young Master Chang, are you blocking my entry into the town?" "That can be one interpretation, or perhaps not," Chang Silang replied, his demeanor unchanged. "The military is certainly pursuing you for the sake of conscription. Do you believe it? Even if those soldiers confront me, I could hurl insults or even take a life, and they would not dare utter a word." "What is young Master Chang attempting to convey?" Chang Silang stood, his robe's sash fluttering in the wind. "Call me young master, and I shall personally escort you inside." Su Mu chuckled, realizing that young Master Chang was attempting to recruit him. It felt somewhat opportunistic. Yet such is the nature of this world. We are not related. Even if I were to supply you with 100 carts of grain each month, why should I assist you? Remaining silent, Su Mu lifted his gaze to the verdant mountains behind Changjia town, now gradually shrouded in the encroaching darkness of the sky. "I used to be somewhat of a benevolent person," Chang Silang mused, scratching his nose, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Whenever a household ran out of rice, I would deliver a small bag to them. However, I soon realized that this was essentially futile. Out of the countless citizens of Daji, how many could I truly save? And thus, I seek a different method of salvation. Sumu refrained from inquiring further, sensing that it was likely not a favorable undertaking. He had long suspected that Chang Silang was far from ordinary. Over a decade ago, Daji excavated 9 rivers along the entire Ji River, constructing irrigation systems and gathering displaced citizens as tenants, resulting in a plethora of grain farms. The weather was favorable and the harvest abundant. Chang Silang paused, a humorous expression crossing his face. Yet, despite this, every year, many still perish from hunger. Su Mu's expression grew somber, his understanding of Chang Silang's intentions becoming increasingly elusive. Should Chang Silang refuse to assist him, he would have no choice but to devise a means to evade with Si Hu and the others. For nearly 90% of the grain in the entire Daji dynasty had been confiscated. Chang Silang laughed heartily. Do you think that I, Chang of the grain shop, must have a substantial stockpile of grain? Allow me to enlighten you. At least 70% of the grain has inexplicably vanished from the realm. Who has taken it? Who has concealed it? How much has been hidden, and how many have done so? In chaotic times, storing grain is akin to possessing untold wealth. His voice boomed. Su Mu felt a sudden dizziness, his chest inexplicably tightening. He recalled the horrific scenes outside Guangzhou City, where men resorted to cannibalism. He remembered the 2 children of Xinjiang, reduced to mere skin and bones from hunger. He thought of the suffering refugees kneeling before him, pleading for refuge. He envisioned his little maid, contentedly savoring a half-bowl of porridge under the flickering oil lamp. Little master, come with me, how about it? To where? Su Mu rubbed his temples, forcing himself to regain composure. To save the world? I refuse. With a solemn countenance, he spoke coldly. What can you accomplish as a mere small master? You intend to bring along a handful of villagers to survive? In this dark and oppressive world, can you truly endure? Can you save anyone? I must live, even if I cannot. Su Mu gritted his teeth, his voice rising in anger. I lead the villagers solely to survive. Whoever forces my hand, I shall slay. Gradually, Chang Silang's expression softened, a bemused smile escaping him as he shrugged. In that case, let us engage in business dealings. Of course, I hope that one day you will rise higher and converse with me once more. However, for now, you must first navigate through this perilous trial. Chang Silang fell silent, leisurely resuming his seat, gazing at Su Mu with a smile as he gestured behind him. Su Mu turned in astonishment. Beneath the dim sky, the silhouettes of over 20 riders surged towards Chang family town. At the forefront was a stern-faced officer clad in heavy armor, bearing not only a formidable iron bow, but also a large saber at his side. Young Master Chang, I pay my respects. Military dog, do not approach too closely. Chang Silang yawned, his tone indifferent. The officer's expression shifted, and with a subtle gesture, he commanded the 20-odd mounted soldiers to withdraw a considerable distance. Little master, you shall not enter Chang family town today. As a courtesy, I grant you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Upon hearing this, Su Mu silently clasped his fists in acknowledgement and swiftly leaped onto his carriage. Si Hu angrily seized the reins, propelling them into the darkened night ahead. Shuetong hesitated, knowing that when Chang Silang mentioned a stick of incense, he meant precisely that. What is the surname of the officer? Shui, single character Tong. Shuetong furrowed his brow slightly. Official business? Merely passing through, Chang Silang smiled. I have heard of you, the infantry instructor of the Guoguan camp. Little master, you may face hardships this round. With that, Chang Silang rose, strolling leisurely toward the town, his steps carefree as if unperturbed by the unfolding events. Captain Shui, that little master is making a run for it. A soldier approached, speaking earnestly. Did you not hear? Wait for a stick of incense. Shuetong's face flushed with frustration. The tempting allure of 3,000 taels of silver was not lost on him. Yet, he dared not act. The inner city was fraught with hidden dangers. He could not provoke the Chang family's formidable young champion. After a long while, as the evening breeze cooled the air, someone called out, Captain Shui, the stick of incense is burning low. Quickly mount your horse. With a thunderous roar, Shuetong swiftly mounted his steed, leading a contingent of over 20 soldiers. Drawing their swords with a swift flourish, they charged into the dimness ahead. The dense underbrush and narrowing mountain path startled the birds, which flitted overhead, shrieking in alarm. Master, the mountain path lies ahead. Without lanterns, we can scarcely see. Zhao Zun and Zhou Luo turned their horses back, each wielding a sword in one hand while grasping the reins with the other. In the wagon's rear, 3 young men armed with longbows tightened their grip on their staffs. Light the lanterns. Su Mu gritted his teeth, deducing that this was undoubtedly a retaliatory strike from the 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City. See who, spur the horses. Over 20 official soldiers. Even to hunt a den of 100 bandits, one would not receive such attention. Chapter 108. A Night of Darkness and Danger. The faster the horses galloped, the more the night wind howled, piercing their ears with its mournful sound. Su Mu lowered his head, his expression as somber as still water. The long sword nestled in his embrace began to glisten with perspiration. If they were merely common thieves, it would be one thing, but these were agents of the state. Provoking the authorities could lead them to a life of banditry. Master, the mountains are high and the forests dense. We must be wary of traveling at night. Su Mu was acutely aware that his original plan was to rest near Changjia town for the night, waiting for daylight to ascend the mountain path. However, the current situation had turned urgent. If they did not press forward now, the 20-odd officials would not let them escape. Young master, let us turn back and fight. See who exclaimed, his face taut with impatience. Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo, and the others echoed his sentiments, their faces illuminated by the lantern light, rekindling the fierce spirit they had displayed at the border. Master, further ahead lies a treacherous path over the cliff. By day it is manageable, but at night, with only a few lanterns, we cannot discern the enveloping darkness. A fall would mean certain death. Extinguish the lanterns and abandon the mountain path for the forest. Why do we not strike? See whose frustration grew. They had been chased like hounds. I have spoken. We must first enter the woods. Su Mu's countenance remained resolute. As the master of the estate, he had to consider more than just the question of fight or flight. Urged on by Su Mu, 2 gallant steeds, and the wagon surged into the dense forest. The night birds, startled, soared over the treetops, screeching madly. Whoa, Shuetong called, halting his mount as he surveyed the situation ahead. The panicked young master's frantic actions amused him. Shue, in such dense underbrush, how can one ride? After all, he was merely a tavern keeper, ignorant of military strategy. It was only natural for him to court disaster. Dismounting, he drew his bow and unsheathed his blade, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. We too shall enter the woods. The 20 or so soldiers present remained oblivious to their leader's sudden ferocity, but they did not hesitate long. Following Shuetong's command, they dismounted and armed themselves. Leave 5 to guard the horses. The rest, should you catch sight of these commoners, kill them immediately. Bring the young master's head to me, and I shall reward you with 50 taels. Near Changjia town, the defenses were indeed formidable. Several men attempting to evade into the deeper mountains were coldly driven back by Chang Silang and his men. Young master, the forest road ahead spans 10 miles, and sentries have already been established. No one shall pass. Chang Silang stood on the balcony, hands clasped behind his back, and nodded silently. Yet the young master, in his innocence, could not comprehend why we should assist those officials in blocking the road. Assist the officials? Chang Silang smiled faintly. I would say, this is an aid of that young master. Do you believe it? How could that be possible? That young master has only 7 men, while those officials number over 20. Moreover, the commander leads the elite troops of the national defense. Such a comparison is untenable. As Chang Silang spoke, his gaze suddenly dimmed. It is akin to saying that our 700,000 sons of the empire cannot vanquish a mere few 100,000 northern bandits. I have pondered, and still wish to grant that young master an opportunity. Of course, should he fail to prove himself, I shall consider it a futile endeavor. In this vast world, the number of those who remain untainted is dwindling. One less is one less. Should the young master choose the path of a rogue, I would be sorely disappointed. Wolves traverse 1,000 miles for flesh, while dogs do so for dung. From the 2,000 miles of borderlands to the inner city, he is no stray dog. He is a mountain wolf. I do not live to hunt deer, nor do I care to construct a gilded platform in the capital. The top scholars and officials are like dogs, merely fodder beneath the sword's edge. I even scold myself. Halt the horse. In the depths of the forest, looking up, all that meets the eye is an expanse of desolation. Young master, ahead lies a sheer cliff. I know. Su Mu, his face cold, dismounted and cradled his long sword. Gentlemen, arm yourselves. Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo, bring the oil canisters. Luring the officials into the depths of the forest, A greater consideration is the cover of darkness. It is a night for murder amidst the deep woods. The four prominent families will not hesitate to strike. These officials will undoubtedly not let him escape. We have been fleeing this entire journey. From the border to the inner city, from Tangjiang to Chang family town. Heaven shows no mercy to us. We shall carve out a bloody path ourselves. Behind Su Mu, the faces of 6 robust men suddenly hardened. Ahead, the sound of snapping twigs grew ever closer. Grasping his sword, Su Mu let out a sharp whistle. The 6 men, including Si Hu, swiftly concealed themselves within the trees. With each step, the torchlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing a scene of nocturnal desolation. Shuetong halted, a smirk returning to his face. At last, he spotted the young master. Standing scarcely 100 paces away. Could it be that fear has rendered him unable to flee? A business of 2,000 to 3,000 taels. This round should be within grasp. Will you kneel on your own, or shall I personally come to seize you? Shuetong scoffed. The 20 or so soldiers also erupted in boisterous laughter. After all, they were rather foolish to venture to such a desolate dead end. Captain, he must certainly be paralyzed with fear. With a sinister grin, Shuetong brandished his knife and lunged forward, soon arriving before the young master. The night wind and the flickering torchlight cast a multitude of wavering shadows. Su Mu maintained a composed countenance, lifting his head earnestly. It is merely a matter of life and death. How about 500 taels? Grant me a chance. Shuetong laughed heartily once more. What chance? The chance to survive. The 20 or so soldiers erupted into raucous laughter once again. Su Mu silently lowered his head. For an extended period, he had been treading upon thin ice. Yet this should not imply that he was a timid soul. On the contrary, he was inherently a gambler, a bloodthirsty one at that. The laughter of more than 20 imperial soldiers eventually turned to a cold, unyielding silence. Bow down, you cur, cried out a minor official, only to have his arm severed. Collapsing in agony as he writhed upon the ground. Su Mu, having regained his sword, exhaled deeply, stifling the pain in his torn palm. Shuetong hesitated for but a moment, lifting his massive blade with both hands and lunging towards Su Mu with a fierce downward strike. Clang! A figure as formidable as an iron tower charged in, raising a long saber to shield Su Mu from above. Su Mu retreated, coolly stepping aside. Brother Mu, shall we slay a few? Roared Si Hu, his countenance aflame with fury. All of them, came the reply, luring the imperial troops here. He could only rely on the cover of night to eliminate them and find a way to bury the evidence. If that failed, the most favorable outcome would be to become outlaws. What gall? We are the imperial soldiers, and there are 23 of us. Shuetong's eyes bulged as he withdrew his great sword. The information from the 4 great households merely indicated that this group comprised ordinary commoners. It seemed they had been used as pawns. Moreover, who was that towering man? Such formidable strength. Even he, the drill instructor of the National Guard, had nearly been stunned after their exchange. Do not scatter. Right flank, hold the line. Left flank, draw your bows. The imperial soldiers, having grown rusty from lack of practice and fatigued from a day of horseback riding, finally steadied themselves under Shuetong's urging. Shuetong, there are ambushes surrounding us. He was acutely aware that the initial group from the small landlord numbered 6 or 7, and aside from the landlord himself, only that imposing figure remained. The others were, of course, concealed. They are mere street ruffians. We are the Imperial Army of the Great G. The Imperial Army of the Great G? Take this fire arrow. Before Shuetong could finish, sparks appeared amidst the night sky. In quick succession, a brilliant arrow soared downwards. Shuetong, startled, darted back several paces. The flaming arrow struck a pile of dry grass, igniting a fierce blaze that erupted unexpectedly. Chapter 109. No retreat left another arrow. And I shall send you to your demise. The second fire arrow shot down from another direction, igniting yet another blazing inferno. Cut off the flames. Shuetong bellowed as he retreated a few more steps. At his command, the 20-odd soldiers, alarmed, hastily lifted their swords to swiftly clear away the dry twigs and withered grass. Yet, despite their efforts, 3 or 4 soldiers, slower in their reactions, were ensnared by the creeping flames, screaming in agony. They could not endure long, collapsing like lifeless charcoal upon the ground. Retreat! Retreat! Fall back! Shuetong, wielding his great sword, led the remaining 10 or so men in a frantic withdrawal from the spreading fire. Behind the flames, Si Hu, filled with rage, leapt into the air, swinging his long saber in a downward slash. Thud! As his feet struck the ground, a shower of sparks erupted. The long saber cleaved into the shoulder of an imperial soldier, shattering bone and tearing flesh until it reached the armpit. Sihu coldly dragged his hand back. And under the illumination of the flames, the officer was instantly severed in two. Crane wing formation. Xue Tong grit his teeth, his voice suddenly heavy with trepidation. He was genuinely afraid of the hulking figure before him. Regardless of whether he could win, the imposing presence was sufficiently terrifying. A dozen officers, their faces pale with fear, awkwardly raised their blades in formation, 6 on the left, 7 on the right, while Xue Tong, hunched and clutching his sword, stood resolutely in the center, akin to a crane poised to take flight. "Draw your bows," he commanded. The 4 officers flanking Xue Tong anxiously removed their iron bows and nervously extracted arrows from their quivers. "Fire!" As Sihu charged forward, a flurry of arrows intercepted him, 2 of which embedded themselves in his arms. Sihu concealed himself, gritting his teeth in rage. He took refuge behind an ancient tree and deftly pulled the arrows from his arms, discarding the bloodied shafts to the side. "Young master, as you instructed, 500 taels." Xue Tong spoke gravely. "Hand over the silver note, and I will immediately withdraw my men from the woods. Let bygones be bygones. We can still share tea in the future." Behind the tree, Su Mu, furious, laughed bitterly. Had they not encountered the officers, he would have had no qualms. 500 taels would suffice for peace of mind. However, now that they had already slain 3 or 4 officers, allowing these men to return would spell doom for them all. What if the young master does not agree? Su Mu's voice was icy. "It is barely past the hour of the dog, the night is long, and we can simply kill a few more waves of men. Whoever survives shall emerge from the woods." Su Mu spoke resolutely. "We are the officers. The officers will die too." Su Mu's expression darkened. "Very well." Xue Tong shook his massive sword, his gaze fixed intently on the surroundings. The serpentine flames continued to rage, consuming the forest in their wrath. "Spread your wings." With this command, the officers around Xue Tong maintained their formation and stepped forward with cold determination. A flying arrow was cleaved in 2 by Xue Tong's horizontal blade, its flaming tip igniting the decaying grass below. Xue Tong seized an iron bow nearby, drawing the string back with force and firing an arrow upwards. A shadow concealed in the trees let out a muffled cry before plummeting from above. "2 of you, finish him off," Xue Tong growled under his breath. Unfortunately, the 2 officers had barely moved a few steps when another figure leaped out, carrying an injured comrade, swiftly vanishing into the woods. "Damn it, young master. You are somewhat overconfident. While we reap our enemies, are you still in your tattered trousers?" Su Mu remained silent. Fools often perish from their own words. "Sihu, break the formation." One must admit, this captain's infantry tactics were indeed formidable. Upon hearing Su Mu's command, Sihu rubbed his head and turned, his gaze suddenly fierce. Clang! Clang! 2 shadows emerged from the darkness, having injured 2 officers before Xue Tong, with a cold expression, retaliated with a few strikes, spilling blood from one of them before retreating. "If not, shall we withdraw?" A younger officer, unable to withstand the atmosphere of impending doom, burst into tears, pleading. "Silence!" Xue Tong snapped. A destitute minor landlord, why should he be feared? To be candid, this small landlord possesses 2,000 taels in silver notes. "If we seize them, I shall share the spoils with you all." This statement caused the countenance of the previously apprehensive dozen or so imperial soldiers to flush with excitement. Having long abstained from the trade of bloodshed and arson, we shall now take this minor landlord as our target. Be particularly vigilant of that colossal figure nearby. Should he make an appearance, shoot him down immediately. Xue Tong's eyes brimmed with bloodshot determination. Earlier, he felt helpless against the giant, but now, with the formation established, it seemed the giant would also be rendered powerless. At first glance, the minor landlord could not evade his fate. Not far away, atop the tower in Changjiang town, a silhouette stood resolutely against the wind. "Young master, it is the hour of the high." Chang Silang yawned, showing no intention of descending the tower. The living souls of the night had yet to emerge from the woods. Sleep eluded him. "Changwei, shall we take a gamble?" "Young master, you must know I just received my monthly stipend." A young, robust man beside Chang Silang bore a sullen expression. "This round is to deliver silver to you. Young master, what do you propose? Let us wager on who among us will survive the night and return to Changjiang town. I allow you the first choice. I choose Xue Dutu's side." Chang Wei hurriedly replied, as if fearing his master might change his mind. If I lose, my only option will be the minor landlord. Alas, dear brother Chang Wei, you shall receive double your stipend this month. Chang Wei laughed heartily. Surely, young master must be rewarding my diligence by deliberately losing this round. Do not weep later. Why would I cry? I'm a man of iron and grit. Very well. As darkness enveloped the forest, rampant flames flickered, illuminating a multitude of faces, each reflecting diverse emotions. At this moment, Xue Tong, accompanied by a dozen imperial soldiers, advanced closer to Su Mu's hiding spot, until, behind a tree, they spotted a faint silhouette. A chilling smile spread across Xue Tong's face. As he anticipated, as long as they could obstruct the giant, the matter would not be insurmountable. Xue head. That giant is uprooting a tree. Xue Tong froze momentarily, then swiftly turned to look, only to witness the most absurd scene of his life. The giant, who had evidently been struck by an arrow, was now obscured behind the tree. Yet he clutched the trunk with both arms. Mud flew as the tree, thicker than a man's waist, swayed precariously. Xue head, what is he doing? Hurry, shoot him. Xue Tong's face turned pale with shock. The soldiers in formation had yet to aim their weapons. Beneath the night sky, deep within the woods, Sihu's entire face reddened as he pulled with all his might. With a resounding crack, the massive tree was uprooted entirely. Even Su Mu, concealed in the shadows, could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Brother Mu, witness me break the formation. House number 8 on Perter Street in Wangzhou. I am the tiger of Daji. With a thunderous roar, Sihu charged like a fierce beast, brandishing the uprooted tree towards Xue Tong and his men. Chapter 110. An unforeseen fate. Heavenly crane. Crane wing formation. In a state of panic, Xue Tong bellowed. Never before had he witnessed such a scene. As an infantry instructor, he not only taught formations, but also occasionally imparted the art of siege warfare. For instance, to break through a city gate with a tree, it would require at least 4 or 5 men to encircle it and unleash its battering force. However, the giant before him stood alone, an inconceivable sight. With a thunderous crash, the open crane wing formation buckled under the impact of the tree, as 4 or 5 soldiers were sent hurtling backwards. Xue, we cannot withstand this. Withdraw the wings. Xue Tong gritted his teeth, swiftly dispersing the formation. He drew his circular-bladed knife, executing a roll to escape beneath the crashing tree. Suddenly, as Xue Tong lifted his blade to strike, he was met with a terrifying realization. The giant, with one hand clutching the tree, extended the other to grasp his descending knife. Xue Tong's eyes widened in shock. After 2 futile attempts to wield his weapon further, he chose to withdraw, trembling as he retreated to the side. Where in the world had he encountered such raw strength? Draw your bows. Without regard for forming ranks, Xue Tong shouted in haste. The motley crew of townsfolk before him had far exceeded his expectations. No wonder they dared offer 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels, merely for a single head? They were more ferocious than mountain bandits. In a fleeting moment, the remaining dozen or so soldiers hastily strung their bows and nocked arrows, aiming at the tree-clutching figure. Quick! Shoot him down. Yet, only a scattering of arrows flew weakly forward, their lethality barely discernible. Xue Tong turned in astonishment, his entire being frozen in place. He was unaware that the small landlord had appeared behind him, flanked by 3 or 4 villagers, coldly observing the scene. 2 or 3 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, bows still in hand, amidst the decaying grass and withered branches. The remaining soldiers, though still able to rise, were already terror-stricken, attempting to flee into the woods. Do not run. Xue Tong was filled with both fear and fury. Gripping his knife, he felt his hands tremble involuntarily. In the past, he had battled 6 warriors alone without such trepidation, yet a mere small landlord had instilled in him an unsettling chill. With the knife raised, Xue Tong's expression hardened. He understood that in this scenario, the landlord would certainly not spare his life. I am a soldier of the state. State soldiers can kill too. Su Mu wiped the blood from his face, his voice grave. At this juncture, if these soldiers escaped the woods and crossed Changjiang town, it would spell disaster. Zhou Zun. Clear the area. Zhou Zun nodded and led his men, coldly pursuing the fleeing soldiers. First, I will chop you down. In a fit of rage, Xue Tong, seeing Su Mu alone, charged with his knife. Yet, to his shock, after only a few steps, he found himself immobilized. In a panic, he turned to discover that, at some point, the giant had come up behind him, a hand coldly gripping his shoulder. With a swift motion, the giant severed his returning blade with a chop. The aura of death enveloped him instantly. Small landlord, I am a soldier of the state. If you let me go, I assure you I will say nothing. Small landlord, I will help you kill the 4 prominent families. Small landlord, I realize my mistakes. Sumu coldly closed his eyes, then turned and strode out of the forest, sword in hand. Sihu widened his eyes and brought down a heavy palm. A wretched cry echoed throughout the woods. Run, quickly. Woo-woo, this is no mere small master. It's the mountain demon that beheads. Only 2 soldiers remained, stumbling and crawling. They barely managed to escape the forest. Go, hurry. The 5 soldiers who were still tending to the horses wore expressions of confusion, wondering what had transpired over the mere slaying of a few street apprentices. Go, fetch the horses. Quickly, shouted one soldier who had just emerged, his voice trembling with urgency. No sooner had his words fallen than several arrows shot forth from the woods, piercing the chests of the 2 soldiers who had been watching the horses. The remaining men were suddenly gripped by fear, hurriedly drawing their swords. Mount. Escape. That little master dares to kill soldiers. The last 5 soldiers, in a state of panic, severed the tethering ropes, scrambling onto their horses to flee down the mountain path. Rest assured, master, we shall pursue. With 2 young men in tow, Zhao Zun mounted his horse, galloping forward. Sumu stood at the edge of the forest, fists clenched in cold resolve. If this situation was not handled properly, calamity would surely follow. Brother Mu, Zhou Luo can't hold on any longer. Sihu shouted frantically, cradling a figure in his arms. Zhou Luo, who had been hiding in the trees to shoot fire arrows, had been struck by Xue Tong's arrow and fallen from above, now barely clinging to life. Another young man lay on the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Others bore various wounds from blades and arrows. Sumu stepped forward to assess Zhou Luo's condition, letting out a slight sigh of relief. There were no serious issues, just blood loss leading to temporary unconsciousness. Brother Mu, there are still many horses here. Among the fallen soldiers' weapons, there are plenty as well. Sihu, gather all the weapons, dig a hole to bury them, and remember to mark the spot. These items cannot be brought back, under any circumstances, unless one day they choose the path of banditry, disregarding everything. Would they be retrieved for use again? He glanced at the sky. Dawn would break soon. Without further delay, Sumu returned to the forest with Sihu, collecting weapons and piling the bodies of the deceased soldiers together. 2 severely injured but alive soldiers cried out for mercy. Sumu coldly drew his sword, dispatching them all. As he sheathed his weapon, a wave of nausea swept over him, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Are you all right, Brother Mu? I'm fine. Regaining his composure, Sumu focused his expression and continued moving the bodies. Before long, the sound of galloping horses approached rapidly from afar. Zhou Zun, accompanied by 2 young men, bore a grim expression as they transported the 5 dead bodies back into the forest. Master, what shall we do with those horses? Over 20 fine steeds. It would indeed be a pity to kill or burn them. Zhou Zun, take the horses to the nearby woods for now and await my instructions. If we truly must turn to banditry, we shall take these government horses with us. Conversely, had the assassination of the official remained undiscovered, these horses would have required alternative means of disposal. Brother Mu, where shall we go next? Sumu lowered his head, his expression tinged with hesitation. Ahead lay the sheer cliffs of the mountains, while the path behind led back to Changjia town. He found it difficult to decipher Chang Silang's intentions. If he were to betray him, a mere report could spell disaster for the entire Su family estate. Young Master Su, Master Su, a voice called out. My young master has decreed that after a night of toil, we may take a brief respite in Changjia town. Under the dim light of dawn, a solitary figure, cold and imposing, reined in their horse at the crossroads and shouted aloud. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly, instructing Sihu to bring forth the carriage and assist in lifting the 2 injured men aboard. Set it ablaze. Zhou Zun nodded and hurled the torch into the thicket. With the aid of the accelerant, a small patch of forest ignited in an instant. The acrid scent of burning flesh stung Sumu's nostrils. An unknown fate loomed like an inescapable shroud of darkness enveloping his heart. Chapter 111. The favor of Chang Silang Chang Wei, I apologize. In the protective circle of Changjia town, the promising young man, Chang Wei, wept openly, trembling as he presented the 10 taels of his recently received monthly salary to Chang Silang. You said it yourself, a man must not weep. Chang Silang chuckled lightly. turning his gaze toward the mountain road, where a carriage approached steadily. To his surprise, it was Su Mu. "You are indeed remarkable, young Master Su. Chang Wei, fetch a pot of hot water. This is your reward." He tossed the silver bag containing 10 taels back into Chang Wei's hands. Rarely in good spirits, Chang Silang hummed a tune as he descended the tower. Before Changjia town, Su Mu's brow remained deeply furrowed, wary of a figure like Chang Silang. "Come closer." Chang Silang sighed, beckoning Su Mu. "Young Master Chang, feel free to speak your mind. What is it? Are you in a hurry to return and gather your belongings? To notify the villagers?" Su Mu remained silent, his expression cold and composed. The incident involving the assassination of the official army was beyond his power to silence Chang Silang. "Since last night, I have sealed the forest path into the town. This means that the matter of the official's assassination is known only to my Changjia town. And so?" Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. In this brutal world, having resorted to such violence, if there were no other options, one might as well resort to banditry to survive. "This is rather pointless," Chang Silang waved dismissively, feigning disinterest. "How about this? Bring the horses from the official army to Changjia town, and consider it an agreement between us to jointly eliminate the official army." Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher the intentions of this young master. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke gravely. "Then consider me, Su Mu, indebted to young Master Chang. I, Chang Silang, am fond of business. This transaction is undoubtedly profitable. Should the day come when young Master Su leaps over the Dragon Gate and soars across the mountains, do not forget our accord." Su Mu hesitated but nodded. Given the current circumstances, this seemed to be the most prudent course of action. As for the aftermath concerning the official army, I will naturally arrange for it to be handled. And regarding young Master Su, I suppose he must also keep a wary eye on me. Business is business. When you have the time, come to Changjia town for a cup of tea. If you require rest, feel free to enter the town and depart tomorrow. I have matters to attend to, hence I shall refrain from imposing. Su Mu slightly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Indeed, as Chang Silang mentioned, he had developed a sense of wariness. An hour later, more than 20 imperial warhorses, under the guidance of a group of Changjia town guards, finally entered the horse barn at the edge of the town. For reasons unknown, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. An act of goodwill from a distant acquaintance had secured Chang Silang's discretion. Surely, this was a profitable exchange. At present, it appeared that Changjia town had also become an accomplice in the conspiracy. "Chang Wei, see our young master off," Chang Silang said leisurely, rising with a half-smile, humming a discordant tune as he strolled back into the town. "My young master sends you this medicinal ointment for your wounds. Additionally, he has provided 2 horses from the town. The horses once ridden by Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo had perished in the flames during their skirmish with the imperial army, lost to the woods." "Chang Wei, I am most grateful," Su Mu expressed. "No need for thanks," Chang Wei replied, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of person is your young master? I have not seen him in quite a while. It is rare for him to extend such kindness." "Just an ordinary winemaker," Su Mu replied solemnly. Chang Silang's demeanor had an air of someone placing bets on uncertain outcomes. "This is unusual. Many noble sons and skilled martial artists fail to capture my young master's attention," Su Mu pondered, surprised by Chang Silang's depth. However, it seemed that the previous imperial officials had indeed held a certain fear of him. "Are you unaware?" "Unaware of what?" Chang Wei slowed his horse, scratching his head. "How does that verse go again?" "Oh right. Long spear, old sword, fox sword, and also the twin axe, heavenly king whip. Long spear, old sword, fox sword, twin axe. Heavenly king whip?" Su Mu was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind these words. They refer to the 6 most formidable fighters in the inner city. "The long spear is my young master." Chang Wei's expression turned proud. "Your young master possesses martial prowess?" Su Mu inquired. "Indeed. He is renowned as the gun and stick champion of the Deji dynasty," Chang Wei affirmed. Su Mu felt a wave of astonishment. A person of such wealth, academic excellence, and martial renown was surely the epitome of a protagonist in any era. "Chang Wei, who is the old sword?" "The old sword is a blacksmith, an elderly craftsman specializing in swords. He likely resides by some river," Chang Wei explained. "And the fox sword?" "The fox sword, I have heard of him. He is an old hero with a slight leg ailment. Pain strikes him whenever he encounters water." This revelation nearly caused Su Mu to cough in astonishment. "An old hero? The old cold leg of the Yu Mian Shaolang Junzhuge fan?" No wonder he dared not reveal his true moniker. Calling him the fox sword was indeed somewhat embarrassing. The old hero must have wielded his sword with a cunning finesse, hence the name Fox Sword. As for the remaining three, my young master has not shared their identities with me. Thus, I remain unaware. Sumu chose not to inquire further. The world of martial arts seemed distant from him. They proceeded steadily along the road, soon reaching a fork. A dozen guards patrolling Changjiang town, upon noticing their approach, hastily moved aside the wooden barriers. Changwei, thank you for seeing me off. No need for thanks, Changwei replied. Changwei's demeanor remained calm. My young master remarked that had you perished in the woods last night, it would have been a futile endeavor for him. Fortunately, the young master is still alive. He understands your reluctance to remain in Chang family town and has entrusted me to convey that if you head westward, following the river downstream, you will discover a few concealed water towns, which the authorities are unlikely to uncover. Sumu fell into a contemplative silence. The assistance he received from Chang Silang weighed heavily on him, causing a growing sense of unease, not guilt, but apprehension regarding the eventual cost of repaying favors. In this world, there is never such a thing as a free meal. According to his thoughts, after dealing with this wave of officials, he had planned to resort to a life of banditry, yet it seemed he had narrowly escaped death. Since it is easy for the young master to travel, I shall not accompany you further. When you come to Chang family town to collect provisions, feel free to seek me out for a drink. Thank you. Without pretense, Sumu raised both hands in gratitude. Chang Wei let out a sharp whistle, swiftly turned his horse, and, along with the dozen or so guards from the Chang family, hurriedly surged forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother Mu, that man cannot best me, see who said in a deep, resonant voice. Finally seizing the opportunity to speak. What 6 great masters? I fear them not. Sumu, for once, exhaled in relief, a smile breaking upon his face. Regardless of the circumstances, their endeavor to eliminate the officials had unfolded without alarm or peril. I believe our brother, who is indeed a formidable warrior. The image of him uprooting a great tree still stirred excitement within Sumu. Young master, where shall we head next? Zhou Zun, having changed horses, caught up beside them. Let us proceed to the water towns, allowing Zhou Luo and the others to recuperate for a few days. See who, spur the horses. See who tightened the reins. Shouting 3 times, as they guided the carriage steadily westward. Chapter 112. The missing officials along the way, they occasionally encountered men fleeing calamity, the shouts of officials, and gallant heroes brandishing swords. The rural areas near the inner city seemed to have descended into utter chaos. After providing some water to the unconscious Zhou Luo, Sumu lifted his gaze, only to find the world before him transformed into a lush panorama. A stream meandered eastward, with a few stone arch bridges spaced gracefully apart. 7 or 8 leisurely ducks, blissfully ignorant of the turmoil of the world, frolicked upon the river's surface, while mischievous children leapt into the water, sending splashes in every direction. Brother Mu, is this the water town the guard spoke of? It appears so. Sumu surveyed his surroundings. Though somewhat remote, it was indeed a rare paradise. After exchanging a sum of silver, they rented 2 thatched cottages, allowing the group to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Zun, you 3 take turns on watch. Although we are momentarily safe, caution is prudent in these tumultuous times. Rest assured, young master, Zhou Zun replied with a nod, taking up a simple blade as he stepped outside. Lu Lao, go fetch some food. Another young man nodded and hurriedly exited the cottage, unfastening his long sword. Sumu sank heavily into a seat. Outside the thatched cottage, the afternoon sky began to darken slowly. Fatigued, he leaned back in the chair and soon fell into a deep slumber. Young master, young master? Sumu hastily opened his eyes and rubbed them several times, only to discover that over a dozen individuals had gathered in the thatched cottage without his notice. Chinsheng, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the additional 4 or 5 faces before him, Sumu's eyelids flickered, sensing that calamity had befallen them. In just 2 days, Chinsheng had managed to gather them despite the 3 separate paths they had taken. I followed the master's instructions and first went to Changjiang town to inquire about his whereabouts, then hurried here, Chinsheng explained. Could it be that something has gone awry? His voice faltered as he continued. Master, we have slain the imperial soldiers. Sumu's mind instantly clouded with turmoil. After a strenuous encounter with Xue Tong's troops, now it seemed Chinsheng's group had also engaged in a similar conflict. How did it happen? He inquired, furrowing his brow, knowing that the situation was undoubtedly complex. Among this band of brash men, Chun Sheng was relatively composed. In the past 2 days, we managed to evade the conscript hunting soldiers and sought refuge in a small village. But soon after, the soldiers arrived. Could you not evade them? Su Mu clenched his teeth, realizing the gravity of their predicament. The entire Su family village could be doomed. Master, when the soldiers could not capture any able-bodied men, they resorted to shaving the heads of 4 or 5 elderly women to use as substitutes. Chun Sheng's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice turning hoarse. Su Mu's chest tightened with anguish. We hid in the cellar, but in our fury, we donned masks and killed several soldiers, seizing their horses to flee. Was anyone aware of your actions? None should have noticed. We deliberately traversed through the woods all night to ensure we were not followed before taking another small path to Changjiang town. What of the horses? They are outside the cottage. Zhou Zun, go and tend to the horses. Also, you few should change your clothes. Do not leave any traces of the masks. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, pondering the details that required attention. He was compelled to act cautiously. Should the officials discover any clues, it could lead to a catastrophic outcome. For the next few days, we shall remain here in the water town and refrain from wandering about. Deep down, Su Mu bore no resentment towards Qin Sheng. Even he might have succumbed to temptation under such circumstances. The Grand Dynasty was riddled with flaws, irreparably decayed. The incursions of the Northern D were indeed detestable. But the tyrants within the dynasty were far more culpable. Suddenly, Chun Sheng's complexion flushed. Master, if not, then, Su Mu's expression darkened. He understood what Chun Sheng wished to convey, yet given their present circumstances, where could he lead this band of villagers? To become outlaws was a grim fate. Such words should never be uttered lightly. I know you all are valiant men, but matters like this must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Let us recuperate here for now. Once the conscription crisis has passed, we shall return to Tangjiang City. The surrounding villagers nodded in silence, agreeing with his words. Do not be disheartened. Sihu, go outside and purchase 2 chickens from the farmers, then head to the cart and fetch a few jars of wine. Upon hearing this, Sihu's expression brightened, and he hurriedly dashed outside. Let us enjoy this rare gathering tonight. But remember, do not indulge excessively, Su Mu said with a smile. Regardless of the path they would take in the future, these loyal villagers would remain his greatest support. Master, I had intended to express this earlier. It brings me immense joy to share a drink with you tonight. Once again, the master cautioned against excessive indulgence, advising only a modest drink. Should all become inebriated and the officials arrive, it would lead to certain demise. Before long, Sihu entered, one hand clutching a chicken and the other cradling a wine jar, his face alight with joy. They prepared the chicken and warmed the wine. By midnight, the humble cottage was suffused with the rich aroma of fine spirits. 3 days later, in Tangjiang City, Lu Zizhong paced anxiously atop a platform. It had been 5 days, hadn't it? The stewards of several prominent families nodded solemnly in agreement. 5 days. If they had hastened, they could have made several trips from Changyang by now. What could be delaying Captain Shui? Not only Captain Shui, but also that detestable young master had vanished without a trace. At present, the conscription had incited considerable public outrage, prompting numerous elder ministers to submit petitions to the court, and it was anticipated that this tumult would soon subside. Had that young rascal evaded detection? Or was he simply unaware? Lu Zizhong coldly shook his head. Even if he had gone unnoticed, Shui Tong would surely send word back. Yet here they were, 5 days without a single update. The chaos stemming from the conscription in Tangjiang City gradually began to settle, with several brave men returning to the city, albeit trembling with trepidation. Lu Zizhong felt an unexpected surge of frustration. Third uncle, do you think that young master might have had Shui Tong and his companions killed? Which is why they haven't returned. Beside him, Lu Yuan shivered involuntarily. Zizhong, that is impossible. How could a mere brewer dare to harm those of the official class? I was merely inquiring, Lu Zizhong replied, lowering his voice and gazing coldly into the distance. He realized that the young master, who had previously seemed inconsequential, was perhaps not to be underestimated. Time and again, he had managed to extricate himself from perilous situations. Third uncle, dispatch more men to search along the back roads. Captain Shui is my dear brother. I wish to see him alive, or, if fate decrees, to see his remains. As he raised his head, 2 commoners, trembling in fear, passed by below. Lu Zizhong hesitated, and then, in a fit of rage, seized a nearby teapot and hurled it downwards. The The teapot shattered, and one of the men, struck, cried out in pain before fleeing in terror. Chapter 113. The officials visit the farmstead in Tangjiang City. The river lay calm and undisturbed. Occasionally, a boat would bob gently, sending ripples across the water. Jiang Kaiwei clutched her small bundle tightly, seated at the bow of the boat. The bundle was somewhat lumpy, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the outline of a knife within. "Madam, you should get some rest," Lian Sa suggested, picking up a stick and slinging a longbow over her shoulder. Her voice cautious. Over the past few days, at least 7 or 8 groups had passed by, including several officials. They would hurl a few curses from the boat, but upon seeing them, they would turn and retreat. Rubbing her eyes, Jiang Kaiwei nodded. In the blink of an eye, dawn had arrived. On the boat, the old scholar sprawled out, snoring softly. The bow dog, wrapped in a gray cloak, kept one eye fixed on the riverbank. "Longbow, you too should rest." As she passed the cabin, Jiang Kaiwei offered a bowl of hot water and 2 coarse buns. The bow dog accepted them shyly. Thank you, madam." Uncertain of when your master shall return, Jiang Kaiwei lifted her head, her eyes filled with longing. Though life had dealt her a tumultuous hand, she remained unyielding in her hope, convinced that her husband would one day attain greatness. Much like the boat beneath her feet, no matter how turbulent the waters, she believed that after weathering the storms, a day of calm would surely arrive. "Madam, the ruffians from the West District have come again." Before Jiang Kaiwei could take more than a few steps, Sister Lian at the bow of the boat suddenly cried out. Above on the deck, the bow dog set down its water bowl and picked up a bough, gazing coldly ahead. Recently, the West District had gathered a dozen ruffians. Emboldened by the absence of men in the village, relentlessly mocking and humiliating them. Were it not for Jiang Kaiwei's restraint, the bow dog would have already slain 7 or 8 of them. However, should blood be shed, the authorities would intervene, leaving them with no justification to keep their boat on the river. "Release!" shouted the leading ruffian, hastily unfastening his trousers and directing his stream towards the river. Beside him, the other ruffians erupted into boisterous laughter, following suit in their disgraceful act. Such lewdness, of course, lacked the audacity to confront the winds. It was but a spectacle of humiliation. These scoundrels, Sister Lian and several women who had rushed over glared defiantly, unafraid. They were seasoned women, having weathered many a storm themselves. With their men daring to fight and kill, they too had gained a measure of courage. "Madam, I shall shoot them," exclaimed the bow dog. "Do not act rashly." Jiang Kaiwei turned her head, her complexion pale, reflecting on the passage of time before the northern D breached the city. She had been a well-mannered young lady. "Madam, do not act in haste." "No, it is not that, madam. Your master has returned." Jiang Kaiwei swiftly turned again, hurrying to the bow of the boat. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes and fell unbidden. There, on the riverbank, she beheld a familiar figure, tall as a jade tree, standing in the wind, as if transcending time itself. Su Lang. She could no longer contain herself, her voice breaking with emotion. On the riverbank, Su Mu looked up, meeting the gaze of his little wife from afar, and felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Thud! The ruffian, caught off guard and unable to fasten his trousers, was kicked into the river by Su Mu. Following suit, Si Hu and several young men, one by one, lifted their legs and unceremoniously sent the urinating ruffians tumbling into the water. The village boat soon approached. Before it could dock, the women leaped onto the wooden plank bridge, rushing into their husbands' arms. Jiang Kaiwei was the last to arrive, walking while covering her face, tears streaming down, not from sorrow, but from joy. Her beloved had returned. A moment of unbridled happiness. Su Lang, you've lost weight. Su Lang has indeed grown thinner. I shall go prepare fish soup. Su Mu found it amusing and chose to say no more, embracing his little wife in his arms. On the river, the bow dog and several elder villagers brought the boat closer to shore before stepping onto the riverbank. Su Mu surveyed the village before him, a surge of anger rising within. He could scarcely comprehend how a once thriving winery village had been reduced to such ruin. Had it not been for foresight, relocating valuable possessions to the boat, the losses would have been unimaginable. The 4 prominent families clearly wished to prevent him from remaining in Tangjiang. "Gentlemen, let us prepare." Regardless of circumstances, this winery is now the sole refuge for this group. Life seems to be regaining its rhythm. The estate has been refurbished and temporary structures erected. Even empty wine jars and ceramic vessels have been replenished this morning with a significant stock. The next round of the monthly wine market is about to commence. Sumu remains uneasy. The four families lurk like venomous serpents, ever eager to strike. Master, how much private wine are we producing this round? 1,000 jars. The Su family estate must rise. The liquor trade cannot cease, even in such tumultuous times. Zhou Zun, you will head to Changjiang shortly to procure 100 carts of grain. Zhou Zun, having taken the jade, token, and silver, accompanied by 2 strong men, was just about to leave the estate when, unexpectedly, he hurried back. Master, the officials have arrived. They are outside paying their respects. Zhou Zun's expression turned grim as he coldly gripped his knife. Chun Sheng and others nearby also wore apprehensive faces, hurriedly seeking their weapons. Even the women, including Jiang Kaiwei, gathered anxiously, each filled with concern. Although the matter of killing the officials was unspoken, it loomed over everyone like a thick fog. Brothers, remain calm, Sumu whispered. He had considered that the mounted officer's absence from Tangjiang would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the 4 families, especially since this officer had pursued him. In other words, if there were concrete evidence, they would have directly raided the estate, rather than first paying their respects. Put away your weapons. Sumu's countenance darkened. Zhou Zun, do what you must. Go to Changjiang for the grain. Zhou Zun hesitated briefly, but ultimately sheathed his knife and secured it at his waist. Sumu composed himself and stepped outside the estate. The 2 officials waiting outside, initially impatient, immediately donned smiles upon seeing Sumu emerge. Su Dongjia, we kindly ask you to visit the official office. What is the matter? Inquired the older official with a dry laugh. There is a complaint from someone alleging that the young master has killed an official. Killed an official? Sumu scoffed inwardly, though his exterior betrayed a fade of astonishment. Of course, he surmised there would be no substantial evidence. Otherwise, they would not have sent just 2 officials. Sir, I must continue brewing wine. Young master, please do not make it difficult for us. If you refuse to come, the next visitors will be military officers from the barracks. Chen Sheng, accompany me. Chen Sheng, who had been watching, quickly wiped his hands and moved to Su Mu's side. The rationale for not bringing Si, who was straightforward. His brash temperament might inadvertently expose their circumstances at the official office. The 2 officials breathed a sigh of relief. In the dark alleys of the Eastern District, the leading officer also relaxed. Had that young master truly killed an official, he would have resisted. If there was resistance, they would have no choice but to proceed with the capture, engaging in a struggle with that towering brute. The officer shuddered, unwilling to contemplate further. Gather, gather. Chapter 114. The farce at the official office departing from the Eastern District. After a brief passage of time, amidst the sweltering heat of the afternoon sun, Sumu soon arrived before the official's residence. From a distance, he spotted a noble woman with swollen eyes, slumped on the ground in front of the building. It was the wife of the head of the national defense, as one of the officials nearby remarked. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Sheng waited outside. The master? Wait outside. Sumu's tone became firmer. Without a doubt, he knew that at this moment, the likes of Gong Go and Si who would be lurking nearby, poised to take action. However, this was not the outcome Sumu desired. You are that little master. The once prostrate noblewoman abruptly sprang to her feet, shrieking as she lunged toward Sumu. His expression remained cold, and without raising a hand, she stumbled and fell multiple times, collapsing back to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Her prowess in feigning injury was nearly impeccable. It was merely a formality. If there were no issues, Su Dongjiao would soon return home, the accompanying official chuckled. Sumu nodded coldly, increasingly convinced that this performance was orchestrated by someone in the shadows. The mastermind was likely the same old official from before. Such matters were hardly enough to draw the attention of the higher authorities. Su Dongjia, please come closer. Sumu's expression remained unchanged as he took a few steady steps forward. He was certain that these individuals possessed no substantial evidence, at most. It was a farce of intimidation. May I inquire, little master, on the 17th of the 12th month, you left the city. Might I ask where you went? On the 17th of the 12th month, after confirming the draft situation, Sumu had taken 16 able-bodied men and exited the city to avoid trouble. The following day, a cavalry officer pursued him, only to be met with a successful counterattack. To collect grain, Sumu replied with a smile. That is incorrect. Someone witnessed you. On that day, lying in wait with the villagers and slaying over 20 soldiers. The old official spoke coldly. Surely you jest, old sir. How could a mere small landowner like myself slay over 20 soldiers? Su Mu retorted. Someone saw it. Unbeknownst to him, the old official's voice faltered. A villager timidly stepped forward, only to recoil in fright upon seeing Su Mu. Is this the witness? Su Mu frowned. Indeed, he is the witness. Does what he says hold weight with you, sir? On the 17th of the 12th month, you led a dozen villagers out of the city. Is it truly necessary to have so many men for grain collection? Moreover, they were armed with knives and bows. You know well that the weapons in my Su family farm are duly documented. Documentation is one thing, but you killed soldiers. I did not. Su Mu declared. My greatest aspiration is merely to sell a few more jars of wine, acquire a large estate, and take 2 concubines to secure my livelihood. The old official gritted his teeth, his expression turning fierce as he summoned the villager to point out Su Mu once more. The dozen or so officials within the residence grew inexplicably tense, their hands instinctively resting on their swords. It was no wonder. Everyone in the circle knew of the little master who had, overnight, slain 119 guards. Outside, Chun Sheng's face darkened, veins bulging in his arm as he too gripped his blade. The wailing noblewoman once again shrieked and dashed towards Su Mu, unimpeded by the officials, and stumbled once more, falling awkwardly to the ground. Little Dongjia, I cannot fathom what thoughts crossed your mind when you committed murder. The entire household of Xue Dutu has been utterly devastated by your actions. The old official's voice was strained. I have stated clearly that I did not kill the official. If you possess evidence, please present it. Otherwise, I shall make my grievances known at the general's office in Changjiang. The old official's expression faltered momentarily, his brows knitting tighter. Go then, but be certain of your stance. Should you wrong little Dongjia, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. The villagers trembled with fear, stepping forward cautiously until they stood before Su Mu, their eyes cast downward, and upon closer inspection, they recoiled in shock. It is he, a mere commoner, who dares to slay the officials. Su Mu found some amusement in this. Does this mean I am to be dragged away for execution at once? The old official cleared his throat twice. Su Dongjia, do you have anything else to say? I have nothing further to say. Su Mu's countenance remained cold as he clasped his hands in salute and turned to leave. Su Dongjia, do you dare to depart? You have slain an official. I am guiltless. Should the old official persist in this base entanglement, I shall accompany him to the general's office in Changjiang tomorrow. Yes, and bring your witnesses as well. The old official trembled, for he ultimately lacked the courage to go to the general's office. Today's events were nothing but a chaotic farce, evident to all discerning minds. Moreover, this little Dongjia seems to be free of guilt. You insist you are guiltless, yet do you have any evidence? Old official, why not send someone to inquire in Changjia town? On the 17th of the 12th month, I sat at the entrance of Changjia town, enjoying tea with the young master of the Chang family all day long. The old official appeared struck by lightning. Young Master Chang? That famed marksman. How could he dare to provoke him? To be bold, if I, Su Mu, had truly murdered an official, I would have long since vanished without a trace. Why would I return to Tangjiang? Am I waiting to be executed? The officials present and the onlookers outside the office all nodded in agreement. I, Su Mu, assert that if the old official remains unconvinced, we shall travel to Changjiang together tomorrow, bringing your witnesses and evidence, so we may clarify matters properly. The old official, his face cold, dared not move, allowing Su Mu to exit the office unimpeded. The shrewish Madame Xue, seeing Su Mu depart, began to wail and shout, causing the old official great distress. Turning away, he returned to the inner room. Master Lu, could it be that you have misjudged? Lu Zizhong coldly set down his teacup. Whether it is right or wrong, that is a matter for another discussion. You know, if little Dongjia survives, our means of livelihood shall be obstructed. Chang Silang, this fellow has become blind, daring to protect little Dongjia. Rising, Lu Zizhong slightly closed his eyes. If he lives, there will be no corpse to be found. Could it be that these 20-odd soldiers of the official army have ascended to the heavens? The old official stood respectfully, momentarily hesitant to speak. If not, shall we report to the Ministry of War? The old official was taken aback, raising his head, his eyes filled with panic. Dusk fell, and the sun set. Standing before the notice board in the west block, Su Mu gazed silently at the announcement. The content of the notice was not a call for conscription, but rather a celebratory report. The Xiaofeng camp of Hezhou had vanquished General D. Zhao Qingyun, who led 3,000 cavalry out of the city to ambush 1,000 of the enemy's vanguard. 3,000 against 1,000, yet there were no figures indicating casualties. Nonetheless, Su Mu dared to assert that the casualty figures were likely quite unseemly, thus omitted from the announcement. Moreover, the military accomplishments in question are rather thought-provoking. The consensus among the border garrison has long been that the slaughter of refugees equates to military merit. He fervently hoped that Zhao Qingyun had not taken such a step. Reflecting on the past, he remembered the young lieutenant, courageous and resolute, fighting valiantly alongside him and driving the northern D people into a desperate retreat. Rest assured, Su Fangzhu, I, Zhao Qingyun, shall forever stand in opposition to the D people. My sole aspiration in this life is to serve my country and ensure the peace of its people. In the blink of an eye, the dragon slayer had become the malevolent dragon. As the sun set over the western hills, its fading light shimmered like molten gold. Brushing aside his slightly complex expression, Su Mu mounted the cart. Chapter 115. The greatest commoner of the great record. A day later, Zhou Zun returned with the grain. Once again, a contingent of over 20 guards from Chang family town accompanied him, creating a significant commotion as they delivered hundreds of carts of grain to the estate and assisted in carrying it into the granary. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, increasingly puzzled by Chang Silang's intentions. What could this protagonist want? Was it recruitment? After the incident involving the killing of officials, Su Mu had dismissed such thoughts. Chang Silang was far too astute. One might end up being sold and still be counting the money. Could it be related to Lanyang? Sulang, what troubles you? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Jiang Kaiwei happened to approach, her concern evident. It is nothing. If I cannot discern it, I shall simply cease to ponder it. For now, it seemed that Chang Silang was not yet an enemy. Master, upon my return, I noticed the number of official soldiers outside has multiplied several times. It is said that in this round of conscription, at least 50 soldiers have perished. 50? Including those killed by Chun Sheng's group, the total barely exceeded 20. It was likely the work of those chivalrous souls who could not stand idly by in the face of injustice. Let us refrain from stirring up trouble for the time being, and instead brew wine at the estate, awaiting the next round of the wine market. The opening of the market is not far off. Once again, I reiterate, the Su family estate must rise. We cannot afford any missteps in our private wine business. After 4 or 5 days, the aroma of wine finally began to waft through the estate. Su Mu calculated the timing for the upcoming wine market. In just 2 days, he could open the barrels and draw the wine. Little master, I bring news. Seemingly catching a whiff of the wine, the city guard, Ma Lu, jovially entered the estate. Su Mu generously gifted him 2 jars. Previously, the conscription had amounted to over 3,000 men, and now they were en route. Alas, once they reached the border, their fates would be uncertain. Such trivial news was merely an excuse for Ma Lu to procure some wine. Little master, I am not trying to alarm you. But during this time, we must not invite further calamity. I have heard that someone from the official side has gone to the Ministry of War regarding the killing of officials. Finally, Ma Lu added gravely, clutching the 2 jars of wine, before cautiously departing the estate. Su Mu's expression turned serious. The 4 prominent families were truly intent on driving him to despair. Master, look. My heavens, those conscripted men. Su Mu's heart sank as he hurried towards the voice of Chun Sheng, ascending to the top of the estate. Across the vast Tang River, he could still see clearly. On the official road by the river, there were approximately 200 to 300 laborers, ragged and silent. Each carried either a wheelbarrow or a heavy bundle, mechanically trudging forward. The mounted soldiers moved back and forth, occasionally raising their whips to strike coldly. Ma Lu did not deceive him. Today marked the day when the imperial forces would rush to the borders, heralding the uncertain fate of countless laborers. It was said that at the mouth of the Ji River downstream, there were approximately 5,000 to 6,000 laborers. How many reinforcements? The proprietor mentioned 20,000. 20,000. In such a vast empire, amidst the perils of the border, only a mere 20,000 were dispatched. Brave warriors perish in 100 battles, and generals return after a decade. One can only imagine how many laborers would meet their end far from home. Amidst the lamentations, the procession of laborers gradually receded from sight. It was only when his eyes grew weary that Su Mu slowly withdrew his gaze. The plight of the laborers had not stirred much commotion in the inner city. Changyang remained prosperous. Chengcheng continued to resound with the praises of scholars for the flourishing era, and Tangjiang still hosted its monthly wine market. The monthly wine market of Tangjiang City was underway. The old official standing before the government office nearly strained his voice shouting, and upon sitting down, he quickly gulped down 2 mouthfuls of old ginseng tea. Proprietor, why are we here again? Chen Sheng's tone was heavy. The first wine market had relegated them to such a marginal position, and the second was no different. Moreover, it seemed precautions were taken against Su Mu pouring the wine into the river again. At least 8 officials stood along the riverbank. Young proprietor just issued a notice. It's hot, and no wine should be poured from the cask, an official called out with a tremulous voice from the riverbank. Su Mu coldly turned around, lifting his gaze toward the distant shade of umbrellas. Lu Zizhong was indulging in watermelon with great interest, their eyes meeting. Brother Mu, I came to watch him. Watch what? If he glares at me, I'll glare back. Su Mu felt somewhat speechless. If only he could be as simple-minded as Si Hu. As the wine market commenced, an increasing number of shopkeepers hurried into the venue. There were still some loyal customers. The prior promotions had indeed worked wonders, as at least 7 or 8 shopkeepers came directly to place orders with Su Mu before hastily departing. Yet, it was still insufficient. According to his agreement with Chang Silang, in 6 months, he was to secure the 4 major households, each supplying 1,000 carts of grain monthly. Turning his head, Su Mu gazed at the river. Several officials were startled as they approached, blocking the riverbank. They feared that this young proprietor would attempt another round of communal drinking, jeopardizing the business of the 4 major households. Chen Sheng returned to the village. Proprietor, this isn't over yet. Better head back for now. Chen Sheng's expression fell. He assumed Su Mu had given up, and this corner was indeed rather dismal. Brother Hu, stop glaring and help carry the wine. The wine market had only just begun, and Su Mu's premature withdrawal had become a source of ridicule. This vast wine market, aside from the 4 major households, consisted solely of the small wineries under their influence. The only rising dragon was Su's winery. Lu Zizhong tossed aside the watermelon rind and laughed heartily, feeling quite at ease. The little proprietor seemed unable to assert himself this round. He pondered whether he should utter something amusing. Young proprietor, how about waiting a bit? Perhaps we could sell 2 more jars. Reaching out for food only to be struck was indeed a deserved fate. Behind Lu Zizhong, the stewards of the 4 major households, along with the colluding officials and the complicit winery owners, erupted in hearty laughter. The senior officials, previously engaged in their duties, shook their heads in amusement as they indulged in a few more sips of aged ginseng tea. Brother Mu, I am quite vexed, said the driver, Si Hu. His countenance clouded with frustration. Is the wine unsellable? This nonsense is utterly intolerable. Su Mu chuckled softly. Do not fret. I merely mentioned returning to the estate. Not that we would cease selling wine. Not only Si Hu, but also Chen Sheng and others who rode alongside him wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend how their young master could still harbor hope in such dire circumstances. Su Mu paused, lifting his gaze to filter out the raucous voices, fixating instead on a stone bridge ahead. Si Hu, do you see that bridge? Brother Mu, I do, he replied, directing the wagon towards the discarded melon rinds left behind by Lu Zizhong and the other overseers. Brother Mu, the wagon will overturn. Then let it overturn, Su Mu retorted. Si Hu widened his eyes, pulling the reins taut before letting them fly. The cart laden with 100 jars of illicit wine rolled forward with alarming speed. Young master, do not weep upon returning to the estate. Otherwise, shall we divide 10 or 8 jars of the order for you? Su Mu remained silent, and Si Hu, adhering to his young master's wishes, steered the cart urgently towards the piled melon rinds. As the cart tilted slightly, Si Hu, resembling an iron tower, suddenly shifted his weight, pressing to one side. With a thunderous crash, the wagon toppled over, and the jars of illicit wine clattered to the ground, releasing a rich, intoxicating aroma that wafted through the air. The commotion startled many, and with the alluring scent, several merchants entering the city were drawn closer, inhaling deeply. Beneath the canopy, amidst the throng, Lu Zichong, the esteemed scion of the Lu family and future deputy director of the Ministry of Revenue, trembled with rage, exclaiming a curse. You insolent peasants! You rascals of Deji! Chapter 116. The Frontier Postal Master, quickly, we have an order for 3,000 jars. Chen Sheng exclaimed, his voice a mix of astonishment and delight. 3,000 jars was indeed a substantial figure. The entire wine market of Tangjiang City barely accounted for 5,000 jars, and Su's estate alone secured the lion's share. Master, let me calculate. The previous order of 1,000 jars was priced at 5,000 taels, and for 2,000 jars, that amounts to 15,000 taels. Su Mu's tone brightened. The deposits on hand were nearing 4,000 taels, and with previous earnings, excluding the grain payments and the monthly wages for the estate workers, the profits from Su's winery had reached approximately 15,000 taels within 2 months. Jiang Kaiwei, keeping the accounts, oscillated between tears of joy and laughter. Her husband was truly becoming remarkable. Kaiwei, please note that for this round, I shall grant each person a reward of 50 taels. As soon as Su Mu's words fell, the estate erupted in jubilant cheers. 50 taels. In the past, it would have taken them 10 years of relentless saving to accumulate such an amount. Sister Lian, go to the meat shop in the Eastern District and buy plenty of meat and vegetables. If they are out, have them slaughter some immediately, offering a few extra taels of silver. Having secured an order, they would celebrate that night. With over 40 individuals, excluding the children, the total rewards would amount to nearly 2,000 taels of silver. Yet Su Mu felt no sorrow. On the contrary, he valued the loyalty and trust of these villagers far more than silver, as they were willing to walk alongside him into the uncertain future. Life was precarious, and the future remained unpredictable. The resources within his grasp must be held tightly. Sihu, retrieve the wine jars from the old well. Under the vast night sky, the intoxicated celestial being, having been immersed in the well water for a day, would surely find great comfort in sipping a few mouthfuls. In the same night, a solitary figure, weary from travel, raced towards the eastern gate. Open the gate. I am a courier from the frontier. The patrolling Malu, not daring to delay, hurriedly opened the city gate. He then observed that the courier from the frontier, oddly, did not head towards the western district, but instead pressed deeper into the eastern district. Which one is Su Mu? Su Dongjia? The courier from the frontier wiped his brow, reined in his horse, and called out loudly in front of the village. Su Mu, who had just raised his cup, paused momentarily before hastily stepping outside. I come from the frontier, bearing a letter personally addressed by Su Dongjia. The courier, pressed for time, after a brief inspection, handed Su Mu an envelope sealed with red wax. Su Mu silently offered a few pieces of silver, and the courier, satisfied, spurred his horse onward towards the western district. A letter from the frontier? Could it be from the villagers of Xinyang? Chen Sheng, who accompanied him, was momentarily taken aback. When they migrated to the inner city, aside from Xinyang and her group, the rest had followed. It should not be the case. If it were a letter from Xinyang, it would have to be entrusted to a bodyguard. A courier from the government was simply beyond their means. Considering a possibility, Su Mu furrowed his brow and tore open the envelope, extracting the letter within. It was a substantial 3 pages long. Su Mu's expression darkened as he reached the final contents. The message was straightforward. The Northern D people had besieged the city thrice, and Hezhou was likely to fall into encirclement. Zhao Qingyun requested him to emerge from seclusion and assume the position of chief advisor to strategize against the D threat. Ripping the letter into shreds, Su Mu coldly tossed it into the hearth. It was not surprising that Zhao Qingyun could ascertain his address. After all, he was a general in the Ministry of War. However, the request for him to come out of retirement momentarily stunned him. Dongjia, is that the junior captain? Chen Sheng, after observing for a while, finally recognized Zhao Qingyun's name. What does it matter? He is a scoundrel, a thief of military merit. Su Mu remained silent, feeling a sense of discomfort towards Zhao Qingyun. The feeling was complex. It was akin to having nurtured a peony, hoping it would bloom splendidly, only to find it had transformed into a weed. Moreover, according to the current military structure of the Great Ji dynasty, no matter how eloquently Zhao Qingyun spoke, as a mere commoner, his presence would be of little consequence. Previously, he had fought against the D people solely for the sake of the villagers. Brother Mu, do not go. We rescued him before, and he still stole military accolades. Sihu also appeared quite agitated. What a despicable man, a brute of iron. And he dares to steal military merits. Su Mu's considerations extended beyond Zhao Qingyun, yet after weighing his options, he remained unmoved. The deteriorating Great Ji dynasty was beyond his capacity to salvage. Should they suffer a defeat, it could jeopardize the entire Su family village, which would be even more disastrous. In this life, his thoughts were quite simple: to survive amidst the chaos with his little maid, his monstrous brother, and a multitude of villagers, striving to carve out a name for themselves. The postal courier, frowning, reined in his horse on the street before the western pavilion. May I inquire, who has sent a letter to Master Su? Lu Zizhong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and presented a bulging pouch of silver. The courier accepted it with a smile. I dare not conceal it from you, young master. It is a letter from General Padi. I implore you, please do not speak of this indiscriminately. The official felt reassured, and the courier continued to ride swiftly. Withdrawing his hand, Lu Zizhong turned away coldly. Third uncle, I recall you mentioning that General Zhao has fought alongside that Su brat against the D people, correct? Beside him, Lu Yuan nodded eagerly. Many say so. Who can fathom what good fortune that Su brat has had to accrue such military merit? All he has left is this talent for opportunism. If he truly understood military strategy, would he settle for being a mere small-time landlord? Cursed be it, why has no one from the Ministry of War arrived yet? The very thought of Su's acquisition of 3,000 jars keeps me awake at night. Not only he, but the old ghosts of the 4 prominent families have spent the day in silent tea drinking. In the entire Tangjiang wine market, there are only 5,000 jars in total. Yet Su Mu has claimed 60% of that. If this continues, all the wineries, great and small, in Tangjiang will be left to fend for themselves. Furrowing his brow, Lu Zizhong appeared fatigued. He had employed many strategies, yet this little landlord, ever adept at seizing opportunities, managed to evade disaster each time. Had it been anyone else, they would have long sought to demolish the village. Yet initially, with 119 stick-wielding guards and a top-tier assassin, they could barely make a dent. Should they continue to reach for more, they might end up with nothing to drink. After a moment of deep contemplation, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. Zizhong, do not forget the method proposed by that old official. What did he say? To compensate fourfold, invite the former landlord back, reimburse him, reclaim the village, and then purchase the nearby vacant estates. This way, Su Brat cannot establish himself in Tangjiang and will be forced to leave the city. In this manner, it would appear as though we, the 4 prominent families, have been intimidated by him. Lu Zizhong's tone grew somber as he took a few steps, only to turn back with a somewhat sinister expression. Very well, summon that official for a thorough discussion. This wild dog from outside is about to gnaw through the bowl. I can no longer bear it, and many others cannot either. It is time to put the dog down. Chapter 117. The heroic Ma Lu. The sudden chirping of cicadas, amidst the furnace-like heat, added a touch of agitation to the atmosphere. Sitting within the village, Su Mu, after sipping a bowl of sour plum soup, pondered deeply and eventually decided to write a letter to Zhao Qingyun. Your health is not well, making travel inconvenient. A rather melodramatic excuse. Yet it preserved the dignity of both parties. It was not a matter of severing ties entirely, but betrayal felt like a dagger, piercing his passionate heart. In future choices, regardless of the path taken, the foremost priority must be self-preservation. The shambles of the 4 prominent families served as a bloody lesson. After handing the letter to Chen Sheng, Su Mu stretched lazily and slowly rose. Kaiwei, how much silver do we have left in the accounts? Young Master Su, approximately 6,000 taels. As Jiang Kaiwei was engrossed in reviewing the accounts, she hastily lifted her gaze. 6,000 taels, after settling the wine bill. There would still be 1,000 taels to gain. If life continued smoothly, it would suffice for a comfortable existence. Yet, in these chaotic times, aspiring for a tranquil life seemed rather precarious. Hey, young master, she called. Fetch 2 jars of wine. The cautious figure of Ma Lu re-entered the estate. Before Su Mu could speak, Chen Sheng, who was busy moving the wine jars, interjected. Lu, it's only been 2 days. How many rounds have you had already? I have matters to attend to. Ma Lu chuckled, stepping closer. He was an ordinary man, a commonplace constable, distinguished only by a deep sense of filial piety. In the month of May, his elderly father had fallen ill with a fever, developing sores on his abdomen. After borrowing money from various officials, he had only gathered a meager sum. It was only the young master before him who had generously provided 20 taels at once. Wealth is easily acquired, yet the precious cow bile is hard to find. After procuring a small portion from the apothecary, his father's condition gradually improved. Young master, I'm on duty at the official residence today. I heard from the clerks that the former steward intends to return to this estate. The former steward is coming back? Su Mu furrowed his brow. He had sensed something amiss, but had dismissed it as a mere jest. To hear it confirmed was unexpected. The estate, purchased for 300 taels, could be reclaimed for 4 times that amount, 1,200 taels, under the great law of discipline, thereby returning the entire Su family winery to them. The land deed would become a worthless scrap of paper. At this moment in history, unlike in later times, concepts such as property rights were non-existent. With the lease not yet expired, The Su family could only hope to remain as tenants. A vague feeling of being ensnared crept over Su Mu. As Ma Lu, burdened with 2 jars of wine, reached the entrance of the estate, he suddenly turned back. Young master, residing in Tangjiang City, is no longer tenable. With your skills, you ought to brew outside. Thank you, Ma Chao. Young master, I am Ma Lu, not some divine general. His footsteps faded into the distance. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, lost in contemplation. With 6,000 taels in the accounts, it was indeed sufficient to purchase another estate and temporarily avoid the scrutiny of the 4 prominent families. However, leaving Tangjiang City would mean forfeiting participation in the monthly wine market. With gains come losses. Fortunately, the Su family winery had accumulated a considerable clientele over the last 2 markets. With a somber expression, Su Mu spoke slowly. Chen Sheng, go to the nearby Fengqing official residence and inquire about the land deeds outside the city. Even if we must repurchase an estate, we can no longer rely on the Tangjiang City officials. As dusk approached, Chen Sheng's swift horse hurried back through the eastern gate. His anxious demeanor startled Su Mu, who had expected him to return at least the following day. Chen Sheng, what happened? Young master, I went to Fengqing, but was obstructed midway. The officials are blocking people? Days ago, I learned that dozens of soldiers had been killed. Now, the guard presence in the inner city has multiplied several times. Yet Chen Sheng possessed a badge and proof of employment. This should not have been a problem. Chen Sheng nodded solemnly, lowering his voice. I paid 2 taels to ask a minor constable. Those heroes are preparing to incite a rebellion. Su Mu lowered his head, not surprised. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Where there is oppression, there will inevitably be resistance. The pervasive decay of the great dynasty, devoid of any righteous uprising, is indeed troubling. It is said that over the past century, there have been no less than 100 popular revolts. And what followed? I later heard that the authorities dispatched 2 large camps to quell the unrest. Su Mu cursed under his breath. This was true at the border, and it was equally so within the inner city. Yet, the struggle to survive remains perpetually arduous. Master, which side shall we take? Chen Sheng pressed his voice low. Neither side. Whether it be the government troops or the righteous forces, one misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. If life offered choices, he would never wish to be merely a wistful brewer. Nevertheless, in all his undertakings, the safety of the estate was his foremost concern. Chen Sheng, convey a message to the others to begin packing their belongings. Master, are we to move? Su Mu shook his head, uncertain. However, preparing in advance could never be deemed a folly. Whether to stay or depart was destined to be a treacherous path. After all, he had no intention of seeking refuge elsewhere. Master, I have observed the heavens. It seems rain will soon fall. His words were prophetic. 2 days hence, the city of Tangjiang, after enduring a prolonged drought, was finally graced with a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded, soaking the streets and alleys once more. The river overflowed its banks. The ferryman halted his passage, turned his boat sideways, and settled in for a drink. The bustling boats of yore, with their vibrant courtesans, had momentarily vanished from sight. Frozen fish floated on the river's surface, and livestock that fell into the water struggled briefly before succumbing entirely. Clad in a rain-soaked poncho, Chen Sheng entered, his face marked by anxiety. Master, I have inquired. The righteous have risen, but a traitor has emerged among them. The government troops pursued them through the night, resulting in numerous deaths. The towers by the river are now adorned with the bodies of the fallen. Many who survived, unable to fight back, have scattered in fear. Su Mu's expression darkened, and he was about to utter a few words when, bang, the door was thrust open once more. In stepped Ma Lu, drenched and bearing a despondent expression. His first words were a plea for money. Su Dongjia, may I borrow 50 taels? Su Mu was taken aback. He was accustomed to Ma Lu's playful banter. Without further thought, Su Mu unfastened his purse and handed over several large ingots of silver. Without even drafting a promissory note, 100 taels, should any misfortune arise, they could be used to avert disaster. Ma Lu, eyes reddening, accepted the money and suddenly knelt, bowing 3 times to Su Mu before hastily exiting the estate. Had Lu truly encountered trouble? It seemed so. During this period, Ma Lu's assistance to the Su family had been invaluable. 100 taels hardly represented a fair price. Master, I shall inquire further. Go ahead. As dusk fell amidst the rain, Chen Sheng returned, his eyes reddened. Ma Lu is in grave peril. Master, he is also one of the righteous, hidden within the city. At this moment, he has been betrayed by the traitors. The earlier sum of 100 taels was meant to provide the elderly couple with fare for their journey out of the city. Su Mu's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Images of the worldly gatekeeper surfaced in his thoughts, calling him young master while ingratiatingly begging for liquor. A battalion of troops and officials from the magistrate's office surrounded Lu Er's home. If captured, he might be dragged to the execution grounds. Young master, what shall we do? How many troops are there? Approximately 2,000. Su Mu closed his eyes, feeling a tightness in his chest. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from beyond the village. An announcement was made to the young master, according to the decree of the authorities. The transfer period on the land deed has not yet expired. The old landlord has returned, and we request that young Master Su vacate the premises immediately. Silence. Su Mu turned and shouted angrily. The mounted official delivering the announcement was startled, nearly tumbling from his horse. After the proclamation, the frightened official hastily retreated. Chen Sheng, let us step outside and see. Su Mu said, regaining his composure. Bring a jar of wine. Chen Sheng nodded and hurried to the wine cellar, returning with a jar of drunken celestial. The others remained in the village to gather belongings, preparing more carts and setting up the drapes. Brother Mu, I want to go too. Sihu rose reluctantly. Stay here. I shall return shortly. Su Mu refrained from bringing Sihu along, fearing potential trouble. Truthfully, even Su Mu himself did not understand why he felt compelled to undertake this journey. The grain in the village had been protected from moisture. If officials came to urge them, they would simply claim it belonged to Changjia town, and no one would dare touch it. Kaiwei watched them. Jiang Kaiwei understood Su Mu's intentions. He worried that during such tumultuous times, the village might encounter further misfortune. Su Lang, please be exceedingly careful. Her voice quivered slightly. I understand. I will see Lu Er off and return. As he stepped out of the village, the rain continued to lash down. Chen Sheng, holding the jar of wine in one hand and an oiled paper umbrella in the other, cautiously walked alongside his master. Before they could exit the east block, a cart came to a halt after rolling through the puddles. Lu Zizhong poked his head out from the cart, his expression shifting to one of slight malice, a smirk playing on his lips. Knowing that the young master intends to leave, I have come to bid you farewell, an old acquaintance. When the day comes that you meet your end, I shall also accompany you on your journey to the grave. Lu Zizhong was not angry. He pointed his finger and continued, do you know? The old ghosts at home are still after your drunken, celestial recipe. I advise them that a dog like you, young master, is beyond hope and should be eradicated entirely. Wherever the drunken celestial of Su's village goes, there lies a prosperous business. The sour wines of the 4 prominent families will soon rot away in their cellars. Young master, you remain a naive pup, unable to see through the ways of this world. What need do I have to perceive this world? I only need to heed my own conscience, Su Mu replied, laughter erupting from Lu Zizhong, who could hardly contain himself. Fool, take your villagers and go starve. Su Mu replied with a cold smile, uninterested in further discourse, and continued walking with Chen Sheng, stepping through the puddles toward the west block. What nonsense about conscience! Those who have read countless volumes of sage wisdom are no greater than you. In this world, if you do not consume others, you shall meet a dire fate. Amidst the tempest, the mocking voice of Lu Zizhong faded into the distance. Su Mu, his countenance stern, pressed forward with Chen Sheng beside him. As they neared Kaishiku, the gathering of onlookers clad in raincoats swelled, obstructing every alleyway with their bustling presence. Countless soldiers, donned in armor, brandished weapons and formed a menacing perimeter. Chen Sheng, standing beside Lu Er, momentarily shed tears of anguish. Su Mu lifted his gaze to the wooden platform at Kaishiku, where 5 figures were suspended by frayed ropes. Their knees shattered and their bodies weakened. The central figure was Ma Lu, stripped of his former glory, his face marred by bloodied swellings, his eyes appearing as if gouged. A gruesome sight indeed. The 4 figures flanking him mirrored his plight. As the rain fell, it seeped through the cracks of the platform, mingling with the dripping blood, resembling blossoms of crimson plum. These are rebels. Traitors. The once authoritative official, witnessing the crowd's growing numbers, stepped forward in fury. In our great Ji dynasty, a time of peace and prosperity, these ruffians dare to incite the populace to defy our rule. Execute them. Strike them down. After his fervent outburst, the official turned, ingratiatingly addressing a general behind him. The general, with a sardonic smile, raised his hand. 5 executioners, bare-chested, began to wipe their blades and advanced toward the platform. The massive crowd recoiled uneasily. A handful of elderly women, eager for blood buns, excitedly jostled to the front, while a few ravenous dogs gathered at the corners, ready to snatch the heads. Spare their lives. Let us drink a toast to their demise. Su Mu's voice rang out in anger, his teeth clenched. Perhaps he was a fool, courting disaster at such a moment. Yet, he could not forsake a hero. Just like the valiant souls of the Tongji camp who perished at Yongguan, the world was dreadfully tainted, and the rare glimmers of clarity were at risk of extinguishment. Pushing through the throng, Su Mu advanced with a cold demeanor, with Chunsheng following at a measured pace, equally resolute. The official, upon observing the newcomers, furrowed his brow but then transformed his expression into one of delight. He approached the general and whispered a few words in his ear. The general's face turned frosty as he rose, scrutinizing Su Mu from head to toe. You are Su Mu? Zhao Qingyun, the Broken D general, is your brother? No, merely an old acquaintance. Since he is not, you possess great audacity to come and bid farewell to a traitor. The general must surely be complicit. The official interjected sharply. A dozen soldiers began to encircle them menacingly. A toast to severing ties. May he in the next life tread the path of righteousness and forsake thievery. Pray tell, General, what crime has he committed? In this era of peace in the Ji dynasty, do you dare deny even a single toast? On the verge of death on the platform, Ma Lu, upon hearing Su Mu's voice, shed bloodied tears from his already crimson-rimmed eyes. The crowd began to stir. A few of the elderly women, awaiting their bloody buns, attempted to accost Su Mu, only to be coldly repelled by Chunsheng. If I were complicit, would I dare come here? The general, having quelled the rebellion, would do better to cultivate a noble reputation. In time, when tales are recounted, he shall surely be praised. The general on the wooden platform smiled faintly, raising his hand to disperse the gathered soldiers. For this round, let it be considered for the sake of General Padi's reputation. The old official beside him, eager to incite further discord, was silenced by a stern glare from the general and quickly retreated, disheartened. The wild dogs grew restless, while several old women wept loudly, their anxious eyes fixed on the executioner. Su Mu cradled the wine jar, feeding a sip to each of the four beside him, before finally stopping in front of Ma Lu. Ma Lu raised his blood-stained, blurred visage. Master Su, your kindness is beyond repay. Let us vow to meet again in the next life. Regret? What is there to regret? In the next life, I shall still have my part to play. The world is filthy, and someone must rise to cleanse it. Su Mu rubbed his weary eyes and presented the wine jar to Ma Lu, who let out a couple of hoarse laughs before burying his head in the jar and drinking deeply. He felt as if he were merely a transient observer, surrounded by an opaque panorama of black and white. Tell me, what was your name? Little master, I am Ma Chao. I have told you. I am the divine might general, striking fear into the hearts of the enemy, forcing them to abandon their beards and robes. Ha ha, I remember now. Su Mu trembled slightly as he descended from the wooden platform. Behind him, 5 executioners lifted their blades, and the old women and wild dogs began to assume aggressive postures. The kingdom shrouded in mist and rain sways. A decade's worth of swords severing dynasties. I am indeed the divine might general. The sound of the blade cutting through the rain echoed, droplets of blood splattering onto Su Mu's back, igniting a feverish warmth throughout his body. Chunsheng, gather the bodies. Chunsheng, abandoning his oiled paper umbrella and with red-rimmed eyes, rushed forward to scatter the bloodthirsty old women and the wild dogs. The crowd began to retreat in alarm, and the soldiers also started to regroup. The general on the wooden platform wore a satisfied smile. Little master, there are rumors alleging you killed an official. It would be prudent if that were false. Otherwise, should it be uncovered, none can protect you. General, if one conducts oneself with honor, why would one need protection from others? The general, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a hearty laugh, nodding his fingers before turning to stride forward. The rain continued to pour. Su Mu stood in the downpour, feeling a sudden chill envelop him. Chapter 119. Better not be a dog. The rain fell in torrents. 9 carts, laden with goods and shadows of people, began their solemn journey from the east block towards the east city gate. Su Mu sat in the cart, gripping his sword, his emotions a tangled web. This night felt like a shipwreck amid the sands. The east city gate was crowded with people. A dense throng of tavern owners and stewards from the 4 esteemed families, including the mocking Lu Zizhong, all guarded by attendants holding umbrellas, their lips curling into cold smirks. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged, though his heart was troubled over Ma Lu's fate. As for the relocation of the estate, he had anticipated it well in advance. The machinations of the four prominent families had, in this instance, serendipitously struck true. Little master, look at yourself. You've become a stray dog once more. Once you leave the city, remember to set up a few more straw huts. The rain is heavy, and the night is cold. Don't freeze to death. The wild dogs drag corpses. Send a few more people to count, and bring extra straw mats to wrap them. Clenched his teeth in anger, wishing to cast aside the reins and seize a knife to charge forward. Su Mu remained motionless, calm as though an outsider to the fray. It was only when the wheels of the carriage came to a halt at the city gate that he turned to Lu Zizhong and spoke with a faint smile. Young Master Lu, upon my return to Tangjiang, I shall indeed pluck willow branches to strike you. Lu Zizhong sneered, should you perish outside, do not come seeking me as a ghost. Borrowing young Master Lu's words, our paths shall cross amidst the mountains and rivers. Go die? Lu Zizhong's expression grew increasingly sinister. What do you think you are? Merely a fool of the emperor's making. Do you believe you can rise again? In this lifetime, you shall remain a doomed stray dog. Su Mu smiled without a word. 9 carriages departed Tangjiang, their lanterns flickering dimly in the rainy night. Suddenly, a dozen cavalrymen from the official army trailed behind, following the direction of the convoy at a leisurely pace. Master, why are the officials following us? Zhao Zun, riding a spirited steed, caught up from behind, his voice heavy. Pay them no mind, Su Mu replied, his tone resolute. According to his conjecture, they were likely 4 influential families, idling away their time, using the facade of the officials to harass them. Then, where shall we go now, master? In this night and rain. Even if we seek to purchase land deeds in another city, we must wait until dawn. Master, why not head to Changjia town? It's not far. Going to Changjia town would seal the fate of the village. Su Mu shook his head. Zhao Zun, run a bit faster. And keep an eye out for any sheltering woods. Rest assured, master. Once Zhao Zun had galloped ahead, Su Mu turned back. Observing the dozen officials clad in raincoats behind them, his brow momentarily furrowing. Young master, do not hold it against us. We are merely following orders to escort you far from Tangjiang. The official from Tangjiang, with a slightly grave expression, hurriedly spurred his horse forward. Ultimately, had it not been for the official's command, he would not willingly brave the rainy night armed, to accompany these harbingers of misfortune. Sir, how far do we go? 100 miles. Su Mu turned to scoff. Are they truly intent on extermination? See who, spur the horses. The relentless downpour showed no signs of abating as the carriage continued along the official road, battered by wind and rain, presenting a scene of despair. After traveling 100 miles, the dozen officials finally turned their horses around, shaken, retreating into the night. This demonstrated the profound apprehension the 4 influential families held toward Su Mu. Master, there is a grove ahead where we can take shelter from the rain. Zhao Zun returned at a gallop, his voice somber. Everyone, set up tents for cover. Su Mu did not hesitate. After trudging 100 miles through the rain, dawn was now approaching. Each individual was soaked through. Approximately half an hour later, 4 or 5 makeshift grass shelters were finally erected. According to Su Mu's plan, they would temporarily rest before seeking other larger cities. Even if they could not purchase land deeds, they at least needed to find an inn. Prolonged exposure to the elements would inevitably lead to illness. Su Lang, have some water. Jiang Kaiwei carefully brought a bowl of hot soup to Su Mu. The ground was damp, necessitating the use of 2 or 3 clay pots as a fire pit. Put on another layer. Jiang Kaiwei obediently nodded, fetching a garment for herself, then finding another to drape over Su Mu's shoulders. In reminiscence of that fateful time when the city of Guangzhou fell, we too were a band of over 40, compelled to slay the enemy and flee to Hezhou, relocating to the inner city. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, living like dogs may ensure survival. Yet to live as a man affords a far more comfortable existence, free from the need to bow for scraps or to live in trepidation under another's roof. Su Mu raised his gaze, surveying the faces of the 40-odd villagers around him, each reflecting a resolute spirit. An inexplicable sense of gratification surged within Su Mu. I, Su Mu, pledge to you all, henceforth we shall not only possess grand estates, but also establish significant towns. We shall engage in commerce of grain, operate taverns and gambling houses, and have a great river where the maidens from the boats will dance and sing for us. The affluent shall not dare to stir, nor shall the imperial troops provoke us. just like in Chang family town. However, before that, Su Mu's voice grew somber. We shall not live like dogs. Amidst the torrential rain of the night, the eyes of countless souls began to gleam with hopeful anticipation. We shall not live like dogs. Let us drink. Let us warm our spirits. At this moment, the master could hardly wish for mountain bandits to ambush us. Allow us to warm ourselves. The foremost group of young men laughed heartily. Following Su Mu, the trials of bloodshed had indeed tempered their resolve and decisiveness in battle. Above, the sky remained shrouded in dark, heavy clouds. Qinsheng, what time is it? Master, it is the hour of the rabbit. The hour of the rabbit is around 6 in the morning. Only those who survive in the crevices of life are worthy to gaze upon the future. Divide into 3 groups, 2 in each, to scout the nearby large city's official quarters for any advantageous land deeds. Rest assured, master, besides the carriage, there are 3 steeds of the enemy and 4 or 5 ordinary war horses, sufficient to venture farther. Shortly, 6 figures clad in thick raincoats, armed and ready, dashed out of the woods, vanishing into the curtain of rain. Retracting his gaze, Su Mu lowered his head once more, observing the roaring flames of the fire in the clay oven. Relocating the estate bears both advantages and disadvantages, yet he felt no overwhelming disappointment. When we first entered Tangjiang City, our primary concern was merely the wine market at the month's onset, hoping to attract clientele. Fortunately, that endeavor proved successful. As for the 4 prominent families and the agreement with Chang Silang, to put it succinctly, as long as we dominate the liquor business in the inner city, the 4 families shall inevitably meet their demise. Master, someone is approaching. Chen Sheng, on watch, suddenly called out from afar. Su Mu rose, anticipating yet another visit from the 4 prominent families, only to furrow his brow as a figure drew near. Through the rain, Chang Wei approached, donning a bamboo hat, and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Young master, my lord says that it is cold and wet outside. It would be wise to take refuge in Chang family town for the time being. Chang Wei, return and tell your lord that I have found my own destination and am preparing to depart. When I have leisure, I shall certainly pay my respects in person. Young master, my lord is not a villain. Why do you persist in this manner? There is a saying, an old hen chooses its perch. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, saying, return and inform him that I, Su Mu, have my own humble resting place. I am unaccustomed to lofty perches. Though unsure of Chang Silang's true nature, one with such protagonist attributes is unlikely to settle for mediocrity. Moreover, Chang Silang had forsaken his official career. The remaining path, Su Mu has already begun to surmise. Chapter 120. The killing list of Weiqing 3 hours after Chang Wei's departure, the heavy rain showed no signs of abating. All but the night watchmen among the villagers were wrapped in their garments, dozing lightly in the chilly dampness. Chang Gong, you should also rest in the straw shed. The hunting dog paused for a moment before obediently lifting the old scholar onto its back and entering the shed. Master, they have returned. Su Mu quickly rose and hurried to the straw shed, discovering, as expected, 2 figures riding back in haste, soaked to the skin. Master, Heikong removed his bamboo hat, his voice tinged with anger. Over at Fengcheng, they claim there is no notarized land deed. I couldn't believe it, so I circled the city twice. And it's evident there are many vacant plots. Heikong's words furrowed Su Mu's brow. The most likely scenario was that the 4 prominent families had colluded, offering bribes to obstruct access. No wonder Lu Zizhong had been so boisterous upon leaving Tangjiang City. According to the law, without a notarized land deed, one cannot occupy land unlawfully. Otherwise, one would be deemed a bandit. Of course, if one ventured further afield, such as into the deep mountains and forests, it was unlikely anyone would intervene. However, if it were too far, there would be little hope for the illicit liquor business. Su Mu could only hope that the reach of the 4 families did not extend too far. Even a distance of 200 miles would be acceptable to him. Master. Before long, 2 more figures returned. The Zhou brothers, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo, dismounted with equally furious expressions. Master. The officials in Chihu City inquired about our origins and then promptly dismissed us. Chihu City lay over 100 miles from Tangjiang. How could these 4 families be so cautious? It seems we must rely on Shangur. Master, if all else fails, we shall retreat into the mountains. Su Mu had no intention of seeking refuge in the mountains. If necessary, he would head towards Changyang to see if his old friend Zhou Fu had any good ideas. Zhou Zun, where did Shangur go for the official inquiry? It appeared to be Weiqing. An hour later, amidst the rain, The figures of Chen Sheng and another rider finally returned. As soon as they dismounted, Chen Sheng began cursing. "Master, the officials are deceiving us. They have no intention of providing a land deed in Weiqing." Su Mu, filled with rage, could only laugh bitterly. These 4 families had run off 200 miles. Should he pursue them all the way to the frontier's officials? However, Chen Sheng's demeanor shifted to one of amusement. "Master, guess whom I encountered in Weiqing?" "Whom?" "Tian Song, the official from Guangzhou." "Tian Song." Su Mu paused for a moment, recalling that this rascal had fled Guangzhou before its downfall and managed to secure a position in Weiqing. This time, he could not hold a senior position and was merely a lowly street patrol officer, catching flack from others when Su Mu spotted him. This was understandable. Although he had escaped with the officials of Guangzhou, the circumstances were still rather disgraceful. After sharing a drink and offering 10 taels of silver, Su Mu secured some good news. "The officials refused to provide a land deed, but we are permitted to retrieve it ourselves." "Ah, Shenggur, hurry and finish your story, or I shall strike you." Sihu, growing impatient, shouted urgently. Chen Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Sihu before turning back, his expression growing grave. Tiansong's intention was clear. We were to hunt down the bounty. Hunt down the bounty? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, to unveil the official bounty and eliminate notorious bandits. Tian Song had brought me specifically to scrutinize the official notice for quite some time. Although I was not well versed in characters, I managed to decipher it. 100 miles beyond the southern gate of Weiqing, at Modi Lake, there was a band of murderous thieves who not only ambushed travelers, but also frequently infiltrated the city to plunder and commit heinous acts. If they failed in their endeavors, they resorted to violence, killing, and arson. The officials had pursued them relentlessly and even dispatched men to Modi Lake, yet they remained elusive. The military was indifferent. It was said that some gallant souls had formed a group to confront them, prompting the bandits to retreat into the depths of the mountains. "Chen Sheng, how many are there?" Su Mu inquired solemnly. "About 30, all seasoned and ruthless bandits." Chen Sheng replied. "The inner city, under the emperor's rule, was plagued by merely 30 of these old bandits. Yet those incompetent officials could not eradicate them and were still compelled to post the bounty. Of course, these bandits were exceedingly cunning." Chen Sheng nodded and continued. "The bounty offers 200 taels of silver. Tian Song mentioned that if we eliminate the target, we would not only claim the silver, but also acquire the land deed from Modi Lake. It would be prudent for the master to make another visit to discuss the particulars." Once Chen Sheng finished, Su Mu rubbed his forehead. In the current circumstances, pursuing the bounty indeed appeared to be a viable path. Despite the corruption of the 4 great families, they would not dare to tarnish the official bounties. It is essential to understand that each bounty had been vetted by the general's office in Changyang before being publicly announced. However, Weiqing was nearly an outlying town. The inner city was undoubtedly closer to the prosperous banks of the Ji River, but the over 20 large cities were not all clustered tightly along the riverbank. For instance, Weiqing was too distant from the waterways and not near any official roads, making it feel inconsequential. The capital of Changyang, the wine city of Tangjiang, the cultural haven of Chongqing, and the ceramic metropolis of Suyang all overshadowed Weiqing, which was ironically known as the Potter's City. It is noteworthy that during this era in Great Ji, pottery was primarily used to contain the ashes of those who perished far from home. "Master, shall we pursue this bounty?" The surrounding dozen or so young men raised their heads, silently observing Su Mu. Regardless of how the young master decided, they would comply. With a serious demeanor, Su Mu contemplated his options. He led the Su family village in these tumultuous times, seeking a way to forge a path forward. Yet, when the road was blocked, one could only carve out an opening. "We shall pursue the bounty," Su Mu declared with gravity. If it were any other villagers, he might hesitate, but the young men before him were seasoned fighters who had tasted blood. For the sake of their families and their livelihoods, they were willing to risk their lives. "Chen Sheng, take a moment to rest. Ultimately, the decision regarding the bounty lies with me, the master. Even though it is still raining, the current circumstances leave us no time to lose. If we encounter anyone, we must act with caution. Those with blades can strike. But if the officials pose difficulties, we shall first retreat. Sihu, accompany me to Weiqing." The rain poured down in torrents. Chang Silang stood atop the tower in Changjia town, his brow furrowed deeply. He could not fathom why, despite the dire situation, that young master remained reluctant to ally with him. "Young master, the officials from the nearby towns have already been alerted. and Su's family is unable to obtain the land deed notarization. That young master likely assumes this is the handiwork of the 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City. Chang Silang did not respond immediately. Instead, he rose slowly and adjusted his robe. He had previously dispatched someone to the border multiple times for inquiries. And this young master is no ordinary individual. He is not merely a mountain wolf. He is a hidden dragon. General Padi? Huh. He merely thrives on the young master's favor, having secured a title of a general. Such figures, when faced with tumultuous events, are bound to transform into dragons. I, Chang Xiaodang, possess an eye for talent, yet alas, the bright moon illuminates the ditch. Chapter 121. Old Friends at the Border After Dawn. A few rare streaks of light pierced through the dark, heavy clouds. Sihu drove the cart cautiously towards Weiqing, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Brother Mu, should we teach Tian Guantou a lesson? Su Mu sighed and shook his head. No more fighting. Under such circumstances, it's hard to place too much blame on Tian Song. Pushing the ancestors of Li Shaowan onto him likely comes from orders above. There aren't many old friends left at the border. Let us treat this as a gathering of comrades. The wet path was difficult to traverse, unlike the past when Chun Sheng and others could gallop swiftly. After more than 2 hours, the cart finally arrived at the city gate of Weiqing. 2 guards, clad in raincoats, hurriedly approached to block the cart. It was only after Su Mu handed over a few pieces of silver that they joyfully stepped aside, allowing entry into the city. These corrupt officials only know how to collect silver. The old bandits at Ma Ti Lake have been entrenched for so long, yet remain unscathed. Sihu spoke in a muffled tone, though he was a simple man. He had accompanied Su Mu during this time, and had witnessed much regarding the suffering of the world. Brother Mu were to first. Su Mu, uncertain of Tian Song's reliability, sought out a small stable, paid some silver, and the two waited at the edge of the official street. Of course, he could have directly entered the official residence to inquire, but that was ultimately not a wise strategy. Brother Mu, look here, holding an oiled paper umbrella. Su Mu stepped forward a few paces, guided by Sihu's voice, until he reached a notice board. The notice was slightly damp, but the vivid red characters of a wanted poster immediately caught his eye. Chen Sheng had not been mistaken. This was indeed a wanted notice. The content was largely similar, detailing over 30 infamous bandits who had taken refuge around Ma Ti Lake, issuing a bounty for brave souls. The reward was 200 taels. If one did not wish to accept silver, they could exchange it for 5 weapons or a notarization of the land deed from Ma Ti Lake. One must admit, the officials of Weiqing had calculated their interests well. Su Mu was certain that even if they truly captured these 30 bandits, lacking power and influence, there was a high probability they would be robbed of their rewards by the officials, who would instead utilize these notarizations as compensation. As for the weapon notarization, it was somewhat acceptable, albeit somewhat lacking, as it was, after all, a tangible means of self-defense. However, the notarization of the Ma Ti Lake land deed held little value for most individuals. The waterways and official roads away from the inner city were perilous, especially in these troubled times, where even traveling at night posed the risk of being ambushed. Yet, paradoxically, this very place was precisely what the Su family needed. The esteemed Master Mu has emerged from the official district. Su Mu, enveloped in silence, turned around and from a distance beheld his old acquaintance, Tian Song, hunched over, being reprimanded by a corpulent constable who was tugging at his face. The scolding culminated with a couple of kicks, playfully tossing Tian Song into a puddle. Passers-by, including the returning constable, stifled their laughter. The rain intensified, drenching Tian Song completely. In the past, when I was stationed at the border, I would not hesitate to draw my blade against anyone who dared to provoke me. I have no doubt that during those days in Guangzhou, everyone was aware of the formidable presence of Tian Guantou. Tian Song, momentarily taken aback, hastily lifted his head, and suddenly, he appeared bewildered, his eyes gradually turning red. In the dim alley of Weiqing, at the 3rd house to the left, lies an old tavern. After casting aside a gnawed sheep bone to shoo away a couple of stray dogs, Tian Song wiped his mouth and let out a contented belch. Initially, upon encountering Captain Chun, he thought he had mistaken him for someone else, only to realize that the young master had indeed ventured into the inner city. Su Mu offered a faint smile, raising his cup to toast Tian Song from afar. He understood individuals like Tian Song, who had once struggled to remain untainted, yet ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide of corruption. If one finds themselves at odds with the corrupt officials, The prospects within public service are essentially at an end. The matter concerning the young master and the official's daughter has long passed, and it is still necessary to thank Tian Guantou for bringing in 200 taels of business. Tian Song chuckled awkwardly, remarking that the young master was magnanimous, and requested not to refer to him as Guantou anymore, as he was now merely a minor official in Weiqing. He lifted the wine jug and took several hearty swigs, his complexion reddening noticeably. Even the nearby Si Hu, who was gnawing on a meat bone, couldn't help but cast a few curious glances. The young master is unaware that when I fled Wangzhou alongside the officials, I was quite familiar with that old man Chun. I had wished to take him with me, but he refused, stating he wanted to keep watch over Wangzhou. That old man Chun, the one who was the stamp clerk? His surname is Chun, specifically Qindingbian. I heard he changed it himself, hoping for stability and peace for the nation. Sumu felt a pang in his heart, recalling the indomitable figure of the old constable atop the city wall, standing resolute against countless arrows. At that moment, as I mounted my horse, I suddenly found myself reluctant to leave. Though I had mustered my courage for so long, it ultimately faltered. Young master, I feel as though I am but a mere wretch. Hearing that old man Chun perished valiantly in Wangzhou, I can't help but feel a sting in my nose at the thought. Sumu paused slightly, concealing his inner turmoil. Brother Tian, it is better to live a wretched life than to perish. This sentiment holds true. Let us not dwell on it. I have heard from Captain Chun that the young master is also facing difficulties and wishes to eliminate the list. Sumu nodded, hesitating briefly, yet decided against concealment. After eliminating the list, I intend to procure the land deed notarization from the vicinity of Matihui. Should the young master successfully eliminate the list, it should not pose much of a challenge, even if funds are required. It is likely that the old ghosts in the official district would be reluctant to part with them. The official district may be unwilling, but the 4 major households surely engage in underhanded dealings and will undoubtedly demand bribes. Moreover, there is an unfortunate reality. To reveal the official list, one must present their badge at the official district and register. Sumu South name and place of origin will surely be thoroughly scrutinized. Brother Tian, what I seek is not silver, but rather the notarization of the land deed. However, there are those who wish to expel me from the inner city of Su family village. Having served as an official in Wangzhou for several years, Tian Song is by no means a fool. Just this one sentence conveys the underlying meaning quite clearly. Young master, I have a plan. Please, speak, Brother Tian. Adjusting his expression, Tian Song began earnestly. Currently, my position in Weiqing is merely that of a tea server and cleaner. Naturally, the official list must be executed. And when it is time for young master to present the list, I can find a way to send the old officials away. The ones responsible for collecting fees will invariably be these seasoned bureaucrats. Dreadfully, upon reflection, it is still old Chin's character that stands out as the most upright. By dismissing the old officials, other minor clerks will undoubtedly take their places. Young master should take this opportunity to submit the list swiftly. However, once you present the list, you must exercise utmost caution. Sumu paused, and had to admit that Tian Song's suggestion was indeed quite astute. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Tian. Without hesitation, Sumu retrieved a pouch of silver from his bosom, akin to the time he had entrusted Tian Song with a task in Wangzhou, feeling it was only appropriate to offer a token of bribe. However, Tian Song, trembling, did not extend his hand. Ultimately, he slowly opened the pouch, revealing 50 taels, from which he only took 5. Sumu was somewhat taken aback, considering their past camaraderie and Tian Song's recent financial difficulties. He then handed over 50 taels. This 5 taels is required for purchasing some items. The rest, please take back, young master. Brother Tian, why is that? Young master, I wish to see if I can cleanse myself of my past. Tian Song's voice was grave. Chapter 122. Who wants to execute the list upon exiting the old tavern? Sumu deliberately took a longer route, waiting for Tian Song to return to the official residence before he himself proceeded towards the direction of the official list. Amidst the curtain of rain, Sumu resolutely extended his hand, coldly tearing down the official notice. He then turned and walked towards the official residence. Several officials, previously idle, were taken aback upon seeing Sumu approach with the torn list. Execute the list. Wei the clerk, someone is here to execute the list. Tian Song, standing at the back, observed Sumu's demeanor and unconsciously felt a surge of joy. Execute the list? Who intends to do so? An old clerk with a goatee poked his head out from the official residence. To speak frankly, this official list regarding the 30 bandits had been hanging for over a month, with no expectations for action, yet unexpectedly, someone now sought to execute it. Su Mu's gaze was steady as he entered the official residence with Sihu. Name, place of origin. Su Mu, a wanderer from Guangzhou. Migrated to the inner city to escape the turmoil of war. The registering clerk noticeably paused, and after a brief interval, picked up his brush again, writing slowly. A deadline of half a month. Should the list not be executed, according to the law, 30 military lashes will be imposed. 30 lashes will not kill, but will surely leave one maimed. The nearby officials exhibited amused expressions, considering Su Mu to be a naive newcomer. Should he proceed, he would either perish or sustain grievous injuries. Let us go over it again. The clerk spread out the documents, squinting his eyes to scrutinize Su Mu a little longer. Su Mu glanced down a few times and found no significant issues. Everything was documented according to the official list. No problems. Taking one copy of the document, Su Mu coldly exited. Sihu cradled his head, yet despite his caution, his hair became damp. Mu Gur, Tian Guanto, Sihu, fetch the carriage. It was only after they boarded the cart that Su Mu unfurled the note given by Tian Song. The note detailed the habits of the notorious bandits and the martial prowess of their 3 leaders. Once he finished reading, Su Mu crumpled the note and fed it to Sihu, who swallowed it down. Mu Gur, why don't you swallow it yourself? I've had a poor appetite lately. As the carriage departed from Weiqing, they retraced their steps. 30 miles away, they passed through a town, where Su Mu managed to persuade the owner of a small inn to allow the villagers to rest. Sihu urged the horses on. As dusk approached, Su Mu finally returned to the sheltering woods. Even while planning the eradication of bandits, the first step was to ensure the villagers were settled. Although the inn in the small town was not suitable for an extended stay, it nonetheless provided a refuge. With the wind and rain raging outside, a few more days could lead to illness among the villagers. Chun Sheng, you need not follow. Stay here with 3 men at the inn. Chun Sheng's face darkened. He was eager to mount his horse and fight alongside his master. Yet, it was indeed necessary to have some strong men remain to guard the villagers. The payment had been made. He merely needed to collect the deed. Be careful, master. Not pressing further, Chun Sheng nodded seriously, selected 3 robust men, and began to prepare the carriage. Chang Gong, you will accompany us. The bowman, wrapped in a gray cloak, stood up excitedly, grasping his small bow, and staggered over to Su Mu. Su Mu let out a deep sigh. To speak frankly, the mission to eradicate the bandits left no room for retreat. Yet at this moment, he felt far from confident. The bandits at Mati who were no ordinary criminals. They were seasoned marauders who had long been accustomed to bloodshed. Otherwise, the officials would have dispatched them long ago, and there would not be a bounty on their heads. Su Lang. As always, Jiang Kaiwei hurried over with the old armor, assisting Su Mu in fastening it with ropes. Everyone, secure your armor. The armor needed verification. Apart from Chun Sheng and his 3 men, 13 others were set to join the bandit hunt. With only 6 sets of armor available, those without were instructed by Su Mu to don an outer robe and stuff it with dry grass. Chang Gong, you should wear one as well. Due to his physical condition, the bowman could not hold the bow for extended periods. Without the means to fight, he might find himself in peril. Jiang Kaiwei turned back and fetched a smaller robe for him, helping him don it and fill it with dry grass. Chun Sheng, remember this. If the officials cause trouble, retreat first. If there is a threat of robbery or murder, we will fight back. Chun Sheng mounted his horse, nodding solemnly. The rest of you, bring provisions and follow your master. Su Mu tightened his grip on the long sword and coldly mounted the carriage. If time permitted, he would prefer to rest adequately. However, this mission had a mere fortnight's deadline, and the journey to Mati would take at least a day due to difficult terrain. Mu Gur, I have discovered something. Sihu pulled at the reins, his mouth buzzing with anticipation. What is it? Mu Gur harbored no desire for violence or bloodshed. Yet it appeared he had been embroiled in such conflicts perpetually. Su Mu's expression momentarily faltered. Sihu had not erred in his assessment. He had anticipated that upon entering the inner city, the atmosphere would be devoid of the brutality characteristic of the borderlands. Yet he had miscalculated. In this world, regardless of one's location, predatory acts persisted. To evade becoming prey, one could only carve out a path through violence. Lu Lao, shortly you will take over driving for Hu Guer, allowing for a rotation and rest. A young man nodded affirmatively from behind the cart. Su Mu, crossing his arms, leaned against the partition and gradually succumbed to a light slumber. The wheels of the cart were not enveloped in rubber as they would be in later times, and with the heavy rain soaking the ground, the road became increasingly treacherous. When Su Mu finally opened his eyes, he found dawn was approaching. Zhao Zun, how much further? Zhao Zun, guiding the horses, adjusted his bamboo hat and replied with a steady voice, Master, it is not far, based on the position of the lake of hoofprints. We have approximately 30 miles left. 30 miles, even on a difficult path, would only take a couple of hours. When we are 10 miles away, we shall disembark and proceed on foot. Master, there are corpses. Lu Lao, the driver, suddenly halted the cart, his inexperience almost causing it to topple. Yet, one could not fault him. In ancient times, respect for the deceased was paramount, and to run over a corpse was a profound taboo. Master, there are precisely 5. As they neared the lake of hoofprints, a shiver of dread coursed through Su Mu. With an oiled paper umbrella in hand, he alighted from the cart, and upon inspecting 3 of the fallen bodies, he noted they had all met swift deaths, their throats slit. Isn't there supposed to be soldiers and officials in this inner city? How could such brazen acts occur? Zhao Zun's voice trembled with anger. Su Mu, too, gritted his teeth. Previously, they had been closer to Zhejiang, surrounded by numerous grand cities, with ferry crossings every 10 miles and well-traveled official roads, creating an illusion of flourishing prosperity. However, this side of Wei City was remote, with dense forests and narrow paths, making it ideal for banditry, and the local military presence was scarce. There was even a child. Zhao Zun's eyes brimmed with tears. Let us gather ourselves and ensure a proper burial. Su Mu stood in the rain, his voice quivering, not from fear, but from fury. A dozen young men silently ventured into the rain, lifting each body and interring them in a deep pit by the roadside. Chapter 123. The horses thrust after properly laying the dead to rest, the rain-soaked sky began to brighten slightly. Su Mu wrung out some of the water from his garments, his countenance softening as he expelled a breath of rancor. See who, let us proceed. 13 young men divided into 4 horses and 1 cart, navigating the treacherous road ahead. Master, we have about 10 miles remaining. Zhao Zun approached on horseback, his tone somber. Zhao Zun, you take 3 men and ride behind. Await my command before encircling and attacking. Understood, Master. The 4 riders swiftly vanished into the rain. The remaining group checked their weapons, dismounting to walk. On the cart, including the hunting dog, they quickly inspected their swords, bows, and armor, ensuring everything was in order. Only then did they don their raincoats and adjust their bamboo hats before collectively leaping down from the cart. Lu Lao, go and conceal the cart. And remember to leave a mark. Rest assured, Master. I remember, without the Master's command, we must not disturb the old bandits. Su Mu is certain that this group of over 30 seasoned thieves, accustomed to bloodshed, lives without concern, solely seeking to wield their blades in violence. They are perhaps even more ferocious than the former troops led by Shuetong. Proceed cautiously into the woods. After traversing 10 miles, the remaining 10 took over an hour to approach the Horseshoe Lake. Raindrops pattered on the bamboo hats, producing a rhythmic sound. Fortunately, the nearby rain created an overwhelming din. Master, is that Horseshoe Lake? Whispered the dark-skinned servant beside him. Su Mu nodded. Before them lay a substantial lake, fed by several streams cascading down from the mountains. Accompanied by the rain, circles of ripples danced incessantly across the surface of the water. Continuing to gaze beyond the lake, one could discern a cluster of 7 or 8 thatched cottages, where faint silhouettes of people could be seen through the wooden windows. Changgong, go and investigate where the stables are located. The bowman nodded, fearing to move slowly. He discarded his raincoat and swiftly made his way through the damp ground. Before Su Mu could gather his thoughts, the bowman had already covered 100 paces. Su Mu stood momentarily stunned, knowing he could not pursue him with advice. Instead, he would wait for the outcome and offer a couple of bowls of ginger soup. Brother Mu, as I said, let us charge forward. See who gripped his long saber, his tone laced with anger. Do not speak recklessly. Su Mu shook his head. This wave of slaughter could not be avoided. But he wished to ensure no villager came to harm. Those 30-odd bandits kill without a blink. At least the official troops would show some fear. But this group of outlaws, when cornered, would undoubtedly fight to the death. In this world, those who dare to flirt with danger are not to be trifled with. Master, I see it. The stables are behind the house. with about 10 fine horses. The bowman quickly returned, drenched, causing Su Mu a moment of concern. Chang Gong, put on your raincoat. The bowman obediently donned the coat, his slender frame appearing somewhat sturdier amidst the wind and rain. Horseshoe Lake is too remote. If the bandits are to venture out to plunder, they must have horses. Mo Da, Mo Air, and Hong Sangu, Su Mu murmured to himself. What is Brother Mu reciting? The 3 leaders of the bandits. And there is also a woman? Do not underestimate them. Rubbing his forehead, Su Mu quickly deliberated. And after a while, spoke solemnly. We shall conceal ourselves in the woods and act when darkness falls. It is still early morning, and waiting until nightfall will surely be a struggle. However, there is no choice. Even on a rainy day, any action could easily attract attention. He even considered the possibility that these bandits might suddenly take a fancy to robbing on a rainy day. But soon, he was met with disappointment. The muddy path revealed the bandits' disinterest. They preferred to remain indoors, drinking and feasting, with the sounds of their revelry echoing loudly. Eating provisions, 10 figures clad in raincoats, their bamboo hats drooping, took out sticky flatbreads from their supplies, slowly tearing them apart and stuffing them into their mouths bite by bite. After the initial group, 3 or 4 stickmen followed, including Hei Fu, their bodies visibly trembling. In the past, they only dared to commit trivial misdeeds in the eastern district of Tangjiang City, still haunted by the previous lockdown's brutal crackdown. Brothers, steady yourselves, Su Mu urged, his voice low and resolute. Our families back home are waiting for us. This statement momentarily hardened the expressions of the stickmen. Surviving this wave would grant them a place to rest. We must fight, Hei Fu assured in a hushed tone. Being the first to express his resolve, the others echoed his sentiment, and Su Mu felt a surge of relief. Initially hesitant about bringing Hei Fu and his companions into the fold, he now recognized it as a wise decision. The rain is intensifying, one of them remarked. Su Mu cursed internally. They could not afford to reveal themselves, even if hail were to fall. He surmised that Zhou and his companions had found shelter from the rain. Awaiting his signal, let us find a drier spot to regroup, he instructed, as darkness enveloped the forest, the rain showing no sign of abating. The concealed group gradually reconvened, their faces mottled with cold. Boss, it's getting dark, one of them noted, wiping the rain from his face. Su Mu raised his head, surveying the dim, rain-soaked surroundings. Under such conditions, it was an opportune moment. Chang Gong, check if there are still patrols near the horse barn. The bowman swiftly departed, returning shortly after. Boss, there are 2 men. Chang Gong, take them out. Ensure you shoot to kill. Su Mu commanded, and the bowman nodded with calm assurance. If it's just 2 men, I can manage. Su Mu felt a flicker of joy and nodded earnestly. Everyone else, remain quiet. Once Chang Gong has taken care of them, we will proceed to the stable. Are we going to steal horses? One of the men inquired. The bandits possessed over 10 fine steeds. Stealing horses and charging into battle could indeed present an opportunity. However, the feasibility was low. The alert bandits would not be easily caught off guard. Any disturbance in the barn would prompt an immediate response. Furthermore, there was a critical point to consider. The horses were already claimed, and would be difficult to tame in a short time. Running a few paces only to return to the bandits would be a futile effort, possibly leading them into a predicament. In approaching the horse barn, Su Mu had another objective in mind. Brothers, we are going to incapacitate the horses. Incapacitate the horses? They echoed, bewildered. Yes, we will hurt them. Su Mu's tone turned icy as he reiterated. With over 30 bandits left without horses, that would present them with an opportunity. Initially, he considered poisoning or arson, but dismissed those ideas due to the weather and the potential fright to the horses. However, injuring them would leave them severely wounded and unable to flee. Chang Gong, be cautious, he advised. The bowman nodded and quickly vanished to find a suitable ambush spot. Brothers, be wary, the horses may kick. Once we've injured them, we will return to the woods under the cover of darkness. I am capable of vanquishing even the northern D, let alone a band of ruffians. A valiant Han, forged of iron. We, who possess iron bones, stand unyielding against any foe. Raise the blade. In the forest ahead, a row of stout men clad in raincoats instantly hardened their expressions. Chapter 124. Even the Imperial Army dares not approach. It is indeed a kill list. In the midst of a rain-soaked night, within the span of a heartbeat, the bowman unleashed 2 swift arrows, piercing the foreheads of 2 night watch brigands. Retracting his arm, he felt a sudden swelling in his right limb. After tearing a piece of robe to bind it tightly, he shifted his position, resuming his cold vigil ahead. Before him, 9 figures in raincoats gradually approached the horse barn. "Sister San, why do you not drink?" In the largest of the thatched huts, over a dozen brigands, with flushed faces from drink, remained reluctant to disperse. Among them was a solitary maiden, her cheeks marred by several scars, clad in a revealing gauzy skirt, unfastened at the waist. At that moment, she abruptly halted, holding a wine bowl, and raised her gaze, peering through the wooden window to the outside. "Sister San, should you hesitate to finish this bowl of wine, you shall be entering my chamber tonight." Hong Sangwei set down the wine bowl, her apprehension surging as she stood to leave the hut. The disgruntled brigand, having just exchanged pleasantries, was met with a resounding slap from Hong Sangwei, sending him stumbling a few steps back. "What troubles you, Sister San?" The assembled brigands hastily rose. "I believe I heard the horses calling." Pushing open the door, Hong Sangwei hurriedly made her way to the horse barn, only to be met with the sight of 2 fallen corpses and several horses with their bellies slashed open, revealing a grim visage. The sharp call of a brigand pierced the rain, rising in urgency. Before long, a throng of over 30 brigands brandished their blades, donning their raincoats. Emerging from several thatched huts, leading them was a tall, fierce-looking man, each hand gripping a curved blade. "Where is the second in command?" "He is still asleep." The responding brigand had not finished speaking when, from a distant hut, a woman's anguished scream echoed. Moments later, a similarly robust man, tying his short robe, approached, clutching a bloodied curved blade. "Sister San, do you recognize the identity of these intruders?" "I did not see them. I merely pricked the horse and fled." "Did the horse not cry out?" "Master Mo, the rain. The sound of the rain has grown louder, drowning it out." Emoda grinned wickedly, tilting his head back as he surveyed the rain-soaked surroundings. Unfortunately, the downpour obscured his vision, rendering anything beyond his immediate vicinity indistinguishable. "Master, without our horses, we shall find ourselves trapped." The brigand speaking was suddenly seized by Emoda, pulled before him. In mere moments, blood stained his body. An arrow, originating from an unknown source, had pierced through his chest. "There is an adept archer among us." Casting the corpse aside, Emoda began to sprint towards the thatched huts, and in an instant, the 30 or so brigands swiftly retreated. On a nearby slope, Su Mu, with his bamboo hat pressed down, coldly observed the unfolding scene. The bowman had timed his shot well, not alarming the serpents in the grass, yet lamentably failed to slay the leader. Furthermore, given the bowman's frail physique, it was likely he had reached the limit of his archery prowess. The situation appeared to grow increasingly dire. "Brother Mu, let us charge forth." "Wait." Su Mu rubbed his forehead and charged forward, knowing that even with Zhou Zun's 4 riders, the odds of victory were slim. "Longbow," he called softly. The archer dog swiftly approached, crouching beside Su Mu. Upon seeing the dog's swollen arm, Su Mu felt a pang of discomfort. The archer dog was still recovering from injuries, yet the current task of the killing list could not proceed without this skilled marksman. If his intuition served him right, it would not be long, perhaps half an hour, before the old bandit would emerge from the thatched hut to scout the area. The longbow still had a few shots left. 3 arrows should suffice. However, Su Mu remained skeptical. Although the archer dog was adept at shooting, his frail body could not endure prolonged exertion. Thus, he had been devising ways to help the archer regain his strength. When the old bandit ventured out, they would take another shot. "Rest easy, my lord." It was no surprise to Su Mu that, after a brief incense stick burn, an old bandit, seemingly scolded by someone, hastily drew his knife and cautiously emerged from the hut. Before he could take more than a few steps, the archer dog's solitary eye suddenly glimmered with intensity, swiftly knocking an arrow. The old bandit had no time to react before a small arrow pierced his forehead, causing him to collapse into the rain-soaked ground. The archer dog trembled as he returned the bow, believing Su Mu had not noticed, and tightened the wrapped sash around his arm. Su Mu's eyes stung as he unwound the sash, revealing that the entirety of the archer dog's right arm was covered in bruised lumps. "My lord, I am fine. Longbow, you should rest." The archer dog insisted on persevering, but Sihu, standing nearby, simply lifted him and carried him to the shelter of an old tree. Su Mu, with a stern expression, quietly surveyed the 7 or 8 thatched huts ahead. The old bandits who had reached this point were not fools and would not allow themselves to be easily slaughtered. The most likely scenario was that, in the face of uncertainty, they would flee to the mountains like startled birds. The task on the killing list was to procure the heads of the 3 notorious bandits, Mo Da, Mo Air, and Hong Sangu, and present them to the officials in Weiqing. "My lord, these old bandits are hiding. What shall we do now?" Heifei wiped the rain from his face and spoke gravely. "Brother Mu, let us charge in. I'll take down a few." Su Mu shook his head solemnly. The old bandits within the huts were merely uncertain, showing no signs of fear. In truth, if a fight broke out, the farmers he brought would also be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, these bandits were now without horses. In the innermost hut by the edge of Mati Lake, over 30 old bandits were crowded together, brandishing knives and hurling curses. Outside, a body of a scout lay sprawled in the puddles, staining the nearby grass with crimson. Could it be the government soldiers? Emoda pondered. If they were truly government troops, they would only feign an attack and then withdraw. For the past 2 or 3 years, they had resided near Mati Lake, relying on the remoteness of the mountains to evade both the officials and meddlesome heroes. But this time, it seemed different. They launched an attack without reason. Emoda, perhaps we should retreat deeper into the mountains. Ing raised her scarred face, her voice hoarse, advising that regardless of who approached, it was prudent to retreat first and speak later. This was indeed a sensible notion, and MD nodded in agreement. The hidden archers outside instilled a sense of dread within him. Had he acted even slightly slower moments ago, he might have been the one to suffer a grievous fate. He decided to retrieve his blade and circumvent to the rear mountain, planning to assess the situation at dawn. The thatched cottage led to a vast expanse of lush forest, providing ample cover. Thus he felt little concern regarding the archers, as MD prepared to lead his men around the back mountain. An old bandit stationed by the cottage suddenly rushed over, his voice frantic. "Chief, someone just called out from outside." "What did they say?" "Lu Zizhong from Tangjiang City has issued a bounty for our capture. He requests that we bind our hands and kneel and surrender." "Lu Zizhong? Who does he think he is? How dare someone issue a bounty?" With a furious kick, MD sent a chair flying across the room. He initially thought it was a formidable opponent, only to find it was merely a call for a bounty. The government troops, fearful to approach. Yet here came a band of fools seeking their own demise. Behind MD, over 30 bandits wore expressions of fury, itching to rush out and dispatch the bounty hunter named Lu Zizhong. "Mugur, why didn't you reveal your name?" "I'm not foolish, with more than 30 bandits. We might not be able to eliminate them all. The Mati Lake leads to the back mountain, and some bandits might escape, seeking revenge later," Su Mu replied calmly. "Nonetheless, those 3 ruffians must perish." Chapter 125. The direction of the spear. The torrential rain continued to pour, surrounding them with a rhythmic sound of thunderous raindrops. Emerging from the woods, Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. "Brothers, remove your raincoats." Mugur. Sihu was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. In such heavy rain, not donning a raincoat would surely lead to freezing. Not just the raincoat, but also bamboo hats. Su Mu was the first to act, finding a small tree and carefully placing the hat and coat upon it. At first glance, it truly appeared as if someone stood amidst the rain. The master is playing the scarecrow. Haihei suddenly understood. With their numbers too few, Su Mu had no choice but to resort to this tactic in the rainy night. They were indistinguishable from a distance. Soon, the other villagers, including Sihu, followed suit, hanging their bamboo hats and raincoats on nearby small trees. "Master, those 9 scarecrows will go unrecognized by the bandits. Master, what shall we do next?" Sihu leaned in. With suspicion, Sihu brought his head closer to Su Mu, only to receive a sudden, sharp slap to the head. The sound of pain echoed instantly. "Brothers, let us move," Su Mu instructed, turning to rub Sihu's head gently. "Mugur, please don't hit me again. I'm already foolish enough," Sihu complained. "Next time you get hit, I'll treat you to mutton soup." With a stern expression, Su Mu swiftly led his men, using the cover of the rainy night to stealthily navigate towards the other side of the forest. 3 or 4 old bandits emerged from the cottage, carrying wooden planks while casting glances towards the forest. Upon seeing the indistinct forms of over a dozen figures, they collectively inhaled sharply. "Chief, look at the forest." MD cautiously peered out of the cottage, his expression twisting into one of utter ferocity. In the depths of the forest, the archers lay in ambush, masquerading as phantoms. Mo Air, lead the men around from behind and encircle them, commanded the imposing figure of a burly man, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he swiftly gathered over 10 skilled companions, stealthily maneuvering through the thick underbrush. Mo, with a grim visage, lowered his 2 curved blades, his gaze piercingly scanning the surroundings. The darkened sky, heavy with rain, weighed upon his heart, invoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Suddenly, arrows whistled through the air from an unknown direction. The foremost bandit, caught unawares, fell victim to the onslaught. His body riddled with arrows, blood spilling forth as he collapsed. "Leopard eyes, locate them," shouted a wide-eyed bandit, clutching a wooden shield. His excitement surged when he spotted figures stirring in the marshy grass by the lakeside. "The chief is by the lake." Gritting his teeth, Mo felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation after years of bloodshed. "Have you discerned their numbers?" "How many?" "About a dozen," he responded, with fury igniting within him. He was the first to charge forward, followed by the remaining bandits, equally enraged. "Fire the arrows," commanded the last few bandits, hastily drawing their iron bows, disregarding the torrential rain as they unleashed a barrage of arrows towards the marshy ground by the lake. The accuracy was not impeccable. Nevertheless, one arrow found its mark, embedding itself in the thigh of a dark-skinned man, blood seeping into the sandy soil by the lakeside. "Return fire." Sumu clenched his teeth, aware that retreat would spell doom against the ferocious bandits. Several villagers raised their iron and wooden bows, retaliating against the advancing foes. In the murky night, the first few bandits at the forefront fell, struck by arrows, their furious roars echoing through the air. "Lu Lao, sound the horn," shouted Sumu. Without hesitation, Lu Lao inserted 2 fingers into his mouth and unleashed a piercing whistle that resonated across the night sky. "Quick, take cover," Sumu urged, instructing Sihu to hoist the dark-skinned man and swiftly retreat behind a massive boulder. Soon, a rain of arrows descended upon their previous position, peppering the sandy ground. "These fools dare to challenge the authorities when the government itself refrains from acting," boomed Mo Da's voice, reverberating through the night, accompanied by the raucous shouts of the bandits. "Boss, we can defeat them. There are only a dozen on the other side," Lu Lao observed intently. The archer, gripping his curved bow, anxiously looked to Sumu, awaiting his orders, prepared to sacrifice his very arm to fell more enemies. Sumu's brow furrowed deeply. He was acutely aware of their numbers. Previously, they had disguised themselves as straw men to divide the 30-odd bandits. With such overwhelming odds, even with Sihu's presence, victory seemed elusive. "Where are Zhao Zun and the others?" he pondered anxiously. "Boss, they have arrived." Sumu's heart leaped with joy as he lifted his gaze, and indeed, through the pouring rain, 4 figures emerged, charging forward and shattering the veil of darkness. The lakeside was strewn with expansive sandy patches, not overly muddy despite the rain, which was precisely why Sumu had chosen this location for their ambush. Breakthrough. The 4 riders, resourceful in their approach, each fashioned a straight long stick, tucking it under their arms as they charged towards the group of old bandits by the lakeshore. "Keep the whip steady and maintain your posture," Zhao Zun bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. He had memorized every lesson imparted by Sumu. With a thunderous clash, the first wave of assault saw 2 bandits pierced in the chest by the wooden spears. Though devoid of sharp points, the sheer force generated during the charge shattered their ribs. "Flank them. Level the spears." In the midst of the rain, the 4 riders maneuvered, one hand steadying their spears while the other gripped the reins, gathering momentum for another charge. A resounding thud echoed as another bandit was trampled by the fierce horses, his leg bones crushed, writhing in the muddy water in a frantic attempt to escape. "Brothers, let us press on." Sumu unsheathed his sword, his voice commanding. Impatient, Sihu was the first to leap forth, wielding a long saber and charging directly at the central figure, Mo Da. Apart from the injured Hei Fu, the remaining 6 or 7 figures followed the retreating bandits, positioning themselves to cut them off. "The enemy formation is as fragile as a sparrow," Zhao Zun stated calmly, leading another rider towards the right, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing bandits. The other 2 riders likewise pressed forward to the left, leveling their spears once more. Mo Da, momentarily taken aback, could not comprehend the arrival of such valiant warriors who, with merely 4 riders, had turned the tide of battle. As he saw a rider charging towards him, fury surged within Mo Da. He swiftly dodged, raising his dual blades to deliver a fierce downward strike. The bloodied head of a horse was cleaved away in an instant, sending it flying afar. The rider, thrown off balance, crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. "I will make you pay." Mo raised his blade once more, preparing to strike down upon the fallen man. Suddenly, a flash of steel swept towards him, forcing him to hastily parry with his own blade. The clash produced a shower of sparks that illuminated the night. "You scoundrel!" Sihu growled, pressing down with his saber. Mo's complexion paled as he felt the ground beneath him sink, leaving a deep imprint from his foot. Chapter 126. Breaking the bandits before Mo's astonished gaze. The two curved blades seemed to bend even further. "Leopard eye?" a bandit shouted, raising his great sword to stab Sihu from behind. A swift arrow shot forth, striking the bandit squarely in the head, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Sihu turned in surprise, glancing towards the direction of the archer. Seizing the opportunity, Mo hastily withdrew his blades and leapt backward. "Flee! Where do you think you're going?" Sihu seethed, pursuing him with his long saber. "Sihu, do not chase." Sumu's voice rang out sternly from a short distance away. "These bandits are cunning, and in this dark, rainy night, your temper may lead you into an ambush." Reluctantly, Sihu turned back, yet he swung his saber, felling a bandit who had not managed to escape far enough. Sumu and Lu Lao joined forces, swiftly dispatching a fleeing bandit, leaving him lifeless upon the ground. Several of the adversaries had managed to escape, but with Sumu panting heavily and surveying the chaotic scene around him, he felt a sense of victory thanks to Zhao Zun's sudden charge. However, he knew that more than a dozen bandits would soon emerge from the forest upon realizing they had been deceived. Regrettably, they had failed to capture Emoda, who had slipped away to the rear mountains. "Are you all unharmed?" Sumu inquired, noticing that despite the blood-soaked appearance of more than 10 villagers, they all resolutely shook their heads. "We can still fight, master," they declared. A leader of valor breeds warriors of the same caliber. The Su family is comprised solely of brave men, none are cowards. Sumu felt a surge of pride. Those who had fled to the mountains would have to be dealt with later. The immediate concern lay with the approaching bandits. "Zhao Zun, we must charge once more." "Rest assured, master." Lu Lao, still perplexed by the command to strike again so soon after their recent skirmish, lifted his gaze to see a dozen furious bandits charging from the nearby forest path. Was that woman Hong Sangu? Zhao Zun tightened the reins, his steed restless beneath him. Sumu raised his gaze coldly, knowing that this vicious band of bandits would be enraged upon realizing their folly. Having already repelled one wave of attackers, the animosity between them would only intensify. Among the charging bandits, one stood out, a scarred woman in a red silk skirt, her grotesque expression threatening to shatter her features. "Draw your bows." The two sides, separated by a distance of more than 100 paces, began to shoot at one another. While inexperienced thieves might charge blindly, these seasoned bandits deftly concealed themselves, drawing their bows with fierce determination. Lu Lao was caught off guard, an arrow piercing beneath his ribs, causing him to double over in pain, coughing up blood. Sumu was startled and hastily supported Lu Lao's body, guiding him to the cover nearby. In the exchange of fire, the cunning bandits adept at ambush had gained the upper hand. Soon after, another young man fell to the ground beside Sumu, struck by an arrow, collapsing into the rain-soaked earth. "Cut them down," Mo cried, the first to leap forth, brandishing his curved blade as he charged ahead. More bandits followed suit, emerging from the sides, brandishing their weapons and shouting, their voices piercing through the rain. Concealed on the slope, Zhao Zun assessed the situation, adjusting his bamboo hat before rallying the remaining two riders. He raised the reins high, leveled his wooden spear, and bellowed as they charged down. Though only 3 riders, their assault was formidable. 2 bandits were knocked aside by the horses, while 2 or 3 more were impaled by the spears, howling in agony. "Charge!" Sumu shouted, his sword held high, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In the midst of the surrounding scenery, under a rain-soaked night, devoid of any advantageous terrain, the only recourse lay in the charge of 3 or 4 fierce steeds, engaging in the chaos of the battlefield. In a fit of fury, Sihu dragged his long saber, sweeping it in a wide arc, severing the head of the foremost bandit. Clang, clang, clang. 3 or 4 curved blades simultaneously descended upon Sihu. With a firm step, he thrust his saber forward, repelling all attacks. The bandits wielding cleavers stumbled backward, thrown off balance. This spectacle caused the bandits, who were initially intent on advancing, to turn back and assault Sihu. "Cut him down," roared Mo, abandoning his men to charge at Sihu with reckless abandon. A furious steed, its momentum faltering, was suddenly ambushed by the cunning Hong Sang-gu, who leaped forward, drawing a dagger that slashed deeply into the horse's belly. Zhou Luo was cast to the ground, rolling several times, while Hong Sang-gu, with a piercing scream, pursued him, dagger poised to strike. "Big brother, save me." Bang! Hong Sang-gu's head exploded in a spray of blood, her body collapsing lifelessly, the dagger slipping from her grasp into the puddles below. Zhou Zun seized the reins, drawing a deep breath before leveling his wooden spear for the next assault. "Zhou Luo, behead him." Zhou Luo rose from the mud, retrieving the dagger, and with a calm demeanor, severed Hong Sang-gu's head with precision. The headless corpse toppled once more into the rain, staining the earth with crimson blossoms. "Help!" Su Mu, following the sword techniques taught by the old hero, pierced an old bandit thrice, creating gaping wounds. He paused, rubbing his aching wrist. Sihu was taking on 6. Su Mu looked up in surprise to see Sihu, seething with rage, wielding his long saber and toppling several surrounding bandits to the ground. Moer glanced around, finally displaying a look of alarm, and took the opportunity to flee into the woods. Another young rider charged forth, thrusting his wooden spear, sending Moer crashing to the ground, reduced to a muddy figure in an instant. Yet, these fledgling disciples possessed no real combat skills. Moer, in a frenzy, flailed his sword wildly. Thud! A small arrow struck, piercing through his skull. Su Mu turned to see the panting archer, a wave of unease washing over him. Zhou Luo, behead him again. Zhou Luo, muddied and weary, rushed to Moer's corpse, swiftly severing the second head and cradling it in his arms. "Brother Mu, should I take the head?" With a swift motion, Sihu dispatched another bandit and turned to speak in a grave tone. "No need, just take the head of the one in charge. The rest, kill them outright." Su Mu's expression remained icy. In this merciless world, it was always a fight to the death. Sihu, dragging his long saber, pursued the 2 fleeing bandits with relentless fervor. "Master, did we win?" Over 30 seasoned bandits, who had faced death countless times, found themselves outmatched by this group of villagers, who had managed to slay many. The wounded were left behind in the thatched hut, while the remaining members recuperated briefly before following their master into the mountains. The notorious Mo Do was still lurking in the back hills, so the hunt could not yet be deemed a complete success. Wiping the rainwater from his face, Su Mu raised his head to gaze towards the back mountain, his expression growing increasingly grave. The old bandit, known for hoarding wealth, would undoubtedly not hide his treasures in such an exposed place as a thatched cottage. Perhaps he had retreated to the back mountain, where other discoveries might await. Chapter 127. Into the mountain in search of bandits. The rain had yet to cease, and fearing the occurrence of calamity, Su Mu dispatched individuals to inspect 7 or 8 thatched cottages. Aside from some ordinary household items and the body of a woman, there were no other significant findings. Not even an extra set of weapons or armor. It was not until Zhou Zun opened a cellar that various sorrowful, haunting sounds began to emanate, sending chills down one's spine. "Master, there are many young women." Those nearby hurried towards the cellar, stepping inside, under the flickering light of a dim torch. Over a dozen women, clad in tattered clothing, bore festering wounds all over their bodies, their feet shackled by iron chains, resulting in slightly deformed ankles. Their faces, raised in unison, were etched with despair and terror. Some women had already perished in this dungeon, their bodies piled in a corner, swarmed by buzzing flies. It was said that these bandits not only committed murder and arson but also engaged in abduction. Zhou Zun trembled all over. "Save them," Su Mu stated, his expression darkening. In the crumbling order of the great Ji dynasty, even near the inner city, the horrors of humanity still unfolded. After severing the iron chains and finding clothing for the women to wear, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift slightly. "Zhou Luo, ride a horse and fetch some carriages from outside. Remember, do not alarm the authorities." Zhou Luo nodded, adjusting his bamboo hat as he began to head out. Once he had settled the more than 10 unfortunate women, Su Mu approached the adjacent thatched cottage, observing several injured villagers. Among them, Lu Lao appeared to be the most grievously wounded, having been pierced by an iron arrow beneath his ribs, taking a considerable amount of time to staunch the bleeding. "Master, I am fine," Lu Lao said, bending down. Su Mu remained silent, cautiously applying another round of healing ointment. Among the remaining individuals, aside from He Fu, who had a leg injury, the others were not in dire condition. Su Mu, maintaining a composed demeanor, selected for relatively unharmed villagers, including Si Hu, preparing to venture into the mountain. By the time they stepped outside the thatched cottage, dawn was beginning to break. The 5 men swiftly donned their raincoats and bamboo hats, each taking an iron bow strapped to their backs. Under Su Mu's instructions, each also carried a flask of iron arrows. "Zhou Zun, this place is entrusted to you," Su Mu instructed, his voice firm as he exited the cottage. In the current circumstances, the thatched cottage was not necessarily safe, but as long as Zhou Luo could return, they could first send the injured and those unfortunate women back. "Rest assured, Master," Zhou Zun replied, nodding. The arsenal at Su's village was not extensive, and this foray into the mountains left Zhou Zun and the others with scant weapons. Su Mu could only hope to find Mo Da in the back mountains soon, bringing this cycle of bloodshed to a close. Into the mountain they went. 5 figures strode boldly into the curtain of rain, following the path towards the depths of the forest. "Is there no horse? Is there no horse?" In a cave, Mo Da looked up, asking twice. "Chief, there are none left. They have all been taken by those on the killing list." Mo Da, filled with resentment, drew his blade and severed a wooden stump before him. If he merely intended to flee, he could follow the path of escape, avoiding both the officials and the towns, and it would not be a significant issue. However, in front of him lay several wooden chests, brimming with gold, silver, precious jewels, and valuable antiques and paintings, including a splendid silver armor. With only 3 or 4 of them, it was impossible to carry away such treasures. If they had horses, 2 could easily bear the load, and the problem would be resolved. Impatiently prodding his curved knife, Mo Da found himself engulfed in hesitation. Given the bounty on his head, those pursuing him would not relent until they captured him, intent on delivering him to the authorities. "Big Chief, perhaps we should first evade capture and return later." Yet, what if he vanished? Mo Da gritted his teeth. After years of bloodshed, he could not bear to part with the wealth he had painstakingly acquired. "Big Chief, I am returning." At that moment, a staggering old bandit hurried into the cave. "What is going on?" Mo Da sprang to his feet, his expression shifting to one of urgency. He surmised that the previous separation of the bandits had surely been a trap. "Second Master and Third Aunt have been beheaded. That group of brothers has been decimated by 70 to 80%, and they fled ahead. Damn the bounty hunters." Lu, Big Chief, I recall clearly. It was Lu Zizhong from Tangjiang City." Mo Da's face tightened as he fell into a state of indecision once more. "Big Chief, why not find a secluded place to bury the treasure first? Those bounty hunters surely won't find it." "But what if it is discovered?" Mo Da repeated, his voice hoarse with dread. The 5 or 6 bandits before him were momentarily at a loss, only able to nod glumly. "Do not worry. I intend to share these treasures with you all later." Mo Da managed to smile, uttering that phrase. The flickering firelight in the cave cast the shadows of the bandits, elongating and shortening them. In the midst of towering mountains, Su Mu led his group forward cautiously, occasionally startling rain-drenched forest birds that flapped their wings in panic and flew away into the distance. As they ventured deeper along the mountain path, signs of human presence grew increasingly sparse, until the extending trail was suddenly obscured by the wild growth of thorns. Su Mu halted, lifting his gaze. This expedition into the mountains was more than simply dealing with the bounty. For the Su family to establish their foothold near Mati Lake, a thorough inspection was imperative. If there were several wolf dens hidden away, they might as well abandon the endeavor. "Master, I have observed, and there are no signs of tigers or wolves." A taller villager approached. Su Mu recognized him as El Fong, one of the 5 previous cart drivers, known for his taciturn nature yet efficient in his tasks. "Master, I was once a hunter. There should be no tigers or wolves in these mountains. Even if there are, they would not be on this peak." Su Mu exhaled in relief. If that were the case, capturing Mo Da and his bandits and turning them over to the authorities would allow him to settle near Mati Lake. "El Fong, what is your perspective on this route?" El Fong paused for a moment, rarely elaborating further. "Master, those old bandits not only seek shelter from the rain, but also wish to avoid us. It is highly probable that they are holed up in a cave." Su Mu smiled and nodded. El Feng's analysis was not incorrect, provided that these bandits did not escape down the mountain. Su Mu was confident that these bandits, who had occupied Mati Lake for several years, must have amassed a considerable treasure. If it could not be found in the thatched hut, it would undoubtedly be hidden in the mountains behind. With no horses or mules to transport their loot, the only alternative would be if these bandits were willing to abandon their treasure or bury it anew. However, in such chaotic times, considering the nature of the bandits, particularly that notorious leader, it could be argued that losing one's life is a minor concern compared to the loss of wealth. Chapter 128. The Silver Armor of Tiger Kue Traversing the Vast Forest. Su Mu and his companions searched for the better part of the day without discovering any clues. With no other recourse, the five could only seek a drier location to rest, warm themselves, and consume some provisions. Brother Mu, could they have fled? They should not have. This was not mere speculation. At that moment, they were not far from the mountainous descent, and El Feng had already checked for any signs of disturbance, finding none. This indicated that the 5 or 6 bandits were still hiding within the forest. Master, it will be difficult to find them come nightfall. Su Mu was well aware of this, but at present, there was no alternative but to wait for dawn to continue their search along the mountain wall. Let us take turns keeping watch through the night, Su Mu stated firmly. After a day spent in conflict and pursuit, a brief respite was hardly a misfortune. Given their assurance that the bandits had not escaped and that there was still ample time until the bounty was due, they could afford to rest. The rain showed no signs of relenting, continuing its relentless downpour into the early hours of the following morning. When Su Mu rose, he found the thick mist almost saturating his being. After roasting some provisions and boiling water in bamboo tubes, the 5, having replenished their strength, felt somewhat rejuvenated. El Feng, which side of the mountain wall should we take? To the south, master. As a former hunter, El Feng was more adept in the wilderness than the others. Clad in a raincoat, armed with a simple knife, and carrying a steel bow with a quiver of arrows, Su Mu led the group cautiously along the southern mountain wall. Before long, guided by El Feng's familiarity with the terrain, they arrived at the southern face of the mountain. Su Mu looked up, and indeed, as El Feng had mentioned, this side of the mountain was scattered with larger boulders and numerous depressions compared to the earlier mountain pass. Master, footprints! El Feng's voice suddenly exclaimed. As Su Mu approached, he noticed several scuff marks on a small section of the mountain wall, seemingly made by someone who had walked through the wet mud, attempting to erase their tracks. Draw your blades. The sound of metal unsheathing rang out. The 5 figures swiftly drew their swords, warily guarding against their surroundings. Hearing footsteps outside, a look of cold shock appeared on Mo Da's otherwise distraught face. They've stolen everything from me. They've taken it all. The flickering campfire dimmed further, revealing 5 or 6 bandits, all lifeless on the ground before him. Even Mo Da himself was drenched in blood, resolutely seated before several wooden chests of treasure, fiercely guarding them. Earlier, he had intended to remain, but a few old bandits, disregarding his wishes, sought to abscond with the treasure. In a fit of rage, he had doused them with sleeping powder and mercilessly slaughtered them. The once formidable bandit gang had reached its demise. Yet, Mo Da remained unwilling to flee, alternating between tears and laughter, occasionally prying open the wooden chests to steal glances, tracing the engravings on the gold ingots before anxiously closing them again. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed along the stone path outside the cavern, startling Mo Da, who quickly raised his blade and roared in anger. Throughout his life, not only within the inner city but in other realms as well, he had wielded his power for over 20 years, alongside his brother and adopted sister, finally carving out a path for themselves. Yet, they found themselves cornered by a group of vengeful assassins. His furious shouts reverberated within the confines of the cavern. Su Mu, wearing a stern expression, embedded a torch into the mountainside, gazing intently at the scene ahead. Behind him, 4 other valiant men brandished their swords, ready to strike once more. To the left and right, the remnants of the old bandit gang lay in disarray, having suffered significant losses. Brother Mu, how could they all be dead? Sihu, at the forefront, spoke with an air of disbelief. Before them stood only Mo Da, clutching his dual blades, incessantly shouting at them. Nearby, 5 or 6 lifeless bodies of the bandits lay motionless. Internal strife. Driven to desperation, Mo Da, once a formidable leader, had lost his authority, and it seemed those 5 or 6 bandits had plotted to divide the treasure, only to be met with Mo Da's counterattack. Brother Mu, watch me. Sihu, already impatient, brandished his long knife and charged forward. Mo Da, in his fervor to protect the treasure chests, had become a madman, refusing to retreat or yield, instead wielding his dual blades to block Sihu's path. This is what they call dying for wealth, just as birds perish for food. I senti it? Indeed. Su Mu felt no sympathy. These bandits had taken countless lives, and committed numerous atrocities to amass this fortune. In a fit of desperation, Emoda was no match for Sihu. After a fierce exchange of blows, he was struck on the thigh by Sihu's blade, staggering backward and rolling in agony while clutching his wounded leg. Yet, even in his pain, Emoda, with bloodshot eyes, crawled toward Sihu, desperately roaring. "Do not take it. It's all mine. Mine." Sihu furrowed his brow. A man like him, who despised evil with fervor, could kill without a flicker of emotion, coldly swinging his long knife to sever Emoda's head. Unbeknownst to him, Emoda, still on the ground, crawled a few steps forward, and the blade struck his back, unleashing a harrowing scream within the cavern. "Do not touch my treasure chests. They are mine, all mine." Dragging his bloodied body, Emoda desperately spread his arms over the treasure chests, laughing and crying simultaneously. "Brother Mu, he has gone mad." Su Mu frowned, his face betraying no emotion. "Sihu, behead him." Sihu stepped forward, and with a swift motion, his knife descended, severing Emoda's head. Su Mu approached the treasure chests, opened one, and was taken aback. For within lay at least a dozen gold ingots, haphazardly piled inside. Within the confines of the chamber lay dozens of silver ingots, exquisite jewels, and ancient artifacts, all displayed with an air of opulence. Several other containers bore a similar bounty. A rough estimation would suggest that the total value amounted to at least 30 to 40,000 taels. Had it been known that this band of old bandits concealed such a treasure, one could surmise that both officials and chivalrous souls alike would have endeavored to eradicate them. Su Mu had not anticipated that such fortune would unexpectedly befall him. Yet, it could very well be a harbinger of calamity. According to the regulations of the official district, any wealth obtained from the extermination of bandits, regardless of its magnitude, must be surrendered to the authorities for the national treasury. Su Mu was reluctant to comply. For submitting, it would merely enrich the corrupt officials. "Master, we are about to prosper," exclaimed Lu Feng and his companions, their faces alight with joy. "This silver cannot be touched," Su Mu stated firmly. He harbored concerns that, under the weight of such temptation, the villagers might succumb to avarice, as evidenced by the fate of the deceased bandits. "Pray tell, gentlemen, what was our profit from last month's wine market at Su family village?" 15,000 taels, they replied. "This treasure here amounts to no more than 30 or 40,000 taels, and within 2 months, Su family village shall recover that sum." Gradually, Lu Feng and the others regained their composure, nodding in agreement. Su Mu spoke the truth. They were no longer the impoverished remnants of yesteryear. With Su Mu, their fortunes would flourish, and their families would thrive. "Heed your master's words, seal the chests, and transport them back to the thatched cottage." Although they lacked horses, Su Mu was unhurried. They would make their way back, step by step. "Brother Mu, there is also a silver armor," one exclaimed. "This shoulder guard resembles that which only a great general would possess." The shoulder guard, adorned with the visage of a protective beast, was typically crafted in the likeness of tigers or leopards. The Tiger Q design was reserved for the highest military commanders. One could only wonder how these bandits came into possession of such a remarkable piece of armor. Su Mu surmised that its value was likely beyond comprehension. "Sihu, place it in the chest as well." After attending to the remains of the bandits, the 5 men sought out thick mountain vines, binding the 4 treasure chests together, and braving the rain, they slowly descended the mountain. Chapter 129. The crouching dragon emerges from the pool. The 5 men navigated the treacherous mountain path, taking nearly 5 or 6 hours to transport the chests to the shores of Mati Lake. By now, dusk had fallen, accompanied by a gray veil of rain that deepened the gloom. Zhou Luo had yet to return. Meanwhile, the injured within the thatched cottage, having received treatment for their wounds, began to show signs of recovery. The once trembling group of unfortunate women, after partaking of some sustenance, found solace and gathered in another cottage to sleep peacefully. As darkness enveloped the land, Su Mu quietly entered the cottage. The 4 treasure chests, along with the silver armor, were securely concealed. He harbored no fears that the villagers would inquire, for they shared a bond forged in life and death, understanding the significance of the treasure. "Master, have some fish," Zhou Zun said, presenting a roasted fish before Su Mu. "Brother Mu, do you not know? By the lake, we shall feast on roasted fish every day henceforth." Su Mu, somewhat speechless, cast a glance of exasperation at Sihu. The Muti Lake, spanning merely 7 or 8 li, could hardly be deemed a lake. It resembled more a mere pond. Fortunately, several streams from the mountains converged in the low-lying area, giving rise to this modest body of water. In the future, sourcing water would certainly pose no issue. Perhaps, due to the spring water, the wine produced could attain an even richer aroma. Master, from slaying bandits. We have obtained 13 sets of armor, 24 blades, and 17 longbows. Zhao Qingyun approached, speaking in a solemn tone. To be candid, these figures stirred something within Su Mu. In such tumultuous times, weaponry was the cornerstone of safeguarding the estate. However, acquiring them would undoubtedly lead to numerous ensuing complications. After much deliberation, Su Mu decided to have Zhao Qingyun gather them, intending to present them all together when they reported to Wei City. Naturally, the 4 treasure chests would remain untouched. Even if not for gold, the silver armor adorned with tiger motifs was worth the risk. As dawn broke on the following day, the eagerly anticipated Zhou Luo finally managed to summon a dozen or so martial artists, each arriving in horse-drawn carriages, cautiously entering Muddy Lake. Master, I could not secure anyone from other stables. They were too fearful to come. Reluctantly, I had to spend 30 taels of silver to hire these martial artists. I even engaged a doctor. That old fellow initially hesitated, but I had to raise his fee to 10 taels. The martial artists were akin to the escorting agents from a security agency. Having a physician accompany them was undoubtedly advantageous, as the injured, like Lu Lao, would not need to travel again. Although Su Mu possessed some knowledge of pharmacology from later generations, it was prudent to leave such matters to the experienced physicians. Master, have all those bandit dens been eliminated by you? A composed, sturdy man from the martial group dismounted and clasped his fists. We pursued some, and the rest were slain. I would appreciate your efforts in this endeavor. His words carried both intimidation and camaraderie. In these perilous times, caution was always prudent. Too kind, the man replied, swallowing hard. He had heard tales that Wei City had issued an official decree early on, yet for a long while, no one dared to confront the notorious bandit. Well said, they are merely those who seek lives. Turning away, Su Mu exhaled deeply. He merely needed to deliver the heads of the 3 captains to the official office in Wei City, and with Tiansong's cooperation, the land deeds around Muddy Lake would be duly notarized without issue. The 10 or so unfortunate women, upon exiting the thatched cottage, continued to weep incessantly. Just before boarding the carriage, they did not forget to kneel in the rain, bowing 3 times to Su Mu. The young master is truly righteous. The middle-aged martial artist once again clasped his fists. Su Mu returned the gesture slightly, acknowledging the courtesy. He had contemplated sheltering these 10 or so unfortunate women within the estate, but the inner city was not a border town, and among them, there might be a few daughters of prominent families. Thus, he had to abandon that thought. Zhao Qingyun, kindly invite the old gentleman into the cottage. Let us maintain decorum. The elderly doctor, holding an oiled paper umbrella and wearing a wealthy cap, initially appeared somewhat apprehensive, but upon hearing Su Mu's words, his expression relaxed considerably. After arranging matters, Su Mu boarded the carriage, and Si Hu, clutching 3 bloodied bundles, swiftly leaped aboard. Behind them, several young men, led by Zhou Luo, assisted in loading a large stack of weapons and armor onto the carriage. Zhou Luo and Shenggur, where are they? They are tidying up and are expected to arrive at Muddy Lake tonight. Su Mu nodded, choosing to remain silent. The most pressing matter at hand is to submit the list in Weiqing. On the terrace of Changjiang town, Chang Silang rubbed his eyes while laughing and sighing. May I inquire how many days have passed? The young master has been absent for nearly 3 days while the list has been submitted in Weiqing. However, rest assured, the official way in Weiqing has already assured us that even when the young master submits the list, obtaining notarization for the land deed will be impossible. Let it be. Chang Silang waved his sleeve, his voice tinged with a sense of solitude. Let it be. The comings and goings only serve to make me appear petty. If the young master has the ability to forge a path after submitting the list, then it is rightfully his. You do not understand. He cannot obtain the notarization for the land deed. Chang Silang interrupted coldly. If this continues, I will become an enemy of the young master, which I do not desire. Beside Chang Silang stood an elderly man clad in splendid robes, who hesitantly nodded. Let it be. Perhaps the hidden dragon will eventually emerge from the depths. The elderly man sighed softly, puzzled as to why his master would show such deference to a mere young master. Nevertheless, he remained in awe of his master. As he descended the wooden ladder, the old man suddenly recalled something. Even if he were to go to the official quarters in Weiqing now, it seemed too late. News had arrived that the young master was already on the road to Weiqing. Ah, let it be. Ahead lies Weiqing for the young master. The middle-aged martial artist maintained an exceedingly respectful demeanor towards Su Mu. Surely, one who could infiltrate Modi Lake and dismantle the bandit stronghold is no ordinary individual. Gentlemen, let us seek shelter from the rain. The middle-aged martial artist was somewhat confused but dared not speak further, instead stopping the carriage in the woods to rest for a while. A young man accompanying the carriage hurriedly borrowed an old horse, donned a raincoat, and set off for Weiqing alone. The agreement with Tiansong was to divert the old official in Weiqing, allowing them to secure the notarization for the land deed at Modi Lake. The young rider aimed to make contact with Tiansong first. Young master, this world is vexing, and the weather is equally troublesome. The middle-aged martial artist presented a bowl of hot tea respectfully to Su Mu. In this cold, rainy weather, who would be thirsty? Thank you. Su Mu accepted the tea bowl with a composed demeanor, placing it aside. Under such circumstances, he had to exercise caution. Nearby, Sihu appeared somewhat sullen, chewing on a pancake while observing the surroundings. Young master, have you heard of the recent events? What events? Those so-called chivalrous heroes have recently produced a great traitor, who, after selling out his comrades, has entered the court and is said to have even been granted the title of a deputy general. It is a pity for those heroes. They have met a tragic end, with corpses hanging at every city gate. I was furious at the time, wishing I could draw my sword. What have I said? Young master, consider my words mere nonsense. The rain was heavy earlier, and I could not hear anything clearly. Su Mu sighed and turned his head, recalling the small city guard Ma Lu from Tangjiang City. In this grim world, someone must ultimately clean it up. Chapter 130. Is there truly stolen silver? A young man on horseback returned after half an hour, handing over the old horse, and, with a solemn expression, approached Su Mu. Master, I have spoken with the official in Hetian. We shall now enter the city. Su Mu nodded, instructing the middle-aged warrior to prepare the carriage as they set forth towards Weiqing. The rain in the sky had yet to cease, and the muddy road on the official path remained treacherous, with the wheels splattering clods of wet earth. Thankfully, they traveled unimpeded, and soon 6 or 7 horse-drawn carriages finally entered Weiqing. Please wait here. I must first visit the official's quarters. The middle-aged warrior nodded, holding a deep respect for the young master before him. Su Mu, with a heavy heart, had Sihu carry 3 bundled heads as he made his way towards the official's quarters. Outside the official's quarters, Tiansong paced anxiously until he spotted Su Mu approaching, at which point he hurriedly gestured. Su Mu continued forward. At this moment, the expansive official quarters were sparsely populated. A junior clerk on duty looked up in surprise upon seeing Su Mu. A visitor, you have business at the official's quarters? Please present your notice. Su Mu felt a sense of relief as the young clerk, thankfully, had not succumbed to corruption and still retained some decorum. What notice is it? The clerk quickly retrieved the documents. 3 days prior, the assassination notice from Moti Lake. The clerk, startled, looked up again, his face paling slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, Sihu unveiled the 3 gruesome bundles, and the scent of blood soon filled the air. The clerk retched twice, struggling to compose himself. Do not rush. The documents contain illustrations for comparison. Although the clerk urged calm, Su Mu was indeed anxious, fearing the old clerk might unexpectedly return. Please wait a moment. The clerk hurriedly flipped through the documents, and upon finding the right one, he picked up a wooden ruler, pushing aside his disheveled hair, and, suppressing his nausea, began to compare earnestly. Visitor, please present your badge and the notice for verification. Su Mu complied, producing the items one by one. At that moment, footsteps abruptly approached, and Su Mu looked up to find the previously irritable fat official strolling over with a bored expression. Su Mu furrowed his brow, concerned about the potential for trouble at such a critical juncture. Have you submitted the assassination notice? The fat official, equally astonished, noted that merely days had passed since the notice was submitted, yet it had indeed been returned. Brother Mu, I can confirm the heads are authentic. The clerk turned to the officer. Then it must be true. The fat official squinted, clearly impressed, and inquired about the rewards the young master sought for this successful submission. Naturally, I expect 200 taels of silver, Su Mu stated calmly. Sihu, standing by, was momentarily dumbfounded, believing his master had lost his mind, and in a moment of panic, almost raised his hand to strike Su Mu. However, a fierce glare from Su Mu made him recoil in shock. That is unacceptable. The fat official narrowed his eyes further. 200 taels. But that means you must bring back the heads of all the brigands. What should I do then? Su Mu proposed. How about I offer you 5 weapon verifications or the deed to the Mati Lake? Ah, forgive me. I just remembered that the weapon verifications are no longer available. I had over a dozen taken yesterday, and to acquire more, I would have to apply in Changyang. Then go to hell. Su Mu silently scoffed, realizing that these officials were clearly intent on seizing the lion's share of the recent bounty. The only course left was to ensure the notarization of the land deed for Mati Lake. The rotund official smiled faintly, congratulating the young master, stating that this notarized deed was unattainable by others. Su Mu's face twisted in fury, resembling a resentful figure. He urged the clerk to expedite the registration. The young clerk hastily nodded, trembling hands diligently beginning the documentation. Unlike the old wine house in Tangjiang City, which had its traditions of returning to former owners, this new land deed merely required registration to be unequivocally classified as Su Mu's private property. Of course, this would be reconsidered should the Great Ji dynasty collapse. 2 copies were prepared, one for the young master, who was advised to handle it with care. The rotund official's smile broadened. Su Mu, too, managed to smile, leaving the official momentarily bewildered, as if he were the one in distress. With the notarized deed in hand, Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the old clerk returned now, there would be no recourse. Moreover, during the recent campaign against bandits, he had recovered numerous weapons and armor, along with 12 captive women, all of whom would be delivered shortly. Su Mu retreated to push past the astonished Sihu, ruffling his hair in haste as he dashed outside. Soon, the martial artists arrived with carts, assisting in unloading a substantial stack of weapons and armor into the official's premises. A dozen weeping women, burdened by their misfortunes, bowed to Su Mu before hurriedly entering the official's quarters. I heard that turning in weapons would yield additional rewards. The rotund official had grown weary of listening to Su Mu's prattle. The haul for this round was exceptionally gratifying, and even the presence of these women constituted a significant achievement. The notarization for 5 weapons was promptly arranged. The clerk paused briefly before swiftly inscribing the details, handing another notarization to Su Mu. Su Mu felt quite pleased. The notarization for the 5 weapons was an unexpected boon, ensuring that he could procure or forge new ones at the blacksmiths without issue. Thus, he took his leave. Young master, it is all settled, the rotund official replied, hardly paying Su Mu any further mind. Upon exiting the official's quarters, Su Mu exchanged knowing glances with Tian Song, who had been waiting outside, and they both shared a laugh amidst the rain. After the passing of a short incense stick's time, the old clerk finally entered the official's quarters, disheveled and panting, as if he had just endured a tumultuous storm within his stomach. Once the young clerk was dismissed, the old clerk sat down, opening the newly recorded documents, his expression turning pale in an instant. What? That young master Su Mu returned to submit his report? He had indeed done so, presenting the heads of 3 notorious bandit leaders without issue, and also returning a considerable number of weapons, alongside 12 abducted women. So, you granted him a notarization for the land deed and another for 5 weapons? Alas, what foolishness! The old clerk's frustration boiled over. How could they only submit weapons and armor? After slaying so many bandits, why was there no mention of plundered silver? It was then that the rotund official recalled this detail. Initially, no one had anticipated that the young master would succeed in his endeavor to claim the bounty. In that moment, it was impossible to fathom so many developments. Wait, clerk, is there truly plundered silver? You inquire of me, whom shall I ask? This must surely be investigated. The old official, in a fit of rage, cursed a few more times, only to feel a sudden pang in his abdomen, as a peculiar, foul odor wafted through the air, prompting him to hastily kick aside his chair and dash towards the latrine. I had administered a purgative, the dosage akin to that for an ox. Beyond Weiqing, Tian Song spoke with a gentle smile, remarking that the way official could not compare to old Chun, which stirred a flicker of annoyance within me. Su Mu felt an unexpected sorrow. Despite having just given 200 taels, Tian Song had only accepted 5. Su, am I still a dirty person? I am already quite clean. Tian Song stood in the rain, laughing joyfully. Sihu began to take action. The newly acquired old cart proved somewhat unwieldy, leaving varied impressions in the muddy path. Little master, I often ponder the time spent in Guangzhou, following old Chun to sacrifice for the nation. Was that not also a delightful affair? The storyteller at the Guangzhou theater had once uttered a pretentious phrase, Better to be a dog in peaceful times than a wayfarer in chaotic ones. Life is indeed bitter. On the cart, Sumu closed his eyes in silence. The more one seeks clarity and innocence in this mortal journey, the more suffering one seems to endure. Chapter 131. Settling down on the following evening, after a long journey, the cart finally returned to Matic Lake. By this time, Chen Sheng and his fellow villagers had all moved in. Su Lang, Jiang Kaiwei exclaimed with uncontainable joy, fearing Su Mu would get drenched. As she hurriedly opened an oiled paper umbrella, stepping forward to shield him from the rain. The repeated calls of master filled Su Mu with a profound sense of comfort. Regardless of the circumstances, after this round of deadly competition, they had finally established a home within the vast inner city. Master, I have already inspected the area. Behind the mountains, old trees form a forest, so constructing a village should pose no significant problem. With over 40 villagers, they could not possibly remain in thatched cottages forever, especially since they had a brewing business to consider. Sumu calculated that the deadline for the wine delivery was fast approaching next month. Chinsheng, tomorrow we shall fell trees to construct wooden shelters, and thereafter, we will begin to enclose the village. Unlike the border areas, where the old bandits had just been eradicated, Matic Lake was unlikely to face any immediate dangers. Furthermore, Sumu had other plans regarding the village enclosure. Relying solely on wooden stumps would be too disadvantageous. The land around Matic Lake was damp and rich in clay. It would be wiser to put effort into making bricks for the enclosure. Master, I understand. There is no need to rush. The day is waning, and we shall rest for now. With 7 or 8 thatched cottages well allocated, we can manage for a few days. When the master was away, the lady mentioned you had not eaten well in a long time, so she took us fishing. Sister Lien chimed in with a laugh. Sumu turned his gaze to see Jiang Caiwei's cheeks slightly flushed as she pretended to look away. Sister Lien, fetch 2 more jars of wine. It is a rare occasion that we have settled down. Let us celebrate. Master, indeed. I see who shall drink 8 jars alone. Cheers erupted from both Jiang Kaiwei and the village women, as well as from Chen Sheng and the sturdy men, along with the few laborers who had recently joined. Sumu watched quietly, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment blossom within him. He understood that the large group before him had already found a sense of belonging within the Su family estate, along with a deep-seated attachment to the notion of home. On the 19th day of the melon month, as summer began to wane, the old willows by the edge of Mati Lake, along with the few summer cicadas that had mustered all their strength, could no longer produce their exuberant melodies. After 3 years of dormant toil, all that remained was a fleeting summer of mere survival. Like a transient, he had hurriedly come and gone without leaving a trace. Standing by the lake, Sumu meticulously calculated the days. From the border to the inner city, from the month of locust trees to the month of melons, over 3 months had passed. Aside from the burgeoning illicit liquor trade, little else remained but a scattering of trivialities. Master, the brewery is ready. Sumu snapped back to reality and turned to look ahead, discovering that beside the 7 or 8 thatched cottages, 3 or 4 grand houses had been newly constructed. According to Su Mu's design, the largest of these buildings had been augmented with 2 additional lofts and included a lookout tower, designed solely for the purpose of vigilance against potential invaders. Master, should we begin constructing the brick kiln? Not in haste. Let us first erect more wooden houses. Building a brick enclosure is a laborious and time-consuming task, and Su Mu did not expect to complete it all at once. For now, there was no immediate danger at Mati Lake. Seated in a chair, he instructed Chen Sheng to retrieve the weapon certificates, which he began to examine meticulously. In such turbulent times, weapons had become synonymous with a sense of security. The usual weapon certificates included 15 sets of swords, sabers, and firearms. The armor certificates brought from the border amounted to 6 sets. There were 8 certificates for iron bows, and additionally, a certificate for 100 self-made wooden bows, also brought from the border. At first glance, it seemed substantial, yet in reality, it was barely sufficient for the protection of the estate. The weapons certificate obtained from Weicheng was included, but they would still need to procure additional arms from the ironworks. Kaiwei, how much silver remains in the accounts? Su Lang, a total of 4,200 taels. The last round of the liquor market garnered a total of 15,000 taels in orders, contingent upon timely delivery. Reflecting on next month's Tangjiang liquor market, Su family estate would undoubtedly be unable to participate. Without new clientele, they risked depleting their resources. Sumu contemplated exploring other ventures, such as soap and fine salt, but ultimately decided against it. Taking too large a leap could lead to dire consequences. In these chaotic times, even the mere production of illicit liquor had already entangled them in numerous troubles. Engaging in other enterprises might invite even greater risk, potentially provoking the ire of the influential families. "Master, look here." At that moment, Zhao Zun's voice rang out. Sumu paused, quickly rising to follow the sound into the thatched cottage. "Master, while organizing the items, we discovered a concealed cellar." Inside the cottage, Zhao Zun was cleaning up the disordered remnants left by the former bandits, as instructed by Sumu, when unexpectedly, they uncovered a hidden underground refuge. Initially obscured by a broken table, its removal revealed the secret space within. What lies inside? A skeletal remains. The body had long since decayed. And in such a sealed cellar, it must have taken at least a year and a half for the remains to reach this state. Sumu furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this band of ruffians had chosen to conceal their captives within the cellar. Given the nature of such brigands, they typically executed their victims without excessive dialogue. Taking a torch to dispel the stench of decay, Sumu, accompanied by Zhao Zun, ventured deeper into the cellar. As Zhao Zun had mentioned, they soon encountered a dilapidated earthen wall ahead, behind which lay a skeletal corpse, bound by hemp ropes at 4 or 5 points. Suspended in a mournful pose, the figure was devoid of clothing, its tattered garments barely clinging to its form, and one foot was utterly decayed. A few frightened field mice scurried to escape upon sensing their approach, but Zhao Zun crushed one beneath his foot in irritation. "Master, the gait of this individual suggests a certain nobility. Common folk would not possess such intricately designed silver-embroidered footwear. It appears that one shoe has rotted away, which is likely why it was not removed by the brigands." Sumu approached, his expression grave, stealing several glances at the remains, unable to conceal his shock. "Master, what is it?" he inquired. He wore a pair of silver shoes adorned with tiger motifs, recalling the silver armor emblazoned with similar designs. Sumu began to suspect that this skeletal figure held a noteworthy identity, though he could not fathom the reason for their abduction by the ruffians. "Zhao Zun, do not speak of this to outsiders. Tomorrow, we shall procure some old timber and seal this cellar." The lingering threat posed by the brigands caused Sumu a slight headache. If the owner of the tiger-embellished armor held a significant status, the Su clan might very well face repercussions. Had he known, he would have spared a captive for interrogation. As it stood, of the more than 30 brigands, only 3 or 4 had managed to escape via a back route. The remainder had met their demise. One could only hope that no further calamities would arise. Chapter 132. A world apart. In the early morning, the dissipated rainwater had transformed into morning dew. A gentle shake of the branches would cause it to pour down in torrents, drenching anyone beneath. Naturally, Sumu would not indulge in such foolishness. "Brother Mu, I am drenched." See who approached, his voice deep and resonant. "Change your attire and accompany me to the estate shortly. The tavern has been erected. What remains is the crafting of illicit spirits. The grain from Tangjiang city has been collected back by the Chang family. If we require more, another trip will be necessary. This time, I intend to go myself." Regardless of Chang Silang's antics, our dealings remain legitimate in the public eye. Once see who had changed his clothes and harnessed the horse, the two set off along a narrow path, progressing steadily forward. The remote location of Mati who meant that even reaching the entrance of the official road would take the better part of a day. The round trip would nearly consume 2 days in total. See who held a bun in one hand and the reins in the other, the cartwheels rolling rapidly as they covered a mile or 2 in no time. Atop the tower in Chang family town, Chang Silang sat with his legs crossed, coldly perusing a missive. Another defeat. The infamous General D? He truly dares to claim that title. The numbers of the Northern D were swelling, and here he was, contemplating a cavalry sortie to confront the enemy. Ripping the letter to shreds, Chang Silang raised his hand, feeding a piece to Chang Wei beside him. "Had it not been for the young master, I would not have received such an elevation. I, Chang Shouting, hold great admiration for the noble sacrifice of Tong Xing in the face of death for his country. However, it seems this individual has strayed from the righteous path. Young master, if that young master truly possesses the capability, why does he not take up arms to defend the nation?" The elderly gentleman in splendid attire wore an expression of perplexity. "It is difficult to articulate. I believe the young master is still hesitating. Perhaps he will go, or perhaps he will not." Though this statement may appear somewhat superfluous, The elderly gentleman remained unperturbed. Regardless of the path the young master chooses, his thoughts undoubtedly revolve around ensuring the survival of the villagers. In this vast world, tigers prey upon humans, wolves devour them. And even the officials partake in this grim feast, with the wealthy following suit. The road that the young master must traverse, fraught with thorns, is still long ahead. Rising to his feet, Chang Silang adjusted his robe and glanced around idly. Upon spotting a carriage approaching along the forest path, a slow smile began to grace his features. "Chang Wei, go and greet them." Chang Wei swallowed the letter entirely, coughed twice, and hurriedly descended the stairs. Even though the heavy rain had ceased, the road remained treacherous with mud. The wheels of the carriage were caked with a thick layer of old mud, leaving a long trail of muck on the bluestone road before the Chang family's town. "Halt! Halt!" As the driver, Si Hu, brought the old horse to a stop, Su Mu dismounted, taking a few steps forward, quietly lifting his gaze to behold the towering Chang family town. "Young master." Chang Wei rushed out, informing him that my young master mentioned the young master would surely come to collect grain in the next few days. If the liquor business is delayed any longer, the villagers will starve. "And where is your young master?" "He is in the town brewing tea, awaiting the young master to join him for a drink." Su Mu felt a flicker of surprise within, though his expression remained impassive. The camaraderie between him and Chang Silang was nearing its depletion, leaving only the entanglements of business. Si Hu, accompany Chang Wei to fetch the grain. Adjusting his robe, Su Mu then proceeded towards the Chang family town. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he spotted Chang Silang with his legs crossed, humming a tune while brewing tea. Su Mu forced a smile and approached with a respectful bow. "Young Master Chang, it has been quite some time. There is no need for formalities. Please have a seat." Rubbing his nose, Chang Silang filled a cup with tea and slid it towards Su Mu. I had previously mentioned that within this inner city, there are no more than 3 individuals whom Chang Silang would personally serve tea. Su Mu's countenance was solemn. He had consistently rejected Chang Silang's overtures. "I have heard that you were expelled from Tangjiang city. Initially, I contemplated bringing you to Chang family town, yet unexpectedly, you have already settled in Ma Ti Lake within such a short span of time. Merely a matter of seeking a death wish. Only a fool would pursue such an end with over 30 brigands." Chang Silang raised the teacup and took a measured sip. "I did not anticipate that you would choose such a path. Young Master Chang, as I have stated, it is merely a matter of seeking death. Do not regard me with suspicion. I have no desire to unearth your affairs." This statement holds truth. It was indeed Chang Silang who helped suppress the incident when 20 soldiers were slain. Should Chang Silang employ this as leverage, it would spell disaster. Yet, perhaps in a bid to entice, Chang Silang had also ensnared himself in the situation. "Xiao Dongjia, have you killed that group of bandits without acquiring any treasures?" This sentence finally sent a shiver down Su Mu's spine. The 4 treasure chests were, in fact, already hidden away, unbeknownst even to Chun Sheng and the other villagers. If there were none, that would be for the best. Chang Silang chuckled again, and Xiao Dongjia felt that if there were no hidden forces in the city, how could those bandit factions commit murder, arson, and plunder so effectively? Hidden forces? Naturally, every bandit group has its own informants within the city. For instance, if a certain family strikes it rich, or if the guards of another family are diminished, they would likely be aware of it, prompting them to take action to murder and steal. Su Mu's expression grew serious. Chang Silang, with a bemused countenance, remarked that you must be pondering how such things could occur beneath the very feet of the emperor in the inner city. "Xiao Dongjia, let me tell you, this situation is thoroughly rotten. No good fruit can come from it. It is not unheard of for officials to be willing to act as informants for the sake of silver." Su Mu remained silent, lifting the teacup before him and savoring a few sips. When the root is rotten, one can only uproot the tree and replant. To plant a tree, a good tree, so that future generations may find shade beneath it. Such persuasive skills are wasted if one does not start a headhunting company. Su Mu nodded in a peculiar manner, realizing he was likely being led by the nose by Chang Silang. Xiao Dongjia fell silent once more. Chang Silang wore an expression of exasperation. "As a mere brewer, I do not require fruit. Having grains to brew is sufficient." Chang Silang paused, letting out a slight sigh. At this moment, 100 carts of grain had been loaded, and more than 20 guards began to mount their horses. The heavy footsteps of Si Hu drew closer. "Young Master Chang, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to Changjia town another day to heed your wisdom." Chang Silang impatiently raised his hand. Just as Sumu took a few steps, he suddenly spoke again. Xiao Dongjia, I received a letter today from an old friend at the border. He mentioned that the D people are formidable, and General Zhao Qingyun, who guards Hezhou, has suffered 3 defeats and has nowhere left to retreat. Xiao Dongjia, trouble is about to begin again. Sumu halted in his tracks. In a moment of daze, he recalled the smoke and flames at the border, where the young commander Zhao Qingyun stood before the breached Guangzhou city, tears streaming from his fierce eyes. Hundreds of thousands of refugees, with nowhere to flee, wept in despair amidst the rain of arrows and swirling sands. After a long while, Sumu rubbed his eyes, feeling as though the scene before him was from another world. Chapter 133. The returning villagers after a day's journey back and forth. The grain was finally secured at Matihu. Yet, Chang Silang's words continued to linger in Sumu's mind. Yongguan City has fallen, Guangzhou City has fallen, and now it is Hezhou's turn. After Hezhou, there will be nothing left to defend in the southern deserts. What follows is a relentless march of 2,000 miles, right to the inner city. At such a juncture, one might reckon that the grand dreams of the Daiji dynasty should be awakened. It is truly laughable that a mighty empire has been cornered to such a degree by foreign tribes yet remains in a state of drunken stupor. Chensheng, starting today, go to the back mountain to gather clay and construct a few sturdy kilns. Is the master going to make bricks? Yes, but do take care. Master, someone is coming. At that moment, Zhou Zun, who had been on patrol along the path, rode back at full speed. What is it? Over 100 people. Sumu was taken aback, initially believing that the officials had discovered the treasure chest. Who are you? He wondered. Could they be government officials? Zhou Zun, catching his breath, replied, No, master. They are from the nearby villages. The old bandit once occupied Mati Lake, causing these villagers to flee in fear. Now that they've heard of our victory, they have returned. Sumu sighed in relief. Zhou Zun, next time, please refrain from speaking while panting. Not only Sumu, but also Jiang Kaiwei and several villagers nearby felt their expressions ease. This round into the inner city had brought about countless troubles. When Sumu lifted his gaze, he was astonished to see a throng of ragged figures filling the narrow path ahead. Among them were women, children, and the elderly, each with sallow and haggard faces. It was evident that the old bandit's reign had forced these people to abandon their homes and live as fugitives, fleeing for their lives. Sumu fell into a moment of contemplation, uncertain of the villagers' intentions. If they sought to beg from the wealthy, he would not hesitate to drive them away for the safety of his own people. Which one of you is the master? Amidst the sea of faces, an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged, leaning on a wooden staff. Respectfully, I am the master of Mati Lake. Sumu stepped forward. Behind him, Chun Sheng and the others discreetly gripped their weapons, remaining cautious, having witnessed the tragic scenes in Guangzhou, where many had succumbed to madness out of hunger. Master, we beg for something to eat. The old man trembled, bowing deeply to Sumu. Without hesitation, Sumu instructed Chun Sheng to carry out 10 bags of rice. Chun Sheng quickly gathered a few men and dashed back, soon returning with more than 10 bags of rice, which he carefully placed before the villagers. The sight of the food caused many of the ragged villagers to flush with gratitude. Thank you, young master, the old man bowed thrice, prompting many others to kneel and do the same. Sumu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Are you all returning to Mati Lake in hopes of filling your bellies and rebuilding your village? On his first visit to Mati Lake, Sumu had witnessed the bandits' brutality, leaving many corpses strewn on the roads. He could only imagine the dire state of the villages. Indeed, it seems we may be neighbors with the young master in the future. To be honest, Sumu wished to shelter these villagers, yet their numbers were overwhelming, and he could not discern if any among them harbored ill intentions. Unlike Chun Sheng and his companions, whose bond was forged through shared struggles and battles, he hesitated to fully embrace this new group. After a moment's deliberation, Sumu devised a compromise. How about this? You may establish your village in the vacant land to the west of our estate. In the future, if you seek a livelihood, you may come to work in our village. The old man raised his head, disbelief etched on his face. One day as provision for 2 meals? 3 meals? Sumu replied with a smile. The entirety of Su family village had already adopted the habit of 3 meals a day, along with numerous other customs such as boiling water and bathing every 2 days. In addition to the 3 meals, there would also be a monthly stipend of 2 coins. Even with 100 individuals, that would amount to only 20 or 30 taels. To be frank, even Sumu felt somewhat unscrupulous. Of course, the stipend would surely increase in the future. For instance, Chen Sheng, the small leader, had seen his monthly pay rise to 8 or 9 taels. Not to mention other bonuses. Little master, is this truly the case? Indeed. Observe my villagers, and you shall comprehend. They were once like you. The old man's face radiated joy as he led the villagers back to Horsehoof Lake, their greatest aspiration being to return to their roots and rebuild their village. Now, the young master before them had not only satiated their hunger, but also provided them with work. However, I must express a caveat. Su Mu's expression suddenly darkened. Upon entering my estate, you shall heed my directives. In my absence, you will follow the guidance of the village leaders. Fear not, young master. As long as you refrain from violence, we shall comply. What do you mean? Su Mu was momentarily bewildered. Previously, when we worked in Weiqing for an entire day and night, fatigue set in, and the owner of the spinning estate brandished a knife, forcing us to labor without respite. Su Mu exhaled deeply. Earlier, he had heard from Chang Silang that in the past decade and more, the great Ji dynasty had enjoyed bountiful harvests, yet inexplicably, 70% of the grain had vanished, hidden away who knows where. In tumultuous times, stockpiling grain is akin to possessing a fortune. Rise, for I am no oppressive landlord. After pledging allegiance to the master, Su Mu earnestly persuaded the old man, who then led over 100 villagers to stand, albeit tremblingly. Kai Wei, prepare 10 stoves. Roast the dried fish and meat, and also gather a few chickens from the pen. Today, let us feast heartily. As Su Mu's voice fell, the villagers erupted in cheers. Su Lang, I shall attend to it right away. Jiang Caiwei's expression brightened. Having fled here, she understood the harshness of the world. Su Mu felt a slight relaxation, discreetly lifting his gaze, for he noticed that among the villagers, there were at least 20 able-bodied men, ideal candidates for safeguarding the estate in the future. Approximately an hour later, the aroma of food wafted around Horsehoof Lake. A large group of villagers sat by the lakeside, tears in their eyes as they devoured their meal voraciously. Young master, if that can be addressed later. Those who remained simply wish to live well. Su Mu interrupted Chun Sheng's words. He was well aware of Chun Sheng's concerns, which were merely reflections of the predicaments faced by the villagers. Yet, in these circumstances, the villagers depended on him, just as he relied on them. For instance, constructing a brick enclosure for the estate with only the original 40 or so people would take an eternity. However, with the addition of these 100 villagers, the timeline could be significantly expedited. Moreover, in the future, should business flourish, having these villagers would eliminate the need to seek assistance from outsiders. By the shores of Horsehoof Lake, under the vast night sky, the villagers found immense satisfaction in their meal. The sounds of children playing after their meal soon echoed across the nearby slopes. Chapter 134. The rumor of the brick kiln. The kiln is ready. In the morning light, the first batch of red bricks finally emerged from the kiln, precisely as Su Mu had requested. Even in the grand cities, the construction materials utilized are nothing more than rudimentary clay bricks. As for the impoverished villages outside, they are predominantly comprised of homes fashioned from a mixture of mud and straw, precariously poised to collapse with the onset of rain. The more fortunate may resort to timber for their dwellings. However, the iron weaponry of adage is stringently regulated, rendering it arduous for the common folk to fell trees for building purposes, as they are left to wield stone hammers, both laborious and taxing. Currently, the red bricks being crafted under Su Mu's supervision boast a density and resilience that surpass the ordinary clay bricks of adage by at least 4 or 5 degrees. My lord, these bricks are vibrantly red, radiating joy, remarked the villagers gathered around, their spirits lifted. Should there be surplus in the future, I shall consider constructing brick houses for you all. Yet, the priority remains to fortify the village. In such tumultuous times, lacking foresight in safeguarding one's sanctuary could lead to dire consequences. Chen Sheng, oversee the kiln operations. Should you notice any discrepancies, report back to me immediately. Su Mu instructed, to which Chen Sheng promptly nodded. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu departed from the kiln and strode forward. Merely a few hundred paces from Su family village, Si Hu and his men were engaged in lumbering to assist the villagers in erecting wooden shelters. Proximity ensured that, should calamity strike, the villagers could swiftly seek refuge within the village. At a glance, it appeared as though Su family village was gradually finding its rhythm. Nevertheless, Su Mu remained vigilant. This tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. With only a few days remaining before the wine tribute was due, he hoped for no mishaps. My lord, I have inquired. Zhao Qingyun exclaimed, breathlessly returning. I have asked everyone, yet there are no villagers skilled in blacksmithing, nor any carpenters. Previously, they were all merely ordinary farmers. A tinge of disappointment washed over Su Mu. The talent pool in Su family village was woefully insufficient. As for Sihu's cohort, their prowess as guards was unquestionable, while Chun Sheng's team of horsemen were naturally adept riders. Yet, what was sorely lacking were those with practical skills. Su Mu possessed 5 certificates for weapons, which could ordinarily be exchanged at the blacksmith shop or commissioned from artisans, followed by registration at the official workshop. However, he suddenly felt averse to such waste. The 2 swords and 3 bows represented potential armaments for self-defense, but regrettably, he lacked the knowledge of metallurgy. And nearly all blacksmiths had been employed by the official workshops. Finding a skilled artisan among the populace would prove exceedingly difficult. With a sigh, Su Mu resolved to devise alternative plans. My lord, wait a moment, Zhao Qingyun interjected, leaning in. I previously inquired and learned that there are still over a dozen villagers who have yet to return. Strangely, they were deceived and sold to a trafficking den by a middleman. The trafficking den is a place for the exchange of human beings, with the middleman being a second-rate trader. They sell not only young women, but also able-bodied men. In such times, where there is even a modicum of profit, many are eager to exploit it. Those sold to the trafficking den include an elderly blacksmith, who was once an employee of the official workshop. However, after offending someone, he was expelled, and, without the support of the workshop, maintaining a blacksmithing business would be exceedingly challenging. In this era, blacksmiths typically choose to align themselves with official workshops to earn a living. After all, there are not many individuals outside who can provide weapon certifications. Zhao Qingyun, next time, please complete your statement in one breath. Zhao Qingyun, with an innocent expression, replied, Master, I shall certainly improve next time. Where is the blacksmith shop? Master, as I have inquired, it lies to the north of Weicheng, approximately more than 100 miles away. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. A journey of over 100 miles would take 2 or 3 days round trip. There are also livestock for sale, including horses. Su Mu paused, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike the speaker, who was taking too long to express himself. In the entirety of Su family village, aside from the old carriage horse, there remained merely 7 steeds. Previously, during the extermination of the bandits at Ma Tihu, 3 horses had perished. The scarcity of horses left Su Mu with an unsettling emptiness within. In combating the bandits, he had relied on his equestrian skills to showcase his prowess. Regardless of the circumstances, a visit to the blacksmith shop over 100 miles away was inevitable. It was not solely a matter of the blacksmith. Purchasing fierce steeds elsewhere would undoubtedly incur painful expenses. Zhao Qingyun, how long until the next visit to the blacksmith shop? Master, I shall inquire. Zhao Qingyun took a few steps back and soon returned, panting. On the 3rd of the month of Gui, which is August, there are approximately 7 or 8 days remaining. Su Mu nodded, his expression serious. He was reluctant to leave the village in the coming days, especially since the time for wine production was nearing. In Tangjiang City, at the Liu family of the West District. If Liu Zizhong's memory served him correctly, this marked the 2nd time this year he had been stabbed. The first instance was a consequence of a bet with Su Mu, where he had resorted to trickery. However, the 2nd instance was clearly devoid of reason. Just after dining at the Qingyuan, 2 bandits had unexpectedly stormed in, brandishing weapons at him. Had he not been accompanied by guards, he might have met his end that very moment. Have I recently provoked the bandits? Liu Zizhong pressed his hand against his chest wound and raised his head. His face contorted with anger. Liu Yuan, who had rushed over, wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the audacity of the bandits. They are mere pawns. The officials of Tangjiang City examined the corpses of the bandits, their voices grave. I have seen these 2 before. They were once destitute residents of the city, but unexpectedly, they turn out to be pawns placed by the bandits. I demand to know, what have I done to incite them? Why have they targeted me? Liu Zizhong's anger intensified. Young Master Liu, I truly do not know. Liu Zizhong, in frustration, gathered his hair and impatiently raised his leg, kicking over Liu Yuan, only to inadvertently aggravate his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Third uncle, inform me, what is the current status of that young master? Liu Yuan, disregarding his disheveled appearance, scrambled to his feet. Zizhong, it has been confirmed that young rascal has acquired property rights and has settled near Ma Tihu. How far is that? 200 miles from Tangjiang City. and 100 miles from the nearest Weiqing. This revelation finally eased Lu Zizhong's tension. As long as the wine market in Tangjiang City continued to operate as usual, the business severed by the young master would eventually return to the hands of the four prominent families. What is there to contest, third uncle? What is he striving for? Such great ambition. To consume my four families within half a year. Third uncle, I am utterly terrified. Beside him, Lu Yuan burst into hearty laughter. The old official and the accompanying constables joined in the mirth, while the boastful courtesan and the drinking companions also chuckled. Lu Zizhong laughed so heartily that his mouth could barely close, tears streaming down his face. Whether from pain or joy, he could not tell. If one day he were to starve and crawl back to Tangjiang, do remind me, for I shall personally serve him a bowl of dog food as a gift. A fool indeed, a certified fool. Chapter 135. Armed thieves, safeguarding the nation and its people on the first day of the 8th lunar month, the eager innkeepers. After inquiring about the relocation address of the Su family estate, hurriedly made their way over, grumbling all the while. The journey was long and arduous, and upon reaching the shores of Mati Lake, many of the innkeepers were soaked in sweat. Some, taking advantage of the distance and the heat, attempted to negotiate lower prices, only to have their names swiftly struck off the list by Su Mu, causing them to panic and hurriedly flatter him. The Li family in Fengqing ordered 300 jars, with a deposit of 300 taels and an additional payment of 1,200 taels. The Juanru in Chongqing ordered 500 jars, with a deposit of 500 taels, followed by a further 2,000 taels. Zhang Kaiwei sat within a hastily constructed wooden shelter, flanked by Zhou Zun and two young men, her voice like silver bells, resonant and powerful. The innkeepers, although wearing reluctant expressions, were secretly overjoyed. The drunken celestial had an excellent market, and once placed in the inns, it could fetch 10 taels per jar, attracting many wealthy gentlemen seeking leisure. As the group of innkeepers prepared to take their leave, Su Mu exchanged glances, and soon after, Chun Sheng jogged over, distributing a handwritten document to each innkeeper who had collected wine. "Chief Chen, what is this?" one inquired. "Our innkeeper has stated that if you return next month to collect wine with this document in hand, you shall receive an additional 50 jars. At this, the innkeepers' faces radiated with joy. 50 jars, converted into silver, amounted to a substantial sum. Naturally, as long-standing patrons of the Su family estate, they were entitled to this privilege. Moreover, should they introduce other innkeepers, for every 100 jars ordered, 10 more would be gifted. Splendid. How generous of you, Su Master. The innkeepers were utterly elated. Today happened to be the beginning of the month, and like them, they were disinclined to travel to Tangjiang, where the sour wine held little appeal, even for the most indulgent of drinkers. Only the drunken celestial was in high demand. Su Master, we take our leave. We shall trouble you with our orders further. Su Mu smiled and bowed in farewell to each of them. In truth, the orders received this round had decreased by almost half, totaling less than 3,000 jars. This was an inevitability. He had already anticipated such circumstances upon leaving the wine market of Tangjiang City. The most pressing matter now was to fully penetrate the market around the inner city with the drunken celestial. All the clients have departed, Su Mu nodded. The business of brewing private liquor still faced the formidable barrier of the four major households, a task that would require considerable effort. After taking a few steps, Su Mu poured a bowl of tea and presented it to Zhang Kaiwei. She, who had been busy recording documents, suddenly looked up, her face slightly blushing. Su Lang. After recording, you should take a break. I am heading outside. Do you require anything? Su Lang, you are going out again? It is time to procure horses. Currently, in the entirety of Zhujiazwang, only 3 steeds remain, in addition to a spirited horse, which is decidedly insufficient. Zhang Kaiwei pondered for a moment, then hurried back inside, soon returning with a delicate porcelain vial, which she presented to Su Mu. A healing balm for wounds? Zhang Kaiwei blushed and nodded. Su Mu felt a warmth in his heart. Years ago, when he returned late from the city after collecting grain, this little maid would stand at the city gate with an old hatchet in hand, waiting for him. I shall accept it, Su Mu said softly. And in times of misfortune, he would flee to the back mountains to seek guidance from Lu Feng, who was adept at finding paths. These words, though seemingly futile, were ones Su Mu could not suppress. If left unspoken, his heart would be burdened with a stone, and he yearned for his little maid to heed his counsel. Su Lang, do not forget your armor. Su Mu nodded earnestly, extending his arms for her to assist him in fastening it, as she had done in the past. With meticulous care, he then donned a long robe over it, appearing somewhat incongruous, yet it offered a semblance of comfort to his heart's longing. As he turned to leave, Sumu blew a sharp whistle, summoning Sihu, who was splashing about at the lakeside with the children, drenched and running towards him. Accompanying them were Zhao Zun and another rider, forming a small procession behind the carriage. "Where to, Brother Mu?" "North to Weiqing," Sumu replied. He intended to visit the bank and then make a trip to Changyang to see his old acquaintance, Zhou Fu, while contemplating ways to introduce Tianxian to the world. After all, it had been 3 months since he arrived in the inner city of the Great Ji Kingdom, and he had yet to make a proper round. This was rather unseemly, though contingencies might alter the plan. Outside the carriage, the path was arduous, muddy in the rain and dusty in fair weather. Sumu had already begun to contemplate road improvements. A well-paved route would not only save time traversing the Mati Lake, but also provide some comfort to the merchants coming to procure wine. However, the necessary formalities and resources for road construction in the Great Ji were considerable and would require further discussion. "Sihu, do not rush. There is still time." "Brother Mu, I crave the mutton bones from the old alleys of Weiqing," estimating they would need to rest a night in Weiqing. Sihu's concern for missing a meal was palpable. Amidst the swirling dust, the old carriage, accompanied by 2 riders, made its steady way towards Weiqing. As night fell, the carriage finally entered the city. The journey, coupled with the sweltering heat, left the 4 companions feeling fatigued. Zhou Zun was dispatched to find Tian Song, while the others, following Sihu's wishes, made their way to a mutton restaurant in the old alleys, ordering half a sheep. Before the lamb could become fragrant, Zhou Zun arrived, riding alongside Tian Song and Master Dong. Tian Song stumbled off his horse, barely able to stand. Had it not been for Zhou Zun's timely support, he might have fallen. "What has happened, Brother Tian?" Sumu furrowed his brow. At that moment, Tian Song's face was marred with bruises, one arm seemingly broken and hidden within his sleeve. The scabbard of his dagger was missing, replaced instead by a grimy oilcloth wrapping. "What transpired, Officer Tian?" Sihu, who had been gnawing on a mutton bone, abruptly rose in anger, wiping his hands clean. After the previous incident, in his heart, Tian Song had become akin to an old friend. "What troubles you? Speak, and I shall assist you in dealing with it," he said. "It's nothing," Tian Song replied, choking back his emotions, waving his hand as he stumbled into the tavern. Without further prompting from Sumu, who sensed the unease, they both understood it was likely related to matters from the official quarters. "Brother Tian, if you do not find it distasteful, consider resigning from your post and coming to my estate. Your monthly stipend would not be insignificant." After a moment of hesitation, Sumu ventured to suggest, regarding Tian Song as a comrade from the borderlands, much like Sihu. Without Tian Song's assistance in the recent killing list, the challenges would have been insurmountable. "I cannot abandon my post. If it were not for that, I would not have taken on the burdensome role of a minor official. My father was an official as well, perishing in a campaign against bandits. Since my youth, I have aspired to partake in the official rations, to wield a blade against thieves, and to safeguard the realm and its people. Yet, it seems I have strayed from that path." His lips trembled, unable to form words. Tian Song immersed his chopsticks into his cup, letting the liquor flow down to his throat. A harsh cough erupted at that moment. "My father used to say, through 100 battles, one wears golden armor. I shall not return until the northern foes are vanquished. Yet, I was merely a petty lackey. Where are the battles I should have fought? I fled from Wangzhou like a rat." Tian Song rubbed his eyes for a long while, feeling somewhat pretentious. After a few forced chuckles, he hastily raised a toast. The others present lifted their cups in unison. After just one bowl, Tian Song covered his face, tears seeping through his fingers. Sumu watched silently, refraining from interference or consolation. Long ago, he had believed that individuals like Tian Song possessed no sense of loyalty to their homeland. Yet now he realized that the afflictions these men suffered were not solely of their own making, but rather a product of this already corrupt and tainted dynasty. Chapter 136. The extended broadsword. The revelry continued until the moon hung low over the willow treetops. As a tipsy Tian Song insisted on returning alone, Sumu, unable to quell his concern, sent Zhou Zun to accompany him partway. "Brother Mu, why does Officer Tian refuse to come to our estate?" Zhou Zun inquired. "He wishes to forge his own path." Sumu hesitated before responding. "What path is different?" When night falls, One must hang lanterns. When it rains, it becomes muddy. See who? Your reasoning is surprisingly sound, Zhao Zun replied. Brother Mu, I have been clever since childhood. Su Mu, uninterested in continuing the conversation, took his companions to seek lodging in a nearby inn for the night. On the second day of the lunar month, the autumn morning mist began to thicken. Standing by the wooden window, Su Mu peered several times through the haze, gradually discerning the scenery along the street. Master, shall we set off now? Zhao Zun inquired, placing breakfast on the wooden table beside him. There is no rush. The moneylenders operate only at night. Though the black market is overlooked by the authorities, it remains largely in the shadows. Then what shall we prepare for today? Zhao Zun asked. Let us visit the ironworks. Every city has its official ironworks. Common folk seeking to repair worn-out kitchen knives or broken hose must part with a considerable sum. As for those armed with certified weapons, they can purchase from the ironworks. But the prices are astonishing. In this round to Weiqing, Su Mu wisely brought along the 5 weapon certificates provided by the Weiqing officials. The term 2 swords and 3 bows aptly describes the 2 blades and 3 archery implements. Su Mu was reluctant to let these certificates go to waste, ultimately settling for a few mundane weapons. This was one of the reasons he sought out the forge. After all, there was an elderly villager there who possessed considerable knowledge of blacksmithing. He decided to visit the smithy first, as there was still ample time to explore. If he stumbled upon an exquisite sword, it would certainly be worth it. Upon exiting the inn and following the main thoroughfare, Su Mu quickly arrived at the forge, only to find himself disheartened. Before his eyes lay an array of utterly commonplace, standard weapons. It was evident that no extraordinary swords could be found here. What he saw was merely a cut above a kitchen knife. After only a cursory glance, Su Mu lost all desire to test any of the blades, fearing he might damage one and be forced to forfeit a certificate. Do you have certificates for distant customers? A robust middle-aged blacksmith approached him within the forge. Yes, Su Mu replied, producing the certificates for the blacksmith's inspection. The blacksmith's face brightened at the sight. Having certificates meant that Su Mu was not merely a window shopper, and the likelihood of a successful transaction increased significantly. After all, it was rare to find quality weapons outside. How about I select 2 swords for you? The blacksmith proposed. Su Mu, however, was uninterested. He had already surveyed the offerings and found nothing appealing. With a polite nod, he turned to leave. Wait, distant customer. The blacksmith suddenly grew anxious. His business had been stagnant for half a year, and relying solely on supplying weapons to the military had earned him little more than a handful of coins. Are you trying to walk away? He asked, his tone incredulous. Su Mu frowned. To be honest, he had no interest in the wares presented in the forge. Not at all. I just recalled that I have a particular blade. Would you care to take a look? The blacksmith hurried into the back room, and shortly after, he emerged, panting heavily, struggling to carry a large sword. As he staggered outside, his legs trembled from the exertion. With a swift motion, Su Mu seized the sword, leaving the blacksmith momentarily dumbfounded. Initially indifferent, Su Mu's interest was piqued upon seeing the imposing blade before him. It was clearly a long-handled cavalry saber, with a thick blade and an elongated hilt that exuded an aura of formidable strength. While standard sabers typically feature a 4-foot hilt, this one boasted a length of nearly 6 feet, complemented by a blade twice as heavy, making it remarkably powerful in both mounted and foot combat. Where did this sword come from? Su Mu inquired, his voice steady. He recalled that in the Great Ji dynasty, such weapons were not commonly promoted. Over the past century, the Ji army had weakened and could ill afford such grand implements of war. It was seized from a barbarian cave lord, the blacksmith explained. That cave lord was as massive as a giant, and this sword was custom-made for him. To the north of the Great Ji dynasty lay the Di people, while the south was home to the barbarians. Unlike the Di, the barbarians, due to their sparse population, were currently more manageable. Among them, each tribal leader was referred to as a cave lord. It is not uncommon for a cave lord to lead a rebellion. One emerges every couple of years. In the iron workshop, confiscated weapons from the barbarians are frequently encountered. The long knife, represented by 4 certificates, is considered a distant guest's possession. The middle-aged blacksmith wore a smile. When Su Mu turned around and saw Si Hu tenderly caressing the horse-splitting knife, a desire to purchase it blossomed in his heart. Such a blade, paired with Si Hu's innate strength, would be a perfect match. How about 1 certificate? At present, I possess very few weapon certificates. Even a bow would suffice. The middle-aged blacksmith was about to continue when he unexpectedly discovered a heavy bag in his hand. Upon looking down, he was overwhelmed with joy, swiftly concealing it in his bosom. Distant guessed, this would require at least 2 certificates. Otherwise, the old bureaucrats at the official workshop would be unyielding. Sumu furrowed his brow, realizing that the middle-aged blacksmith was not deceiving him. He estimated that if no one else purchased the horse-splitting knife, it would inevitably be thrown into the furnace to be melted down. A long sheath would be provided. That can be arranged. After receiving the 2 weapon certificates, the middle-aged blacksmith dashed into the back room, testing several long sheaths until he finally found a satisfactory one, applying deer leather oil and polishing it 2 or 3 times. Distant guest, this is the purchase document. Thank the officials. With the document in hand, Sumu, accompanied by Sihu, made their way to the official workshop. This round of procurement was indeed a stroke of luck. The craftsmanship of this horse-splitting knife was intricate, yet it was a rare find. Sihu, what do you think? Brother Mu, it is splendid. Along the way, Sihu continually embraced the horse-splitting knife, gently stroking it back and forth. With it in combat, I could take on 10 more. Sumu smiled. Sihu's skills were improving, and he was the direct beneficiary, so one must be diligent. Young master? Upon reaching the official workshop, the plump official they had previously encountered appeared to be genuinely affluent, adorned with 2 or 3 rings. The jade was translucent and flawless. All expensive trinkets. Sumu coolly clasped his fist and entered the official workshop with Sihu. The elderly bureaucrat, rummaging through his money pouch, hastily stowed it away upon noticing Sumu, securing it to his belt. What brings you here, young master? The weapon registry. The bureaucrat begrudgingly accepted the purchase document, instructing Sihu to set down the horse-splitting knife, and proceeded to scrutinize it with meticulous attention. Ultimately, he signed with a wolf hair brush, retrieving a certificate and handing it back to Sumu. 20 taels. Without inquiring about the price, Sumu calmly paid the silver. This weapon certificate is a straightforward concept. Akin to a driver's license in later times, possession is required to embark on the journey. Young master, in recent days, several covert members of the old bandits from Mati Lake have been uprooted. It is said that 2 others dared to assassinate young Master Liu of Tangjiang City. What is the official's intention? Upon exiting the official workshop, Sumu paused and turned back. Do not ask. Once uncovered, the Imperial Army will naturally come looking for you, and there will be no escape. The bureaucrat squinted. Sumu turned away with a cold smile. He was well aware that these officials suspected he had hidden treasures after exterminating the bandits, treasures that he had not declared. Indeed, he had hidden them. However, in the vast expanse of Mati Lake, aside from Sumu himself, no one could locate the 4 treasure chests and that silver armor of the tiger and dragon. Chapter 137. The trade of cattle and sheep. On the 3rd day of the lunar month, the day when the tooth shop opened, the black market also commenced, revealing the true purpose of Sumu. After bidding farewell to Tian Song, a group of 4 departed from Wei City, taking advantage of the twilight to make their way. The tooth shop, located merely 20 to 30 li to the north of Wei City, was a leisurely 2-hour journey away. The coachman, Sihu, still clutched his horse cleaver, reluctant to part with it, even for the sake of a wife. As for the previous saber, it had been gifted to Zhao Zun, with witnesses present to ensure no disputes would arise. Brother Mu, may I name it? Sihu inquired. Go ahead. Let us call it Erhu. Where did that name come from? I am Dahu, so it shall be Erhu, my younger brother. Very well. Sumu smiled. Sihu's affection for the horse cleaver, now regarded as his second brother, promised to enhance his valor in future battles. Master, there's light down the slope ahead, Zhao Zun remarked, returning on horseback. Sumu raised his gaze to the distant landscape. The clandestine dealings of the tooth shop on the 1st of March truly represented a grim enterprise. Master, why is someone crying? Furrowing his brow, Sumu listened intently and soon discerned the faint sounds of a woman's sorrowful weeping in the night. It seemed there were many. As the sobs echoed in an unending chorus, Sumu surmised that these were likely the girls sold to the tooth shop, now lamenting their unfortunate fate. Sihu urged the horses on. As they proceeded, numerous wealthy carriages rushed along the path toward the black market behind the slope. With increased speed, after a time that felt like half a stick of incense, the group finally arrived, leaving Zhao Zun to guard the carriage. Sumu continued inward with Sihu and another young man. A handful of burly men, initially poised to check invitations, quickly abandoned their demeanor upon receiving a few coins and respectfully ushered Sumu and his companions inside. Brother Mu, so many people, see who observed. Su Mu nodded, surprised that this remote black market could attract such a crowd, including many well-dressed affluent individuals. Master, there is a group of human traffickers ahead. These traffickers, known as human teeth, specialized in abducting individuals to sell to the tooth shop. With markets opening every 3 months, they had ample time to prepare. The inner city fared better, but in the more distant towns and villages, such traffickers were rampant. Most of those abducted were young women, destined to become wives for widowers or mere playthings for the wealthy. This was akin to the plight observed in Guangzhou City, a detestable trade born of tumultuous times. In front of them, a wooden cage contained about 7 or 8 raggedly dressed women, their hair disheveled. Upon seeing newcomers, they hurriedly pressed forward, forcing smiles that bore the marks of suffering, learned through countless lashings. Master, 10 taels each, an elderly man with a mustache approached, hands drawn close. Su Mu felt a profound discomfort. Only beasts such as wolves and tigers would utter such words. The woman in the wooden cage was not livestock. Su Dongjia. Before Su Mu could speak, a woman within the cage suddenly cried out, prompting an elderly man nearby to swiftly lash out with his riding whip several times. Brother Mu, could it be that these women were rescued from Mati Lake? Sihu squinted, recognizing them after a few moments. It was this utterance that left Su Mu momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had saved over a dozen unfortunate women from the Mati Lake slaughter list, even going so far as to request martial artists to escort them to the official brothel for their safety. Yet, he had never anticipated that they would be sold to a brothel in the blink of an eye. Hey, if you're not going to buy, then don't just stand there. The old man, somewhat irate, assumed Su Mu was merely meddling in business. His voice rose, attracting the attention of 2 or 3 guards wielding knives, who approached with ire. I'll buy them all. Su Mu's expression hardened as he coldly grasped the silver pouch. At this, the old man's anger turned to delight, his demeanor becoming sycophantic. May I inquire where these girls are from? Naturally, they are not from the inner city. They are all from distant areas, illegal residents. Rest assured, even if a life is lost, the official brothel will not intervene. Su Mu's heart sank as he began to piece together the grim reality. These women he had rescued from Mati Lake were likely impoverished or without proof of marriage, thus discarded by the official brothel and sold for a pittance. After counting approximately 70 to 80 taels, Su Mu coldly placed the coins into the old man's hands. Thank you, Su Dongjia. 7 or 8 girls emerged from the cage, kneeling in gratitude. Su Mu could not bear to look any longer. Their bodies were riddled with scars. San Fu, take them to the carriage outside, then return promptly. The young man named San Fu nodded and led the rescued women away. Brother Mu, there is still another cart. I'll negotiate the price. Su Mu silently reached out, restraining Sihu. In this vast brothel, even if all his silver were spent, he might not be able to purchase everything. First, let us locate those dozen villagers. Su Mu's intention for visiting the brothel was to find the old blacksmith and acquire some fine horses. However, his mood had soured considerably. Dongjia. I led them to the carriage, but just as we reached the slope, 3 ran away. With the old woods nearby, it was difficult to pursue. San Fu returned in a hurry, his tone laden with guilt. Su Mu sighed deeply. This wretched world had instilled fear in people's hearts, making it a challenge to live in hope and purity. Let it be. Allow them to go, San Fu. This time I brought you out to recognize those villagers. Did you see them? San Fu was not part of the old guard of the village. He had only recently joined Su's family estate alongside those villagers. His significant task this time was to identify the dozen villagers. Dongjia, I did not see them. Let us walk a bit more. They wandered along the brothel, reaching the black market, yet San Fu remained empty-handed. Fearing the market would close, Su Mu decided to purchase over 10 fine horses before continuing their search with San Fu. Dongjia, still no sighting, San Fu said, his voice tinged with bitterness. In the depths of Su Mu's heart, a slight discomfort began to stir. He had been contemplating retrieving the old blacksmith to discuss the crafting of 3 protective weapons. However, it appeared that such an opportunity was now out of reach. The clamorous shouts of wealthy gentlemen echoed nearby, accompanied by guards wielding clubs, who began to drive the gathered populace into a new round of carriages. Amidst this chaos, the mournful cries of women intertwined with the furious roars of young men, creating a tumultuous symphony. Su Mu, accompanied by his companions, silently retraced his steps along the path they had come. Master, fellow villagers are over there. Before they reached the intersection, Sanfu, who had been silent for a while, suddenly lowered his voice to exclaim. Su Mu furrowed his brow and looked up, following Sanfu's pointed direction. There, beyond the crossroads, he discovered at least 4 or 5 carriages, each laden with people. Aside from one carriage filled with unfortunate women, the rest were occupied by young men whose faces bore expressions of despair. Master, I have checked. These are the carriages heading to the mines. Beneath the official workshop, there existed not only ironworks but also mining operations, which was rather easy to comprehend, to produce weapons. Iron ore was essential. Given the cautious nature of the Deji dynasty, it was improbable they would entrust the extraction of iron ore to the common folk, unless, of course, they delegated certain tasks to agents, such as miners. Anyone who brought workers into the mines would earn a sum of silver. The intricacies of this arrangement were not something Su Mu dared to ponder deeply, fearing it would induce a wave of nausea. Sanfu, where is the old village blacksmith? Su Mu inquired, rubbing his forehead, feeling unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. Master, I saw him. He is also on the carriage. Su Mu's brow furrowed further. Brother Mu, why not take action? Sihu's tone was grave. Sanfu and Zhou Zun, who was approaching, wore expressions of concern. Su Mu did not respond immediately, weighing the feasibility of their options. The earlier incident at Ma Ti Lake had already sown the seeds of disaster. Any further actions would require utmost caution. Zhou Zun, do not follow us. Go to Weiqing to seek the martial guild and ensure that the few young ladies, along with the fine horses we acquired, are returned to the village. Zhou Zun hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Sihu, Sanfu, come with me. The 3 swiftly boarded the carriage, cautiously proceeding along the designated path. In truth, Su Mu found himself devoid of effective strategies. Regardless, he could not bear to watch as a dozen villagers were sent into the mines to toil for a lifetime. Sanfu, check if there are any more masks. Sanfu diligently searched within the carriage. Master, there are several left. Intercepting individuals midway, especially under the auspices of the official workshop, without masks to conceal their identities would likely lead to swift discovery. Sihu urged the horses forward with excitement in his voice. Brother Mu, do not fret. With Erhu at hand, taking on 10 or 8 foes is well within our capability. Suddenly, Su Mu reached out and covered Sihu's mouth. Startled, Sihu was about to inquire when he abruptly noticed that the 4 or 5 carriages ahead had come to an abrupt halt. According to Su Mu's plan, they intended to act in the old forest more than 10 miles ahead, but now, the carriages had unexpectedly stopped. The weeping of unfortunate women and the enraged shouts of young men echoed intermittently in the night. The master, those gallant heroes have made their move. With the call of Sanfu, Su Mu glanced again, discovering amidst the dense night, approximately 7 or 8 sword-wielding figures swiftly emerging from the nearby woods. Brother Mu, I shall assist. With a grip on his horsewhip, Sihu prepared to leap from the carriage. Return. The heroes slay, then vanish, and at worst, we shall await the officials before striking again. Yet they could not act. The elderly, weak, women, and children within the village were enough to weigh heavily on their hearts. In such tumultuous times, it was wise to avoid calamity whenever possible. Do not move. The heroes can handle this, Su Mu urged in a hushed tone. Within the village, there were barely 50 able-bodied men, hardly a force for a revolution. Chang Silang was undoubtedly acting contrary, likely nurturing his own influence in the shadows. But for now, he too remained, in the open, merely a young master selling rice. Sihu, gripping his cleaver, pouted but ultimately heeded Su Mu's counsel and restrained the cart, remaining still. After a while, the sounds of the struggle in the night gradually faded. Night birds, drawn by the scent of blood, circled the sky, crying out in sorrow. Master, it's over, they have finished the slaughter. This was the first time Sanfu witnessed such a scene. He tightly gripped his whistle club, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead to his cheeks. Sanfu, take a breath. Sanfu nodded, understanding Su Mu's intent, and inhaled deeply a few times. Su Mu turned his gaze forward, silently observing. Those heroes who had just executed their task were swiftly clearing the chaos before the officials arrived. And Master, there are heroes approaching us. In a flurry of nerves, Sanfu hastily grasped his whistle club. Though rumors among the common folk claimed that heroes spared the downtrodden, they were still armed, stained with blood. Who would not feel fear? Sanfu, steady yourself. Su Mu furrowed his brows, even while advising Sanfu. His own hand could not help but rest on the hilt of his sword. Thud, thud, thud. In the darkness, 2 or 3 silhouettes of sword-bearers approached the cart with a chilling demeanor. At the forefront was a young man with a fair complexion, holding a torch in one hand and a sword horizontally in the other, cautiously stepping towards the cart. Sihu, wide-eyed and gripping his cleaver, awaited Su Mu's signal. Sanfu, drenched in sweat, chose to lower his head. "Which faction do you belong to?" he inquired, unsure, for they did not resemble officials. The 2 or 3 heroes leaned in closer, initially scrutinizing Sihu and Sanfu, but ultimately their gaze settled upon Su Mu. "Fear not. We are here to aid the people. We do not slay the innocent." Su Mu nodded in silence, initially contemplating offering some silver, yet hesitated, concerned the heroes might not adhere to such conventions. Should he offend both the underworld and the officials of the inner city? It would be wiser to retreat to the mountains and farm. But what about the pawnshop? Did you go there? Yes, to purchase horses. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. In such darkness, returning from the northern path of Weiqing, who would believe he had not visited the pawnshop? And the horses? First, we must return to the village. Are you of noble birth? Does your clan have officials? Or are you associated with officials? A mere commoner, with no support, just a businessman seeking his fortune. The questioning hero frowned, a hint of indignation evident on his face. Su Mu was keenly aware that the heroes, previously betrayed, had not fared well, with many of their comrades perishing in the ensuing onslaught. "Call out to me," he urged. The realm shrouded in mist and rain sways. A decade's worth of swords cleave through dynasties, vanquishing corrupt officials. In conclusion, Su Mu added, "Go forth. The night is dark and the path treacherous. Let the carriage proceed slowly to avoid mishaps." He nodded with a smile, feeling more like a mere passerby in this tumultuous world. He was neither a nobleman nor a hero, just a transient soul navigating through chaos. "Ah, esteemed heroes," he continued. "There are a dozen compatriots from my village aboard this carriage, and I intend to bring them back." "Compatriots?" Sen Fu inquired, rising somewhat apprehensively. He quickly descended from the carriage and hastened forward, soon returning with over 10 villagers in tow. The heroes at the front of the carriage said little, simply gesturing for Su Mu to depart swiftly with his companions. "Sen Fu, are they all accounted for?" Su Mu asked, as the carriage became noticeably cramped, the old horse's pace slowing to nearly half. "Some have already been sold off and cannot be retrieved," Sen Fu replied despondently. Su Mu's expression turned grave as he glanced at the dozen men huddled together in the carriage, trembling and clutching their knees, unsure of what to say. With San Fu by his side, he felt assured they would not encounter significant difficulties returning to Mighty Lake. However, he needed to ascertain one matter. "Iron Master, the employer has been searching for you." From within the crowded carriage, a frail elder with white hair raised his head, trembling as he responded hoarsely, "I am the blacksmith, known as Iron Master." Su Mu's smile returned, relieved to have finally found him after a night of arduous travel. Chapter 139. The capital of Chongyang. The night was still heavy, with no sign of dawn on the horizon. Seated in the carriage, Su Mu pondered deeply about the future of these villagers and how to ensure their safety. "Are there any identification tokens?" he inquired. "None," the villagers answered tremulously. "The traders burned our tokens." It was customary for human traffickers to destroy identification tokens, a practice that, albeit unsavory, was not openly condemned. "If anyone inquires, you must know how to respond," Su Mu reiterated, still concerned. "We shall say we fled from the war in Hezhou, and our tokens are no longer valid. Remember this well," he instructed. Aside from a few elderly, these villagers were a rare group of able-bodied individuals, and given their shared background, Su Mu was reluctant to abandon them. Moreover, there was Iron Master to consider. However, obtaining new identification tokens would be risky, especially in nearby cities where recognition was likely. "Let us proceed to Chongyang," Su Mu finally suggested after a moment of hesitation. "Once we are in Chongyang, we will be far from here, and issues should be minimal." In this declining era of the Great Ji dynasty, money can often open doors that seem otherwise closed. "Master Tai, do you have any items you wish to part with? We could purchase them together in Chongyang." Master Tai, ensconced behind the cart, wearily shook his head. Su Mu was somewhat at a loss for words. Throughout the journey, aside from a single remark at the outset, Master Tai had entirely ignored him. "Sihu, be more steady." With a dozen people crammed into a single cart, the old horse was utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, as they passed a farmhouse, Su Mu spent extra silver to acquire a second cart. Once both carts were in tandem, they continued on their way, and the sky gradually brightened. "Sen Fu, How many miles have we traveled? Master, it should be around 60 to 70 miles. Su Mu exhaled softly. With 60 to 70 miles behind them, the troubles of the Yaxiang should be left far behind. Ahead lay a small town. After resting for half a day, they planned to resume their journey in the afternoon, arriving in Changyang. The villagers, already weary from a long night's travel, erupted in cheers upon hearing Su Mu's words. After leaving a bag of silver with Si Hu, Su Mu leaned against the cart, rubbing his shoulders, and succumbed to a light sleep. The sunlight was blinding, as if he had experienced a dreadful nightmare. In his dream, Si Hu, Chen Sheng, his maid, and Zhou Zun, along with hundreds of villagers, were lined up, kneeling before a vast market square. An elderly official sat high above, coldly discarding execution orders. One after another, heads fell in a world drenched in blood, as wild dogs rushed in, seizing familiar faces. Su Mu awoke in a panic, drenched in sweat, and upon realizing he was still under the clear blue sky, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Master, what troubles you? Sun Fu approached, offering a bowl of sour plum soup. Su Mu accepted it and drank it down in 2 swigs. It's nothing. Sun Fu, what time is it? Master, it is the hour of the goat. The hour of the goat, around 2 in the afternoon. Su Mu lifted his head, glancing at the sky, concerned that if they delayed too long, they might have to traverse the long night again, uncertain of what might occur. Master, I have informed them about your encounter with the bandits. Everyone is quite in awe now, Sun Fu said with a grin. The old bandit group from Mati, who was likely a source of resentment for these villagers. Conversely, Su Mu, who had eradicated the bandit group, had become their hero. We have all armed ourselves with sticks. If we encounter any trouble, we need not fear. Su Mu smiled faintly, instructing them to stow away their sticks and continue on their way. The 2 carts, spurred on by the old horse after a hearty meal, began to race ahead. After traveling nearly 100 miles, they encountered another town, resting for a night before finally reaching Changyang by the following afternoon. Upon disembarking from the cart, Su Mu looked up and felt as though the world before him had suddenly opened up. Following the 23 cities of the Ji River, this Changyang stood regal like a favored prince of the Eastern Palace, basking in the affection of the great Ji dynasty. The South City Gate alone was constructed with remarkable grandeur. The plaque above the gate was not only gilded but also flanked by intricately carved, lifelike, coiling dragons. The 4 squads of patrolling soldiers wore imposing armor, their hair bound in crowns, holding long halberds, standing rigidly near the city gate. Certainly, the expressions of the city guards were ultimately tinged with a sense of despondency. As Su Mu put it, it felt somewhat wasted in light of their attire. Perhaps it was due to the proximity to the emperor, a matter concerning the state, that these guards did not pose excessive difficulties. They merely inquired and verified the documents before allowing Su Mu and his companions entry into the city. The silver coins he held were momentarily unhanded, prompting Su Mu to generously reward Sun Fu, who was following behind. Brother Mu, this city is magnificent, exclaimed Si Hu in astonishment as they stepped onto the bustling street. It was no wonder Si Hu reacted this way. Having accompanied Su Mu from the border to the inner city, this marked his inaugural visit to the capital. Brother Mu, is that the imperial palace? Su Mu looked up to discover, glimmering under the gentle sunlight, a vast array of palatial structures, barely visible at the northernmost end. It must be. The emperor resides within, does he not? It is the young emperor. Su Mu felt somewhat speechless and, fearing that his thoughts might be overheard, hurriedly silenced Si Hu. Walking along the stone-paved streets, they encountered affluent individuals flaunting their bulging silver pouches, while occasionally, those dressed in tattered garments hurried past, heads bowed low, eager to avoid drawing attention to their incongruity amidst the city's opulence. To the east, the recitations of scholarly students filled the air. Upon turning, Su Mu noticed a scholarly academy standing proudly on an island amidst a tranquil azure lake, exuding an air reminiscent of pavilions and waterside gazebos. To the west lay a bustling market, teeming with countless taverns, theatrical venues, and gambling houses. Street performers showcased their talents every 2 li, drawing crowds who eagerly tossed silver coins into their collection plates. Brother Mu, there is a river within the city. While it was not unusual for cities like the wine city of Tangjiang to have rivers flowing through them, what astonished Su Mu was the Grand River in Changyang. It was evidently an artificial waterway, with meticulously constructed embankments, symmetrical currents, and an array of pleasure boats where courtesans vied for attention, delighting many affluent young men. If only the effort put into this canal were directed towards defending against the northern tribes, how could we not strengthen our military might? Su Mu mused, sighing as he uttered these words. Brother Mu, what are you saying? Are you cursing someone? Who has offended you? Sihu asked, widening his eyes. Ready to draw his knife, Su Mu expelled a breath of discontent and playfully tapped Sihu on the head. First, let us head to the official district to secure our identification and employment verification. Before nightfall, we shall seek out Master Zhou. Is there lamb soup at Master Zhou's? Knowing your appetite, even if there is none, he will surely conjure some up, Sihu replied, suddenly elated, laughing heartily while clutching his knife. In this life, he lived quite simply. He ate when there was food, spent when there was silver, and retaliated against anyone who dared to bully his brother Mu. Chapter 140. The bond of blood and steel. Unlike other towns, the vast expanse of Changjiang City housed, aside from the main official district in the north, 3 additional official districts aligned to the east, west, and south. Leading his companions, Su Mu's destination this time was the eastern official district. The duty fell once more to the venerable old clerk, who, after years of accumulating merit, sat with a dignified posture at the front of the official district. Do you require identification and employment verification? Compared to the other townsfolk, the official from Changyang Dongfang exuded a greater sense of authority, adorned in a pristine official robe. His tone slightly languid. Do not rush, my lord. There is another matter at hand. Earlier, while traversing the streets, I discovered a pouch of silver. And fearing to keep it hidden, I present it to the official court. Su Mu offered a faint smile, retrieving a bag of silver from his bosom and placing it before the official. The elder cleared his throat twice, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded. Then I shall record it first. In our great G state, it is indeed a place where the streets are free of lost treasures. Su Mu replied with a calm demeanor. The clinking of gold bricks surely held its purpose, yet in the deeply entrenched Ji dynasty, he harbored no illusions of striking it rich, hoping instead to encounter someone of unblemished integrity. Please write down all the names. If anyone is illiterate, young master can assist. A dozen villagers eagerly leaned in, each one reporting their names in detail. In times past, even passing by the official court would have compelled them to hasten their steps, fearing to enter such a place. Iron Master, your name? Shin Jiuzhou turned back and spoke softly. Among the group, he held a particular regard for this venerable blacksmith. Shin Deity, the Iron Master declared, hands behind his back, speaking slowly. Su Mu found himself at a loss. Such a name was rare indeed. He reluctantly offered some small silver, and after much persuasion, the official finally recorded the name. Young master, the tokens and employment certificates are all here. With the silver received, the official's demeanor became noticeably more courteous. That settles it. Su Mu sighed in relief. He had successfully concluded his business in Changyang. These villagers would henceforth be regarded as his tenants. Young master, I also possess a piece of calligraphy and painting, which I acquired from Li Yizizi earlier. Since it is rare for you to visit Changyang, I shall sell it at a bargain. Li Yizizi was the most renowned painter of the Ji dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu turned again, smiling as he produced 50 taels of silver to purchase this so-called masterpiece. Haha, young master truly has an eye for quality. Su Mu bid farewell with a faint smile, and as he exited the official court, he swiftly tore the painting into pieces. Brother Mu, why did you tear it again? That was 50 taels. Sihu exclaimed, astonished. Brother Mu, it still bears ink. I cannot consume it. Su Mu walked a few steps in silence, discarding the torn painting into the river. Even as midday approached, the bustling marketplace showed no signs of waning. Sanfu, take the others to find a nearby inn. I shall return shortly. The villagers, including Sanfu, suddenly grew anxious, fearing Su Mu might not return. After all, such a fine master was a rare find. I am merely seeking an old friend. I shall return shortly. After offering some reassurances, Su Mu left a pouch of silver behind, and then, accompanied by the impatient Sihu, proceeded steadily towards the address left by Zhou Fu. Following the vertical streets and turning down several alleys, the vibrant atmosphere remained undiminished, as if it were a constant shadow. Brother Mu, is this the rich and noble tavern? Su Mu lifted his gaze to behold a modest tavern before him, its exterior unadorned, even the stone walls left bare. Beside the main entrance of the tavern lies an open-air horse corridor, where the occasional scent of dust wafts into the air. This distinctive ambience carries a hint of frontier ruggedness. Lao Zhou is quite the character. Su Mu chuckled softly. It is precisely this unconventional layout that has filled the dining tables of the tavern with patrons by afternoon. Su Dongjia, a young servant, coincidentally stepping out, brightened at the sight of Su Mu. I remember you. You accompanied Master Zhou on a visit to Tangjiang. The servant smiled bashfully and quickly darted back into the tavern. Before long, Zhou Fu emerged, his portly figure hastily making its way forward. Without exchanging pleasantries, they embraced each other heartily. The bonds forged in the crucible of life and death at the frontier are steeped in a camaraderie of blood and steel. I often pondered Su Fangzhu's visit, and today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Damn it, I must be overly sentimental, having seen you not long ago. Zhou Fu's voice carried a slight quiver of emotion. No one knows better than he the hardships Su Mu has faced, traversing from the frontier to the inner city. Master Zhou, we've known each other for a long time. There's no need for such formality. Indeed, Lao Zhou, my companion and I have come seeking your delectable lamb soup. Do not merely speak of lamb soup. Even if you desire the royal garden's exquisite venison, I can procure it. Come, let us enter the tavern. Zhou Fu, brimming with joy, took Su Mu by one arm and Sihu by the other, guiding them into the establishment. 2 rooms, please. If you have any objections, let it be known that this meal is on me. The servant nodded and hurried upstairs, shortly after which a few affluent gentlemen, visibly disinterested, sauntered out. As they descended the stairs, they did not forget to express their gratitude to Zhou Fu. Check if there are any lambs available. If not, go to the market and procure 2 immediately. Remember to add plenty of spices while simmering. Damn it, these city folk have grown so refined. They wince at the thought of spicy soup, unlike the brave men of the frontier who would drink straight from the vat. Su Mu found it amusing. It seemed that Zhou Fu, too, was unaccustomed to the transition from the frontier to the city. Su Fangzhu, please take a seat. Su Mu expressed his gratitude and, along with the eager Sihu, settled down. Su Fangzhu, has your arrival in Changyang been prompted by some matter of importance? Indeed, there are some matters. Su Mu had no intention of concealing the truth as it pertained to his clandestine liquor business, and he required Zhou's assistance. Unlike Chang Silang, his relationship with Zhou Fu was built on genuine friendship, a mutual agreement of assistance without hesitation. However, approaching Chang Silang would likely incur a debt of obligation. Using the pleasure boats to have the courtesans recite your drinking poems? Zhou Fu was taken aback. Such a notion seemed unprecedented. The courtesans aboard the pleasure boats were hired for warmth, not for poetry recitation. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to Su Mu's way of thinking. Such a heroic figure could not be measured by ordinary standards. While the pleasure boats were not officially sanctioned, there were undoubtedly influential figures behind the scenes. Zhou Fu's tone turned slightly solemn. In this vast world, any profitable venture is likely to be monopolized, perhaps even shadowed by official interests. For instance, even brewing private liquor could provoke upheaval among the 4 prominent families. Offering more silver is not an issue, Su Mu replied calmly. In contrast, Su, the innkeeper, is ultimately an outsider. To seek sustenance in Changyang, he requires a guarantor. Zhou Fu's tone carries a hint of despondency. I certainly wish to act as a guarantor. Yet my own circumstances mirror those of Su. I too am an outsider. Furthermore, those I previously acquainted with are not travelers from that region. Su Mu nodded, fully aware that Zhou Fu's words held truth. Changyang is affluent, and who knows what sordid affairs lurk in the shadows. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall inquire further. Su Mu assured. Meanwhile, in another private room of the opulent restaurant, a young gentleman clad in garments as white as snow sipped his wine, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Dare I ask, in the battlefield of intoxication, should one laugh? Throughout history, how many have returned from the ravages of war? The surrounding guards, unable to comprehend such eloquent phrases, silently shook their heads. Their master was once again preoccupied with matters of the borders. Fear not, my lord. Our great dynasty possesses a formidable army of millions. We are assuredly safe. The young gentleman closed his eyes. Such reassurances had been uttered during the Yongan period, as well as during the Wangzhou period, and now, as they approached Hezhou, the same words echoed. This vast empire appears to be filled with nothing but the dregs of society. Chapter 141. The young gentleman in white within the opulent restaurant. The sounds of clinking glasses and laughter resonated incessantly. Even seated in the private room, Su Mu could clearly hear the raucous cheers from outside urging others to drink. Raising his cup, he toasted once more, draining it alongside Zhou Fu. Su, my brother, Zhou Fu slurred noticeably. Recently, I heard whispers that the borders have been engulfed in flames once more. Hee. Huzhou is in a state of emergency. That Zhao Qingyun has suffered consecutive defeats and now dares not engage further. He has summoned laborers to repair the city walls, seeking to fortify the defenses. Yet, alas, those laborers are being cut down by the northern arrows, with over 1,000 casualties. Su Mu tightened his grip on the cup, his expression darkening. He was already aware of such matters from his time in Changjiang town. Ah, Su, you are a warrior. Back at Sitong Road, you relied solely on these able-bodied men and village women to drive away 60 to 70 cavalry. Then, you led 6 men to ambush and slay 200 riders. Zhou, the innkeeper, had indulged too much. As he spoke, Su Mu hastily rose to close the door to the private room. Before he could act, a young gentleman clad in pure white stood drunkenly at the threshold, leaning in with a cheerful grin. Su Mu frowned, attempting to shut the door, but the young gentleman obstructed it with his hand. Inside the room, Zhou Fu continued to ramble drunkenly. There are few heroes in this world, and those I, Zhou Fu, admire are even fewer. Yet in my heart, Su is undoubtedly the most extraordinary of men. In my humble opinion, Zhao Qingyun is no true general. Only Su can be deemed a genuine conqueror of the D. See who, let old Zhou rest. See who, gnawing on mutton, blinked in surprise, raising his hand in a swift motion. With just a fraction of his strength, he struck Zhou Fu on the back of the neck, causing him to faint instantly. Seizing the opportunity while the young gentleman outside appeared momentarily dazed, Su Mu quickly pushed the door shut. Zhou Fu, possessing a considerable tolerance for alcohol, likely became inebriated only after entertaining guests earlier. Su Mu could only hope that the young master, who had also indulged excessively, had not clearly heard those words. Although it might not be a grave sin, if it were to spread, it would surely complicate their already precarious situation. Brother Mu, I am quite full, sighed Si Hu, who soon after let out a couple of satisfied belches, clearly still wanting more. He had devoured 2 large pots of mutton soup all by himself. Su Mu remained silent, lowering his gaze to the slumbering Zhou Fu, and fell into deep contemplation. Morning light broke. After leaving the prosperous tavern, Su Mu deliberately returned to the east block of Chanyang. Only when he discovered that San Fu and the others were unharmed did he feel a slight alleviation of his anxiety. Master, should we return to the village now? Are you familiar with the way? Of course, I remember it well, he replied. Then it is settled. Once we return to the village, should Madam inquire, simply say I have encountered an old friend and may be delayed for a few days. Master, you are not in any trouble in Chanyang, are you? San Fu asked, and at that moment, over a dozen villagers hurried over, their faces etched with concern. Even Tai Yi couldn't help but glance up and observe them more closely. There is no trouble at all. Su Mu felt a wave of warmth in his heart. It was the same in Wangzhou. Those struggling souls who followed him had almost entrusted their lives to him. Now, with the issuance of the identification plaques and employment certificates, there was truly no need for San Fu and the others to remain here, not to mention wandering the streets or traveling far. The local officials would undoubtedly chase them away at the sight of their countenance. Upon returning to the village, let Shen Tu lead you in some physical training. As for the other matters, we shall discuss them upon my return. This is for your journey. San Fu, walk along the official road and be wary of causing any trouble. With the identification plaques and employment certificates in hand, and given that there are currently no conscription issues, there should be no significant problems. Moreover, inform Shen Tu that if any officials come to inspect the village, they are to let them do so without any violence. Master, I will remember that. Su Mu nodded, escorting them to the city gates and watching as the 2 carriages disappeared from view. Only then did he turn silently and retrace his steps back to the prosperous tavern with Si Hu. The tavern was as bustling as ever. Zhou Fu, nursing a hangover from the previous night, scratched at his throbbing head while waiting at the counter for Su Mu's return. Master Su, old Zhou, you certainly overindulged last night. Si Hu exclaimed, bursting into laughter before Su Mu could speak. I intended to join you modestly, but ended up completely inebriated. Zhou Fu, being a straightforward man, offered a sheepish smile and apology. By the way, Master Su, regarding what we discussed yesterday, I just had someone inquire about it. I have received a reply. Someone will come to the tavern tomorrow at noon. Really, old Zhou? Su Mu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. His primary purpose in coming to Chanyang was to promote the reputation of the drunken celestial, so leveraging the allure of a courtesan for publicity was a crucial step. You and I have known each other for quite some time. Would I dare deceive you? Zhou Fu teased. As it happens, I haven't imbibed today. Shall we indulge in another drink? Is there any more mutton soup? Si Hu chimed in with glee. Brother Hu, how much do you wish to eat? I shall provide as much as you desire. Si Hu, delighted, licked his fingers several times, and had it not been for the playful slap Sumu gave him, he might have devoured the entire bowl. In the midst of the lake lies the tranquil Shuxian Academy, a secluded pavilion. A couple of orioles flit about, chirping incessantly around the drooping willows. Beneath the pavilion, a young gentleman clad in white, as radiant as snow, takes a few steps. As he unfurls his fan, the orioles are startled and soar into the azure sky. Two yellow orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. Yet before the young man in white can recite the entirety of his verse, a figure bearing twin swords approaches across the lake. This figure gracefully lands by the willow, his shoes untouched by water. The young gentleman lets out a sigh and retracts his fan. Guing, you are ever so relentless. Your aura bears an unsettling intensity. Forgive me, my lord, replies the man named Guing, immediately kneeling in deference. Rise, have you unraveled the matter? Indeed, I have. That young master who entered the wine house has indeed aided General Padi, earning a commendable military merit. Consequently, he has been promoted. It seems they had an understanding. Part of the original military merit was intended for the families of the Tongji camp's fallen soldiers. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhao Qingyun had embezzled it. The mention of the Tongji camp causes the complexion of the young gentleman in white to shift, for the 3,000 soldiers of the Tongji camp bravely guarded the state. A noble endeavor indeed. Alas, the elders in the court regard them merely as defeated soldiers. With external threats from the northern D and internal treachery, my great Ji dynasty stands precariously amidst a storm. Guing, standing to the side, hesitates to speak. That young master, after all, possesses some skill. Yet he chooses to conceal his talents, opting instead to be merely a brewer, a true gem hidden in dust. My lord, that young master seems to have an affair with Chang Silang. Upon hearing this name, the young gentleman in white furrows his brow. Not Chang Silang again. Do not force my hand, for I shall be truly enraged, and I would not hesitate to confront him. Back when we were classmates, we encountered an elderly fisherman afflicted with a rare ailment, teetering on the brink of death. I inquired how to save him, and he replied it was futile. Better to relinquish his spot and cast the old man into the river. Guing, taken aback, did not expect such a turn of events. What did you do? My lord, I leapt into the river and rescued the old man, inviting the finest imperial physician, yet he could not be saved. But I declared, whether it be the old man or any ailing soul, as long as there is breath, I shall strive to save them. If they cannot be saved, I shall still endeavor. Standing beneath the willow, the young gentleman's tone grows heavy, revealing 2 fists from his flowing sleeves, veins suddenly pronounced. Chapter 142. The Duke of the National Surname. Yuan Tao. In the midday of Chanyang City, there was no discernible difference. The bustling marketplace remained lively, with throngs of people continuously flowing. Standing atop the prosperous wine house, Sumu refrained from withdrawing his gaze until fatigue set in. According to Zhou Fu, someone would arrive today at the prosperous wine house to discuss matters regarding the brothel and the courtesan. Sumu found it perplexing. Logically, it should be he, as the outsider, who would personally pay a visit. Su Dongjia. A young servant rushed up from below with urgency. The person has arrived. Waiting in the inner chamber. Sumu paused momentarily, adjusted his attire, and followed the servant toward the inner chamber not far away. Upon nearing the door, he could hear Zhou Fu's voice, tinged with trepidation. Several guards stood outside, each gripping their long swords coldly. Su Xiong, please enter. Old friend Zhou Fu. His voice trembling. After dismissing a few guards, Sumu raised his head and discovered a young gentleman in white, seated elegantly with his back turned. Su brother, please. Come and pay your respects. Zhou Fu wiped away a bead of sweat. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly, surmising that the visitor today far exceeded Zhou Fu's expectations. The door to the inner chamber was heavily shut by the guards outside. The young gentleman in white finally turned around, offering Sumu a couple of smiles that left him momentarily speechless. This was undoubtedly the same person who had eavesdropped outside the inner chamber the previous day. Su brother. Come, pay your respects. Zhou Fu nudged him a couple of times before Sumu finally clasped his fists, his voice grave. I am Sumu, honored to meet you. My lord. Little master, you may address me simply as Brother Yuan, if you please. I am but a few years your senior. Yuan? The national surname, Ho. Zhou Fu's face contorted in distress, his voice low and strained. If there is nothing else, would you be so kind as to fetch 2 jars of wine? This statement caused Zhou Fu to hesitate for quite some time, casting a glance at Su Mu before he finally took his leave. Little master, please have a seat. Su Mu's expression was somber as he settled into a chair beside him. Deep down, he was perplexed as to why this nobleman from the great Ji dynasty sought him out. Was it truly a matter concerning the brothel and the courtesan? How trivial. In the mere span of a few days in Chanyang, he had heard this nobleman's name on more than one occasion. It was said that he was the son of a valiant general, whose father and brothers had all perished on the battlefield. And the late emperor had taken him in as an adopted son, bestowing upon him the national surname. The Yuan family, with the single character Tao. At the tender age of 15, he had marched into battle, achieving remarkable military exploits, and had once been conferred the title of Marquis, poised to become a pillar of the northern army of the great Ji. However, after the demise of the late emperor and the ascension of the young emperor, he was reluctantly drawn into court intrigues, stripped of his position, and returned to Chongyang as a leisurely marquis. What is the little master pondering? Yuan Tao smiled, pouring a cup of tea for Su Mu. In this vast inner city, there were hardly more than 3 individuals for whom Yuan Tao would personally serve tea. Listening to this, Su Mu's expression turned peculiar, as this was a phrase that Chang Silang often favored. My lord, if I am not mistaken, today we are to discuss matters regarding the brothel and the courtesan. Accepting the tea, Su Mu raised it in a gesture of respect. This matter has already been arranged for you yesterday. If you have the leisure, you may simply visit the small canal and inquire a bit more. Su Mu's heart grew heavier. If it were merely a matter of spending silver, he would not mind offering a bit more, settling the account in full on the spot. He would bear no further responsibility. However, from Yuan Tao's tone, it was evident he was seeking a favor. My lord, here are 500 taels, a token of gratitude. Su Mu intently focused his voice as he withdrew a pouch of gold ingots from his bosom and carefully placed it on the table. The little master is a wise man, aware of the principle of self-preservation. Yuan Tao sighed, taking only a single ingot. 1 is sufficient. I am merely conveying a message. The rest you may take back. I understand your reluctance to owe a favor. This exchange allowed Su Mu to relax internally, with Chang Silang already dangling one. Adding a national surname marquis to the mix would be playing with fire. Let us sit for a while and engage in conversation. I am honored. Yuan Tao lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his gaze continuously appraising Su Mu. May I inquire, esteemed lord, how does the scenery of the inner city compare to that of the Guangzhou frontier? It is indeed more beautiful, Su Mu replied calmly, still uncertain of the intentions of the nobleman before him. In my opinion, the inner city pales in comparison to the frontier, Yuan Tao remarked tersely. At the border, one can still find valiant men like those of the Tongji camp, but within the inner city, one encounters primarily sycophantic scholars. As he held his teacup, Yuan Tao suddenly chuckled. They proclaim that our great Ji dynasty is prosperous and peaceful, with unmatched military might, and that tributes from numerous nations flow in. In the end, they compose overly sentimental odes, eager to present them at court for all the world to hear. Recently, I encountered a few scholars seeking fame, boasting of their equestrian skills. Yet, they are so fearful of falling from their steeds they require guards to help them mount. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered across Yuan Tao's eyes. In the time of the late emperor, there were still 100,000 troops at the frontier. But now, I feel as blind as a bat, unable to see anything. I can only hear the whispers of malevolent spirits close by, grating on the ears. Su Mu lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. These individuals yearn for sweet fruits, oblivious to the fact that the roots are rotting. Even if the fruit is sweet, how many more seasons can it last? The urgent task is to find a way to stabilize the tree, to eradicate the pests and diseases afflicting the roots. Listening to this, Su Mu felt increasingly perplexed. Chang Silang had articulated similar sentiments, though that young master had proposed simply uprooting the tree and planting a new one. Yet, the nobleman before him advocated for nurturing the tree and seeking a cure. One urges rebellion, while the other seeks to save the nation. What a perplexing conundrum this is. Su Mu felt a desire to depart. The longer he listened, the more likely he was to be ensnared in a web of confusion. I have heard a bit about the matters concerning the esteemed lord. Yuan Tao regained his composure, rising to pour Su Mu another cup of tea. The esteemed lord must have heard that the situation in Hezhou is dire. 70,000 northern D have begun to besiege the city, and if the circumstances worsen, I fear there will be ever more reinforcements arriving. My lord, I do not understand these matters, Su Mu replied solemnly. Yuan Tao appeared unfazed, continuing his discourse. Even at the frontier, I still command a contingent of seasoned troops, all men of loyalty and valor. Su Mu's heart sank. Indeed, Yuan Tao had raised his head earnestly. I wish to ask you, esteemed lord, to journey to the frontier and command these 3,000 veterans. My lord, what merit do I possess? Su Mu gasped. You, who dare lead common folk against the D. You, who have the audacity to set ambushes and vanquish 200 riders. And you, who have devised innovative equestrian techniques. Indeed, you are a true son of Ji. Why does my lord not go personally? Su Mu panted, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. I cannot go, in Changyang. There are many who keep watch over me. They fear that I, a mere foundling, might leverage military achievements to usurp the throne. 3,000 men against 70,000 northern D? My lord is sending me to my death, Su Mu replied, his voice steady. Even if he were to reach the frontier, he had no confidence that the soldiers there, including Zhao Qingyun, would heed his commands. The fallen nobleman before him seemed to have exhausted his power, indeed placing him in a difficult position. Yuan Tao spoke solemnly, yet within the vast inner city, I could find no other candidate. Your role is to serve as a surprise force, achieving victory through unconventional means. Should the situation prove untenable, I may disperse the 3,000 veteran troops and allow them to return to the inner city. Su Mu sat in silence, uncertain how to respond. Do not rush. You still have time to contemplate. The recent reinforcements have just departed, and the old foxes in the court still harbor dreams of securing a victory before brokering peace. Once we suffer another significant defeat, at least 100,000 troops will be dispatched to assist. That will be your opportunity to deploy your surprise force. If I decline, will the Lord make things difficult for me? Su Mu lifted his gaze. No, he will not. Yuan Tao rose, disappointment evident in his eyes. You may remain in the inner city, tending to your private wine business, living as a peaceful and joyful small proprietor. But I know, when the Tongzi camp faced death defending the city, you were still within its walls. Remember the vast lands of our great Ji. Once, our borders were fortified, and the Great Wall stood strong. 7 million sons of Ji, wielding spears and donning armor, could sweep the land like fierce tigers. Do not forget, you too are a Ji person. Su Mu remained silent, a vision of the smoke and arrows intertwining at the top of Guangzhou City resurfacing in his mind. Do not rush. Take your time to reflect. Yuan Tao bowed slightly, raising his hand to press down the gold ingot previously placed on the banquet table. This meal is on me. I only hope it is not a farewell toast. Chapter 143. Little proprietor, do not merely be a spectator. Little proprietor, do not merely be a spectator. Upon reaching the doorway, Yuan Tao paused, turning back with a complex expression. Su Mu did not comprehend. He merely wished to be a humble winemaker, living peacefully alongside the villagers. Yet, why had they sought him out? To follow Chang Silang in rebellion, or to accompany Yuan Tao in saving the nation? It seemed there was no third path. Lord, if one day the roots are entirely decayed, what then? Yuan Tao stood in silence, showing no signs of anger at Su Mu's somewhat rebellious words. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. I do not know, but I, Yuan Tao, was raised on the waters and grains of the great Ji. It has not let me starve, so I shall not forsake it. Do not repeat such words before me. There is still time. Should you come to a decision, seek me at the academy in the middle of Lake Island. Yuan Tao, slightly pausing, soon vanished from Su Mu's sight. Su Mu exhaled heavily, calmly resuming his seat. Today's events could lead to great consequences. A single misstep could result in losing everything. Su, is everything well? Mugur, just now old Zhou held me back, not allowing me to enter the house. Mugur? Su Mu lifted his head, gazing at Zhou Fu and Si Hu before managing a bitter smile. Everything is fine. We have reached an agreement. Expending 500 taels of silver. This is no small matter. Su, the lord of the national surname, is backing you. Oh, he has been dining with me these past few days, and I have scarcely dared to greet him, fearing to provoke his ire. Old Zhou, do not mention the national surname Lord's visit to anyone. Su Mu contemplated before speaking. Yuan Tao is being suppressed in Changyang. Such matters are best kept from the knowledge of many. Su, I would never dare. I speak of no one. Su Mu nodded slightly and turned to glance at the sky outside. It was still not noon. He thought it wise to seize the moment and finalize matters sooner. Lao Zhou, step outside. Before Zhou Fu could regain his senses, Su Mu hurriedly set off towards the eastern part of Changyang with Si Hu in tow. Within Changyang City, there are 3 lakes and 1 river. Of the 3 lakes, aside from the one at Shuixi Academy, the remaining 2 are situated within the Imperial Garden. The solitary canal, it is said, was constructed a decade ago by the late emperor, who mobilized 100,000 laborers to complete it within 3 years. Rumor has it that approximately 4,000 to 5,000 laborers perished, their bodies disposed of on-site, used to fill the riverbanks. Standing at the riverbank, Su Mu gazed into the water for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. Is the owner surnamed Su? A rotund, affluent merchant poked his head out from a passing small boat. Su, with the given name Mu. Ah, finally, you have arrived. The jolly merchant appeared exceedingly pleased and felt compelled to elaborate. The gentleman instructed that if you did not come today, I would have to wait on the boat for 2 or 3 days. Su Mu found this peculiar. Despite Yuan Tao's power being thoroughly depleted, he still wielded such influence. Young master, please board the vessel, and we shall discuss matters in detail. Su Mu nodded, exchanging a glance with Si Hu before confidently stepping onto the wooden bridge and leaping onto the boat. As soon as he settled in, a captivating courtesan gracefully approached, presenting a teacup. Instantly, the spacious cabin was filled with the fragrant aroma of jasmine. If the young master is pleased, I could arrange for her to serve you tonight, the rotund merchant offered with a sycophantic smile. Let us focus on business. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged as he inquired about the merchant's surname. Finding the conversation dull, the merchant gradually reined in his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. You may call me Manager Zhong. Young master, feel free to express any needs you may have. I have but a simple request. Within 10 days, I would like the young ladies to recite a poem persuading to drink during their dance performances. I recall there are 2 talented scholars over at Shuixi Academy. There is no need. I shall compose it myself. Manager Zhong was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Su Mu with newfound scrutiny. If that is the case, it should pose no problem, especially since tomorrow marks the opening of the market. I would appreciate it, Manager Zhong, if you could fetch some paper and ink. With a clap of his hands, Manager Zhong soon summoned a beautiful courtesan, blushing as she approached with ink, brush, and paper. As she drew near, her body brushed against Su Mu's, and she began to grind a stick of pine soot ink with a gaze full of allure. Si Hu, prepare the ink. Su Mu frowned, well aware of Manager Zhong's intentions, suspecting he was attempting to ingratiate himself. Si Hu, aptly named for his robust demeanor, swiftly snatched the pine soot ink, slapping it in his palm, causing the dark powder to cascade into the inkstone. The courtesan gasped in shock, abandoning her disheveled hairdo and hastily retreating. Manager Zhong swallowed hard, realizing he had completely lost the chance to curry favor. Thank you, Manager Zhong. Once the poem was written and the ink dried, Su Mu presented it to Manager Zhong with both hands. The characters were somewhat odd, yet legible. Do you not see? The waters of the Ji River descend from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns the white hair, morning as green silk, evening turned to snow. The eyes of the innkeeper, Mr. Zhong, narrowed into slits, suddenly widened in disbelief as he looked up at Su Mu before him. Life's joys must be fully savored. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon in vain. I am born with talent and must have my use. Spending a fortune will eventually be repaid. Let us indulge in the pleasures of roasting sheep and slaughtering cattle. For even celestial beings can revel in 300 cups of wine. Is this truly penned by the young master? Naturally. Su Mu's heart remained steady, his face unwavering. To promote the private liquor business, he had exerted considerable effort. This is the finest poetry in the world. Is it not superior to the works of those eminent scholars at the Water Pavilion Academy? Mr. Zhong rose in excitement. I apologize for the trouble, Mr. Zhong. No. It is my pleasure. May I inquire how much silver can be earned daily from the tavern boats? I have a total of 8 vessels here. Each day, we can earn 200 to 300 taels. Young master, do you wish to change your profession? Not at all. Su Mu calmly extracted a banknote and counted out 3,000 taels, pushing it towards Mr. Zhong. At this moment, Mr. Zhong realized he had misspoken. How could he dare accept silver from the esteemed gentleman's orders? Young master, there is no need for silver. Business should be reciprocal, Mr. Zhong must not refuse such a genuine offer. Su Mu, unwilling to owe a favor to that esteemed lord, insisted. Before Mr. Zhong could decline further, Su Mu had already risen and walked outside with Si Hu. 3,000 taels of silver, given with ease. Beneath the weeping willows of the lakeside. Yuan Tao revealed a faint smile. I am beginning to understand why Xiao Haidang holds him in such high regard. In this vast inner city, perhaps only Yuan Tao would dare refer to the young master of the Chang family as Xiao Haidang. Do you not see? The waters of the Zhejiang River flow from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return. What exquisite poetry! Such a person, yet content to be merely a small tavern owner, is a true waste of talent. Young master, dare you ride the winds and break the waves? No one responded. Not even Guing dared to. Only the two mischievous orioles, startled by the sound, fluttered their wings in discontent before soaring into the sky, ascending into the clouds. Chapter 144. The second letter from the border on the 8th day of the lunar month. The weather in Changjiang remains pleasant. Mr. Zhong's 8 tavern boats, accompanied by a total of 17 courtesans, began their splendid dance procession from west to east along the little canal. On the riverbank, numerous wealthy young masters, scholarly gentlemen in fine robes, and even officials paused to watch, chuckling as they gazed towards the center of the river. Do you not see? The waters of the Zhejiang River flow from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns the white hair, morning as green silk, evening turned to snow, with graceful movements, tender spring fans, and the clear voices of the courtesans. As soon as the tavern boats passed, cheers erupted from both banks of the river. Following Su Mu's instructions, Mr. Zhong timely presented several jars of drunken celestial, smashing them open with a silver hammer, and the rich aroma instantly spread. Let us indulge in the pleasures of roasting sheep and slaughtering cattle. Even celestial beings can revel in 300 cups of wine. The East Tavern's luxurious wine house offers pre-orders for this wine. Only 500 jars available each month. First come, first served. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Before long, the more astute individuals had already begun to rush towards the luxurious wine house. On the riverbank, Su Mu turned around. On the very first day, the scene was unprecedentedly grand. If it were to last for 10 days, the business of drunken celestial would surely surpass all expectations. It seems that regardless of the era, thriving in business, especially on a grand scale, requires astute marketing. Su, the shopkeeper, let's forego any pretentious words. I truly admire you. Zhou Fu, with his corpulent frame, enveloped Su Mu in an embrace. This wave of prosperity was not limited to drunken celestial. The Fortune restaurant also thrived. Shopkeeper Zhou, please make a note of the orders and dispatch someone to deliver them to Modi Lake. Do not forget the deposit. Naturally, Su, the shopkeeper, felt reassured. Upon entering Changjiang, drunken celestial's reputation had been established, and now it was time to return to the estate to brew wine. Even if there are future obstacles, the previous orders already represent a significant achievement. Su, do visit Changjiang more often. If there were no pressing matters, Su Mu truly preferred not to return. Unconsciously, he lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Lake Island Academy, feeling once more the weight of unspoken concerns pressing upon his chest. Brother Mu, it's time to board the carriage. Su Mu clasped his hands in farewell to Zhou Fu, rubbing his slightly throbbing head as he climbed onto the wagon. See who cracked the reins, and soon after leaving the city, the bustling scene of Changjiang vanished into the dust kicked up by the wheels. Brother Mu, why don't the people of Changjiang take up arms? Even See who seemed to grasp the principle of a common man saving his nation. Wealthy individuals generally shun warfare. See who listened, half comprehending. Hasten the horses, See who. After 2 days of travel, Su Mu and See who finally returned to Modi Lake. Before they even disembarked from the carriage, Su Mu was taken aback by the scene before him. In just a few short days, the estate by Modi Lake had already taken on a semblance of scale. With the red bricks fired from the kiln, Chun Sheng and his crew had constructed a substantial semicircle according to his design. Viewed from the side, it resembled a small fortress, complete with arrow towers, bow windows, and even a small watchtower. Though not yet fully completed, the anticipation was palpable. Master, upon seeing Su Mu's return, Chun Sheng hurriedly set down his work and jogged over. Master, how do you find it? Everything has been built according to your specifications. Very good, Su Mu replied with a smile. With over 100 villagers assisting, the speed of construction was indeed remarkable. However, to fully realize the project, it would still require a considerable amount of time. After all, this was merely the initial phase. Future enhancements would involve reinforcing and refining the structure with intricate details. Chen Sheng, Have San Fu and the others returned? They have. The 9 villagers they brought back are quite capable. Only that blacksmith remains reticent, eating and then sleeping without discussing the forge. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. Having known that Chun the blacksmith had a peculiar temperament, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Perhaps those with great talent often possess a certain aloofness. Let him rest for now. Do not disturb him when there is nothing pressing. By the way, has anyone from the officials come by? The officials? None have appeared, but many have come these past few days wishing to visit the estate to sample the wine. I did not allow them entry. Wishing to visit the estate to sample the wine? Sumu revealed a smile. Apart from the tavern keeper from whom he had previously ordered wine, there were few souls traversing the shores of MT Lake. Were it not for this, he would not have ventured to ch Ing for promotional endeavors. The 4 prominent families had their tendrils too deeply entrenched, ready to strangle him without offering an ounce of opportunity. Where, then, would he find patrons for his wine? He surmised that they were likely agents dispatched by the official quarters to scrutinize his operations, lacking any solid evidence. Yet fearing that his estate harbored treasures meant for the suppression of bandits, Chensheng construct a few more wooden houses for brewing over the next couple of days. In ch Ing, after the wine poetry recited by the courtesans of the boat, we can expect a brief surge in orders for wine. This presents an opportunity for the Su family. If seized correctly, it may lead to remarkable success. Tomorrow, send someone to ch Ingia town. We shall require 300 carts of grain for this round. Rest assured, master. By the way, the young lieutenant has sent another letter. Chun Sheng spoke in a muffled tone, producing a missive from his bosom. Not only Chun Sheng and his companions, but all those who had fought their way from the border to the inner city felt a modicum of anger and disdain towards Zhao Qingyun. The military achievements they had painstakingly earned had largely been appropriated by him, leading to his elevation to a titled general. The postal courier had suffered a broken leg, yet he exchanged it for another horse. Nothing urgent. Chun Sheng, you may continue with your tasks. Cradling the letter, Sumu silently crushed the red wax before slowly unfolding the paper. This was the second letter Zhao Qingyun had sent him. Compared to the previous correspondence, the tone was more earnest, even bordering on a plea. The content was largely similar, merely reiterating the pressing military situation and beseeching him to return to service as the chief advisor of the Xiaofeng camp in Hezhou to strategize and counsel. He also mentioned that should victory be attained, he would certainly petition the court for honors and rewards. In conclusion, he referenced their shared experiences in battle, his words imbued with sincerity, nearly falling to his knees in supplication. Sumu tore the letter to shreds, his expression devoid of emotion. What he sought was not wealth or glory, but rather a simple apology. Yet the letter made no mention of the appropriation of military accolades. This was not mere sentimentality. In Sumu's eyes, the transformation of a dragon slayer into a dragon was profoundly disheartening. The winds of change were once again stirring at the border. Standing amidst the gusts, Sumu spoke gravely. His sole desire in life was peace and joy, yet fate persistently eluded his grasp. Yuan Tao taught him to save the nation. Chang Silang urged him to rebel, and Zhao Qingyun desperately wished for his return to the fray, striving to earn another military merit. Officials, heroes, suffering commoners, and rebels all seemed to be both distant and painfully close to him. Sumu rubbed his forehead, lost in prolonged contemplation. Chapter 145. The moon array. The life of brewing wine was bustling with vigor. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 4 or 5 days had passed since his return from ch Ing. Aside from the increase in private orders for wine, life seemed to hold little distinction. Standing amidst the mountain winds, Sumu understood that this was merely the calm before the tempest. The mountain rain was imminent, always heralded by a wind that filled the loft. Su Lang, do not linger, rain is about to fall. His young maidservant, Jiang Kaiwei, hurriedly retrieved an oiled paper umbrella and shielded Su Mu's head just as a torrential downpour began to drench the canopy above. It's raining. Bring in the laundry. Chen Sheng struck the gong, racing back and forth along the village path. Many slumbering villagers were startled awake, hastily gathering their clothes from the bamboo poles. Mischievous children, eager to splash in the water, were pulled back by their mothers, who didn't forget to snap off a small bamboo twig. Chen the blacksmith and the old scholar stood on the tower like madmen, drinking heartily in the rain. Si Hu, clutching his saber and holding onto a bowstring, chattered incessantly. Zhou Zun was carving a wooden spear, while Lu Feng hurriedly ran into the house, clutching a small rabbit and shielding his head. Sumu stood motionless in the rain, his eyes unwittingly moistening. His desires were simple, to live a life of peace and stability, just like the scenes before him, where days were filled with safety and joy. Silang, the rain has intensified. I know. Sumu smiled gently, grasping Jiang Caiwei's hand. Follow me. You shall know no grievances. None at all. I am very happy. The two stood in the rain, allowing the tempest outside to rage on without moving an inch. Today, Hezhou too was drenched in heavy rain. The downpour washed the official road outside the city, yet could not erase the bloodstains that marred the ground. Zhao Qingyun, clad in tiger armor, stood coldly atop the city wall, his eyes soon filled with fury. How dare those barbaric dogs? Even in the rain, even on the muddy road, beneath the misty rain, the vast army of the D people had gathered once more, a dark mass stretching endlessly. What of the Western army from the inner city? General Lu replied. The rain is heavy today. It could expose the soldiers to illness, so they have been ordered to rest. Call them here. Zhao Qingyun bellowed in rage, slashing his sword against the city wall. Taking a moment to breathe, he turned to observe the laborers braving the rain to repair the wall. In less than 5 days, nearly 1,000 of the 3,000 laborers who had come with the army had perished. The mournful, prolonged sound of a cow horn shattered the rain's veil, rising abruptly. Outside the city, the dark figures surged forward like a tide, howling as they advanced. The clang of hooves and the clash of curved blades, along with the twang of bowstrings, grew increasingly nearer. The first volley of stones plummeted from the sky, crashing against the battered city gate and sending shards flying amidst the rain. Countless laborers cried out in despair, seeking to escape to the safety of the wall. Do not panic. No one is allowed to flee. Continue repairing the gate. Zhao Qingyun's expression tightened, and he ruthlessly struck down 2 or 3 laborers. If the D breach the city, you shall share the same fate. Defend the city. The rumbling intensified as more stones fell, mingled with a storm of arrows that rained down upon the city gate. To the east of the moat, dozens of laborers who could not escape were crushed beneath a massive boulder, instantly becoming a rain of blood. Some soldiers, paralyzed by fear, coughed and retched, abandoning their halberds to flee toward the city wall. The hastily assembled Western army, numbering 20,000, trembled outside the camp, too afraid to ascend the walls. Dare I ask, are you the reinforcements for Hezhou? If not, I shall send a missive to the military department tomorrow to seek clarification. Zhao Qingyun stood atop the city wall, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet he finally instilled a flicker of courage in the reinforcements from the Western Army's 3rd Battalion. Grasping long spears and iron bows, they hurriedly ascended the battlements. If there were any elderly men, widowed women, or prisoners within the city, they too were summoned to the walls to fortify the defenses. Those who disobeyed would face immediate execution. Amidst the curtain of rain, 20 miles outside Hezhou City, the direction leading to the inner city was filled with a seemingly endless throng of desperate refugees. Clear the way. Make way. The voices of several mounted officers rang out angrily as they rode, swinging their sabers to strike down the dozens of citizens obstructing their path, leaving them bloodied. Who would dare impede the chariot of the Hezhou officials? Once a path was cleared, 3 or 4 lavish carriages rolled over the puddles and fallen bodies, continuing their swift passage. With 70,000 nomads surrounding the city, Hezhou was on the brink of collapse. The anticipated reinforcements amounted to little more than 20,000 ineffective foot soldiers. To any observer, Hezhou appeared to be at its last gasp, on the verge of breach. The openings created by the officers were quickly reblocked by the throngs of citizens, who wailed in despair. Within the inner city, at Mati Lake, Sumu stood resolutely in the rain, occasionally lifting his gaze to the 30 or so villagers before him. First row, raise shields. Chun Sheng shouted in a voice filled with fury. Within the downpour, the first row of 10 clumsily lifted their wooden boards. Formation advance. The 10 began to slowly align, forming an inward curving formation. Second row, cavalry and footmen, prepare spears. The second row of villagers moved with greater coordination, extending their wooden spears through the gaps in the shield wall. Third row, draw bows. The last row, consisting of over 10 villagers, began to notch arrows, preparing for a volley. Sumu raised his head, peering into the distance through the rain at the figures of a dozen riders on old steeds. Zhou Zun, charge. Understood. Master. Zhou Zun brandished a wooden stick, feigning a few strikes, and began to hold the reins with one hand. The master has declared that whoever wins this bout shall receive 100 taels of silver. With a roar, the figures on the old horses surged forward, brandishing their wooden sticks as they charged toward Chun Sheng's formation. Even the old horses, after a brief acceleration, began to gain formidable speed, trampling through the mud and splattering water. "Let me go, just 50 taels." Sihu pleaded impatiently. "Sihu, just wait and see." Sumu remained calm and composed, his eyes shimmering with intensity. The formation, a classic strategy of infantry against cavalry, was not ideally suited, but they had exchanged spirited steeds for more seasoned ones. "Master, they are drawing near." The lone eye of the bowed dog widened in alarm. On the sandy ground of Mati Lake, the charge of the dozen riders on old horses grew increasingly ferocious, closing to within 200 paces of Chun Sheng's formation. "Block them." Chun Sheng personally picked up a wooden shield, bracing himself in the front row. Third row, unleash arrows. A scattering of unbarbed wooden arrows began to be hurled towards the oncoming riders. According to Su Mu's strategy, only one rider, struck by 2 or 3 arrows, was forced to halt his steed midway. Second row, thrust forward. From the gaps in the wooden shields, a multitude of long wooden spears swiftly lunged forward. As the old horse felt the sting of pain, it turned and fled. Yet, many more steeds, driven by the momentum of the charge, swiftly broke through the first line's shield formation, plunging into the fray like wolves among sheep, charging towards the second and third lines. In the blink of an eye, the formation of over 30 men lay in disarray. Chun Sheng sighed in resignation. "Unless we had prepared a pitfall for the horses or laid down iron spikes, there is no way to withstand such an assault." Sumu nodded in silence. Throughout history, in the age of cold weapons, cavalry has always been a devastating force on the battlefield. The Northern D people, skilled in various cavalry formations, indeed posed a significant challenge. Chapter 146. Why should a man not carry the Wu hook once the rain ceased, coupled with several days of scorching sun? The path outside the Horse Hoof Lake quickly became flat and dry again. The intoxicating aroma of wine wafted from Su's village, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of young men practicing diligently. According to Su Mu's thoughts, no one could predict what might transpire in the precarious Deji dynasty in the future, yet it was necessary to train the villagers, even if only for the protection of the village. East Master, someone is here." From the lookout tower, the bowed dog lowered his head to speak. His voice was somewhat faint, yet Sumu clearly heard him and furrowed his brow as he looked up. It was not a customer here to place a private order for wine, but rather a figure on horseback, clad in a fitted robe and wearing a bamboo hat. As the figure approached, Su Mu's face broke into a wry smile. "Young master, my lord invites you to come over." Chang Wei reined in his horse and called out loudly, "Chang Wei, tell your lord that I still have wine to brew and will visit to apologize another day. My lord said today is his 30th birthday. If you do not come, it would be a slight against a businessman, and next month, no grains will be left for you." The audacity of a 30th birthday. Undoubtedly, in keeping with Chang Silang's character, there was indeed something significant at hand. As for the grains, that was merely a slip of the tongue. Chang family town was not too far from Horsehoof Lake, and within half a day, Sumu arrived at the town's entrance. As he dismounted, he spotted Chang Silang leisurely seated outside the town, a table and a pot of tea before him, enjoying his drink immensely. "Young master, come over here." Upon seeing Sumu, Chang Silang waved with a smile. "Young master, your presence graces Chang family town. You're too kind." "Young master Chang, please, have a seat." Chang Silang held up a teacup and personally poured a cup for Sumu. As I mentioned before, in the entire inner city, there are no more than 3 people whom I, Chang Silang, serve tea personally. Sumu was left speechless. In Changyang, the Duke of the State would also begin with such a line. "Have you met Xiao Tao Tao?" Holding the teacup, Sumu paused, not quite grasping the meaning behind Chang Silang's words. "Oh right, his name is Yuan Tao, the Duke of the Daiji dynasty. I have met him and discussed a business deal." Sumu sipped his tea, his expression unchanged. "That down-and-out duke discussing business with you?" Chang Silang chuckled and shook his head. "But do not underestimate him. If he were to become angry, he could indeed summon 100,000 soldiers of the Ji. Young master, I do not comprehend such matters. It is only natural to prioritize one's safety." Chang Silang tilted his head back, comfortably sipping his tea. In the 11th year of the Daiji's military revival, the last 2 brothers of Xiao Taotao fell in battle beneath the iron hooves of the Northern D. In the imperial court, there were those who sought to eradicate all remnants of opposition. It was I, relying on my spear, who narrowly escaped after enduring 17 or 18 wounds. Chang Silang squinted his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the bravery of yesteryears. It was only after the late emperor adopted him as a son that matters began to improve. In the 15th year of the Daiji's military resurgence, I, Chang Xiaodang, finally achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations. Upon entering the palace to express my gratitude, I passed by the noon gate and beheld an elderly loyal minister, along with his family of over 80 souls, executed en masse. In that moment, I wept, and it was only after a long while that I entered the palace, neglecting my gratitude, and instead directed a scornful gesture towards the prime minister. I previously mentioned that my father brought 10,000 taels of silver to rescue me. But in truth, it was Xiao Taotao who knelt by the late emperor's sickbed for an entire night, pleading for my life. Chang Silang's voice faltered, his expression clouded by an indelible sense of loss. The snow eagle relishes crossing mountains, while the koi prefers swimming upstream. Yet, regardless of hue, a cat that catches a large rat is a good cat. Su Mu sat calmly, and in a brief moment, he grasped the reality that neither Chang Silang nor Yuan Tao could be judged as right or wrong. The only true fault lay within the deeply corrupted Deji dynasty. With the imminent fall of Hezhou, millions of refugees sought survival, fleeing towards the inner city. Chang Silang closed his eyes, and after a prolonged pause, poured himself another cup of tea. Little master, do you know why, despite the crisis in Hezhou, the entire inner city dispatched merely the Western Army's 3 battalions, totaling over 20,000 troops? Uncertain, I do not comprehend these matters. Su Mu shook his head. You need not guard against me. I am not afraid of schemes for rebellion. So why would you fear that I might report you to the officials? Su Mu chuckled softly, lifting his teacup, silently taking another sip. In various regions of the Daiji dynasty, those border generals could hardly wish for anything but escalating conflict. Do you expect these individuals to come to our aid? The forces from Zhangzhou claim they will combat bandits, while those from Miyunzu assert they will capture heroes. It is all in vain, for they are fully aware. Within the court, the young emperor is surrounded by power-hungry officials, neglecting military affairs and failing to attend to governance. With both external and internal threats looming, there is little hope for the years ahead. Su Mu's heart jolted. He recalled Yuan Tao's words that after this round of defeat, 100,000 troops would come to assist. Just as Chang Silang stated, from where would these 100,000 troops arrive? Little master, when you entered the inner city from the border, did you pass by the old fort? I seem to have seen it, yet I hold no clear memory. The old fort, and used for 200 years, has already been assigned for repairs. Once Hezhou falls, it will lead directly to the southern plains. We can only reopen the old fort and attempt to deter the D people. This cycle must return to Mahue Lake, where all necessary matters will be addressed. Why do you speak thus, young master? Chang Silang rose, his gaze burning as he regarded Su Mu. Then let me inquire of you. Will you go to rescue the fort? Su Mu lifted his head, his brows furrowing momentarily. Whether to go or not is entirely your own affair. If Zhuangzi is not at ease, I shall keep watch for you. Young master, does even tea possess the power to intoxicate? Chang Silang pouted, pausing for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. I truly find myself increasingly admiring you. Regardless, the foreign tribes are ultimately insatiable beasts. You merely need to remember. Should you wish to strike at the dogs, I will undoubtedly support you. After all, in the vast Daiji, no one shines brighter than you, little master. Consider your thoughts carefully before seeking me. I have something for you. Su Mu remained silent, as composed as ever, slightly bowing as he rose. Zhou Zun had already brought the horses. As dusk descended, Su Mu mounted his steed, turning his head with an expression of grave seriousness. The two riders ventured down the forest path, and after a short distance, they encountered a troop of soldiers heading forward. The cavalry officer, seemingly emboldened by drink, boldly grasped his sword, his face flushed, and proclaimed, "We from the armed forces shall march to the border and drive away the barbarous D people." Hundreds of soldiers, accustomed to their officers' drunken bravado, paid little heed. This time, it was merely a routine patrol ordered by the Ministry of War, ensuring no excessive refugees flooded into the inner city, 500 li away. The officer bellowed, "I ask you, do you dare to fight? Drive away the D dogs. I aspire to be a hero against the D. I shall slay the northern D Khan." In the night, Su Mu observed for some time before redirecting his horse, urging Zhou Zun onward towards Muti Lake. In his previous life, he had not understood the concepts of home and country, nor the chaos of war and its consequences. But now, it seemed he comprehended. Just like the saying, why not wield the Wu hook and reclaim the 50 states of the mountains and rivers? Chapter 147. Return with me to the border and fight the D-dogs, as Chang Silang noted, after a while. The number of refugees from Huzhou seeking shelter in the inner city grew increasingly. Even in places like Mudi Lake, occasional scattered refugees could be seen kneeling before the village, weeping bitterly and beseeching Su Mu for refuge. Upon confirming their identity with the token, Su Mu would not make it difficult for them, allowing some to stay, thus performing a good deed. Though Huzhou remained unbreached, General Zhao had already conscripted laborers to defend the city. How could these common folk engage in battle? When the stones fell and arrows rained down, they were paralyzed with fear. The dead lay piled high behind the southern city's mass grave. The refugees speaking stumbled, overwhelmed by emotion, and fainted onto the sandy ground. Su Mu furrowed his brow, instructing Chen Sheng to carry the person into the village and prepare some food. Recalling the villagers led by Xingyang still lingering in the desolate outskirts of Huzhou, Su Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Deep down, he had already begun to contemplate a journey to the border. However, before he could leave, he needed to ensure the village was secure. As for Chang Silang's assurance of assistance in watching over it, perhaps it was not a falsehood, but should any unforeseen calamity arise, the Su family village would be left vulnerable. "The master has arrived," reported the bowman from the watchtower in a grave tone. Su Mu squinted, raising his gaze to the shadows lurking in the wild forest beyond Mudi Lake. "Chen Sheng, are you prepared?" "All set," Chen Sheng replied. "Proceed." Nodding, he called upon 3 or 4 villagers, who steadily entered the house. Before long, each emerged carrying an ancient wooden box, carefully making their way towards the back mountain. After a few steps, Chen Sheng seemed to twist his leg, causing the box he held to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, sharp and clear. As Su Mu had anticipated, the figures concealed in the forest, upon hearing the noise, immediately scurried away down the path to retrieve their horses and gallop frantically towards the official road. Su Mu watched silently for a prolonged moment before exhaling a deep breath. This revelation of wealth was a reluctant necessity. It is not the thief's intrusion that one fears, but rather the thief's lingering intentions. The officials of Weiqing have been tirelessly seeking the hidden lair of the notorious bandit at Mati Lake, yet thus far, they have unearthed no substantial clues. Left with no choice, he resolved to provide them some leads, hoping that this ordeal would conclude swiftly, lest it sow seeds of future misfortune upon his departure from Mati Lake. After the passage of half a day, a dozen officials finally arrived, led by the seasoned official and the corpulent officer, Qian Mu. As they approached, Su Mu caught sight of the familiar figure of Tian Song, who appeared utterly dejected, trailing behind on a sickly mule, armed only with a half-length baton. Su Dongjia, the seasoned official, dismounted, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Behind him, several officers brandishing blades wore expressions of haughty disdain. "What is the meaning of this, esteemed official?" Su Mu furrowed his brow in confusion. "What meaning? How audacious of you, young master, to harbor stolen silver. Your affairs have been exposed." The official's fury was palpable. The treasures in question amounted to a considerable fortune. Aside from what would be presented to their superiors, this cohort stood to retain at least half for themselves, a near miss from opulence. "Esteemed official, I still do not comprehend." Su Mu replied with a faint smile. "If this matter remains unresolved, it shall always be a lurking threat. Do not feign ignorance." The corpulent officer approached, feigning to draw his sword. Upon noticing the towering figure of the iron-clad giant beside Su Mu, he recoiled, suddenly reminded that this group was tasked with eradicating bandits. "You conceal stolen silver. The evidence is irrefutable." The official swallowed hard, asserting, "Naturally, matters of this nature require the capture of both the perpetrator and the evidence. Step aside. We shall enter the village to investigate." "What if you find nothing?" Su Mu queried. "Does the official's inquiry require your input?" Si Hu, visibly incensed, brandished his cleaver, flanked by Chen Sheng and 20 or so others, who closed in with stern expressions. "What do you intend to do?" The corpulent officer, startled, began to retreat. "We are officials." Su Mu smiled softly, raising his hand, prompting the villagers to part and create a pathway. "We are officials," the corpulent officer echoed, finally leading a dozen visibly anxious officials into the village. They had all heard tales of Su Mu's exploits against bandits, where nearly 30 brigands had met their end. Such a figure could not be regarded as a mere commoner. Any true citizen, upon encountering officials, would have eagerly offered tea and tribute. Chen Sheng, fetch a chair for the official, the corpulent officer ordered as he and his men set out to locate the stolen silver, leaving the seasoned official and 2 others behind, one of whom was the scarred Tian Song. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. The seasoned official sneered. Should the stolen silver be found, your culpability cannot be evaded. If this is a mere slander, the scribe of Weiqing shall be replaced. Su Mu responded languidly, always wishing to live peacefully and joyfully. Yet many sought to trample him underfoot. Resistance was his only recourse, along with the resolution of this predicament. Official, we have discovered something. A jubilant shout rang out, and a flurry of officials, including the seasoned one, dashed forward in a frenzy. Su Mu remained seated, calm and expressionless. The wooden boxes, originally placed in a conspicuous location, were devoid of any silver coins, filled instead with stones gathered from the ground. With a loud crash, the old official, filled with ire, hurled the boxes to the ground, causing the stones to spill out in disarray. As dusk fell, every corner of the village's cellar, the woods, and even the hills had been thoroughly searched. Yet no clues emerged. Chen Sheng, go fetch some torches so the officials may see clearly, he commanded. Indeed, Chen Sheng dashed away and soon returned, brandishing several torches, his demeanor marked by frustration. The old official did not receive him. Illuminated by the torches, his face bore an expression of bitter discontent. Perhaps it would be best to rest in the village tonight and continue the search tomorrow, he suggested, enraged yet resigned. The old official understood that further searching would yield no new discoveries. Without even a farewell, he hastily instructed the corpulent official to lead the men back to Weiqing. Tian Song lingered at the rear, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention to clasp his hands in a gesture of respect toward Su Mu. However, upon turning back, he discovered that his ailing mule had collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Curse it, it has run away. The corpulent official lashed out with his whip, striking Tian Song twice before ignoring him and hastily departing with the others. Under the cover of night, Tian Song paused for a moment, then awkwardly picked up a half-broken whistle stick and began to follow the winding path out. Brother Tian, it was I who poisoned the mule, Su Mu sighed. Tian Song halted, turning back. There is no point in returning to the official's residence. I have nowhere else to go, he replied. You do have a place. Come back with me to the frontier and be a brave man. Why return to the frontier? Tian Song questioned. To fight the barbarian dogs, Su Mu replied gravely. Behind him, Si Hu, Chen Sheng, and others wore expressions of determined hostility. As the night breeze blew, Tian Song, clutching the whistle stick, broke into tears. Chapter 148. Private soldiers' public proof without Su Mu needing to intervene within a day or two. The old official and the corpulent official Qian Mu were demoted and sent to Muyun Prefecture as prison guards. Su Mu understood that the noble surnamed Ho would always be watching him, awaiting his decision. Thus, in such times, those caught in the crossfire were easily discarded. Su Mu had contemplated whether to align with the 4 prominent families, but ultimately decided against it. This was not out of mercy, but rather an understanding that such families possessed a certain depth, and engaging with them would likely involve protracted confrontations. Master, the horses have arrived. In the early morning, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo, accompanied by a dozen martial artists, hurried back along the small path outside the village. They had procured a fine batch of 20 horses, a significant business transaction. Chen Sheng, inquire among the brave men in the village to see how many can ride. This journey to the frontier would be long, and using carts would be too cumbersome. Thus, they would have to ride swiftly. Selected individuals would need to practice their riding skills in the coming days. Moreover, the formations they had learned should not be forgotten. Where is the master going? To Lonyang for a visit. Without taking a cart, Su Mu selected a horse from the stable, took a deep breath, and along with Si Hu, somewhat unaccustomed, mounted the horse and galloped towards the official road leading to Mati Lake. As twilight descended, Su Mu had just reached the official road when he noticed, at a distance, a horse-drawn carriage obstructing his path. A burly man with a hawk-like nose, brandishing a sword, fixed his intense gaze upon Su Mu. Assuming him to be a bandit, Si Hu, filled with indignation, drew his broadsword and prepared to charge forward. Si Hu, rein in your horse, Su Mu commanded, pulling on the reins with a slight furrow of his brow. He recognized this man as one of the personal guards of the noble from the Guo family. Gu Eagle, he remarked, I have mentioned before that your aura is quite lethal. Yuan Tao, clearing his throat a couple of times, slowly emerged from the carriage. Casting a curious glance at Sihu first, "Young master, would you allow me to take this tiger warrior?" he proposed. "My brother and I share life and death. He cannot be relinquished. Yet, my lord, it is rather late for you to be stationed here at the official road by the Horsehoof Lake. Are you perhaps waiting for me? Having heard of your deceit towards the officials in Weicheng, I surmised you had made up your mind. The journey to Changyang is far too long, and I cannot afford to wait any longer." Yuan Tao raised his head, his expression shifting to one of anticipation. "So tell me, regarding this round at the border, will you go or not?" Sumu smiled. "I only inquire of my lord. In this round, am I considered a member of the official family or a righteous man?" "Righteous man," Yuan Tao replied succinctly, then coughed into his hand, causing his guard, Gu Eagle, to hurriedly drape a large cloak over him. Once he regained his color, Yuan Tao continued, "My 3,000 veterans have already taken on the identity of the official family. Hence you must act as a righteous man to serve as a surprise force." 3,000 veterans? "My lord is truly generous," Sumu remarked. "I know what you desire. Do not inquire further. I shall grant it to you." After a few more coughs, Yuan Tao turned back to the carriage, producing a document of certification. In times of turmoil, had this been during the years of the late emperor, no noble family would have been permitted to maintain private troops. I have often petitioned the court for the emperor to abolish such pernicious laws, but alas, there are far too many cunning old foxes, and I could not persuade them. Consider it my act of favoritism. This document for private troops bears the records from the Ministry of War and poses no issues. It is worth noting that within this vast inner city, I have yet to encounter any tavern or estate that possesses such certification for private soldiers, not to mention taverns. Even the minor families, like the 4 great houses, have only a couple hundred private guards at most. The certification for a handful of private soldiers totals just 1,000, allowing for standardized armaments and armor. Sumu took the document, reviewing it attentively. Should he venture to the border, the noble's veterans would indeed number 3,000. Yet the figures did not align. That is different. Once you reach the border, the stakes are perilous, and no one will scrutinize this. It is upon your return to the inner city that this document will be necessary. In other words, if you possess the capability to return with 1,000 men to the estate, I shall not question those who choose to follow you. Is that true? Sumu inquired, his expression serious. Indeed, and it shall be counted as your reward. However, I have a condition. You must slay at least one duke to invigorate the nation. A duke? The Duke of the D people is akin to a general in the Great G, commanding 1,000 soldiers at least, and potentially tens of thousands, depending on the tribal populace. Furthermore, in this round, you will not accrue any military merits. However, the spoils of D horses and weapons that you acquire. Upon your return to the inner city, I will find a way to integrate them into the estate. And what of the treasures? Take as much as you can. It is all yours. Sumu nodded faintly. My lord, are you truly unafraid of my 3,000 seasoned veterans engaging in acts of violence and arson? Xia Haidang possessed a keen sense of judgment about people, yet I believed my own discernment surpassed hers. I trust you, and I trust my own insight. This is my secret token. Take it to the Tuataud mountain at the border and seek out a man named Feng Qiu. Sumu hesitated momentarily before accepting the token. Not far away, a group of desperate and wailing refugees from the border could be seen, their emaciated forms numbering in the hundreds. At that moment, an elderly man collapsed to the ground, spewing forth blood, unable to rise again, while familiar faces knelt beside him, their eyes swollen from weeping. My lord, may I inquire further? When the city of Guangzhou fell, there were clearly 8 border defense camps. 3 camps defected, 3 were shattered, and the remaining 2 discarded their uniforms, masquerading as refugees to escape back to the inner city. Upon finishing his words, Yuan Tao clutched his mouth in anguish, coughing violently in the evening breeze. You will likely encounter the 3 defected camps upon your arrival at the border. If that is the case, please eliminate a few, to restore honor to the 7 million sons of the great G. I understand, Sumu replied, his head bowed and his voice heavy. And what of Yongwan? General Li Pasheng of the Northern Expedition? Yuan Tao paused, tears spilling forth unexpectedly. The last renowned general of the great G passed away without justification. Not only Yuan Tao, but also Gu Ying, the guard seated in the carriage, found his eyes brimming with tears, hastily turning his head to conceal his sorrow. After a long moment, the master and servant before each other regained their composure. Whether for the sake of saving the nation or the people, This journey must be undertaken. Little master, go forth. You are like a sleeping dragon emerging from the pool, like a crouching tiger descending the mountain. Su Mu gazed into the distance, observing the fleeing citizens being supported along the official road, appearing as insignificant as ants against the backdrop of the setting sun. He clenched his fists. Yuan Tao stood before the carriage, bowing deeply. If I perish at the border, I would trouble my lord to kindly look after my estate. No problem at all. Su Mu solemnly nodded, pulling the reins, prepared to return to the lake of hoofprints. At that moment, amidst the deepening twilight, another carriage appeared, stirring up dust as it approached. The driver was none other than the familiar Chang Wei, one hand anxiously gripping a knife, the other cautiously handling the reins. Undoubtedly, the individual within the carriage was none other than the young scholar Chang Silang. Chapter 149. Who dares say we are merely commoners of the great Ji? Whoa! Chang Wei called out, bringing the carriage to a halt. Soon after, Chang Silang emerged from the carriage, adjusting his rope. Su Mu tightened the reins, feeling a twinge of anxiety. With both Yuan Tao and Chang Silang, who shared a relationship of love and rivalry, one could never predict what chaos might ensue. As it turned out, his worries were unfounded. In the dim night, Chang Silang paused, standing firmly before Yuan Tao. Have you eaten? I have. And you? Yuan Tao replied with a smile. I'll eat once I return. Chang Wei and Guing exchanged glances, almost ready to engage in a brawl had it not been for their master's prohibition. You've caught a chill. It's best to return and rest early. Having tied his robe, Chang Silang hesitated before turning back after taking a few steps forward. The grand era persists. I shall not perish. Yuan Tao continues to smile. This statement bears a hint of ambiguity, as Chang Silang stood for a prolonged moment before silently nodding in agreement. Young master, remember this. Yuan Tao boarded the carriage, not entering the compartment, but rather sitting steadily beside Guing, allowing the night breeze to tousle every strand of his hair. Even with his pallid complexion, he offered Su Mu an encouraging smile. Su Mu raised both hands, seated atop his steed, and performed a deep bow. He was a good man, unfortunate to have been born in a corrupt dynasty. Chang Silang turned around, retrieving an exquisite porcelain vial from his sleeve, tossing it towards the departing carriage. Anticipating this, Yuan Tao leapt gracefully from the carriage, catching the vial deftly before swiftly returning to his seat. Why does young master not present it in person? He would not accept it face to face. From a distance, obscured from each other's expressions, they could resemble old friends. Su Mu remained speechless, pondering that only in an era of peace could these two sit together, sharing wine and tea. What did he give you? Chang Silang felt a wave of discomfort, plopping down onto the grass, casually plucking a blade of straw to chew on. The private army's notarization for 1,000 men. Aware that evasion was futile, Su Mu opted for candor. A rather fine item. I previously mentioned I would provide you with something. There is no need for such formality, young master. This journey to the border is in accordance with the Duke's wishes, to see if we can eliminate a few of those barbaric dogs. Implicitly, Chang Silang appeared merely as a rice merchant, seemingly detached from the matter at hand. Listen to me, he said, spitting out the straw as he raised his gaze to observe the mud imprints left by the carriage wheels. If the Grand Era is but a sickly dog, then the foreign tribes are akin to ferocious wolves. However one may argue, I do not wish for these tribes to dominate the Central Plains. Perhaps a peace conference could be arranged. Su Mu hesitated before speaking. You are foolish. Even if peace is achieved, in a few years, the wolves will grow stronger while the sickly dog becomes weaker. There is no hope. I told you before, this rotting tree has no future. If little Tao wishes to save the nation, how shall he do so? Of course, there are methods, unless he instigates a change of dynasty, crowns himself emperor, and cleanses the entire realm. However, given his temperament, one need not speculate. Even if he were to perish before the golden throne, he would not cast a glance at the dragon's seat. Loyal ministers in chaotic times seldom meet a good end. Chang Silang sighed, his gaze momentarily dimming. Go now. The path you choose is a matter for the future. Whether to tread the dark or the light, I shall not hinder you. Consider this a repayment of my favor. Chang Silang rubbed his chest, leading his men to a location near the old pass, 1,000 miles away. Upon discovering a grove of plum trees, they ventured a few miles in, where I have left 80 brave souls for you to accompany you to the border. How you manage them is your concern. Su Mu looked up in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Do not speculate. You cannot fathom it. Should you perish at the border, I will watch over your estate, Chang Silang declared. Sumu nodded in silence, slowly coming to terms with the notion that should the brave rise up to overthrow the dynasty, absent of a hidden hand, that would indeed be peculiar. With his hands on his hips, Chang Silang spat onto the ground, reluctantly boarding the carriage without even a farewell, instructing Chang Wei to turn the vehicle away from the official road. Brother Mu, why does it seem as though everyone is possessed? Not only Sihu, but even Su Mu felt speechless at that moment. Let us return to the manor. Brother Mu, are we to head to the frontier to fight the D-dogs? Yes. I wish to slay 10 captains, 100 captains, and even a general, Su Mu added somberly. What is a general, Brother Mu? A general of the D people. Huh. Then I shall slay even more. Very well. At that time, I shall support you. The two riders hastened down the dusty path toward Mati Lake. By the time they returned, night had completely fallen. Knowing Su Mu had not yet returned, Jiang Kaiwei had specially ordered extra torches to be lit. The master has returned, shouted Lu Lao, the patroller, excitedly from his horse. Soon, more and more villagers gathered around. Master, all is well, I hope? I heard there are refugees causing a bit of chaos in the inner city. All is well. Su Mu replied with a smile as he instructed someone to lead the horse to the stable. Master, the lady has prepared fish soup. I shall heat it now. Master. Today Lu Feng led men up the mountain and caught a wild boar. I'll fetch some cooked meat for you, and Tiger Brother shall have a share too. A warmth filled Su Mu's heart. Despite the turmoil of the outside world, within the small village of Mati Lake, they felt like family. Su Lang, warm yourself, Jiang Kaiwei said, presenting 2 bowls of hot tea, first offering one to Si, who before walking over to Su Mu. He quietly accepted the cup and drank deeply. Soon, he would embark on the perilous journey to the frontier, with his fate uncertain, while his little wife remained behind in the village, gazing out the door in anticipation. Who among us would wish to forsake their home if life were peaceful? Chun Sheng, go summon all the villagers. Chun Sheng, sensing what was to come, nodded and swiftly ran into the village. Half an hour later, under the bright torchlight, over 100 villagers, regardless of age or gender, stood on the sandy shore by the lake. Halt, Su Mu commanded. The previously bustling atmosphere fell into silence. The most mischievous of children obediently quieting down to stand beside their parents. At their age, they had heard tales of their master, stories of him slaying 30 bandits with a single sword, and many others besides. Thus, they held him in great admiration. Su Mu lifted his gaze, focusing on the villagers before him. Often, he questioned himself how he could ensure the survival of so many, how he could provide peace and joy, and how he might strive for enough fortune to live comfortably. He felt like a rootless water plant, akin to a stray dog. Yet so what? A bold man, daring to seize opportunities and face dangers, willing to forge a bright path ahead. Listen to my words, Su Mu's voice resonated. The evening breeze tousled his hair, stirring the edges of his robe. His little wife draped a warm cloak over his shoulders from behind. Countless villagers raised their heads, their gazes fixed intently upon their young master. Tian Song, with a face marred by scars, now appeared remarkably resolute. We were all aware of the calamity at the border. With 1 million refugees pouring into the inner city, a few newly arrived refugees, upon hearing Su Mu's words, were suddenly overcome with grief. Do not weep. Lift your heads. Su Mu spoke with a grave tone. Being born in a time of turmoil is not our fault. Yet, if our aged fathers are deprived of familial joys and our wives and children lack sustenance, then that is indeed our fault. If the northern D breach the city and march southward, it will plunge us into chaos. We shall not inquire about worldly peace. In this life, we seek only to be guiltless in our hearts. Su Mu clenched his teeth, his expression growing increasingly somber. At dawn tomorrow, I shall journey 2,000 miles north to the border. Those who wish to accompany me, please step forward 10 paces. If we can wield our swords and break the enemy, who dares to claim that we are mere commoners of the great G? A roar erupted from the multitude of villagers, their voices resonating with fervor. The robust among them stepped forward, their faces etched with undeniable determination and resolve. Chapter 150. Departure to vanquish thieves. The torches blazed brightly, undying in their illumination. In the evening breeze, Su Mu raised his gaze to the dozens of young men standing before him. Each familiar face gazed at him with unwavering resolve. Chun Sheng, Master, I do not wish to tend the farm. I want to accompany you to the border to fight. Chun Sheng spoke, his eyes reddened and voice tense. Su Mu paused momentarily, finding it somewhat amusing. I intended for you to go all along. Chen Sheng's face lit up with joy as he rushed to Su Mu's side. Lu Feng, Lu Lao. The two, filled with delight, were about to approach when Su Mu interjected, "You two remain at the village, should any issues arise. Go to Chang's town and seek assistance from young Master Chang." Lu Feng and Lu Lao exchanged glances, then retreated with expressions of resignation. Su Mu felt a tinge of helplessness. Initially, when 5 coachmen pledged their allegiance to him, it was a bond of life and death. Chen Sheng, Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo, along with Lu Feng and Lu Lao, formed his steadfast core, all valiant warriors forged through battle. "Tian, brother, join me." Tian Song, despite his injuries, stepped forward with a steady demeanor. The journey to the border would require swift horseback riding, and Su Mu was reluctant to take all 30 fine steeds. Furthermore, they would have Yuan Tao's 3,000 seasoned soldiers and the 80 gallant men sent by Chang Silang. After gathering a dozen more young men, sufficient for 20 in total, Su Mu gestured for the villagers to disperse. Chen Sheng, lead the preparations. Not only wooden spears, but also iron bows and quivers must be stocked in abundance. Additionally, each person should carry 2 sets of hemp garments. "Rest assured, master," Chen Sheng replied as he hurried off, only to be intercepted by Lu Feng and Lu Lao, who playfully landed a few punches on him. As the evening breeze continued, the torches finally burned low, casting the surroundings of Horse Hoof Lake into darkness once more. "Return now. Let us rest early tonight," Su Mu sighed, taking the hand of his young maid, Jiang Kaiwei, as they made their way back to the village. To Su Mu's surprise, the young maid stood motionless, her head bowed. "What is it?" "Do not worry. This round is not significant. You say that every time, yet somehow we always escape from peril," she replied. "By the way, let me inform you of the locations of those 4 treasure chests." Su Mu pointed in a direction, only to suddenly feel a sense of foreboding, as if he were imparting his last wishes. Indeed, Jiang Caiwei's eyes filled with tears, and she wept as she embraced him. A pang of sorrow gripped Su Mu's heart. In times of ceaseless warfare at the border, who could claim a journey would be safe? Moreover, Jiang Kaiwei had once emerged from the midst of refugees, well aware of the perils that lay ahead. "Do not cry. I shall return soon. Su Lang, leave a legacy," she declared, lifting her chin, her expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness. Su Mu stood momentarily frozen in the wind, for in his memory, his young maid had always been a person of delicate sensibilities. During this tumultuous period, he had often overlooked her innermost concerns. "Su Lang, leave a legacy," Jiang Kaiwei cried, her eyes reddened, standing in the night, tears cascading like rain. With a voice tinged with sorrow, Su Mu acquiesced, lifting the fragile Jiang Kaiwei into his arms, and walked into the nearby woods. In an age fraught with chaos, his greatest wish was simply to traverse the path ahead with Jiang Kaiwei, ensuring their safety together. He did not expect a swift resolution. Instead, he and Jiang Kaiwei melded into one under the cloak of night. Many years later, even while stationed at the border, Su Mu would vividly recall the echoes of Jiang Caiwei's soft weeping near his ear on that fateful night. As dawn broke, shrouded in dew-laden mist, it began to moisten one's eyes. Jiang Kaiwei, with her hair elegantly styled in a bun, donned a new dress adorned with elegant plum blossoms, standing in the morning breeze as she gently fastened Su Mu's armor. The spirited steed beside them playfully snorted. Once the armor was secured, Jiang Kaiwei cautiously lifted her hand, embedding a talisman of safety into the collar of his attire. "If I am not at the estate and calamity befalls, I shall flee to the back mountain. There is a cave to the south where I have stored some provisions." Jiang Kaiwei stubbornly shook her head. "I will remain at the estate, watching over our affairs, and will find ways to increase the trade of our private wine." Her resolute spirit stirred a bittersweet sensation in Su Mu, who then embraced her tightly. "The path ahead is uncertain, Su Lang. If you do not return within 6 months, I shall gather people to search for you at the border." Su Mu tightly shut his eyes, suppressing the urge to weep. "Upon my return, I shall go to Changyang Zongxi Fong and promise you as my rightful wife." Jiang Kaiwei bit her lip and nodded in agreement. But as Su Mu led his horse and had taken only a few steps, she reddened her eyes again, standing in the morning light, covering her mouth as she softly sobbed. Su Mu clenched his teeth and did not look back. 20 riders had donned their armor, armed with weapons, bidding farewell to their parents, wives, and children, their faces etched with determination as they followed behind. We leave home to vanquish the enemy. We shall not rest until we have defeated the foe. The elder had once said, why should a man not wield his weapon and reclaim the 50 states of the frontier? To die for the common people, we shall not be mere commoners. Dare we go? Together. The 20-odd steeds surged forth without hesitation, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as they galloped into the vast unknown. Jiang Kaiwei ran to the road, her makeup ruined by tears. Behind her, many villagers bowed deeply, unable to rise. My son, Li Pasheng, is the greatest general under heaven. The old scholar, inebriated, was about to step off the balcony, and had it not been for Chun Dadi's intervention, he would likely have met a grievous fall. In the gentle breeze, Chun Dadi squinted his eyes, gazing at the receding figure in the distance, lost in contemplation. In Changyang City, seated beneath the drooping willows, Yuan Tao coughed, his visage ashen, struggling to steady the medicinal concoction in his hands before consuming it in one breath. My lord, the young master has departed for the borders. Yuan Tao offered no response, turning instead to tighten the heavy cloak around him, silently observing the shimmering lake before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally rose with a heavy heart. Guing, tend to the young master's estate. Should anyone be so foolish as to cause trouble, you have my permission to act decisively. Should any misfortune arise, I shall bear the consequences myself. Rest assured, my lord. In Changjia town, Chang Silang tied his robe while munching on a steamed bun, occasionally casting his gaze towards the winding forest path ahead. If the young master wishes to send him off, he should have done so earlier. The young master has already gone far. I shan't see him off. After swallowing the bun whole, Chang Silang sighed, slumping back onto his chair. His journey to the borders not only aligned with Mai and Xiao Taotao's wishes, but also sought a means of escape. In this world, darkness prevails everywhere. If the young master is to rise, this expedition to the 2,000-li border shall be the first step forward. Chapter 151. The desolate night. Clop, clop, clop. A dozen or so shadowy figures rode swiftly along the official road beside the Zhejiang River. Halt! Su Mu, mounted on his steed, coldly turned to survey the scene behind him. A few miles ahead lay the inner city. The further they ventured from the inner city, the more the official road lay in disarray. With just a few glances, Su Mu noted at least 6 or 7 corpses abandoned by the roadside. Half-dead refugees wailed as they passed, pitifully raising their hands towards Su Mu and his companions in desperate plea for sustenance. In previous times, they would never dare to provoke the strong, but in such dire circumstances and with such hunger, all caution had been cast aside. Chun Sheng, distribute some provisions. Chun Sheng nodded, retrieving a bundle of assorted grain buns from beneath his horse. Yet before he could hand them out, a cacophony of desperate cries surged around them. Master, there are too many people. Only give away enough for 2 days, Su Mu replied gravely. Without provisions, their small band of over 20, armed with swords and bows, could manage, but these refugees, battered and near death, could barely take a step. Master, why does the court not provide disaster relief? Chun Sheng shouted in frustration. Su Mu remained silent, his face stern as he instructed the 20-odd riders to regroup and continue onward. Behind them, the refugees formed a large circle, frantically scrambling for food. After pressing on for a while, the sound of the Zhejiang's flow faded, and the terrain grew increasingly desolate. Not a single tree remained, not even thorns. Stripped bare by human hands, a weathered old tree, its bark peeled away, bore countless bite marks upon its cracked trunk. Master, those people are digging for water chestnuts. The water chestnut, also known as horse hoof, grows deep in the soil, making it laborious to unearth with merely hands. At this moment, hundreds of refugees, a dark and dense mass, squatted by the soon-to-dry marshland, weeping as they gathered dry twigs and branches, incessantly digging into the muddy earth. Each time a water chestnut was unearthed, it would spark a fierce scramble among dozens of people. Those who managed to seize one would not bother to remove the mud, biting into the small, dark lump, their mouths stained with blood. Even so, others would persistently pry at their mouths, attempting to extract the precious morsel. I cannot bear to witness this, Chen Shenghu exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Let us depart, Su Mu gritted his teeth. He recalled the words of Chang Silang, who had said that the great Ji dynasty was not devoid of grain, but rather that 70% of the food in the world had mysteriously vanished. In times of chaos, hoarding grain could rival the wealth of nations. If there remained any conscience within the court, they ought to provide relief for the disaster. The dire plight of these refugees stood in stark contrast to the opulence of Changjiang. I said, let's go. Sumu barked. The 20-odd horsemen finally withdrew their silent gazes, their overwhelming fury directed at the whips, urging their steeds to gallop swiftly. The journey from the inner city to the old pass spanned at least 700 li, and even at the fastest pace, it would require 3 to 4 days. As night deepened, the group had no choice but to seek refuge in the woods, igniting a campfire for a brief respite. Changgong, keep watch over the taller trees. The archer, clad in a gray cloak, nodded and swiftly ascended a bare old tree, settling upon a branch. The nearby bark had been stripped bare. Despite the proximity to the inner city, Chunsheng remained incensed over the matter. Sumu sighed inwardly. The closer he drew to figures like Chang Silang and Yuan Tao, the more he grasped the cruelty of this world. Emoli, rest well. We must continue our journey tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement and, after assigning night watchmen, prepared to rest. However, before long, the archer, drowsy in the tree, suddenly lifted his head. The night watchman, Zhao Zun and a few others, hurriedly approached. What's the matter? Master, refugees are surrounding us. Sumu furrowed his brow. Traveling 2,000 li north, he had anticipated the tragic fate of the refugees along the way, but he had not expected such madness. 20 armed men were not easily dealt with. Master, they are drawing closer. Chun Sheng gritted his teeth and approached Su Mu's side. We must ride away. Master, they have blocked the path. Draw your blades. Su Mu's expression darkened. After a low command, he unsheathed his long sword from his waist. He had long understood how desperate and frenzied the starving refugees could become. Clang, clang, clang. The 20-odd men gradually retreated towards the horses, drawing out the crude blades strapped to their backs. The lone eye of the archer glinted ominously in the night. Crack! The sound of dry twigs snapping underfoot echoed. Soon, a throng of figures began to converge. A bald man, his mouth smeared with grease from his last meal, had a belly swollen as if in gestation. He tilted his head back, wiped his mouth, and his entire face became slick with oil. Behind him, dozens of refugees similarly bore greasy faces, some in the shadows cradling frail, dying children. In the desolate borderlands, Zhao Zun once ventured out from the village to gather intelligence, only to return, unseated from his horse and retching. Su Mu's hand trembled not from fear, but from sorrow. Earlier, in Wangzhou, during his first foray into the city to procure grain, he had encountered a band of refugees, nearly succumbing to despair on the way. Regardless of the circumstances, malice is ever present in the hearts of the wicked. The burly man across from him, with a bald head and wide eyes, cackled at the sight of the horses behind Su Mu and his companions, his gaze vacant and his teeth stained. Having previously dined on a freshly hunted roe deer, he now craved horse flesh. The man rubbed his belly, and abruptly, in a fit of inexplicable emotion, he began to wail like a madman. The barren hilltops, stripped of bark and roots, held no roe deer to be found. Charge! Sumu gritted his teeth. The 20-odd young men, fueled by rage, rallied under the leadership of Chun Sheng, brandishing their crude blades as they charged at the refugee band. In a mere moment, 7 or 8 frantic refugees lay slain in their wake. Eat, eat horse meat. This is horse meat, and it is not salty. Su Mu, incensed, thrust his weapon forward thrice, blood splattering forth. The bald man, still babbling incoherently, cried out in pain, as if having indulged too much. He expelled a chunk of flesh resembling a finger, which landed upon Su Mu. Su Mu coldly sheathed his sword, brushing away the filth upon himself, standing solemnly in the night breeze. The remaining refugees, having witnessed the carnage, were now gripped by fear. After a dozen had fallen, the rest cried out and fled. Boss, we have rescued the children. The foremost villagers returned, each cradling a child, their voices hoarse. Mugu, these little ones are ill. They are not ill. Boss, I will fetch some food. Chun Sheng hurriedly made a circuit, bringing back several steamed buns, and as he offered one to a child, the little one, eager to eat, gagged and coughed violently, turning pale. A pang of sorrow struck the hearts of those present. Mount up, we must hasten to the town ahead. Sumu turned back for a fleeting glance, only to find the night of Deji growing ever more desolate. Chapter 152. The hero amongst the withered grass. The sound of galloping hooves echoed along the official road. After a night's journey, Sumu and his group managed to traverse just over 100 miles, arriving at a small town. Fortunately, this town appeared to serve as a transit point. boasting a newly constructed postal station and a garrison of several hundred soldiers, armed with long halberds, patrolling the area. It was no wonder that there were few frenzied refugees nearby. Chen Sheng, you remain here to rest the men. I shall enter the town first. Rest assured, boss. Su Mu nodded, leading a few riders, each bearing a child, and after presenting their identification tokens, they were permitted entry into the town. Compared to the calamities outside, the town seemed relatively stable, with scattered taverns and eateries, even a modest pawnshop. Zhou Zun, go see if there are any martial artists available. Zhou Zun, who had accompanied him, nodded and swiftly rode off with another group of riders. Su Mu wore a solemn expression, glancing around before purchasing some provisions and a water pouch from the nearest eatery, additionally requesting a dining table and ordering a bowl of light rice porridge. At this moment, the children he accompanied finally released their inhibitions and began to devour their food voraciously, their mouths smeared with remnants of their meal. A rare smile appeared on Su Mu's face. The employer has arrived, Zhou Zun panted, leading 3 or 4 robust men into the establishment. They carried the credentials of martial practitioners. The foremost of the group promptly presented the documents for Su Mu to scrutinize. Horseshoe Lake, that is indeed located near Weichen? Naturally. This time, we are returning a few children to the estate. What is the initial payment? 5 taels up front, and upon returning to the estate, an additional 30 taels. Accepted. The martial practitioners exchanged satisfied smiles. However, Su Mu did not immediately reach for his pouch. Instead, his tone grew grave. You must have realized that we, bearing blades and bows, are not ordinary individuals. Should any of you harbor ill intentions, these children will not return to the estate. No matter the distance, you shall not survive. Si Hu, standing nearby, seized a stone used to weigh down the table, crushing it effortlessly in his palm until it turned to powder. The martial practitioners gasped, recognizing that such skill and the promise of high rewards indicated that Su Mu was not to be trifled with. Rest assured, there will be no errors. That is excellent. Present this letter to the lady of the Horseshoe Lake estate to collect the compensation. The crooked handwriting suggested that only he, a traveler from another realm, could pen such an unsightly script. Su Mu handed a bag of provisions to the eldest child. As soon as the child accepted it, he knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Su Mu, followed suit by the other children. Go on. The martial practitioners assisted the children to their feet and performed a deep bow to Su Mu before heavily stepping outside the eatery. Brother Mu, what shall we do next? Continue our journey. There are too many soldiers in the town. If all 20 of them enter the city, they are likely to face rigorous scrutiny. It is best to leave first. Once outside the town, they regrouped with Chen Sheng and the others, and the group of over 20 riders resumed their expedition. 3 days later, having traveled at a steady pace, they finally reached the vicinity of the old pass. As Silang had described, this once-abandoned old pass was undergoing restoration, with thousands of laborers continuously hoisting ropes and scaling the towering walls, gingerly repairing the crumbling mortar. Employer, are those people dead? Following Chen Sheng's voice, Su Mu looked up to see at least 7 or 8 laborers suspended in midair by ropes atop the formidable wall, their limbs flailing helplessly, swaying slightly with the wind. They appeared to have been in this state for an extended period. Seek the plum tree grove. Su Mu turned his head, recognizing that such grim scenes were countless along the journey. At times, he felt anger towards his situation. Had he traversed through time as an emperor of the great Ji or a powerful minister, he might have had the opportunity to cleanse the realm and save the people. Yet, he was merely a humble stick-bearer, and despite his cautious journey, he remained an inconspicuous small employer. Over 20 riders stirred up clouds of dust as they ventured away from the patrol range of the imperial troops, galloping towards the wild fields on the right side of the official road, perhaps due to their proximity to the old pass. The nearby thicket still exhibited a semblance of vitality. Yet, scattered groups of refugees occasionally emerged from the woods, scraping bark and roots in desperate search of sustenance. Why is there still no relief for the disaster? Chen Sheng lamented this sentiment repeatedly along the journey. Su Mu's countenance reflected a deepening gloom. If only he could discern which individuals hoarded grain, he would be inclined to take action with Si Hu. Master, is that the plum thicket? Su Mu raised his gaze and noticed a dilapidated grove not far from their location, stripped bare except for a few withered wild plums swaying gently in the breeze. Brothers, spur your horses. The group of over 20 riders pressed onward towards the plum grove. Before dusk, after traversing a vast expanse of barren land, They gradually halted beside a waterhole on the verge of drying up. A glimpse revealed a dozen thatched cottages, if they were indeed heroes. It was beyond comprehension how they dared to act so boldly beneath the watchful eyes of the troops stationed at the old pass. Dismounting, Sumu waded through the knee-high dry grass, surveying his surroundings. A breeze rustled the withered grass beneath his feet, producing a soft whisper. Unknown wild birds soared higher into the sky, vanishing in an instant. A sudden crunch underfoot revealed the skeletal remains, prompting a faint frown from Sumu as he continued onward. "Master, something feels amiss. We should draw our blades," Qingshan cautioned. Trailing behind Sumu with 20 villagers at his heels, Sumu raised a hand, signaling for caution. Rustling sounds suggested countless figures advancing through the dry grass. The mountains and rivers shrouded in mist and rain. A decade's sword cleaves through the dynasty, Sumu declared with a cold demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of figures clad in white emerged from the grass, appearing ethereal in the dim twilight. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, striking in appearance, wielding an umbrella sword that gracefully descended before Sumu. "Is that you, the young master of Matihu?" "Indeed," Sumu responded with a respectful bow. The middle-aged man sheathed his umbrella sword, casting a heavy gaze upon Sumu. "Is there proof?" Sumu hesitated before presenting his insignia. Yet, this was not an official matter. What need was there for proof? Chun Sheng and the others, having caught up, paused momentarily behind Sumu. Sihu, wielding a cleaving sword, towered like an iron fortress, casting a shadow over the waning sun. The bow dog lay concealed in the dry grass, fingers poised over a quiver. Chunjia Xiao pays respects to the young master. To Sumu's surprise, upon recognizing his insignia, the middle-aged hero suddenly knelt, clasping his fists in reverence. "We pay our respects to the young master." "Hail to the young master." The expansive dry grassland echoed with their resounding voices. Sumu stood transfixed, as though awakening from a dream. This rebellion leader, Chang Silang, had indeed bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. Chapter 153. Returned to the Monan town after paying their respects. As the large group took a moment to regroup, Shun Jiaqiao spoke with a grave tone. "Master, the timing for this endeavor is just right." In the inner city, the news received was that 100,000 soldiers from the northwest frontier had been summoned and were beginning to march toward the borders. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. Yuan Tao had previously remarked that when the 100,000 reinforcements began their advance, it would signal the time for his surprise attack. Initially, he had thought it merely a bluff. After all, according to Chang Silang, the current state of the Great Ji was akin to a fragmented territory. The northwest frontier? It was comprised of seasoned veterans, many of whom had returned home in recent years. Yet, after much ado, these old soldiers had grown gray with age, unable to leave their military encampments, merely subsisting in a state of stagnation. Sumu felt somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Chun, why is it that within this inner city, there appears to be no military households?" "It's different," Chun Jiaxiao replied, his tone filled with indignation. "The northwest frontier has long been a persistent issue. A century ago, it was rife with rebellions. Only then did the court devise a scheme to relocate the destitute and convicts there as auxiliary troops. Generations later, they have unwittingly bred 100,000 military households." Chun Jiaxiao continued, "What can these soldiers truly achieve in battle? The court of the Great Ji is utterly decayed. During my tenure as a senior official, I once visited the northwest frontier, and the conditions in those military encampments were truly dismal." "Mr. Chun was once a senior official?" Sumu inquired. With an impassive expression, Chun Jiaxiao replied, "In the second year of the Xingwu era, I was appointed as a senior official, but after merely 2 years, I turned to martial pursuits." The rank of a senior official was no small feat, representing at least 100 within the hierarchy, and was already quite remarkable across the Great Ji. Reflecting on Chang Silang, that prodigy who had even achieved the top scholar title, it was indeed astonishing. Regardless, even if these were old soldiers, their sheer number of 100,000 was significant. If it were up to me, I would certainly refrain from aiding this decaying court. Chun Jiaxiao paused, raising his head once more, determination glimmering in his gaze. "However, as my master states, we are not here to save the nation, but to save the people. Slaying 100 corrupt officials is far less impactful than extinguishing the flames of war at the borders." One must admit, Chang Silang had indeed seen through it all. "Your master is indeed a remarkable individual. No wonder you are so dedicated." "Master, that is not correct." The 80 of us shall only take orders from our master henceforth, unless we manage to return alive from the borders. The gravity of the conversation weighed heavily, and Sumu suddenly found himself unwilling to continue. Mr. Chen, do you have horses? Yes, approximately 50, hidden within the forest. That is fortunate. Sumu exhaled in relief. If these 80 heroes lacked horses, their journey to the borders would be interminable. Along the way, should they encounter a town with a horse market, they would have to spend additional silver to procure more. Master, rest well tonight. I shall ensure that someone is on duty for the night watch. Sumu nodded, feeling the fatigue of recent travels seep into his bones, acknowledging the need for proper rest. Is it too close to the old pass? Is there nothing amiss? Nothing at all. Those corrupt officials and soldiers are blind, too afraid of dirtying their shoes to venture this far. This statement left Sumu uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent, and he chose to think of nothing at all as he found a place to rest. At dawn, a gentle breeze swept over the mountain ridge, stirring the desolate peaks into a soft murmuring. Sumu opened his eyes, facing the emerging morning light, and comfortably exhaled a breath of stale air. On the parched grasslands, Chen Jiaqiao has summoned horses, and over 80 gallant souls have discarded their white robes, donning only fitted garments while concealing their weapons within the saddlebags. Chen Sheng has also directed the accompanying villagers to assemble swiftly. Altogether, more than 100 riders, upon Su Mu's command, thunderously charged down the narrow path beside the official road. After a fortnight of braving the elements, this band of heroes finally arrived at Monan town. Master, we have returned, Chen Sheng exclaimed, leaping from his horse, his hands caressing the sandy ground as tears streamed down his face. Even Tian Song could not contain himself, kneeling to gaze longingly towards Wangzhou. In the aftermath, many villagers from the border also emerged, remaining silent for an extended period. Monan town holds significant importance. Entering it signifies arriving at the frontier, while departing from it implies leaving the borderlands behind. Su Mu's expression grew stern as he lifted his gaze, seemingly able to discern the ominous clouds of smoke rising from the direction of Hezhou. Mr. Chen, have you ever heard of Camelback Mountain? Camelback Mountain? Chen Jiaqiao pondered seriously. Master, I have not. Let us enter the town first. Su Mu intended to keep their visit to the border discreet, at least until the arrival of the 100,000 veteran households, wishing to avoid any disturbance. A substantial reason for this caution was that the commander of the city in Hezhou was Zhao Qingyun. Within Monan town, Su Mu felt little need for hesitation, allowing the 100 riders to trail steadily behind him. Unlike the inner city, the frontier boasted a fierce local culture, with larger martial gatherings sometimes numbering 200 to 300 individuals. Master, this town has changed since we last visited, Chen Sheng sighed. When they departed Monan town previously, they had lingered for a while. Though it could not compare to the bustling inner city, it was still lively and bustling. However, the scene before them now was devoid of vitality, shrouded in desolation. The few pedestrians were scattered, with no shops open. 7 or 8 refugees clamored at a butcher's shop, desperately clawing at the wooden window. The sick huddled in alleyways, trembling and occasionally emitting coughs that sounded like they were tearing their chests apart. A frail, solitary stray dog, unable to leap over a wall in time, was seized by several burly men. Its neck abruptly snapped, its wide eyes staring vacantly into death. A pale, frail child, upon trying to take a few steps further, was swiftly embraced by his mother, who hurried him into the house and promptly shut the door. Brother Mu, why do these people not leave? Why do they not flee to the inner city? See whose eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Hu, how can they leave? The border road stretches 2,000 miles, Su Mu replied without further comment, while Chen Jiaqiao released a heavy sigh. Su Mu fell into a contemplative silence. Throughout their journey, they had encountered more than 1,000 corpses, those who perished far from home. For the living, even if they endured countless hardships to reach the inner city, they would inevitably face expulsion and exile. The crumbling dynasty served as a vast prison, enveloping all suffering within its confines, leaving neither the dead nor the living capable of escape. It was said that the northern city gate of Hezhou had witnessed hundreds of thousands of refugees. The chilling voice of Chen Jiaqiao echoed, as the infamous General D had slain many, their heads piled into baskets, earning military merit, recorded by the Ministry of War, and rewarded with silver. What is that wretched General D's name? Chen Jiaqiao turned and inquired of those nearby. Zhao Qingyun. Su Mu's expression turned icy. Rest assured, Master Su. I, Zhao Qingyun, shall stand resolute against the D people for all my days. My singular wish in this life is to serve my country and bring peace to its people." The words of the young lieutenant lingered in the air, yet the bloodied knife in hand already threatened to flow like a river. Chapter 154. 100 riders enter the frontier. The vast town of Monan presented a grim tableau of suffering. Sumu steeled himself. This visit to the border bore a personal matter as well. Upon his departure from the frontier, the villagers, rewarded for their military service, had been relocated to a desolate village. The small desolate village to the west. It has long succumbed. The dead lay where they fell, while others fled. Some forced into becoming little flower girls at the border, surviving on mere scraps. A group of sun-baked elderly refugees emitted hoarse laughter. Where have they gone? The elderly refugees offered no reply, but lifted their gazes toward the burden Sumu carried. In silence, he distributed a few pieces of silver. And as the refugees scrambled for the coins, he continued, "I have heard that the laborers for the wall are insufficient. General Zhao has dispatched people to nearby villages to bring more back." Sumu's countenance darkened further. Were there no villagers bearing great bows? Have you heard of Camelback Mountain? To the north, one must traverse over 100 miles of wasteland to arrive. From Monan to Huzhou, there lies 200 miles of desolation, with yellow sands swirling and packs of sand wolves lurking, preying on solitary travelers. Just as Sumu was about to depart, he was startled by the sudden sound of shouting and cursing not far ahead. The elderly refugees, who had been gnawing on silver, turned pale with fear, abandoning all caution as they sought refuge deeper into the alley. "Master, the collectors have arrived. We must leave quickly." Before Sumu could gather his wits, the once bustling town of Monan fell into an eerie silence, gripped by panic. What manner of cruel bandits could instill such terror? Chen Jiaqiao furrowed his brow. "Master, it is the Imperial Army." At that moment, Zhou Zun, who had been patrolling outside, returned with a grave demeanor. "It is indeed the Imperial Army. And that is even more dire." Chen Jiaqiao unsheathed his sword, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The old villager had warned that the Imperial Army would come to Huzhou for laborers. It would not be so simple. Given the temperament of these corrupt officials, they would surely seize the opportunity to pillage and burn. "Zhou Zun, gather the others." "Master, there are approximately 100 soldiers approaching. Cover your faces." With that command, the 100-strong contingent behind Sumu swiftly donned burlap masks, their expressions cold and resolute. "Raise your weapons. Await my command." The metallic sounds of blades being unsheathed echoed through the desolate town of Monan, reverberating with a chilling finality. Dust swirled at the town's entrance, obscuring vision. First came the sound of hooves halting, followed by the clanking of armor. When Sumu raised his head, a large detachment of Imperial soldiers, armed and advancing closer, dominated the main road of the town. The two factions ultimately converged, and the commanding officer of the Imperial troops, a Due, was taken aback to discover that in the bustling town of Monan, there appeared over 100 men clad in veils. They bore an air that was far from ordinary. Where could such distant travelers have come from? The Due, his countenance stern, brandished his long sword, causing it to hum ominously. Sumu, unperturbed, raised his gaze and discerned behind the soldiers several carts laden with plundered goods, sacks of coarse grains, crumpled silks, and an assortment of cattle tethered haphazardly, filling the carts to the brim. "Stand aside." The Due's face flushed with indignation as he noticed Sumu and his companions remained unmoved. Sumu's eyes turned icy, and beside him, Chen Jiaqiao's veins bulged, ready to unleash violence had Sumu not issued a command to restrain himself. "We are the Imperial troops," the Due shouted, his fury now palpable. Yet, uncertain of his adversary's capabilities, he hesitated to strike. "Draw your blades," Sumu commanded sharply. There was no retreat. If they faltered now, the 20 or so villagers might be spared, but the band of warriors accompanying them would surely harbor resentment. Behind them, the throng of over 100 raised their weapons with cold determination. "Stand aside," Sumu ordered again. The Due retreated a few steps, his expression darkening. "Distant travelers, will you dare to remove your veils?" Sumu smirked coldly. Only a fool would unveil themselves in such a moment. "I am Zhang Lu of the Xiaofeng camp in Huzhou. You have brought misfortune upon yourself. Stand aside." Sumu interposed with his sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The borderlands were not like the inner city. Order had long since disintegrated, and yet these Xiaofeng camp troops, purportedly the defenders of Huzhou, brazenly plundered outside the walls. The Due, stubbornly holding his ground, attempted to maintain his facade of authority. "We are the imperial troops," he bellowed. Suddenly, Chen Jiaqiao unsheathed his sword. The cold wind slicing through the air, and in an instant, a guard beside the douay had his arms severed, collapsing to the ground in agony. The douay choked back his words, unable to utter his threat. Without needing any further command, the 100-strong imperial troops trembled and parted, their hands gripping their weapons, quaking with fear. After a moment of silence, Su Mu mounted his horse first. Soon, the 100 riders surged through the soldiers' blockade, charging forth from the town with a grim resolve. Outside Monan, the vast expanse of desert lay before them, enveloped in swirling sands. After riding for approximately 30 miles, Su Mu finally halted his steed. "Boss, I lost my temper earlier," Chen Jiaqiao said, his voice laden with gravity. "You were justified. That was well done," Su Mu replied, shaking his head. He understood Chen Jiaqiao's fervor, much like he once understood Ma Lu, who had knelt in the marketplace, even when reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, vowing to sweep the world clean in his next life. "Your young master once told me that external threats are far more terrifying than internal strife. The northern D are like hungry wolves. Should they seize control of the central plains, it would bring devastation upon the people." Though somewhat melodramatic, it was a truth nonetheless. "We are not here to save the Grand Dynasty, but to save the people." Behind Su Mu, the 100 riders lifted their heads in solidarity. The fires of war raged in Hezhou, as the northern D continued to assail the gates. Should Hezhou fall, the D would flood into the heart of the Grand Dynasty. There exists a greater possibility that Su Mu did not speak. If indeed the D people were to surge into the heart of Daji, under such circumstances, those formidable generals who held sway over their territories would likely proclaim themselves kings. To assist the emperor? Who would possess the confidence to prop up a dynasty that had sunk to the depths of despair? 100 riders enter the border. Those who live have their journeys, and those who perish find their rest. We shall not have fought in vain. As he tightened the reins, under the dimming sky, Su Mu coldly raised his head, as if he could perceive the ominous specter atop the walls of Hezhou City. The rain of arrows, the crashing stones, the towering battlements, the howling siege engines, the D people's adept flanking shots, the mournful cries of the laborers, and the frantic defenders of the city. I shall wield my sword, 3 feet from my waist, and with the flames of war, I will cleave through the northern D. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of blades were simultaneously raised high, shimmering in the vast expanse of the twilight sky. To the north, to Camel Peak, the battlements of Hezhou City were littered with the remains of the fallen. Stacked in heaps, countless laborers crouched beneath the parapets, anxiously waiting for the shower of arrows to pass before emerging to repair the city defenses. "Roll the logs," Zhao Qingyun shouted until his voice was hoarse, his armor stained with mottled blood. Many times, he contemplated abandoning the city. Yet, should he flee, not only would he face demotion, but also the death penalty for losing the city. How could he be content to relinquish the title of general he had so arduously attained? Push them down. The logs, heaped together, were finally rolled toward the city walls with the efforts of hundreds of defenders, soon crushing 2 siege engines, causing the hundreds of D warriors manning them to retreat in panic. A volley of arrows flew forth in a fit of rage. Zhao Qingyun seized a laborer and used him as a shield. The laborer had half of his head shot away, dying instantly. "I am the general of the broken D." As arrows rained from above, Zhao Qingyun raised his head and roared. The heavens shone with clarity this evening, while the mortal realm basked in the gentle shadows of spring. Even as dusk fell, the waterside academy on Changyang Lake remained a haven of tranquility. Numerous scholars indulged in poetry for pleasure, their verses celebrating the flourishing era eliciting waves of cheers and applause. Seated beneath a drooping willow, Yuan Tao listened intently. After a fit of violent coughing, he suddenly covered his face and wept. Chapter 155. The Azure Dragon camp across the barren expanse of 100 miles. The cavalry stirred up clouds of fine dust. When they halted, each rider was cloaked in a fine layer of yellow sand, truly embodying the phrase golden armor worn through 100 battles. "Master, that must be Camel Peak," Su Mu nodded, recognizing in the distance a solitary hill, shaped like a beast's skull, with a rabbit's lip and a long neck. Indeed, it was Camel Peak. The mountain was not particularly imposing, yet its desolate air added an extra layer of solemnity to the borderlands. The terrain stretched forth, surrounded by piles of rock, an ideal setting for concealment. Su Mu found it curious that, despite having 3,000 seasoned veterans. They chose to remain hidden at such a critical juncture, indifferent to the flames of war on the border. Perhaps Yuan Tao had issued a command for them to lie in wait? Burdened by profound doubt, they did not linger long. The cavalry pressed onward towards Camel Peak. Encountering a pack of sand wolves preying upon refugees, a volley of arrows sent the wolves fleeing in disarray. A dozen or so rescued refugees bowed repeatedly before Su Mu and his companions. "The master is near," exclaimed Zhou Zun, who had gone ahead to scout, returning on horseback. Still unable to shake his habit of speaking while panting, it appeared that an ambush lay ahead. Su Mu furrowed his brow, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve the concealed token given by Yuan Tao. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse forward. Startled, the others, including Si Hu, let out a few cries before hastily following suit. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of taut strings echoed. 3 or 4 sharp notes resonated in the air. A dozen figures emerged coldly from the rocky outcroppings. "Do not advance. We have drawn our blades," they warned. Have they truly prepared to become bandits? Su Mu calmly reined in his horse, halting its progress. According to Yuan Tao's description, these men were seasoned veterans of the Great Ji, possessing a certain integrity in their dealings. Su Mu was confident that they would not strike lethally without first assessing the situation. In the dim light, the figures stirred, and after a lengthy pause, one finally spoke. "May I inquire as to which lord you serve?" "From the Yuan family, seeking a man named Feng Qiu," Su Mu replied. This single utterance caused the ambushers to fall silent, and they swiftly approached, torches held high. "Do you possess a token?" "Indeed," Su Mu exhaled, extending the dark insignia to the leading man. Moments later, the expressions of the dozen men turned crimson, a hint of emotional tears glistening in their fierce eyes. Yet they ultimately restrained themselves. "Please enter." The leading man gestured, returning the token to Su Mu. "Dismount, as the rocky terrain does not permit horses," Su Mu commanded softly. And the silhouettes of the 100 riders slowly dismounted, leading their steeds as they ventured into the enveloping night, traversing the towering rock formations at the mountain's base. From Su Mu's perspective, this area beneath Tuatu Mountain was indeed a natural fortress, effectively eliminating the possibility of a cavalry charge. Even if scouts circled around, it would be easy to observe from the elevated terrain. "What else did the master, the Duke of the National Surname, say?" inquired the leading man, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "He remarked that you are all valiant heroes, and this time, you shall accompany me," Su Mu replied. The man appeared slightly agitated, clearly not daring to contradict Su Mu, focusing instead on the compliment in the first part of his statement. "The young master is unaware that when the Duke of the National Surname departed the frontier, we 3,000 longed to accompany him," the man lamented, rubbing his eyes, his voice tinged with sorrow. Su Mu had already heard similar tales from Yuan Tao, recounting the internal power struggles that ensued after the young emperor ascended the throne. Fearing that this young officer might instigate a change in dynasty, thus seizing military power prematurely, the 3,000 veteran soldiers had similarly lost their official status. Akin to stray dogs, rootless and adrift amidst the flames of conflict at the border. Su Mu understood that the greater likelihood was that Yuan Tao was protecting these fierce soldiers. "I recall vividly that day when it rained at the frontier. Even from 700 miles away, the Yong Pass had yet to fall. The Duke of the National Surname rode alone from the frontier back to the inner city to report, while along the way, common folk knelt in the rain to bid him farewell. The man wiped away tears. Su Mu's countenance remained grave. The loyal minister Yuan Tao faced far too many constraints in his quest to uphold the dynasty. A group of individuals drew ever closer. The few torches they possessed clearly insufficient, their feeble light casting eerie reflections upon the jagged stones, evoking a sense of trepidation. "Light the braziers," the leading man bellowed into the night. In an instant, at least a dozen braziers ignited, gradually illuminating the surrounding world. Su Mu had previously been curious about how these 3,000 seasoned veterans could survive along the border, devoid of resources or military pay. Now he comprehended. Along the path lay an abundance of dried wolf meat and numerous intact animal pelts. The leading man seemed to sense Su Mu's confusion and explained. "General Feng instructed us to hunt wolves and sell their skins. At times, we even engage in mercenary work. Why not return to the inner city?" Su Mu inquired. "Young master, my 3,000 comrades have all agreed that, even in death, we shall perish at the border, guarding the realm for our lord. We long to slay the barbarians." But General Feng deemed the time unripe, forbidding us from venturing forth. A bittersweet sensation welled within Shumu as he reflected on the 3,000 soldiers who had perished for their country in Guangzhou. And here were another 3,000 veterans lying in wait. Though the dynasty was in disarray, there were still brave souls willing to stand firm. It was a pity that he had hastily departed the border without getting to know them. "Is there a camp banner?" he asked. "The Azure Dragon Camp," replied the man. Shumu had never heard of it, yet Chun Jiaqiao behind him displayed a glimmer of excitement. "Young master, the Azure Dragon Camp was the foremost battalion against the barbarians a few years ago. I heard that 20,000 soldiers perished in service, leaving only 3,000. The leading man turned, a hint of melancholy in his expression, gesturing towards the densely clustered rocks. The slightly elevated formations resembled a series of small burial mounds. Following the flickering light, Shumu discerned that most were grave markers, adorned with wooden spears and tattered armor, swaying gently in the breeze. Some corpses had been pierced by arrows, others crushed by falling stones, some captured by the barbarians to feed their wolves, and others reduced to charred remains. Our Lord has told us that in these turbulent times, as soldiers, if we cannot protect our homeland, we have no face to return to the inner city and confront our elders and families. If one day peace reigns and the border is secure, we shall venture to the grand taverns of Changyang, drinking strong spirits and feasting on the peach blossom fish from the Ji River." Shumu halted in his tracks. Behind him, over 100 figures came to a standstill as well. He knelt upon the ground, and the multitude followed suit. "We pay our respects." Shumu gritted his teeth and bowed deeply towards the tattered armor swaying in the wind. The 100 figures trembled as they echoed his call. Chapter 156. Paying homage to the 3,000 warriors of the Azure Dragon Camp in the biting wind, Shumu rose, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. The tattered armor continued to sway in the breeze. Who could say how many village women and children were gazing longingly from their doorways in distant lands? "Young master, please follow this way." The leading man's voice trembled slightly. "Thank you." As they traversed the mound of stones, after a brief period, the procession finally ascended the mountain and reached a relatively flat expanse. There are over 100 thatched cottages, all arranged in a stacked formation. At the edge of the flatland lies a large, murky pond, its waters tinged with dirt. Unknown wild vegetables flourish around the pond, forming a surprisingly orderly circle, suggesting they did not grow there by mere chance. An old horse stable stands nearby, where a dozen aged horses with sparse manes paw the ground restlessly. In the center of the flat terrain, an old camp flag embroidered with a soaring azure dragon flutters in the night breeze, producing a haunting sound. This camp of 3,000 veterans endures in this desolate borderland, driven by a singular conviction. "Young master, General Feng has arrived." Sumu lifted his gaze and soon spotted a robust man approaching, striding with great purpose. His high cheekbones and deep-set wrinkles on his forehead were complemented by an old, plain saber fastened at his waist. In the inner city, Sumu pays his respects to the general. After a brief moment of silence, Sumu bowed deeply. As the figure drew near, he mirrored Sumu's gesture of respect. "I am no longer a general. You may simply call me by my name." Feng Qiu replied in a hoarse voice, a smile illuminating his face. "Earlier, I received news that the Marquis has finally dispatched someone. All 3,000 men of the Azure Dragon Camp have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Please, young master, come inside. Brave warriors, feel free to enter and rest. Food will be brought to you shortly." Sumu exhaled in relief, having initially feared that Feng Qiu might be a stubborn old veteran, one who would be difficult to reason with. However, it was clear that he was a rare and commendable leader, accompanied only by Chun Jiaqiao and Si Hu. The three followed Feng Qiu into the central thatched cottage. As soon as they sat down, Feng Qiu spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. "Young master, may I see the secret emblem?" "Of course," Sumu replied calmly, handing over the emblem. Not long after, as Feng Qiu held the emblem, his eyes began to glisten with moisture. To be candid, Sumu could empathize with this sentiment. It was akin to a dismissed official suddenly being reinstated. Words could hardly express such exhilaration. "Young master, how is the Marquis faring lately?" After returning the emblem, Feng Qiu exhaled deeply. He has recently caught a chill and is suffering from a severe cough. It is not merely a common cold. 2 years ago, he sustained an arrow wound at the border, nearly piercing his chest. Had he sought treatment sooner, he might have avoided these lingering effects, but he pressed on. leading us on horseback for 3 days and seizing 4 encampments of the D people before Yongguan. Su Mu's expression turned bitter. In times of peace, a man like Yuan Tao would undoubtedly be regarded as a great benefactor of the nation. Wishing to steer clear of such a grave topic, Su Mu knew he would soon lead these 3,000 men into battle against the D people, and morale must not be dampened. By the way, Feng Qiu, what is the current situation at the border? What else can be said? That wretched D general still possesses some valor and has not abandoned the city. However, the situation remains dire. The D forces have swelled to 130,000, while the garrison in Hezhou, including temporarily conscripted civilians, numbers merely 40 to 50,000. In a few days, the 100,000 seasoned veterans from the northwest should arrive at Hezhou. Even so, I doubt Hezhou can withstand the onslaught. Su Mu nodded. Feng Qiu's analysis was astute. The northern D have achieved successive victories, their morale surging ever higher. In contrast, the forces in Hezhou are gripped by fear before even engaging in battle, relying solely on a surge of anger to defend their city in a hasty manner. Before the arrival of the Little Master, Hezhou was in a state of emergency, and I nearly succumbed to the urge to lead my men into combat. Feng Qiu expressed his profound sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Had he not, upon reaching the border, he would have had to content himself with a mere 100 cavalrymen, facing the autumn winds. 3,000 men may not seem like a large number, yet it suffices for a small-scale surprise attack. Feng Qiu, is there a way to bypass Hezhou? Bypass Hezhou? Little Master, are we not meant to assist Hezhou? Feng Qiu was momentarily taken aback. His initial thought was to throw himself into Hezhou, join the ranks, and then defend the city walls. However, that would be futile. The Lord had once informed him that their purpose was to serve as a surprise force. But why should we bypass Hezhou? Little Master, could it be that you intend to engage the D in a surprise battle? A surprise battle is not feasible. The northern D are cavalrymen, adept in flanking and rapid maneuvers. Should we truly lead 3,000 men to confront the northern D head-on, it would not take long before many would fall to their arrows. Although he did not fully grasp Su Mu's intention, in the end, Feng Qiu chose to trust him. After all, he was a person handpicked by Yuan Tao. Little Master, if we are to bypass Hezhou, there is indeed a way, but it requires descending through the rocky paths beneath Tuatu Mountain. Before the D had besieged the city, I had traversed that route twice. Is it perilous? Very perilous. The rock piles are quite high. A fall would certainly be fatal, and one cannot bring horses along. Without horses, we would be limited to carrying only some provisions. Before Su Mu lay 2 distinct paths. The first was to straightforwardly march to Hezhou to assist Zhao Qingyun in defending the city. But such an action would be of little consequence, at best rendering them as mere cannon fodder. The second option was to circumvent the bloody conflict in Hezhou, penetrating deep into the heart of D territory to create chaos. Su Mu opted for the latter. He could not integrate into the deeply flawed imperial army. Moreover, he was still leading troops under the guise of a righteous warrior and could not afford to be overly conspicuous. Feng Qiu, do the 3,000 men in the Qinglong camp possess armor and weapons? Naturally, Feng Qiu smiled, for even without their official titles, they had been training daily atop Tuatu Mountain, polishing their armor and sharpening their swords. They awaited the day they would emerge with 3,000 men, charging into the ranks of the northern D, even if it meant sacrificing their lives for their country. Su Mu's heart stirred as he recalled the day when 3,000 troops from the Tongji camp rushed towards Guangzhou city amidst smoke and arrows, ready to meet death. He was reluctant to witness such a tragic scene again. It was not merely a matter of facing death. The D were not insurmountable. Little Master, our 3,000 men are already prepared for death. Feng Qiu's voice grew resolute as he suddenly rose, striding to the door of the thatched hut. Little Master, come over here. Su Mu, taken aback, rose and approached. Under the night sky, Feng Qiu picked up an old cow horn and blew 2 notes. In an instant, the 3,000 men of the Qinglong camp swiftly gathered in the vast clearing. Little Master, we do not fear death. Feng Qiu's countenance abruptly flushed crimson. Having endured until now, the 3,000 soldiers of the Qinglong camp possessed not but an indomitable spirit, unmatched in its fervor. Should misfortune befall them and death ensue, what fear is there in being wrapped in a horse's hide? Feng Qiu raised his arm, and before him, the faces of the 3,000 men were resolute. The Lord had once proclaimed that if they bore ironclad resolve and were unafraid of 1,000 deaths, they would serve as the great wall of the G people. Su Mu remained silent, yet the weight of solemnity and grandeur surged within his chest. He lifted his gaze, surveying the 3,000 soldiers of the Qinglong camp. Among them were some elder warriors, their hair already grayed. Every era is replete with heroes. What is scarce are the brave souls willing to march toward death without hesitation. I pay homage to the 3,000 valiant warriors of the Qinglong camp, and I, Su Mu, implore you to join me in defending our borders, to extinguish the flames of war and vanquish our foes. Su Mu raised his voice in a fierce proclamation. Let us go forth, willing to face death. The fervent cries soon resonated through the vast night sky. Chapter 157. Marching in the rainy night before Su Mu lay a somewhat hastily drawn map. The mountains resembled inverted hooks, and the rivers were indicated by mere strokes. Feng Qiu paused his writing, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Young master, please bear with this rough sketch. It roughly depicts the terrain around the border. Thank you, Su Mu replied, intently studying the map. Feng Qiu, has the army of the Northern Di already amassed 130,000 at Hezhou? Indeed, it seems this time the Northern Di are resolute, determined to devour our great Ji. From Wangzhou to Hezhou, it spans about 120 li. Su Mu fell into contemplation, momentarily recalling the small village on the Sifeng road, wondering if it had been consumed by the flames of the Di. The supplies for the Northern Di must be transported from Wangzhou, correct? Certainly. The vicinity only recognizes Wangzhou as a major city. The Di are adept horsemen, and given their penchant for pillaging, they do not utilize commoners for transporting supplies, typically sending them in batches of 1,000. Su Mu furrowed his brow in thought, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly lifted his head. Feng Qiu, what are the supply routes? The steady rain fell upon the ancient walls of the border fortifications, washing away the mottled stains of blood. The rain of arrows and falling stones intertwined, intermittently striking the walls of Hezhou, causing this ancient city, over 200 years old, to tremble precariously. Outside Hezhou, a seemingly endless line of troops trudged through the torrential rain, their heavy footsteps echoing. Among them, elderly veterans with heads of silver hair occasionally stumbled and fell, never to rise again. The mountains and rivers of the great Ji cannot afford to falter. Quick march, commanded a general, riding an old horse, his helmet cast aside, his silver hair glistening as his voice pierced through the rain, resounding fiercely. General Lien, we are but 2 li from Hezhou. The silver-haired veteran, upon hearing this, momentarily regained his vigor. He turned back, gazing silently at the 10,000 troops behind him. A dark mass stretching endlessly. Though termed an army, it was merely a remnant of 10,000 old soldiers. Over the decades, as the situation in the northwest stabilized, they were likely the last of the imprisoned soldiers' descendants. Lift your heads. March onward. In the court, it is said that if we achieve military merits, we may be promoted to the inner city and regain our status as commoners. Lian Yong exclaimed in anger once more. Under urgent encouragement, the 10,000 anxious veterans began to move, stepping through the splattered puddles, heading towards Hezhou. Above their heads, the faint sound of crashing stones whistled past their sight. Rain had fallen at the borders, rendering the distant scenery hazy and the nearby view equally murky. Su Mu adjusted his robe and armor, standing firmly at the cliff's edge of Camelhead Mountain. Below him, there was no lush green landscape, only odd, jagged rock piles. Master, the 10,000 veterans have arrived at Hezhou. Chun Jiaqiao approached, raising his sword umbrella to shield Su Mu from the pouring rain. Have we ascended the city? Without pausing to rest, they were urged to defend the city. Leading the charge was the veteran General Lian Yong, still possessing martial prowess. Su Mu inhaled deeply and turned around. The 3,000 Azure Dragon camp soldiers, over 80 gallant youths, and 20 accompanying villagers had donned their armor, weapons in hand, standing resolutely before him. First, let us assemble and inspect our provisions and weapons. In the rain, over 3,000 men began to lower themselves, checking their gear. Master, all is well. Feng Qiu wiped his face and spoke solemnly. Adjust your bamboo hats and ensure your faces are covered. The wet and slippery conditions demand we proceed. Should anyone fall, we must respectfully send them to their demise. Feng Qiu, lead the way. The 3,000 warriors displayed no signs of fear. Feng Qiu sheathed his sword, nodded, and advanced, his heavy footsteps occasionally splashing through the wet mud. March. On Camelhead Mountain, the long line of soldiers, akin to a black serpent, followed Feng Qiu as the head, cautiously navigating the towering rock piles ahead. The narrow and treacherous rocky path, barely 2 steps wide, was wet and slippery, with countless sharp stones below, their edges glistening like cruel blades after the rain. As Sumu had stated, should anyone fall, they could only be sent to their deaths. Do not look down, maintain a distance of 2 steps, Feng Qiu added in a steady voice. The surrounding scenery seemed to momentarily fall silent, save for the incessant patter of rain, which added an irksome quality to the atmosphere. Sumu held his breath, carefully following Feng Qiu, relieved that in his previous life, he was not afraid of heights. His greatest childhood feat was riding the Ferris wheel for 2 hours at an amusement park without his parents knowing, while also completing 18 math assignments. Suddenly, a jarring sound erupted in Sumu's ears. Startled, he turned around just in time to see an elderly soldier slip and roll down the slope. The sharp rocks below pierced through half his body. He did not cry out. After a grim smile towards the sky, he cut his own throat and lay back, lifeless. Respectfully send him off. Continue the march. Feng Qiu rubbed his eyes and pressed on with steady steps. In less than half a stick of incense, another villager tumbled down. His wooden armor instantly stained red with blood. He propped himself up, his crude knife resting against the stone, gasping for breath, blood occasionally spilling from his mouth. Master, I will catch up from behind. Sumu felt a tightness in his chest, recalling the mountain-climbing villager who had once fought valiantly alongside him against bandits. In such heights, and with such injuries, survival seemed bleak. Before long, the villager, maintaining his stance with a knife, remained motionless with bulging eyes. They continued their march. Sumu gritted his teeth, his face reddening in an instant. After approximately an hour, the troop of over 3,000, under the guidance of Feng Qiu, finally traversed the treacherous path and arrived at a desolate wilderness. Mr. Chun, please take a head count. Chun Jiaqiao nodded silently and soon returned. Master. 10 or 11 men fell from the mountain. Sumu closed his eyes heavily, and after a long moment, he slowly reopened them. Feng Qiu, how far are we from the official road? About 20 to 30 miles. The D people had occupied Guangzhou and were besieging Hezhou, transporting supplies along the official road for their military operations. Brother Mu, it will soon be night. See who approached, wielding his horse-slicing knife. Night was indeed falling, accompanied by rain. Based on Su Mu's conjectures, even if the D people were transporting supplies, they would not choose such a time. The battle in Hezhou was still ongoing, and that Zhao Qingyun, rumored to be from the Tangjiang camp, was indeed quite formidable. Feng Qiu took a breath, facing the direction of Hezhou. Sumu turned to look at the murky smoke in the rain, which dissipated before it could rise high into the air. Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo. Take some men to scout the area. Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo clasped their fists, each selecting a few villagers and cautiously moving forward into the night. Little master, what should we do now? Wait until the reconnaissance is confirmed, then proceed to ambush near the official road. Chapter 158. Night raid approximately half an hour later. Zhou Zun returned first, his face etched with gravity. Master, there are D cavalry patrolling near the official road. How many? Over 300 riders. Sumu was not surprised by the D people patrolling at night. With the increase in troops, the enemy-occupied area from Guangzhou to Hezhou would likely see more and more D soldiers. The patrols served as the eyes of the D. Master, a night battle seems imminent in Hezhou. Zhou Luo also returned, his voice heavy. The northern D have gone mad. Night battles are the most brutal, yet during this period, the D people, in their haste to capture Hezhou, not only frequently reinforced their ranks, but also actively instigated night combat. Sumu lifted his gaze to the damp night sky. Feng Qiu, to the official road. Feng Qiu nodded calmly, taking a head count and arranging the formation behind Sumu. According to Zhou Zun, if they were to succeed in ambushing near the official road, they must first eliminate this patrol of over 300 D cavalry. Under the cover of the rainy night, the troop of over 3,000 moved cautiously forward. Surrounding them was an expanse of darkness. The rain-soaked night made it impossible to light torches, and only scattered horse lanterns flickered in the distance. Even with bamboo hats pressed down, rainwater continued to drench their faces, and the sudden gusts of evening wind made their bodies feel a slight chill. Sumu wiped his face, stealing his expression, and lowered himself by the slope beside the official road. Master, the patrol is approaching. Conceal yourselves. Over 3,000 individuals swiftly knelt, awaiting the passage of the D patrol, which rushed by. In a span of half an hour, the patrol would circle back from approximately 40 to 50 miles away. Master, why not simply kill them? Sumu shook his head, urging himself to regain composure. The true value of these 3,000 people did not lie in their capacity for slaughter. Moreover, should the patrol become suspicious and send a few riders back to report, the situation would deteriorate. Feng Qiu, take 300 men to the right. Once this patrol passes, immediately block the official road with tree stumps. Should you encounter any returning riders, swiftly eliminate them. Mr. Chun, you lead 500 men to the left, similarly blocking the route. Feng Qiu and Chun Jiaqiao exchanged a glance, each nodding before cautiously advancing into the darkness. Master, what should we do? Chen Sheng asked impatiently. Chen Sheng, you two shall take 500 men and ambush from the opposite side. Remember, do not position yourselves directly across. Su Mu's plan was straightforward. The 300D riders must be dealt with, but silence was paramount. Once Chen Sheng and his men had taken their positions, it wasn't long before the large patrol circled back, having taken a significant detour. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, the leading D centurion cursed vehemently, occasionally drawing his bow to shoot into the dim surroundings, a futile attempt to vent his frustration. Draw bows, Su Mu commanded in a low, tense voice. Aim for the leading centurion. Should the initial ambush fail, they would undoubtedly be embroiled in a fierce battle. Brother Mu, they are drawing near. Release. The archers were the first to raise their bows, targeting the centurion. Su Mu, with a grim expression, calculated the distance, faintly hearing the distant sounds of combat from Hezhou. Release. The ambushers swiftly launched their arrows at the approaching 300D riders. In the ensuing chaos, numerous D soldiers fell, their horses rearing in panic. The startled centurion, just about to rein in his steed to retreat, was struck by an arrow, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet sustaining severe injury to half his face. Enemy attack. The wounded centurion drew his curved blade, bellowing orders. Charge. Su Mu rose, his voice heavy with fury. See who was the first to leap forward, wielding his saber and bringing down 4 or 5 foes. Meanwhile, Chen Sheng, filled with pent-up energy, joined forces with the advancing men and plunged into the enemy ranks. Dozens of skilled warriors emerged, swords drawn, severing heads with deadly precision. The centurion, recognizing the shift in fortune, hastily turned to flee. However, before his mount could react, a small arrow struck its head, causing it to stagger and fall. The centurion tumbled into the mud, rolling several times before rising with his curved blade, fending off 2 villagers, still intent on seizing a horse. See who, with a thunderous roar, descended upon him, cleaving the centurion in 2 amidst the downpour. Standing in the rain, Su Mu felt no elation at their victory. Master, 4 or 5 dozen riders have escaped. Chen Sheng, gather the men and clear the area. We must find a way to tame the living D horses swiftly. Additionally, remove the armor from the D dogs. Do not worry, Master. The fleeing figures of 40 to 50 riders scattered in 2 directions, with the darkness falling and the path slick. Many were tripped by the felled tree stumps and fell to the ground. Those with sharper eyes did not fare any better. They were met by an ambush, and a volley of arrows turned them into mere pin cushions. Sever their heads. Remove the copper rings. Feng Qiu exclaimed with excitement. Having already taken down over 300D riders in this first round, a cause for great joy. Move the bodies away for burial, leaving no trace. The night patrol had not yet returned, which would surely raise suspicions, though there would inevitably be a time lag. The more than 3,000 men reassembled at the slope outside the official road about an hour later. Feng Qiu, have you accounted for the numbers? Master, we lost 19 men, with 4 more seriously injured. Su Mu sighed inwardly. Even the seasoned veterans of the Qinglong camp suffered significant losses, demonstrating the ferocity of the D. Chen Sheng, what of the D horse armor? Master, there are fewer than 200 riders. Much of the D armor has been damaged, but the numbers are roughly the same. Bring it here. Su Mu spoke with a steady voice, and as Chen Sheng retrieved the damp D armor, Su Mu casually selected a set and donned it. What are you doing, Master? Disguising myself as a D dog. The Master, with a fair complexion, was certainly no D man with a beard. Is there a dead horse? Bring me some black mane. The D armor, mostly crafted from animal hides, was somewhat rudimentary in craftsmanship, yet it provided commendable warmth. Feng Qiu, do I resemble one? Not quite. From a distance, it's acceptable. However, up close, one would easily discern the accent. Su Mu's expression remained calm as he, along with Si Hu and over 200 others, donned the armor of the Northern D, all appearing as rugged men with beards. Taming the captured northern D horses would require at least several hours. Sumu dared not delay, instructing those in armor to choose a horse each and begin the taming process while time allowed. With the situation in Huzhou critical, over 100,000 northern D besieging the city, the logistics would inevitably be transported in batches along this official road, regardless of the circumstances. Before being discovered by the D, the best outcome would be to ambush as many as possible. Chapter 159. Ambush on the logistics team by midday the following day. The rain at the border finally began to lessen. Sumu forced a dry lump of dough into his mouth, chewing and swallowing with difficulty, accompanied by water. 3 or 4 swift horses galloped back from the front. The scout Zhou Zun's expression suddenly turned grave. Master, they are here. The D logistics team has arrived. How many? Not less than 1,000 riders, nearly 2,000. How far away? Less than 30 miles. Sumu wiped his face, calculating his plan in his mind. 2,000 riders of the D logistics team would be a daunting number for them. What are the horse traps? Master, unless they avoid the official road, they will surely fall into the traps. Chunxing stated firmly. How many can we ensnare? If we dig further on both sides of the official road, it will completely collapse. In this moment, we are ensnared with only 400 to 500 cavalry. The thorny shrubs, you say? Master, both the thorny shrubs and the spear traps have been properly concealed. Where are the horse spears? Chunxing turned his head, and though he had asked once before, the weight in his heart compelled him to reiterate. We have bound 200 spears. Descending from Camelback Mountain, we could not carry the long wooden spears. So we had to utilize local resources, picking up long tree branches to bind the blades at their tips for the purpose of impaling horses. Sumu took a deep breath and cast a glance at the 200 men disguised as the D people behind him. Mount your horses. Silence. When we encounter the D, heed my command. We understand. Feng Qiu, when the horse pit collapses, act immediately. With this parting instruction, Sumu, with a stern countenance, led the shadow of 200 riders, charging forward through the gentle drizzle. Clop, clop, clop. A knight in armor rode steadily along the official road on a tall steed. Upon the horse's back sat a D chieftain, his visage resembling that of an eagle wolf, with fierce eyes that occasionally lifted to scrutinize the muddy path ahead. Beneath the horse's belly, a uniquely crafted long curved blade hung from a satchel. After the rain had washed over it, it glimmered with a dazzling sheen. The divine eagle. At the command of the chieftain, a nearby attendant immediately blew a resonant whistle into the sky. Soon, a massive gray-brown eagle tore through the thinning rain, swiftly swooping down to perch upon the chieftain's shoulder. The chieftain grinned wickedly, retrieving 2 blood-stained eyeballs from the satchel and presenting them to the eagle. The eagle pecked at them a few times, then flapped its wings, once more slicing through the rain as it flew away. What is the meaning of this? The Qinghe tribe has not returned all night. The eagle wolf-faced chieftain spoke in a deep tone. The tribe of over 300 individuals has suddenly fallen silent. Have they gone to pillage? Along this stretch of 100 miles, all the G people have been slain. All that could be plundered has been taken. Last night was a rainy night. They would surely not exert such effort. The chieftain raised his head, casting an irritated glance at the sky. The bloodshed at the border for 2 months has rendered the G people of Huzhou quite troublesome. Caution is imperative. The chieftain turned his head back, looking at the 2,000-strong contingent behind him, transporting a vast supply of provisions, with at least 100 carts of horses. With hundreds of thousands of troops attacking the city overnight, the supply lines are increasingly strained. This shipment, which we had only just assembled, is already set to be dispatched again after barely 2 days in Guangzhou. Those large tribes are utterly inept. They have been unable to capture Huzhou for so long. If only our divine eagle tribe were to take action, surely the G people would be terrified at the mere mention of our name. There exists an unwritten rule among the northern D. Only the tribes that participate in the siege may pillage the city after its breach. Those who do not partake must refrain from interference. How I long for the days of besieging Guangzhou. We were the attacking force, and once the gates fell, we poured in to burn and kill. The tender G women fled, yet it was never enough to share, compelling us to resort to slaughtering indiscriminately. To feed the eagles with the eyes of the slain is the favored pastime of the divine eagle tribe. Not a single eyeball was left from the 3,000 G soldiers. All were consumed by the eagles. The 2,000 accompanying D warriors erupted into raucous laughter. Ah, chieftain, the divine eagle has returned. Duho looked up in astonishment, perplexed by the sudden return of the divine eagle from the tribe. as if it were to announce something in Huzhou. Had the eagle discovered something? Suddenly, a small arrow shot into the air, piercing through the head of the majestic eagle. The 2,000 members of the divine eagle tribe erupted in cries of anguish. The totem beast of their tribe had been slain, a profound disgrace. Pursue them. Duho gritted his teeth. However, as he rode, the first wave of the D people unexpectedly toppled, their horses and riders thrown into disarray. Hundreds of silhouettes plummeted down the crumbling road, the air filled with the agonized whinnies of horses and the cries of the wounded. Duho, it's a pitfall. There's an ambush. Halt. Duho grasped his long curved blade, shouting furiously. Yet, his voice had scarcely faded when, on either side of the road, more than 10 makeshift spears made from curved blades were yanked by ropes, flinging clods of earth as they struck down with ferocity. In an instant, another 200 to 300 riders were crushed by the descending spears. Concealed not far from the road, Feng Qiu gripped his rudimentary spear, sweat beading on his brow. Upon witnessing the northern D fall into the trap, he immediately let out a piercing whistle. Beneath a light curtain of rain, a barrage of arrows rained down, striking the D people of the divine eagle tribe, eliciting screams of horror. Draw back your bows, charge forward. Feng Qiu, leading a cavalry of 200, sprinted forth, thrusting his makeshift spear into the flanks of the D horses. Dozens of startled steeds, racked with pain, kicked and bolted, causing chaos to erupt within the entire D encampment. Thrust again. Scatter the formation. Duho, surveying the scene, could not contain his shouts. Duho, these are the Jiren. They are surrounding us. Where did these Jiren come from? Duho's expression turned grave. If this news reached King Zhuo, it would spell disaster. Stay calm, break formation, take your blades and fight. Yet the frightened, wounded horses continued to bolt, trampling anyone in their path. As they cut down the panicked steeds, Duho realized that the ambushers had already closed in. Attempting to rein in his horse, he soon found himself ensnared in a dense thicket of wooden thorns. Back and forth, another 100 riders fell. Duho felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had it not been for the ambush, these fewer than 3,000 Jiren would have been no match for them in mere moments. Duho, it seems reinforcements are coming. Duho turned in surprise to see, indeed, 200 to 300 riders approaching from the rear, wielding curved blades and charging fiercely. If the reinforcements can disperse a few, we will have the chance to counterattack. Coordinating with the reinforcements, Duho raised his long curved blade, his voice brimming with rage. Eager to carve out the eyes of those before him. Riding along the road, Su Mu wore a cold expression. Ahead, the supply train of the northern D remained oblivious, waiting for their onslaught. Sihu, remember what you said. The one wielding the long blade is Duho. Understood. With a thunderous roar, Sihu, in a swift charge, seized the reins with a single hand, lifting both himself and the steed beneath him high into the air. Horse and rider soared through the curtain of rain, the blade of his weapon glinting with a chilling light as it cut through the downpour. I am the tiger of the great era, the leader of the D people. Inexplicably shaken, widened his eyes and emitted a strangled sound. With a resounding crash, Sihu landed, toppling several D warriors. The accompanying D steed, unable to bear the strain, stumbled and collapsed to the muddy ground. The leader of the D, still poised with his weapon raised, felt a visible fissure open across his body. Blood gushing forth in a frantic spray. Horse and rider fell together with a thud, lying amidst the pool of blood. Chapter 160. The crisis in the heartland of the northern D. With the leader's demise, the already chaotic ranks of the D became even more disarrayed. Raise your blades. Surround and eliminate the enemy. Feng Qiu shouted fiercely, brandishing his long sword as he pressed forward with heavy steps. Unable to maintain their mounts, many D warriors abandoned their horses and fled, pursued relentlessly by Zhou Zun and his cavalry, who cut down any who attempted to escape. The remaining hundreds, under the command of several centurions, made their final stand. Sihu swung his cleaver, each arc of his blade sending droplets of blood flying. The Qinglong camp fought with increasing fervor, undeterred by death, as they charged at the retreating D. Chun Jiaqiao, accompanied by dozens of his companions, utilized their agility to leap onto the supply carts, where their swords swiftly dispatched several D warriors. Flank them, Zhou Zun commanded, leading 200 cavalrymen in a continuous maneuver around the battlefield, swiftly engaging any who attempted to flee. Pools of blood mingled with the winding rainwater, forming crimson streams that gathered in the pits where horses and men lay. Sumu stood outside the official road. his expression stern as he observed for a long while before turning towards the direction of Huzhou City. In the distance, he could faintly see columns of black smoke rising into the sky, merging with the ominous clouds above, darkening the horizon further. "Boss, the area has been cleared," Feng Qiu, bloodied and marked with countless wounds, reported. Su Mu, coming back to himself, nodded and moved forward. Aside from the more than 100 fleeing the rest lay slain near the official road. Those still gasping for breath were swiftly finished off by Chen Sheng and his men. "We lost over 130 brothers, with 200 more injured," Feng Qiu's voice faltered. Su Mu silently placed a reassuring hand on Feng Qiu's shoulder. Throughout history, only tales and storybooks speak of armies achieving complete victory without any casualties. War inevitably brings death. "Tian, take men to assess the horses," Su Mu instructed. Tian Song, drenched in rain and with his blade dulled, nodded gravely at Su Mu's words. "Boss, should we not pursue for another round of slaughter? That will not do." Su Mu firmly shook his head. "We have already revealed our position by ambushing on the official road. We must take the horses and retreat immediately." Su Mu yearned for a different fate, yet remaining here posed a significant risk of drawing the wrath of the Northern D army. "My lord, what is this?" Due to the transport of supplies, a long convoy had been ambushed, leaving behind approximately 100 wagons, primarily laden with provisions, along with some quivers and spare weapons and armor. Among them were at least 7 or 8 wagons of explosive stones, specifically transported by 2 horses. At this moment, Chen Sheng stood beside one of the central wagons. Before Su Mu could approach, a potent scent of tar assailed his nostrils. Upon closer inspection, he discovered large chunks of black stones, layered beneath dried grass. "My lord, these are firestones." Having fought at the border for many years, Feng Qiu understood immediately. "How so?" "These incendiary stones, doused in oil and filled with flammable materials, would ignite upon being launched from a trebuchet, causing a conflagration upon impact. However, these firestones were perilous. A single miscalculation could result in the destruction of the trebuchet itself." Su Mu reached out, examined the stones, and brought one to his nose, confirming the unmistakable scent of gunpowder. In the Great G, such explosive materials were more strictly regulated than iron weaponry. Even a small firecracker during the Spring Festival required concealment beneath blankets. "My lord, we lack a trebuchet. These firestones hold little utility. Let us take them away." Su Mu sighed deeply. The mechanics of a trebuchet were quite simple, and with the knowledge at his disposal, constructing one would not prove difficult. "Let us retrieve the bronze rings from the decapitated heads and gather clean wagons to carry our wounded brothers home for a proper burial." Approximately an hour later, the battlefield along the official road was finally consolidated. Each person was assigned a horse, a new set of armor, and additional weapons and quivers. Of the 50 wagons of provisions, Su Mu only claimed 5. The remainder, along with other supplies, was heaped in the center of the road and set ablaze with oil. Amidst a light drizzle, the fire, though not particularly fierce, began to burn, producing thick, black smoke that twisted into grotesque shapes, billowing into the sky. "Mount up," Su Mu urged, his gaze sharp. The remaining 2,007 men swiftly mounted the northern steeds and climbed aboard the wagons. Time was of the essence, and the steeds, not yet fully tamed, attempted to rear. However, a few well-placed strikes from scabbards startled them, causing them to bolt from the rain and quickly disappear into the distance. As night fell, the previously gentle rain intensified. With no other choice, Su Mu sought refuge in an old forest to regroup. "My lord, upon closer inspection, I discovered that one of the wagons contained 7 or 8 lanterns," Chen Sheng exclaimed, approaching excitedly with a flickering lantern in hand. Su Mu's expression turned grave, and he hurriedly extinguished the lantern. It was evident that news of the events on the official road would incite the ire of the Northern D in such times. The presence of a conspicuous light was tantamount to courting death. "Do not light the lanterns," Su Mu exhaled. The provisions of hardtack they carried were nearly depleted. Fortunately, the Northern D supply wagons contained an abundance of foraged grains and roots, which could be consumed raw when paired with water. Chen Sheng summoned General Feng and Mr. Chen immediately. Chen Sheng hurriedly turned back and soon summoned Feng Qiu and Qin Jiaqiao before him. "May I inquire about your thoughts at this moment?" Su Mu inquired in a solemn tone. With fewer than 3,000 men at their disposal, their combat strength amounted to merely 700 cavalry and 2,000 infantry archers. Surviving in the heartland of the Northern D was exceedingly arduous. Naturally, They could opt to return to Camel Peak from the rocky outcrops. But even if Su Mu suggested such a course of action, none would support it. In matters of life and death along the border, no one wished to flee like a beaten dog with their tail between their legs. Master, if not, we should head to Hezhou and assist the 100,000 veteran households in defending the city, Feng Qiu proposed earnestly. However, Su Mu perceived it as a rather ill-conceived idea. Should they venture to Hezhou, they would be dragged into a city defense battle wherein their meager forces would contribute little. Mr. Chen, what is your perspective? Young master, I suggest we continue along the official road and confront the northern D. If we engage in battle, killing one would suffice, and two would be a profit. Chen Jiaqiao asserted with a grin. Su Mu could only smile wryly. Chen Jiaqiao's chivalrous nature had long since rendered him indifferent to life and death. Gentlemen, there are numerous desolate towns nearby. Why don't we seek out a secluded place to catch our breath? Continuous rain-soaked nights of battle have not only resulted in numerous injuries, but have also taken a toll on the iron-willed men. Moreover, the rain here shows no signs of relenting. Being soaked in rainwater, our bodies will eventually succumb. A desolate town would at least provide some shelter, allowing us to withstand an onslaught from the D if it were to occur. Otherwise, if we are discovered in these wild mountains, the consequences would be dire. Let us heed the young master's counsel. After a series of victories, both Feng Qiu and Chen Jiaqiao had grown increasingly respectful toward Su Mu, echoing the sentiments of their masters who had expressed similar thoughts. The hidden dragon emerges from the depths. The crouching tiger descends from the mountain. Ultimately, they will astonish the world. Chapter 161. No battle in Hezhou. As the night passed, the rain continued to pour incessantly, soaking individuals to the bone. Su Mu had no intention of setting off. Marching by day posed too great a risk. He instructed Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo to take some men and patrol the vicinity for reconnaissance. Master, Old Wu cannot hold on any longer. Su Mu felt a pang in his chest as he followed Feng Qiu's voice deeper into the woods, to a somewhat drier area. An elderly soldier with graying temples lay slumped against the carriage, his face marked by indelible weariness, and his quivering lips were already a deep shade of blue. He clenched his fists, as if summoning the strength to rise. Feng Qiu, towering at over 7 feet, leaned against the wagon, anguished and speechless. General, kill the D. Kill the D. This exclamation seemed to exhaust all the strength left in the old soldier, as he stared wide-eyed at the darkened sky, and then fell silent. Master. He had been wounded in battle alongside the Marquis before, and now he has sustained another injury. Su Mu rubbed his eyes and turned away in silence. Before him, even in broad daylight, there remained only a world shrouded in darkness. The season of harvest brought no autumn bounty, no bushels of grain, nor joyous farmers dancing around high granaries. There was nothing at all. Only the chilling winds at the border reflected the ravages of the storm, leaving one's face stinging. Master, we must slay the northern dogs. In the forest, nearly 3,000 figures arose, the clashing of blades resonating painfully in the ears. I shall indeed lead you to battle. Su Mu turned his head, suppressing the fury within his chest. But we, 3,000 strong, did not enter the heart of the northern territory merely to slaughter recklessly. Let us not forget, we are an extraordinary army. Let us rest for now. We shall march tonight. As the commander of these 3,000 men, Su Mu had to consider not only the decapitation of the northern dogs, but also the necessity of survival to help stabilize Hezhou City. After all, this was the last bastion of the great Ji. Master, at that moment, Zhou Zun returned from afar, a rare smile gracing his face. Master, news from Hezhou City. The northern forces have halted their assault. The northern barbarians have paused their siege. Su Mu's expression remained stoic, not particularly surprised. He had ambushed their supply lines with the initial intent of tightening the front, compelling the northern forces to cease their attack. 50 carts of provisions, along with dozens of carts laden with weapons and armor, and most importantly, a cart filled with firestones, to the hundreds of thousands of northern troops. This was not critical 2 months prior. Yet, as the gathered supplies dwindled, it had now become dire. Su Mu's brow furrowed deeper. While Hezhou was temporarily secure, the 2,000 men remaining in the heart of the northern territory were increasingly at risk. The northern forces might already be mobilizing to encircle them. Withdraw another 2 miles deeper into the forest, Su Mu commanded in a composed tone. When night falls, we shall march and seek refuge in an abandoned town. On the walls of Hezhou, Zhao Qingyun watched the retreating northern army, unable to conceal his elation. Congratulations, General Padi, on your unparalleled achievement. Lu Zhu, a deputy officer from the Western Army's 3rd Camp, who typically cowered beneath the city gates during battle, rushed to the walls upon hearing of the Northern forces' pause, repeatedly bowing to Zhao Qingyun. If we secure a few more victories, perhaps General Padi will be granted a noble title. Padi indeed. General Zhao is worthy of this name. Zhao Qingyun laughed heartily, vowing to never retreat, not merely for the sake of vanquishing the enemy, but to accumulate military merit, thus opening opportunities for further advancement. Amidst the laughter, no one recalled the plight of the 10,000 veteran households. Lian Yong removed his horn helmet, descending the city wall with a sense of despondency, laboriously taking a seat. The 10,000 veteran households had entered Huzhou less than 3 days ago, suffering nearly 20,000 casualties. What a tragic spectacle. General, the men from the Xiaofeng camp have once again withheld rations. An old personal guard approached, his voice heavy with lament. Lian Yong remained silent for a long while before wearily gesturing for the guard to depart. After a deep sigh, he gathered himself and made his way back to his tent, forlorn. Like them, he was a descendant of officials who had fallen from grace. Had this been decades earlier, he would have been scorned as a dog. However, should this round of reinforcements succeed in repelling the northern invaders, they might restore their identities as citizens of Ji. Hasten to repair the city walls. One by one, the officers of the Xiaofeng camp, in a rare display of temper, brandished their long whips, lashing at the trembling, blood-soaked laborers. Under the dim rain-soaked sky, thousands of men hurriedly repaired the city walls. It was not until dusk that they received their sole meal of the day. Several wooden barrels, exuding an unpleasant odor reminiscent of spoiled food, were cheerfully deposited on the open ground beneath the city gate by a group of soldiers. Night rations. Time was of the essence. In an instant, countless laborers and townsfolk, their eyes ablaze with desperation, surged forward with sticks and sharp stones, roaring as they lunged toward the barrels. Some were trampled to death, their wide eyes refusing to close, fixed on the barrels. This was akin to swine feed. Countless soldiers erupted into laughter, treating the bloody scramble before them as mere entertainment. A woman, her hair disheveled and a longbow slung over her shoulder, brandished a stick, carving a bloody path as she rushed to scoop up a large bowl of the foul black broth. A man who approached to seize it was met with a swift blow to his arm from her stick. "Give it to me." Another assailant charged forth. With an impassive expression, she swung her stick again, shattering the skull of the intruder before steadied the bowl and silently made her way to a distant grass hut by the city gate. "Xingyang is back. Mother, my brother has fainted from hunger." Inside the grass hut lay over a dozen individuals, men and women alike, each clutching a longbow tightly. Xingyang squatted down to first feed the frail boy lying there, before taking turns to distribute the contents of the bowl. "Xingyang, if it weren't for our injured friends, I would go and seize another bowl." The middle-aged man named Tong Bo propped himself up, his voice hoarse like a broken drum. "Otherwise, cough. We would seek refuge in the inner city. Surely the master would take us in." Xingyang paused, her eyes inexplicably reddening. How she wished it were possible. But the 2,000 miles to the border, devoid of horses or carts, with no provisions to sustain them, how could they venture forth? The master said, "Let us not forget. We were once of Su's village. How could we dare to forget?" Earlier, dozens of laborers had attempted to seize their belongings, yet against the odds. Merely a handful of them had repelled the attackers. Many had sustained injuries in the process. Wiping her eyes, Xingyang grasped the stick again, clutching the bowl tightly, and hurried back toward the barrels. The townsfolk continued to fight, while the soldiers laughed on. Xingyang, stick in hand, gazed up at the darkened sky before lifting her weapon, trembling as she prepared to strike. Only those who survive are worthy of life. Chapter 162. To the desolate town the night was heavy, pressing down so that it felt suffocating. The surrounding world had become a murky blur, indistinguishable. "Chinsheng, what time is it?" "Master, it is about the hour of Chou." The hour of Chou, around 2 in the morning. Su Mu, with a stern expression, could only make out the throng of heads in the pitch-black depths of the forest, illuminated merely by the pale moonlight. "Wrap your horses' hooves. Mount up." With a flurry of activity, nearly 3,000 valiant men swiftly mounted their steeds, while many others climbed into wagons. Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo, each leading 10 riders, set forth to scout the surroundings. As they departed, Su Mu tightened the reins, his gaze fixed ahead. He felt fortunate for having previously navigated this region, Despite its disarray, he could still discern the general direction. "Where are we headed, my lord? To a desolate town? We shall proceed eastward. To the north lies Guangzhou, and to the south, Hezhou. Both regions are off-limits. Steering clear of the main roads." Su Mu urged his horse onward with haste. Before them, flickering lanterns appeared sporadically, their lights dancing in the darkness. Su Mu ordered the group to halt until the lanterns receded into the distance. "How far, my lord?" "Approximately 50 or 60 miles, Su Mu replied in a low voice. It was fortunate that he had taken the time to study the terrain while at the crossroads. Otherwise, leading nearly 3,000 men under such perilous circumstances would have rendered them as lost as headless flies. As they resumed their journey, the lanterns vanished completely, and Zhao Zun returned, confirming that the path ahead was clear. Under the cover of night, nearly 3,000 men cautiously galloped across the damp and muddy terrain. Even with their hooves muffled by cloth, the faint sound of galloping horses could still be heard. After about 3 hours, this vigilant group, having followed Su Mu in a wide arc, finally circumvented the heavily patrolled territory of the northern D. The rain had yet to cease, falling in a sparse drizzle that was particularly vexing. Raising his head and adjusting his bamboo hat, Su Mu surveyed his surroundings, using the pale moonlight to discern the scenery before him. The fog of night lingered, and the unknown night birds perched on the withered branches appeared unperturbed by the approaching throng of nearly 3,000. As if accustomed to the presence of both the living and the dead, they stood motionless, like wooden sculptures on the treetops. An inexplicable stench wafted through the air, causing an acrid sensation to sting Su Mu's nostrils. "My lord, there are figures ahead," Zhao Zun called back, his voice tinged with concern. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Logically, even if the D were patrolling at night, they would not do so too frequently at this distance. Just as they had managed to avoid detection, how could they encounter them again? "Have you identified them?" "I have, but they appear not to be clad in armor." After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu nudged his horse's belly and cautiously advanced alongside Zhao Zun. Upon reaching their position, Su Mu's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, as Zhao Zun had indicated, a large group of figures stood motionless before them, their outstretched arms lending an eerie quality to the scene. "My lord, are they human or ghostly apparitions? Why do they not move?" "We must take a detour," Su Mu replied coldly, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. He wished to avoid any missteps with his sizable contingent. At that moment, as if the heavens had taken pity, a corner of the thick cloud cover was blown away by the wind, allowing a pale moonbeam to illuminate the surroundings, casting a faint glow over the world. "My lord, they are corpses." Su Mu trembled, forcing himself to peer forward. He finally understood the source of the earlier nauseating stench. Before him lay a vast pit, unmistakably a mass grave. The figure standing with outstretched arms, clearly lifeless, was bound to a wooden stake, its chest rotting and exposing the bluish-white bones beneath. In the mass grave, corpses lay scattered in various postures, severed limbs and heads strewn haphazardly. Among them were several armored soldiers, most of whom resembled hedgehogs, pierced by arrows, their features still faintly conveying a sense of panic. A contingent of nearly 3,000 men stood momentarily frozen at the scene. "Young master, there must be tens of thousands, not merely tens of thousands." Su Mu turned his head heavily, breaking through Guangzhou, not to mention the refugees trapped at the northern city gate of Hezhou. Even those hidden in secluded villages would surely fall victim to misfortune if discovered by the D people. In an instant, Su Mu felt the acrid stench intensifying, a putrid odor that constricted his chest, rendering him breathless. He covered his face and departed from the mass grave, fearful of contracting the miasma. "Young master, we ought to give them a proper burial. How can we bury them?" "A contingent of 3,000 would require at least 2 or 3 days. Su Mu suppressed his voice. "We are deep within enemy territory. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind." With the cessation of hostilities in Hezhou, the North-D's pursuit would only grow fiercer. "Let us move." The nearly 3,000 men remained silent in the rain, gradually following Su Mu, pressing onward through the vastness of the night. Hezhou appeared blood-stained and mottled. The cool morning breeze, mingled with the pouring rain, stung their faces. Zhao Qingyun stood atop the city wall, oblivious to the laborers repairing the fortifications, instead gazing into the distance. He felt a flicker of joy. It seemed the North D had no intentions of attacking that day. "General Zhao, come down for a drink. It's been warmed." Lu Zhu, the vice general, called from below. having prepared a feast with the calf raised over the past month. Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow, initially disinclined to respond, but upon recalling Lu Zhu's powerful connections, he turned with a slight expression of flattery. Thank you, General Lu. The retreat of the D people is also due in no small part to the efforts of the Western Army's 3 camps. Haha, we both have played significant roles. The enticing aroma of beef soup drew many ragged children who squatted in the nearby muddy ground, desperately inhaling the scent. As a lieutenant passed by, he knocked a few of them unconscious with the hilt of his sword, sending the rest scattering in a panic. Inside the camp, Zhao Qingyun lifted his gaze to a fallen child, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Before he could examine further, a woman rushed over, cradling the child and fleeing. General Zhao, we toast to you. May you soon be bestowed with a noble title. Zhao Qingyun regained his composure, forcing a smile as he raised his cup. By the way, General Lu, what of Lin Yong? Why concern ourselves with him? The son of an official criminal. To treat him as our equal would be beneath us. Lin Yong sat with his dagger, leaning against a makeshift grass hut, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe a large crowd of wailing citizens, offering their meager half-bowl of thin gruel in worship to the heavens. As soon as the rites were finished, the scant bowl of gruel was swiftly snatched away by a dozen people. General, it's time to eat. An old bodyguard sighed as he entered with a bowl of gruel. The general had just inquired about the men from the western camp, who were once again pressuring us for provisions. Lin Yong gently closed his eyes, his face etched with bitterness. Long before arriving at the border, that nobleman had sought him out and uttered a poignant truth. In times of national peril, whether commoners or officials, all bear their share of responsibility. That year, when I was but a youth, I too ventured to the frontier and fought in a battle. 100,000 barbarian tribesmen besieged the city, yet 100,000 soldiers of Ji dared to march forth to meet them. Lin Yong's gaze grew distant, as if lost in recollection. I could scarcely remember when our great dynasty began to resemble a sickly child, incapable of withstanding a blow. Clutching his sword, Lin Yong's eyes fluttered shut, and he soon drifted into slumber. The old bodyguard's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he sighed once more, exiting the thatched shelter with the bowl of gruel, only to encounter a passing woman. Thank you, General. I have gathered some herbs that can treat dysentery. Allow me to offer some to you. The longer one endures the siege, the more rampant dysentery becomes. The old bodyguard received the herbs, slightly astonished. Such a humble village woman, rarely does one find such courtesy. My master taught me that one should neither harbor malice nor forget kindness. Balancing the bowl of gruel in one hand and gripping a firewood stick in the other, she cradled her injured child and steadily continued on her path. Chapter 163, Zhougong Town. Zhougong Town. Su Mu's gaze sharpened, if memory served correctly. It was here that he first brought Chen Sheng and 5 horsemen to gather supplies. Back then, despite its decay, Zhougong Town still bore the breath of the living. Yet now, under the weight of dark clouds, the town had become utterly desolate, transformed into a ghostly ruin. No issues, my lord, reported Zhou Zun as he rushed out from the town's entrance. Entering the city, Su Mu exhaled deeply. Nearly 3,000 men cautiously advanced along the road leading into the town. They were met with the sight of lifeless bodies. These gluttonous rats have grown too fat, resembling little dogs, remarked Si Hu as he plunged his saber into a large rat, reducing it to a pulp. In that moment, at least 1,000 rats were startled, frantically scurrying toward the nearest burrow. Chen Sheng, gather some men to collect the corpses. Do not use fire, but rather dig a pit for burial. Their 3,000 men needed to rest within the town, and if the bodies were not promptly dealt with, illness would inevitably ensue. Fengqiu, if I recall correctly, there is a large granary to the east with ample rice stores. Take the injured there to settle. Fengqiu nodded and proceeded with the cart. Mr. Chen, you two should gather some men to search the town for any survivors. Though the chances were slim, it was a task that needed to be undertaken. Once arrangements were made, Su Mu felt a slight sense of relief, inwardly wishing that the northern barbarians would not arrive too soon, allowing them time to recuperate. Whether in Huzhou City or among these 3,000 resolute souls, they all required a moment to catch their breath. My lord, shall we unload the boulders from the cart? The boulders, obtained from ambushing the supply convoy, would unleash their full potential if used in a catapult. No need. Park the cart in a sheltered spot and lay down more dry straw to prevent moisture. After expressing his thoughts aloud, Su Mu rubbed his neck, momentarily relaxing. only to realize the profound fatigue that enveloped him. As he had anticipated, the grain merchants had left behind several rice granaries, which were in relatively good condition. Naturally, the stored grains had already been pilfered. In a fit of practicality, Su Mu smashed the partitions within the granaries, allowing the throng of 3,000 to gather together, thus securing a temporary refuge. He carefully kindled several bonfires, boiled water, and cooked the foraged rations. As the enticing aroma of wheat wafted through the air, a faint smile appeared on the faces of nearly 3,000 weary souls. "Master, there are no living souls left. The houses in the town are filled with decaying corpses," Chun Jiaqiao lamented as he led his group back to the granary. Su Mu was not taken aback by this outcome. "Mr. Chun, please sit and have something to eat." Outside the granary, the tempest raged on. Inside, the weary heroes, having finished their meals, began to succumb to sleep, washing away the exhaustion of recent days. "Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo, you two must take on extra labor, taking turns to keep watch at night." "Rest assured, master." Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo replied with a bow, showing no sign of dissent. Su Mu stepped out of the granary, gazing at the somber world outside, shrouded in wind and rain, and fell into a contemplative silence. As dawn broke, the vast granary saw a slow awakening, with individuals beginning to rise, donning their armor and polishing their weapons. The dozens of accompanying injured, after a night in the dry environment and sound sleep, appeared significantly improved. "Master, shall we leave this desolate town?" "Not just yet," Su Mu replied, his mind heavy with thought. If his assumptions were correct, those outside were searching for them. The stretch from Wangzhou to Hezhou was neither particularly short nor long, a journey of over 100 miles. Even encompassing the dead villages and desolate towns, it would not take long for them to be found. Encounters in the wild could prove far more disastrous. The small town offered a glimmer of hope. However, lingering in the desolate town was not a foolproof strategy. "Mr. Chun, do you have any updates on Wangzhou?" "Wangzhou? There is no intelligence available. What does the master intend to do?" "If Wangzhou is feasible, I wish to seize the city," Su Mu stated earnestly, devoid of jest. Hezhou was the front line, where the Northern D had amassed nearly all their forces, leaving only some supply teams and patrols behind. Feng Qiu swallowed hard. "Master, we have fewer than 3,000 men at our disposal." "I am aware," Su Mu replied in a low voice. If the situation was untenable, he would not pursue it. Yet, if there was hope, capturing Wangzhou could turn the tide of the conflict. "Master, what do you propose?" Su Mu exhaled deeply, breaking a dry twig into two segments. He placed one piece on the left, leaving a gap, and set the other on the right. One piece represented Hezhou, the other Wangzhou. "If we secure Wangzhou, and Hezhou remains defended, then the hundreds of thousands of Northern D troops would be trapped between two fronts." Feng Qiu examined the situation intently, his expression transforming into one of ecstatic delight. Chun Jiaqiao, though not well versed in military strategy, pondered the implications and found himself invigorated by the prospect. The vast army, deprived of supplies, would undoubtedly face upheaval. Su Mu nodded slightly. Between Hezhou and Wangzhou, the stretch of over 100 miles likely harbored no villages or farms. Even the towns lay desolate. If they could indeed block the advance of the Northern D's formidable army of over 100,000, it would be a fitting retribution for those D dogs. After capturing Wangzhou, reinforcements from the Northern D would undoubtedly follow. In contrast, our mere 3,000 men, without any support, could only steadfastly defend Wangzhou. At the very least, they must wait until the besieged D troops succumbed to hunger and mutinied, rendering them incapable of battle, allowing the Hezhou army to emerge from the city and eradicate them. Such a plan was idyllic, yet Su Mu understood that countless factors were at play. Feng Qiu and Chun Jiaqiao exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes reflecting disbelief. To devise such a precarious strategy, the young master must possess remarkable ingenuity. It remained merely a discussion, yet Su Mu tempered his tone, wary of startling his two generals. "Master, the most urgent matter at hand is to gather intelligence on Wangzhou." Chun Jiaqiao spoke thoughtfully. Su Mu nodded. For their 3,000 troops, intelligence would be paramount in every subsequent maneuver. "Gentlemen, I intend to personally venture to Wangzhou." This was not an act of recklessness, but a decision grounded in the fact that among the three of them, he was most familiar with the situation in Wangzhou. "Master, allow me to go instead," Feng Qiu urged anxiously. Recalling the adage of the military, Su Mu was a general of 3 armies. How could he leave the camp so carelessly? "Do not fret," Su Mu reassured them. If I do not return within 3 days, you too shall lead the remaining brave souls back to Tuota Mountain. If circumstances grow dire, retreat to the fields behind the town, where we can lie low for a while. Feng Qiu and Chun Jiaqiao's expressions turned grave. How many men will you take, master? 300 riders, Su Mu replied, stating a number that seemed modest. Too many would only draw attention, and his purpose was not to engage in battle, but to assess the true state of Guangzhou. If they remained idle, Su Mu believed that once the northern D supply lines were re-established, Hezhou would face another grueling defensive struggle. Chapter 164. The 300 riders beneath the night sky master. 300 riders seems insufficient. Feng Qiu hesitated, ultimately unable to quell his concern. Otherwise, we could leave only a handful to scout. Su Mu smiled, offering further instructions. Night is falling, we must prepare. Secure your armor and bring enough provisions for 3 days. The brave men of the 300 riders swiftly armed themselves, fastening their armor and attaching bags of provisions to their horses' saddles. Time was of the essence, and they had not the opportunity to craft better wooden spears, so they merely collected straight lengths of wood, which they also secured beneath their horses. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu mounted his steed. Feng Qiu, remember what I said. Feng Qiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he clasped his fists, lingering for a moment before releasing them. March. At Su Mu's command, the silhouettes of the 300 riders sprang into action, swiftly galloping forth from Zhougong town into the dimming twilight. Less than 10 miles from the town, the darkness finally enveloped them. Exhaling, Su Mu lifted his gaze, calmly surveying his surroundings. Young Master Mu, after traversing several dozen miles, we shall soon arrive at Guangzhou. See who urged his horse closer, his voice resonating deeply. Su Mu was well aware of this. Yet such an approach could easily lead to a confrontation with the night patrols of the D army. We must take a detour. Once again, he tightened the reins, and the silhouettes of 300 riders trailed behind him, soon enveloped by the darkness of night. Young Master Mu, I still wish to visit the old horse grounds. People tend to reminisce, even brutes like Sihu. The old horse grounds at Sitong Road were their first stable home, regrettably destroyed by war. One day, when we reclaim Guangzhou, I shall return with you, Su Mu reassured, just as he prepared to charge ahead. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his expression turning grave. Before him were 7 or 8 swaying horse lanterns, drawing nearer. This was undoubtedly the night patrol of the D people. Master, there are D scouts, Zhou Zun called back, suppressing his voice. How many? 60 or 70 riders, likely scouts of the night patrol, just a few miles away. We must evade them. Su Mu frowned, never anticipating the extensive search range of the northern D. The silhouettes of 300 riders were about to slip away under the cover of night when, unexpectedly, a dark eagle swooped down from the sky, emitting a shrill cry. Su Mu's expression turned alarmed. As predicted, the cry of the black eagle startled the previously distant D scouts, who suddenly began to rush towards them in a clamor. Damn it! I've heard the northern D are adept at training falcons for reconnaissance. That so-called divine eagle camp must be similar, Sihu roared in fury, swiftly drawing his blade to cleave the black eagle into pieces. Yet, the chaos caused by the eagle had not yet ceased. Young Master Mu, what shall we do? The D are charging towards us. Turn the horses and engage the enemy. 60 or 70 riders constituted a manageable scale for annihilation. If we are pursued, we might attract the attention of a larger D force. Split into 2 wings and charge. Level your spears. The first volley of arrows from the northern D clearly lacked precision, resulting in minimal casualties. After weathering the onslaught, the 300 riders, following Su Mu's command, rapidly split into 2 flanks to flank the enemy. Their sturdy wooden spears occasionally struck down D riders, eliciting cries of despair. Cut down the D dogs. Sihu, Chun Sheng, and Tian Song, drawing closer, swiftly raised their weapons to reap the fallen D. When soldiers are unafraid of death, they can unleash astonishing fervor in battle. The 60 or 70 D riders were utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Su Mu and his men's equestrian skills. In a panic, they were reduced to a mere dozen, and as they grasped the reins, they attempted to retreat. The archers swiftly loosed arrows, taking down 3. Yet they could not halt the escape of at least 10 D riders from the battlefield. Su Mu had no intention of pursuing. Who knew if there were larger forces nearby? If they fell into an encirclement, their 300 would truly face annihilation. The utmost priority was to distance themselves from the vicinity. Quickly, let us depart. Taking a breath, disregarding the need to regroup, Su Mu led his men onward, galloping into the night. Above the sky, even amidst the rain, a series of signal arrows soared into the night, bursting into dazzling sparks in the blink of an eye. The most recent one detonated near the 300 riders, casting a crimson glow upon every resolute face. Su Mu's expression darkened, unable to fathom how the northern barbarians possessed such gunpowder technology. "Master, the signals from the northern tribes indicate they are preparing to encircle us," cried several seasoned veterans from the Qinglong battalion among the 300 riders. An encirclement would mean that even the night patrols of the northern tribes and their formidable armies would converge into a deadly net. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed ominously, seemingly close enough to touch. Su Mu steeled his expression, forcing himself to remain calm as he sought a route for escape. The night wind and rain resonated in his ears, heightening his anxiety. The pursuing northern tribesmen numbered at least 3,000 to 4,000, swiftly encircling and loosing arrows from their horses. The last few valiant souls fell victim to the onslaught, their bodies pierced like hedgehogs, toppling from their mounts. Su Mu's eyes burned with rage, lamenting that the Jiren were not adept at mounted archery. Among the 300, only the bowmen could retaliate effectively. In the downpour, a northern centurion, his armor riddled with arrows, fell from his horse, but before he could rise, he was trampled into a pulp. "Master, they are drawing ever closer." Su Mu gritted his teeth and scanned his surroundings, a flicker of hope igniting as he spotted an ancient forest not far away. "Everyone, into the woods," he commanded. The nearly 300 riders, dodging a volley of arrows, promptly fled into the old forest. The speed of their galloping steed diminished as they navigated through the tangled underbrush. Sihu fell the trees. Sihu bellowed, reining in his horse and leaping down. With his blade, he struck down several nearby trees, severing 6 or 7 trunks with fierce determination. The fallen trees rolled down the incline, buying precious time against their pursuers. Sihu quickly mounted. With fewer than 300 riders remaining, under Su Mu's leadership, they surged out from the other side of the forest and continued their frantic flight. Above, signal arrows continued to explode into sparks nearby. "Master, if escape is impossible, we shall fight to the death. We fear not the end." Chun Sheng drew his broadsword, his voice cold and filled with fury. Su Mu, panting heavily, had anticipated such a possibility upon entering the heart of the northern tribes, an ambush to cut off their supplies, leaving them ensnared. "Keep running." Beneath the vast night sky, the silhouettes of the 300 riders galloped recklessly along the dim, treacherous path. Chapter 165. 1 against 10. The figures of the 300 riders appeared to be at a dead end. Looking around, the darkness was punctuated by the flickering lights of horse lanterns. The crescent moon above seemed to conspire against them, casting a wide swath of silvery light. If it were possible, Su Mu would gladly draw his bow to shoot at the moon, hoping to disorient the relentless pursuers. "Master, there are foes all around." Chun Sheng gasped. "How many archers are there?" The bowmen crouched on their steeds, ears perked, their expressions growing increasingly grave. "The pursuing forces surrounding us number at least 10,000. Once again, a signal arrow suddenly exploded in the sky, illuminating the determined faces of the 300 valiant riders. Su Mu clenched his fists, surveying his surroundings. Under the relentless pressure of the encirclement, if they were unable to break free, they would soon be completely surrounded and annihilated as the encirclement tightened. The most prudent course of action was to choose a direction through which to break out. Bang, bang, bang. Another trio of signal arrows ascended into the heavens, emitting a piercing sound. With the fiery glow from the explosions, Su Mu focused his gaze, seeking a path for their escape. "Level your spears," he commanded. The 300 riders, upon hearing Su Mu's order, gritted their teeth and raised their wooden spears, tucking them under their arms. With a swift motion, Su Mu drew his long sword, raising it with a grim determination. In this critical moment of life and death, his duty was to ignite the fighting spirit of his men. Before him were faces marred with sores, having long endured the rain, their wounds cracked and oozing with yellowish fluid. The 10,000-strong army of the Northern D was hunting them down. Su Mu's voice dropped, his expression cold and solemn. "As you think, we are but 300 riders. 300. But this is not our end." With a fierce roar, Su Mu raised his sword, pointing it at the 300 riders. "If we fight as 1 against 10, we are 3,000 strong. If we stand against 100, we are 30,000. Who dares to speak of our meager numbers? Those who wish to join me, Su Mu, let us break a bloody path with our spears. The shadows of 300 riders, their faces ignited with fury, erupted into a chorus of roars. Level your spears. Crush the enemy's formation. Su Mu surged forward, leading the charge, with 300 riders swiftly following his lead. Form a wedge formation. Sihu, you take the lead. At the command, Sihu, brandishing his battle axe, surged ahead. Su Mu, with keen eyes, had already determined their path at the moment the signal arrows burst forth. The pursuing troops from the northwest were not numerous. By breaking through these pursuers and continuing northwest, they would encounter woods that would provide much-needed cover. As they charged, a fierce battle loomed ahead. Regardless of their numbers, they would advance boldly. Though the enemy numbered in the tens of thousands, they could still prevail. Where is the tiger of our great G? I am here, Sihu. The leading Sihu, resembling a god of war, raised his axe high. As he met the enemy riders, he swiftly struck, decapitating several before they even had a chance to raise their weapons. Roaring with fervor, the 300 riders were invigorated by Sihu's momentum, raising their long spears and thrusting them fiercely at the oncoming enemy. In an instant, countless foes fell from their mounts, trampled beneath the hooves of the horses. Among them were also members of the Qingyun camp and Su's family, who, upon falling, disregarded their own safety and clung desperately to the enemy riders, buying precious time for Su Mu and his men. Kill! Su Mu raised his long sword and, alongside Chen Shang, they combined their strength to slay an enemy rider. An enemy centurion, seemingly recognizing Su Mu as the commander, raised his curved blade to strike, only to be shot in the face by an archer lying in wait on horseback, crashing to the ground with a furious roar. The master, surrounded by the fierce dogs of the enemy, found many rushing towards him. Charge! Amidst the chaos, 300 riders fell, with at least 30 or 40 never to rise again, forever lost at the border. Sihu, seizing an axe spear from somewhere, wielded it alongside his saber. His armor stained with blood. The enemy cavalry, startled, retreated, creating a sudden emptiness before Sihu. With a crack, he hurled the axe spear in fury, and in the darkness, 4 or 5 enemy riders tumbled to the ground. Sihu, cover our retreat. Hearing Su Mu's voice, Sihu roared, turning his horse around. After slaying an enemy rider with a single stroke, he gripped the reins with one hand, pulling the steed with a fierce cry. Sihu, his face flushed, lifted the enemy horse high, then flung it forward. The shrieking steed collided with several enemy riders, sending another 20 or so tumbling to the earth. Su Mu, catching his breath, turned to see the fallen villagers still engaged in battle, but they were soon overwhelmed and slaughtered by the enemy, their bodies quickly trampled into the mud. Throw your spears. With a rush, over 200 riders, upon hearing Su Mu's command, furiously hurled their wooden spears at the enemy. Though wooden and lacking great power, the sheer volume quickly formed a chaotic barrier, slowing the pursuing enemy cavalry. Let us go. With no time to lose, Su Mu led the remaining riders toward the vast woods in the northwest as the dawn had yet to break. With a crack, Su Mu personally assisted Sihu in removing 3 or 4 arrows lodged in him. Does it hurt, Sihu? Not at all, Brother Mu. Just pull them out quickly. It's distressing to look at. I've just finished, Su Mu replied, glancing sadly at his monstrous brother. Brother Mu, if you hadn't held me back, I could have slain those dogs. I trust you, brother. Su Mu exhaled, stowing the ceramic bottle away, and gazed into the distance. Thankful they had entered the woods. The pursuing enemy had temporarily lost their trail. However, to completely evade them, they must continue deeper into the forest. Given the enemy's prowess in horsemanship and the cover of night, it was likely they would circle around the woods, relentlessly pursuing their scent. Chapter 166. Return to Guangzhou City in the dim forest. Su Mu, taking precautions, simultaneously laid traps while guiding the horses. Master, there are still hoofbeats outside the woods. A veteran of the Qingyun camp spoke coldly. Su Mu was not surprised. He had anticipated this. The enemy would undoubtedly not relent in their pursuit. He could only hope that the situation in Zhougong town remained stable for the time being. Master, look, Guangzhou is in sight. A bowman descended from a tree, his voice filled with excitement. Hearing this, Su Mu's demeanor shifted. After the fierce battle, this was indeed promising news. Yet, to ascertain the true state of Guangzhou, they must draw nearer. Master, what should we do? Gather some dry grass. What for? To make a scarecrow. Su Mu raised his head, gazing at the darkening sky. As dawn approached and the cover of night faded, it was likely the enemy would venture into the forest. He sought out the damp, withered grass and fashioned it into a scarecrow. Su Mu selected over 50 fierce steeds and secured the effigy firmly upon their backs. Robust of build, he requested the lowering of the robes and armor. Once he had gathered over 50 sets of robes and armor, Su Mu draped them over the scarecrow, not forgetting to place a bamboo hat atop. Even from a close distance, shrouded in the vastness of the night, it was challenging to discern the figure clearly. I understood the master's intention, to use these scarecrows to mislead the pursuing soldiers. Almost. Su Mu sighed inwardly. This ruse of scarecrows could only deceive for a fleeting moment. Once the D people realized they had been tricked, they would undoubtedly return swiftly. He directed the horses to the edge of the forest. If only there were oil and the skies were dry. Su Mu longed to employ a fiery steed tactic, yet the circumstances were regrettably contrary. With a swift cut, the long knife struck the hindquarters of the horses. In an instant, the 50 steeds bearing the scarecrows cried out in pain and bolted from the forest, scattering in all directions under the cover of night. Those scarecrows, clad in robes and adorned with bamboo hats, were nearly indistinguishable in the dim light unless scrutinized closely. Indeed, many enemy riders encircling the woods, upon witnessing figures burst forth, clamored and charged in pursuit. In that moment, the whistling of arrows and the furious roars of the D merged into a cacophony. The master has drawn away many. Chun Sheng and the others rejoiced. The remaining horses were tethered within the woods. Master? No inquiries. Su Mu rubbed his forehead. If he was not mistaken, they were less than 10 miles from Wangzhou. With the horses in tow, it was impossible to navigate swiftly through the woods. It would be better to remain and retrieve them upon departure. Do not forget the position of the longbow. Master, I remember. The bowman nodded earnestly. Su Mu smiled faintly. Turning to observe the more than 200 individuals dismounting and walking, relieved that none had suffered grave injuries and that they were all able to move. He collected weapons and quivers, advancing forward. Shortly thereafter, the 200 figures, armed with bows and blades, cautiously made their way through the woods towards Wangzhou. The damp woodland was exceedingly difficult to traverse. A single misstep into a mud pit could require considerable effort to extricate oneself. Crack! Chun Sheng cleaved a patterned snake, severing its head and directly suspending it from his belt as provisions. Master, the camp of the Tongji battalion lies ahead. Su Mu's heart grew heavy, and he nodded. 3,000 brave souls of the Tongji battalion had perished for their country, and the towering presence of the old officer remained steadfast. Those scenes of tragic valor were forever etched in his heart. Of course, Zhao Qingyun was not included. The D-dogs had undoubtedly passed through, setting fire to many places. As Chun Sheng had mentioned, before them lay the remnants of destruction, with a few individuals resembling wounded soldiers being cast into the flames, still maintaining their horrific postures. After collecting 2 filthy quivers, finding nothing further, Su Mu decided against lingering and continued forward from the woods adjacent to the camp. Not long after, he beheld the ancient walls of Wangzhou. Above the walls, a long row of corpses of soldiers dangled from ropes, likely the valiant men of the Tongji battalion. Time had elapsed, and many bodies had desiccated in the night wind, shriveling into elongated forms. Tian Song was the first to shed tears, holding a knife. Seemingly at a loss. Brother Tian, do not look any further. Wiping away his tears, Tian Song nodded, his expression growing increasingly resolute. Master, there are not many guards. The bowmen returned from a distance, their voices tinged with mild surprise. At the South City Gate, there are approximately 2 teams of enemy scouts on night watch. In total, there are perhaps no more than 200 men. It seems the Northern D truly regard Wangzhou as their backyard, merely using it for storing supplies. Let us enter the city and take a look. Enter the city? Master, shall we charge in? An old soldier from the Qinglong camp revealed a look of astonishment. Not only Su Mu and Si Hu, but also Chun Sheng and others, burst into laughter. Let us not forget, we are indeed true Wangzhou natives. To put it bluntly, the dog handlers of Wangzhou back then would not even use the city gates. More than 200 men approached a narrow wall at the base of the city wall. Chun Sheng's expression turned serious as he retrieved a length of hemp rope from his waist, fashioned a noose, and threw it, securing it firmly to a stone corner. It was not very high. Chun Sheng was the first to grasp the rope and swiftly ascended. Chun Sheng, go see if there are any enemy scouts on patrol. Master, he has just passed. Hurry, climb up. Soon, Dozens of others followed him. The remainder stayed below the city wall, awaiting their turn. This climbable narrow wall presented them with a chance. Of course, Su Mu did not expect that the over 2,000 men behind them could all scale it. After all, Wangzhou was a place where the northern Di stored their supplies. Even if not heavily guarded, there would still be a reasonable level of vigilance. As dawn approached, after a thorough reconnaissance, the intelligence regarding Wangzhou city finally surfaced. How many? At least 2,000 guards. 2,000, Su Mu frowned. At present, their total manpower was less than 3,000. The ancient saying goes, 10 besiege, 5 attack, yet they had 3,000 attacking against 2,000 defenders. The odds were daunting. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. If there were 20 to 30,000 guards within Wangzhou, he would not dare to make grand plans, but with merely 2,000. If the timing were right, perhaps they could turn the tide. Under such circumstances, he found himself compelled to take a risk. Chinsheng, you are familiar with Wangzhou city. Take these few men and lie in wait inside, acting as the situation demands. This task was perilous. One misstep, and dozens could be discovered, resulting in dire consequences. Yet, with this venture across the border, they had all resolved to face death. Master, do not worry. We will coordinate perfectly. Chen Sheng's face showed no trace of fear. Remember, if the situation becomes untenable, immediately scale the city wall and flee. There will be horses waiting for you on the other side of the forest. As he spoke, even Su Mu felt somewhat pretentious, but to refrain from saying it would weigh heavily on his heart. If possible, he would prefer to bring everyone back to Tuoda Mountain completely intact. If the weather remains clear, we shall shoot fire oil arrows to burn the city. I recall that Old Mo's oil mill has a cellar. Perhaps it still contains some oil. Old Mo had previously been a small oil mill owner in Wangzhou, known for his frugality, fearing that others would steal his lamp oil, and had several cellars at home. Master, we will be fine. Chen Sheng was well aware of Su Mu's intentions and hurriedly offered his counsel. Su Mu, with a somber expression, turned his gaze to the dozens of individuals who would remain in the city. He was uncertain how many would perish this time. The brave souls were united in their national crisis, and if future generations were to speak of this, they would surely mention the Qinglong camp and Su's village as valiant heroes. This time, we must convey to the D-dogs that the Great Ji Pass is insurmountable. As the first light of dawn broke, the faces of the assembled men were filled with a resolute acceptance of death. Chapter 167. Farewell to the Lord. Slaying the D marauders in one night, the sky was on the verge of breaking dawn. The surrounding world suddenly brightened. The incessant rain made the muddy forest path such that with every few steps, their legs were encrusted in muck. Taking a breath, Su Mu strained to listen and discern the sound of hoofbeats echoing throughout the woods, still rising and falling. During this brief night, they had focused on locating the enemy. Master, we have arrived at the Tongji camp. Understood. Master, the enemy cavalry has dismounted. The dismounting of the enemy cavalry indicated their intention to infiltrate the woods and encircle them. Su Mu's expression darkened as he contemplated his strategy. In a sudden decision, he removed the iron bow from his back. Everyone draw your bows. Let loose a volley. Master, if we do this, we will be discovered. Do not let them find out. Despite their reservations, the 200 brave souls complied with Su Mu's command, swiftly drawing their iron and wooden bows and knocking arrows towards the true north. With a whoosh, a barrage of arrows was unleashed, soaring through the air. Though the distance diminished their lethality, several nearby D warriors were struck down. This incited the remaining D, who erupted in furious roars, their long, drawn-out horn sounds rising in response. Retract your bows, Su Mu commanded, his face stern as he surveyed the multitude of D warriors, who abandoned their horses and charged towards them, brandishing their curved blades. Amidst them, several arrows rained down relentlessly into the forest. Move. At Su Mu's command, the 200 men swiftly navigated through the dense woods. See who remained vigilant at the rear, occasionally severing branches to incapacitate the relentless pursuers. Stop at the longbow position. Master, follow me. The lone eye of the bow dog blinked momentarily before charging ahead. For over an hour, the 200 men raced through the forest, pursued by the thousands of D troops. Eventually, the bow dog halted and pointed ahead. Retrieve the horses. The 200 men rejoiced at the command, each taking a horse and disregarding the difficulty of traversing the thick woods as they turned towards the forest's edge. Shortly thereafter, propelled by the speed of their mounts, The pursuing thousands of D warriors were left increasingly behind. In the damp fields, Su Mu wiped the rainwater from his face. Looking up and surveying the surroundings, he ultimately chose to make a wide detour before hastening back to Zhougong town. In Hezhou City, 10 miles outside the city lay a vast and bustling camp. Within, in the largest central tent, a scarred D general clad in silver armor adorned with tiger skins coldly swatted away the mare's milk liquor before him. A vast army of 10,000 could not capture even 300 cavalrymen of the Ji people. King Guli, perhaps the great general of the Ji, was well versed in military strategy. Li Pasun has perished. That nobleman from the Gua surname has lost his military authority as well. The entire Ji dynasty is but a collection of inept individuals. What other great generals could there possibly be? King Guli sat coldly in his tiger-skin chair, his expression grim. The appearance of the Ji army in the Guangzhou region left him perplexed, according to his estimations. They numbered at most a few thousand, yet dared to venture deep into the heart of the northern D territory. Was this a quest for death? What of their supply routes? The provisions and materials gathered would soon be dispatched to Guangzhou, with a substantial escort of over 10,000 people. This assurance eased King Guli's demeanor slightly. Once they captured Hezhou, the people of the grasslands would finally have a chance to claim dominion over the central plains. Dispatch orders. As soon as the supplies arrive, prepare for a siege. If his calculations were correct, the DS supplies would arrive shortly, prompting an immediate assault. By the campfire, Su Mu clutched a branch, sketching a map in the mud while speaking coldly. Before him, over 2,000 people had gathered around the granary. Master, I have heard that Hezhou is on the brink of starvation, leading to many laborers and common folk perishing. Shen Jiaxiao furrowed his brow. In Su Mu's absence over the past couple of days, he had not been idle, diligently gathering intelligence about Hezhou. Were it not for the rapid reinforcements of 100,000 veteran soldiers, Hezhou would have already fallen. That dismal D general only knew how to use commoners as fodder to fill the city as trenches. Su Mu remained silent. Even after being at the border for a long time, he showed no intention of seeking Zhao Qingyun. They were now on divergent paths, no longer allies. He had a rough understanding of the intelligence from Guangzhou. If the arrangements were correct, and if the D army's reinforcements were delayed, there might be an opportunity. Master, are we truly going to assault Guangzhou? Naturally. Once we capture Guangzhou, the siege of Hezhou will swiftly be lifted. However, there was a crucial point Su Mu had yet to mention. To effectively besiege the tens of thousands of D soldiers trapped between the two cities, cooperation would be essential. Moreover, even if the D reinforcements from the northern direction had not yet arrived, given the circumstances, the besieged army would surely abandon Hezhou to attack Guangzhou instead. After all, once they seized Guangzhou, Su Mu and his company would number barely 3,000. 3,000 defending a city against an army of over 10,000 D soldiers. Su Mu closed his eyes in bitter resignation. It was no exaggeration to say he was leading the Qinglong camp, the villagers, and those few gallant souls to a path of doom. Yet, if the forces from Hezhou launched a counterattack against the disheveled D army, there was a significant chance of turning defeat into victory. Is there anyone who cannot read? Su Mu snapped a branch, abruptly changing the subject. Within the vast granary, faces filled with confusion, uncertain of Su Mu's intentions. If anyone has family, please leave a letter. Su Mu gritted his teeth. This battle could very well lead to their demise. Often, he wished to avoid such perilous ventures. Having traversed through time, his greatest ambition was to one day amass wealth. To live comfortably and peacefully with the villagers, cherishing a tranquil existence. Yet in this wretched world, the whip is mercilessly raised, leaving him utterly battered. Listening to Su Mu's words, silence enveloped the crowd as a collective understanding dawned upon them. One by one, they entrusted those who could read to tear off the corners of their robes and compose letters home. Su Mu selected 10 younger men of valor, tasking them with carrying these letters to Zhougong town, awaiting the moment when the war would commence to devise a way back to Hezhou. Brother Mu, to whom should I write? Sihu inquired, bewildered. To your little sister-in-law, Su Mu replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. As the campfire flickered amidst the swirling mist, he could almost envision his young wife, her hair styled in a delicate bun, clad in a fresh skirt, anxiously waiting by the path before the lake of hoofprints, casting her gaze in his direction with hope and longing. Silang, come home. In Hezhou City, countless laborers and common folk were on the brink of starvation due to a lack of grain, their lives hanging by a thread. The passing soldiers, driving a decrepit cart, indiscriminately tossed the lifeless and near-dead into the back, destined for the mass grave outside the southern city walls. Lian Yong sat in a makeshift shelter, cradling his blade, his eyes heavy with the weight of despair. At 19, the son of a condemned official, he had vowed to serve his country, aspiring to be a great hero who would drive away all the barbaric invaders. Yet, as he approached his twilight years, those dreams remained unfulfilled. Time had aged him, and his sword had rusted, much like the vast, majestic landscapes surrounding him, a mere flicker of life in the twilight of his existence. Outside the hut, children played at war, with a group of older boys chasing after a younger one cloaked in dried grass, shouting, "Beat the invaders! Kill the invaders!" Lian Yong watched, his expression turning bitter as the scenes before him grew increasingly blurred. With the decree of the stars, I shall wield my sword to sever the barbarian ties, he thought. Chapter 168. 1,000 gold coins unheeded, a sword as gratitude. Mounted, Sumu coldly donned a burlap mask. Behind him, over 2,000 figures swiftly followed suit, also shrouding themselves in burlap. 600 cavalrymen armed with lances and approximately 2,000 infantry archers began their march under the chilling night sky, departing Zhougong town. "Where are we headed, my lord?" "We shall follow the forest path," Sumu replied. The journey from Zhougong town to Wangzhou spanned several miles, and he could only hope they would not encounter the Black Hawk again, as they had previously, leading to discovery by the enemy. They muffled the sound of hooves with their robes. Even the cart wheels were padded with tree bark. No lanterns were lit. Zhou Zun and his men diligently fulfilled their scouting duties, circling the 2,000-strong troop in a series of swift runs. As dusk deepened, the rain diminished considerably, yet the road remained treacherous and muddy. The horses labored, splattering mud as the marching infantry, clad in tightly bound footwear, became caked in fresh dirt. "My lord, we have 5 more miles," Sumu said, lifting his gaze to the shadowy silhouette of Wangzhou city, ancient and weathered. "What of the night patrol nearby?" "They remain far off. It will take 2 to 3 hours for them to return." "Any news from Qinsheng?" "My lord, we have received word. Supplies from the north are set to enter Wangzhou, and the enemy has bolstered their patrols within the city." "Damn it!" With the addition of patrols, the plan to infiltrate the city has been thwarted. In other words, they must rely solely on the few dozen men led by Qinsheng to coordinate their efforts from within the city. Before them, at the southern gate of Wangzhou, shadows of 4 or 5 patrols were discernible in the night. "Master, what shall we do?" Feng Qiu stepped closer, his eyes brimming with anxiety. "We must engage." Sumu exhaled deeply. For their group of over 2,000, lingering in enemy territory would be equally fatal. Naturally, they could retreat to Tudin Mountain. But Sumu surmised that in such a grim march, the valiant warriors would be reluctant to turn back. "Master, allow us to strike the city first." With a firm step, Chun Jiaqiao, accompanied by 50 gallant men, advanced. "Mr. Chun, you have but 50 men. Few they may be, yet their resolve to breach the enemy's formation is unwavering." "Master, watch closely." Sumu wished to offer further counsel, but the 50 figures had already shed their cloaks, revealing their resplendent white garments, which stood out strikingly against the nocturnal backdrop. In the misty embrace of the mountains and rain, a sword honed over a decade cleaved through the dynasty. The 50 gallant souls, under Chun Jiaqiao's command, began to employ their lightness of foot, gliding across the muddy ground and splattering mud in their wake. Not a penny spared, a sword as recompense. Beneath Wangzhou, the dazzling white garments inevitably captured the attention of the night patrol. Chun Jiaqiao unsheathed his sword, the first to charge toward the city gate, severing the head of the foremost enemy. "Slay and depart. Shame be upon the official's gate." Behind him, the 50 figures in white surged forth, transforming the silent night sky into a tapestry of white. "Both generals and ministers may be slain. Do not claim to cleanse the world." The cold gleam of swords cleaved through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the enemies. Yet, it was not long before at least 1,000 of the enemy appeared atop the city walls, knocking their bows. In the distant forest, Sumu closed his eyes. 3 flasks of carved wine I shall offer to my fallen brothers. One by one, the gallant souls soaring through the air were pierced by arrows, their white garments stained crimson, plummeting to the ground. Nevertheless, a dozen or so valiant men, utilizing their grappling ropes, managed to ascend the city walls, raising their swords to engage in fierce combat with the enemies above. Alas, Their numbers were too few. Frequently, gallant souls were overwhelmed and met their demise. Falling into the depths below, Sumu opened his eyes, a grim determination etched upon his face. Bowmen ready. With a chilling fervor, the 2,000 bowmen raised their heads. The sacrifices of the few gallant men had successfully delayed the enemies from reinforcing the city gate. Attack the city. Sumu pointed his sword toward Wangzhou. In an instant, the 2,000 bowmen, hidden in the forest, surged toward the city gates with a furious roar. The foremost ranks swiftly raised their crude wooden shields. The northern enemies atop the walls were taken aback, utterly astonished that anyone would dare to assault the city at such a time. Countless arrows rained upon the wooden shields, and several advancing bowmen were struck down, their bodies torn asunder before they could complete their charge. 600 cavalry, follow me to storm the gates. Sumu tightened the reins and shouted fiercely. Throughout history, cavalry assaults on cities have often proven foolish and unwise. At this moment, Sumu harbored no such intentions. What he desired was to utilize the 600 cavalry, leveraging their speed to abandon their horses and ascend the narrow wall. Within Wangzhou city, Chen Sheng observed with a cold gaze as wave after wave of the D soldiers began to rush towards the southern city gate. Only after the last group had passed did Chen Sheng rise, removing the iron bow from his back. Light the fire. With a soft hum, amidst a light drizzle, sparks ignited upon contact with the oil, and a large ceramic jar quickly burst into flames, the fire burning a deep blue. Soak in the oil. Aim. With a synchronized motion, dozens of concealed warriors raised their iron bows, targeting the direction of the guards at the southern gate. The strings twanged. With a resounding cry, dozens of flaming arrows shot skyward, trailing piercing sounds as they ascended into the darkness, leaving long trails of smoke behind. They then descended like a miniature meteor shower upon the guards at the southern gate. In mere moments, a few fire serpents, spurred by the blaze, wildly climbed higher, incinerating several D soldiers and causing the remaining ones to retreat in panic. Resoak in the oil. Release. The second wave of fire rained down once more, equally fulfilling expectations as it ignited several more fire serpents. Enraged, the D guards, having spotted the silhouettes of Chen Sheng and his men, roared and turned to draw their bows, launching arrows that swiftly pierced through the air, resulting in several of Chen Sheng's comrades being struck down before him. As the second volley of arrows was about to be unleashed, Chen Sheng gritted his teeth, urging his men to take cover. During this period, he had followed Su Mu the longest, and in Su Mu's absence, he had effectively become the second in command. Thus, he could not afford to bring shame upon the Su family estate. Steady yourselves, brave men. Draw your blades. As hundreds of D soldiers charged forth,
the remaining 30 or so warriors, under Chen Sheng's command, unsheathed their long knives, preparing for a desperate battle. Chen Sheng retreat.
Just as they were about to charge into danger, Chen Sheng suddenly heard Su Mu's voice and, without a moment's hesitation, hastily led his men to take cover once more. Shortly thereafter, a volley of arrows rained down from the direction of the narrow wall, claiming the lives of over 100 D soldiers. Su Mu stood firm, observing as the 600 men crossed the narrow wall. He immediately raised his long sword, pointing towards the southern city gate. Charge! Over 600 figures, emboldened by Su Mu's command, gripped their blades tightly and fearlessly plunged into the fray. Chapter 169. The smoke of war in Wangzhou. Over 600 figures surged forward at Su Mu's call, recklessly brandishing their swords as they entered the battle. Among the northern D soldiers atop the city wall, a panicked centurion, his face pale with fear, desperately dispatched his men in an attempt to stem the tide. However, the number of D soldiers left to defend was scant, compounded by the fact that outside the city gate, an additional 2,000 archers were scrambling to seize the initiative. They were met with another barrage of fire arrows laid by Chen Sheng and his men. Crush them. The situation unfolded so suddenly that there was no time to prepare boiling oil. Leaving the D centurion to hastily order the nearest men to gather rolling logs and massive stones to hurl down upon the city gate, the nearby QNGL camp archers, unable to retreat in time, were crushed into blossoms of blood. Once again, arrows rained down, piercing the crude wooden shields, rendering them nearly impenetrable. Many arrows even shattered the shields, penetrating the chests of those who bore them. Beneath the southern city gate, Sihu, head held high, took cover behind several rudimentary shields, clutching a massive tree, and charged towards the gate with a furious roar. The very foundations of Guangzhou city seemed to tremble under the force of his assault. The centurion contemplated sending reinforcements to secure the gate, but upon raising his gaze, he was met with the grim sight of countless corpses littering the ground beneath the walls. The frenzied warriors of the Ji clan, undeterred by the casualties, wielded their long knives and prepared to storm the battlements anew. Chen Sheng, open the city gate, commanded Su Mu, swiftly thrusting his sword 3 times, piercing the chest of a D warrior. Chen Sheng nodded and, accompanied by dozens of men, rushed towards the gate, clashing with the D warriors blocking their path. The sound of steel ringing out. Prevent the D from descending the walls, Su Mu shouted, raising his sword as he led the remaining 400 men to block the stone steps leading down from the city walls. Blood sprayed as D warriors fell one after another. Besides Su Mu, brave souls continued to fall, one by one. Chen Sheng, consumed by rage, pressed forward, but was caught off guard as 2 D warriors struck with furious blades, severing his right arm. In agony, he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Open the gate, Chen Sheng shouted hoarsely, gripping his weapon with one hand. Outside the city, Sihu, resembling a furious tiger, crashed the tree against the iron gate, causing stones to rain down around him. Yet, the iron gate remained steadfastly shut. As Sihu gathered his strength for another charge, he noticed the 2 massive doors slowly beginning to creak open with a thunderous sound, revealing a widening gap amidst the roars of the warriors. As the opening expanded to a span of 2 or 3 steps, those outside, including Sihu, beheld a gruesome sight. A dozen valiant heroes from the Qinglong camp, bloodied and battered, still clung desperately to the door's edge, shouting with all their might to push it open. Kill! Roared Fengqiu, tears streaming down his face as he surged forward with his blade raised. Sihu, wielding a horse-splitting sword, followed closely behind. The 2,000 infantry archers felt a surge of adrenaline and, with determined steps through the muddy ground, charged at the D warriors flanking the iron gate. Sihu drew back his horse-splitting sword, the blade scraping against the blue stone and sparking with fiery brilliance. With a resounding crack, he cleaved through the 2 leading D warriors, severing them at the waist in an instant, their lifeless bodies collapsing into the blood-soaked earth. On the battlements, Su Mu gasped for breath, surveying the surroundings. He realized that the 2,000 D defenders had been decimated significantly. The remaining warriors hastily mounted their steeds, fleeing in panic through the northern gate. Fengqiu led his men to drive the wagons into the city, while the others continued to hunt down the retreating D warriors. As the dust settled, Su Mu felt little surprise. Despite nearly capturing Guangzhou, their losses were staggering. In this brutal clash, the fallen patriots numbered at least 500 or 600, while many others bore wounds of varying severity. When Fengqiu returned with the wagons from outside the city, the iron gates of the southern entrance thundered shut once more, sealing the fate of the battle. Tian Song, gripping a knife, severed the neck of the last pleading enemy. Collapsing to his knees as he gazed up towards the northern city gate, tears streaming down his face, Su Mu approached silently and assisted him to his feet, fully comprehending Tian Song's emotional turmoil. Previously, when the old officer met his demise at the northern gate, Tian Song had fled from Guangzhou in fear of death. This moment felt like a profound redemption. Brother Tian, we have captured Guangzhou, he declared, his voice resonating with triumph. Everyone, we have captured Guangzhou. Injured and seated on the ground, Chen Jiaqiao burst into loud laughter, while Chen Sheng, despite losing an arm, stood resolutely with his long knife, chest held high. Sihu and Gonggo sat together, sharing hearty, carefree laughter. The last 2,000 men, blood-soaked and weary, stood tall, as Su Mu's voice faded. They erupted into boisterous cheers, their shouts echoing fervently. With determined steps, over a dozen young men bearing letters from home returned to Tuatu Mountain, hastily retrieving horses and immediately galloping towards Hezhou. Joyful tidings! Joyful tidings! The riders rushed into the southern city of Hezhou, brandishing their blades to disperse the gathering refugees. Their voices raised in fervent declaration. Joyful news from Guangzhou. The city has been reclaimed. Their voices rang out powerfully, as if they had summoned every ounce of strength within them. Startled, Zhao Qingyun, Lu Zhu, and the seasoned general Lian Yong approached. What nonsense is this? Who are you to speak such claims? Lu Zhu unsheathed his sword, fumbling in his drunken stupor. I declare, the lost land of Guangzhou has been restored. The young man's voice was cold, unshaken by the presence of a mere corrupt general. The previous standoff with the northern tribes was indeed halted by our efforts in cutting off their supply routes and lifting the siege on Hezhou. Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow, skeptical of the claims. If that were true, it would mean the true credit for this victory lies elsewhere. If you doubt it, General, please light a signal fire. Hesitation lingered in Zhao Qingyun's mind, yet Lin Yong, without even addressing him formally, promptly dispatched his personal guards. In the gentle rain, they ignited the beacon atop the watchtower. Moments later, a thin plume of light brown smoke pierced through the rain, rising high into the air. In military parlance, a single smoke signal served as a message. 2 signified a call for aid, while 3 indicated imminent danger from the enemy. To prevent any miscommunication, the signal fires were crafted with special red willow fluff for distinction. On the walls of Wangzhou, Sumu coldly surveyed the light brown smoke ascending into the sky. Feng Qiu, light the smoke. Feng Qiu nodded. Retrieving a prepared bundle from his pack, dividing it into 2 and placing them atop the watchtower, where they ignited swiftly. 2 smoke signals billowed from the walls of Wangzhou, harmoniously responding to the first. 3 days later, at the Shuixi Academy in Chanyang, a dove that had traversed over 2,000 miles landed gracefully on a weeping willow. Master, the military report from the border. Coughing twice, Yuan Tao hastily accepted it and unfurled the letter. After a brief glance, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Master, what joyous news is this? Our young lord has captured Wangzhou. Yuan Tao's pallid visage rarely betrayed a hint of color. The formidable army of over 100,000 Northern D had been entirely encircled between 2 cities by our great G. Clenching his fists, Yuan Tao exhaled a heavy sigh of anguish. The Northern D forces, deprived of sustenance and supplies, would soon succumb to starvation and mutiny, their morale shattered. How splendid! How astute our young master is. As long as Zhao Qingyun is not foolish, he will understand that it is the perfect moment to collaborate with our young master in Wangzhou and launch a decisive sortie against the weakened D forces. This not only serves to assist Wangzhou, but may also stand as our great G's most remarkable triumph in a century. The tumult within his chest surged uncontrollably. Yuan Tao settled slightly, the excitement in his gaze transforming into a semblance of pity. Guing, I never anticipated that our young master would make such a choice. My lord, what do you say? Yuan Tao raised his head, his voice thick with emotion. If I am not mistaken, after the upheaval, the ruler of the Northern D, King Huyan Go, will retreat with his forces and once again assault Wangzhou. My lord, does this mean our young master intends to take 2,000 men to defend against the onslaught of the vast army? Indeed. Yuan Tao struggled to close his eyes, feeling a swell of fervor. If Zhao Qingyun, that wretched dog, were to mismanage this critical juncture, I swear I shall slay him. No, I must enter the palace and petition for action, urging the Ministry of War to hasten Zhao Qingyun's deployment. Guing's expression suddenly turned alarmed. My lord, if you proceed in this manner, those old foxes will seize the opportunity to implicate you. Let them. I, Yuan Tao, may perish, but the great G must endure. Chapter 170. At 19, I aspire to serve my country in Hezhou City. Standing atop the walls, Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow, observing the Northern D forces below. It had already been the 3rd day. The Northern D army seemed resolute, reluctantly breaking camp and marching northward. Clenching his fists, Zhao Qingyun seethed with anger. The glory of expelling the barbarian invaders should rightfully belong to him, yet it now seemed ever more distant. Suddenly, a laborer suspended in midair, hastily repairing the wall, severed a fraying rope, leaving only one strand, which was perilously close to snapping. General, save me. The cold-faced Zhao Qingyun turned silently and walked away. Just a few steps later, a harrowing scream erupted from the laborer before he plunged into the abyss below. Beneath the city walls, countless citizens and laborers, even after the rain had ceased, continued to tremble, huddled together in small clusters, gazing longingly at the passing troops, hoping for the day when they might receive some meager rations. The deceased were hoisted onto carts, many with eyes wide open, their waxen faces turned toward the heavens. Xiang Yang stood before a wooden shed, having just bid farewell to the 5th familiar corpse, yearning to cry out. But the cool breeze snatched her tears away before they could fall. Not far away, in another shed, Lin Yong stood up, sipping some hot soup offered by a loyal guard, which brought a slight flush to his pallor. General, Zhao Qingyun wishes to convene a meeting. We have awaited his summons for days, yet he remained indifferent. Now, Upon learning that over 100,000 D are trapped, he expects us to risk our lives. Lian Yong remained silent, clutching his old sword as he moved forward. After taking a few steps, his frail body would pause, exhaling 2 breaths of foul, stale air. The main army tent was not far off. To prepare for battle, Zhao Qingyun had relocated the main army tent close to the city gate. Lifting the tent flap, Lian Yong removed his helmet, revealing a head of silvery hair, and quietly sought a stool to sit upon. The old general sipped some hot tea. Lian Yong calmly accepted it, placing it aside. The old general was already aware. Zhao Qingyun, seated at the head, spoke in a measured tone. With over 100,000 of the D soldiers trapped between the 2 cities, may I inquire, esteemed general, what insights do you possess? To exit the city and engage the enemy, Lian Yong contemplated before responding. What enemy shall we slay? The northern D forces outside still hold over 100,000 troops. Furthermore, the D people are adept horsemen, with merely 80,000 of us. To venture outside and engage them in a skirmish would be tantamount to seeking death. Nearby, Lu Zhu scoffed coldly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The D do not attack Hezhou due to their supply line being cut, leaving them lacking in provisions. I have observed from the city walls, the fodder they gather grows increasingly scarce each day. Do you believe the D are so desperate as to resort to eating grass? Surely, the old general's mind has begun to falter with age. Zhao Qingyun, seated in the main position, coughed twice. Unlike Lu Zhu, he comprehended Lian Yong's intentions. However, understanding did not equate to support. The dwindling fodder merely indicated a reduction in the northern D's cavalry. Yet, the absence of recent skirmishes could only imply one reason. The D were slaughtering horses for sustenance. Lu Zhu's face flushed with indignation as he let out a disgruntled huff. Old general, what do you propose? This time, I, Zhao Qingyun, appoint you as the commander to lead the charge. You may take your troops and venture forth to vanquish the northern D. At this, Lian Yong burst into laughter, tears glistening in his eyes. He understood Zhao Qingyun's ploy, fearing defeat and seeking a scapegoat. Naturally, should victory be achieved, all glory would be claimed for himself. I have heard tales of General Zhao's valor atop the city walls of Guangzhou, a true hero of the Tongji camp. Ah, the Tongji camp. Along the stretch of road outside Guangzhou, the common folk lamented its tragic sacrifices, with numerous memorials scattered throughout the countryside. General Zhao, if you are unwilling to go, then I shall take on the task. Lian Yong rose, his silver hair dancing in the gentle breeze. Zhao Qingyun, visibly displeased, refrained from responding, waving his hand dismissively, signaling for Lian Yong to exit the military tent. With a semblance of a smile, Lian Yong stepped outside, properly donning his helmet. At the age of 19, I vowed to serve my country. With all my meager resources, I forged a ringed sword to decapitate the enemy. After 47 years of storms and trials, though my sword may be old, I remain unbowed. Above Guangzhou, even as the rain ceased, a lingering haze of gloom hung in the air. Standing in the open space beneath the city wall, Sumu focused intently on the 2 trebuchets before him. In ancient times, trebuchets utilized the principle of leverage to hurl stones. For Sumu, who nearly became the representative of physics class, this was not an overly challenging task. The only improvement needed was the distance of the projectile. The cart full of incendiary stones was already impatiently waiting. Sihu, give it a try? Listening to Sumu's words, Sihu's face gleamed with uncontainable joy as he hurriedly dashed towards the trebuchet, grasping hold of over a dozen ropes. Fengqiu, place the boulder atop. And Mr. Chun, please stand back. Upon witnessing Sihu's stance, Chun Jiaqiao, who was standing atop the city wall, was taken aback and vanished in a flash using his lightness skill. Fengqiu, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, carefully positioned the colossal boulder into the leather pouch crafted from cowhide. Mugo, I've let go? Sihu's face flushed with excitement. Release. With Sihu's unsteady release, the massive stone was propelled forth from Guangzhou city with a thunderous roar. Outside the city, in a stretch of wild forest 500 paces away, several ancient trees toppled over in alarm, stirring up clouds of dust. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Master, you are truly remarkable. To create such a device. Master, this is a weapon to vanquish foes. Yet, Sumu felt little elation. Sihu's ability to strike 500 paces was likely his utmost limit. Even a team of 4 or 5 others might not achieve this distance. This indicated that when the Northern D army approached the city, The effective range of their weaponry would be considerably diminished due to distance. A larger coiled spring would suffice, Sumu mused. Master, the moat has been dug in 2 circles. Traps have been laid. Zhao Zun spoke solemnly from below the city. Let us enter the city first. Sumu raised his gaze towards the horizon, where dusk was swiftly unfurling. Behind him, only the last 2,000 remained. If Zhao Qingyun did not come to their aid, even a valiant stand would be futile. It was merely a matter of time. Within Guangzhou City, not only were there various supplies and provisions stored by the Northern D, but also an almost incalculable amount of accumulated treasures. In other words, regardless of their choices, the Northern D would never relinquish Guangzhou. It was a deadlock, a necessary deadlock. If one wished for the safety and happiness of distant friends, one must ultimately bear the burden and march forth. Chapter 171. King Gu Li, Huyan Gu. As dawn approached, the world remained ensconced in slumber. A deep, resonant sound of a cow horn abruptly shattered everyone's dreams. Feng Qiu, take 800 men and secure the western flank. Each of you shall carry 14 quivers of arrows. Mr. Chun, I entrust you with the allocation of the city's defensive supplies. Chen Sheng, led 50 men and oversee the 2 trebuchets. Sumu took a breath, his gaze fixed ahead, where he faintly discerned a dark mass of figures approaching. It would not be long before the Northern D army would besiege the city. Zhao Zun, are the horses prepared? Master, all is ready. Zhao Zun affirmed with a solemn nod. Sumu rubbed his temples, pondering the overlooked details. Throughout history, the defense of a city has been the most brutal battlefield. The attackers seek to conquer, while the defenders strive to protect, leading to an inevitable clash of life and death. The final 2,000 on the ancient city walls bore expressions of steely resolve and solemnity. The fresh mud, mixed with the distant dust clouds, carried not only the scent of earth, but also an ominous whiff of decay. Master, we are still 20 miles away. The scout Zhou Luo returned on horseback. His head held high, his face marked by a sense of tragic heroism. Zhou Luo, enter the city. A few figures on horseback swiftly rode into the city as the gates swung open. Sumu raised his gaze once more, peering through layers of clouds and mountains, yearning for one last glimpse towards the direction of Mati Lake. Bang! What foul wine is this? A corpulent tavern keeper stood before the estate by Mati Lake, shattering several jars of wine from a cart in front of a dozen other keepers. The stench immediately filled the air. Jiang Kaiwei sat quietly in a chair, her hair styled in an elegant bun, yet the morning breeze had tousled strands at her temples, adding an air of ethereal beauty to her demeanor. Pray tell, what sort of wine is this? It tastes foul, like dog excrement. I demand to take this deceitful woman to court. With a dozen officials arriving, their faces twisted in anger, they trudged through the muddy ground towards her. El Feng frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Kaiwei. Country bumpkin, step aside. El Feng, let the officials approach, Jiang Kaiwei replied calmly. She had promised Su Mu to safeguard their family's interests before his departure, and she would not yield in this moment. Drunken fairy? Wine from the Su family estate. An official sneered, pointing to the foul liquid on the ground. Madam, kindly accompany us to the magistrate's office. You say the wine is problematic, and you believe it without question? Jiang Kaiwei lifted her chin, her voice imbued with quiet defiance. This wine could be lethal. The 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City possess their fair share of spoiled wine. Just days ago, I heard of an old scholar who went blind from it. Yet you do not investigate. Otherwise, it must be that young master from the Liu family, whose connections run deep. Madam, do not speak nonsense. The official's expression darkened, his voice turning icy. When my husband was present, you did not come seeking trouble. Jiang Kaiwei held her head high. Now that my husband is away, how fortuitous that a scandal over tainted wine arises. Drunken fairy has been sold in Changyang, Weicheng, and at the borders. I have never encountered spoiled wine. Furthermore, the fragrance of good wine only deepens with age. If we have been wronged, I shall certainly file a formal complaint at the magistrate's office in Changyang to prove our innocence. The dozen tavern keepers who had come to retrieve the wine gathered in front of the estate, nodding repeatedly. The official furrowed his brow, uncertain. Only the troublesome rotund tavern keeper continued to prattle on about the foul wine. It must be spoiled. El Feng, fetch 3 jars of wine. El Feng hurried off and soon returned, cradling 3 jars. Jiang Kaiwei took a deep breath, uncorking 1 jar. Instantly, the rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Without hesitation, she lifted the jar and drank deeply. Her delicate features were splashed with wine, her hairpins falling away, her once coiffed bun unraveling, cascading like a waterfall in the wind. Bang! Having finished one jar, she reached for another. Feng and several villagers nearby were startled and attempted to stop her, but she pushed them aside. Tears mingled with the wine as they burned down her throat. Who dares to claim this is spoiled wine? Feng's eyes glistened with fury, and behind him, a dozen young men surged forward, equally incensed. The official stood coldly, his brow increasingly furrowed. The rotund shopkeeper, eager to utter more words, was abruptly silenced as a rider clad in black galloped past, and the shopkeeper's head fell to the ground. Only the lifeless body remained, still caught in the throes of its last outcry. The officials present were taken aback, raising their heads and drawing their blades, fixated on the shadowy figure responsible for the murder. Guing dismounted with an icy demeanor and kicked the headless corpse aside. Who dares to commit murder? This man is a rebel. If you doubt it, inquire at the Ho residence. The officials, momentarily stunned, sheathed their swords, offered sycophantic farewells, and hastily retreated on horseback. Guing lifted his gaze, observing the inebriated Lady Su, a pang of bitterness surging within him. His subordinate was at the front lines, poised for a desperate battle. 2,000 miles away, at Modi Lake, an unending longing ensued. Desperate battle. Sumu stood atop the city walls of Guangzhou, raising his arm in fury. Behind him, over 2,000 faces bore expressions of anger and resolve. Less than 10 miles from Guangzhou, the sounds of neighing steeds grew ever closer. Thousands of eagles soared overhead, occasionally beating their wings as they swept over the city walls. Several enormous trebuchets towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist. A dense formation of troops shattered the eerie stillness of the borders. A heavily armored figure, clad in tiger-patterned armor, sat astride a golden warhorse, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the nearby Guangzhou. He then squinted, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. It must be said that a significant factor in this impending conflict was stirred by the people within Guangzhou. Control the supply route, seize Guangzhou. The 100,000 troops of the Northern D had no choice but to abandon Hezhou and redirect their assault towards Guangzhou. Huyen Gu raised his hand, and a loyal guard hurriedly approached, presenting a bowl of steaming horse blood. Lifting the bowl, Huyen Gu drank it down, then suddenly unsheathed his golden curved blade, pointing it towards the direction of Guangzhou. Tunger, the white deer of the gray wolf, the empire of the prairie folk. A deafening roar erupted from the vast expanse of the Northern D army, the sound of blades clashing and bows straining intertwining to create a chilling tableau. Sumu stood resolutely upon the city walls, his gaze growing ever more composed. The beacon tower atop the walls had already ignited its 9th signal fire. Reinforcements from Hezhou were nowhere in sight. Master, did you not say the D-dogs lack provisions? Why does it not appear so? Feng Qiu, situated to the right on the city walls, spoke with a suddenly grave tone. Have you seen the king of the Guli from the Northern D? Sumu extended his hand in a furious gesture. The Guli king would undoubtedly bolster their morale, and the meager garrison of 2,000 defending Guangzhou would soon fall. Moreover, there was ample food and supplies within Guangzhou. Thus, the longer the conflict dragged on, the more the Northern D army's shortages would become apparent. Master, it is said that the Guli king is a noble of the Northern D. With a clang, Sumu coldly unsheathed his longsword, his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of every sentinel on the city walls. An army possesses its spirit. That Guli king is the very soul of the Northern D's vast forces. Should he perish, chaos will inevitably ensue within their ranks. Chapter 172. 60,000 veterans. The soaring eagles glided overhead, their piercing calls echoing ominously. Sumu furrowed his brow before the North D army could encroach upon the city. It was these thousands of eagles that seemed to initiate an assault. Feng Qiu, with 800 men, Feng Qiu swiftly knocked arrows and took aim at the eagles above. Fire! Thud, thud, thud. A volley of arrows was released, and over 100 eagles plummeted to the ground, while the remainder, flapping their wings, retreated into the distance. Continuing their shrill cries, Sumu lowered his head. In truth, there was no need for further reconnaissance. Only 2,000 souls remained in the entire city of Guangzhou, 2,000 souls marching toward their demise. The master has arrived. The earth trembled as the sound of iron hooves reverberated, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Sumu coldly raised his gaze. Seeing at least 10,000 North D cavalry charging forward, their bows drawn and howling as they approached the city gates. "Take cover. Raise shields." Suddenly, the sky was obscured as countless arrows, dark and ominous, rained down. In mere blinks, the city gates were littered with shattered arrows, and the wooden shields held aloft were riddled with holes, resembling porcupines. The North D warriors eschewed shields. These wooden defenses had been hastily constructed over the past few days, with at least one layer added for safety. Such a deluge of arrows posed little threat. The strategy of the North D was to utilize a barrage of arrows as cover, allowing their phalanxes to seize the opportunity to assault the city. Su Mu was well aware of this, yet just as he prepared to raise his head, another wave of dark arrows descended, accompanied by a whistling that pierced the air. Longbows, fire arrows. Direction indistinguishable, a small flaming arrow shot furiously from within the city. In an instant, it struck 200 paces from the city gate, igniting the oil buried there. Flames surged upward, serpentine tendrils of fire climbing, obstructing the path of the North D. Smoke billowed into the air, and those nearby, including Su Mu, were darkened by soot, their faces appearing increasingly tragic. Below the city gate, the charging D steeds began to retreat, their whinnies echoing. The advancing North D phalanx gradually halted its advance. Archers. With a roar, Feng Qiu's 800 men swiftly discarded their wooden shields, standing tall as they knocked arrows and unleashed a volley towards the North D formations outside the city. Thud, 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 amid the flames and flying arrows. The foremost ranks of the North D were immediately met with casualties numbering in the hundreds. Yet soon, under the command of several generals, the multitude of D cavalry began to maneuver and regroup. On the city wall, the few valiant souls who had no time to lower their bows were swiftly cut down, tumbling from the heights. "Take cover." As the mass of cavalry surged forward, another wave of arrows darkened the sky. None dared to look up, only the sharp, harmonious whistling pierced the air, threatening to shatter eardrums. "Do not move," Su Mu barked, his voice laced with fury. The advance of the North D phalanx was momentarily hindered by the flames, delaying their assault. After enduring 6 or 7 volleys of arrows, Su Mu finally caught his breath and surveyed his surroundings, only to find the city wall strewn with broken arrows, each step taken crunched underfoot upon the shattered shafts. "The master, the fire is about to be extinguished." "The longbow, can you discern the direction of King Guli?" "The host, I cannot see clearly." Su Mu exhaled heavily, then gritted his teeth. "Chun Sheng, man the catapults." With one arm severed, Chun Sheng clutched a blade with his remaining hand. The stump of his right arm wrapped in a thick strip of coarse cloth, faintly stained with blood. He bit down on the hilt, and, alongside dozens of brave men, pushed the catapult stationed at the corner of the wall closer to the battlements. "Release the ropes." 30 valiant souls divided into 2 groups, grasping over a dozen thick ropes. With a collective effort, the remaining men gathered the explosive stones and loaded them into the leather pouches of the 2 catapults. "Ignite." Chun Sheng raised his blade, coldly assessing the limit of the catapults, then bellowed as he swung down his weapon. Boom. 2 massive explosive stones soared into the air, transforming into fiery orbs in an instant. The thunderous impact was followed by the anguished cries of countless D people. Clearly, this round of catapult fire had struck the advancing formation of the Northern D. "Release the ropes," Chun Sheng shouted once more. Soon, the pouches of the catapults were filled again with explosive stones. Fire. The residual force of the last round had not yet dissipated when another barrage of stones rained down before the city gates. To Su Mu's astonishment, one of the explosive stones veered off course, fortuitously striking down 7 or 8 D scouts hidden among the trees, igniting a small patch of forest in flames. Smoke billowed upward, darkening the sky. Clatter, clatter. Lian Yong, mounted on horseback and gripping his sword, rarely lifted his weary visage to gaze at the darkened clouds above. Behind him, over 60,000 veteran soldiers maintained a long serpentine formation, marching heavily along the seemingly endless official road. Most of the veterans lacked standard equipment. Even their armor was rudimentary, crafted from rough timber. The blades they wielded were well worn, yet the rust clung stubbornly to the edges. Many wore no helmets, allowing their silver hair to flow freely in the wind. In the ranks of the marching soldiers, age was evident, with some coughing from the cold, while others stumbled, nearly falling into the muddy ground. Deep and shallow footprints trailed behind them. 7 million sons of the great Ji, laying down their swords to send forth the aged. Lian Yong lowered his gaze, his voice raspy. Under the dimming sky, from a distance, the long line of 60,000 soldiers revealed that at least half had already turned gray. At their age, in times of peace, they should be surrounded by grandchildren, enjoying familial bliss. Yet, instead, they found themselves in a rare and tumultuous existence, still wielding weapons against bandits. In the 19th year of the Great Ji's reign, 100,000 soldiers ventured into the western frontier, triumphing over the Wolf Pass in 7 battles, instilling terror in every rebel heart. Back then, we wielded our long blades, cutting through waves 1,000 feet high. Our bows sang like thunder. Give us another 20 years, and we shall conquer the entire grassy expanse of the Di. Lian Yong widened his eyes and turned to look back. The 60,000 veterans erupted in a chorus of anger. Lian Yong turned his horse, the air thick with murderous intent, tearing a corner from his robe to tightly wrap around the hand gripping his sword. As he departed, it was akin to the valor of a hero. It evoked distant memories of that year when the late emperor rallied troops on the battlefield in the northwest. With the thunderous beat of drums, gleaming long spears, and shouts that darkened the skies. Now, all that remained was silence. Lian Yong gripped his sword tightly, raising his arm high before delivering a forceful stroke. Suddenly, the 60,000-strong veteran army quickened its pace, flowing along the lengthy official road, transforming into a swift, serpentine formation. Chapter 173, The blood-soaked city of Guangzhou. Beneath the walls of Guangzhou, the siege continued unabated. Layer upon layer of fallen Di warriors filled the ditches below the city. Under the relentless assault of over 100,000 northern Di troops, Su Mu atop the battlements felt overwhelming strain. The massive craters created by the explosive stones and the raging fires could not fend off the advancing formations of the northern Di. Dark figures were poised at the city's brink. Feng Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his mouth as he surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, out of the original 800 archers, fewer than 300 remained. Most bore wounds, their bodies drenched in blood, having loosed arrows in rapid succession. Their fingers raw and stripped of flesh. Master, the northern Di's trebuchets are advancing, Feng Qiu croaked, his voice hoarse. Mr. Chun, how much supply do we have left for the defense? Almost depleted. We are out of explosive stones, and there are no more regular boulders. Currently, Shenggu can only use loose stones for ammunition. What about the oil? We still have some oil left. Mr. Chun, send someone to fetch it. Also, bring the war horses. Su Mu wiped his face, realizing that at some point, an arrow had pierced the right side of his cheek, blood mingling with dust and coating his palm. Mu Gu, what if I go out and take a few of them down? Sihu stepped closer, his voice laced with urgency. Su Mu shook his head with great difficulty. No matter how formidable Sihu was, he remained a mere mortal. What shall we do then? Sihu pressed. Find a way, Su Mu replied firmly. His disposition was not one to await inevitable doom. Unfortunately, the cunning king of Gu Li had already concealed himself among the ranks of the army. Even the most skilled archers could not pinpoint his location. Had they managed to eliminate the king of Gu Li, it was highly likely that the chaotic morale of the northern Di forces would ensue. Continue to defend the city. Su Mu rose once more. In the latest wave of the siege, nearly 10,000 Di warriors had perished below the city gates. Faced with an army of over 100,000, merely 2,000 defenders remained. Such feats of valor were already remarkable. Master, the horses and oil have been retrieved. Soak the cloaks in oil and tie them to the horses' tails. Though Chun Jiaqiao was perplexed, he complied, rallying his men to execute the order swiftly. Before long, the acrid scent of oil permeated the air once again. Mr. Chun, lead these horses to the city gate. Tian, open the city gates. All activity came to a halt. Almost everyone near the walls of Guangzhou heard Su Mu's voice, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Throughout history, defenders had fought tooth and nail to keep the gates shut. Never had anyone witnessed a commander like Su Mu, asking to open the gates in the face of an army of over 100,000. Could it be that he intended to surrender? However, they all knew that their small master was not one to be easily subdued. With a thunderous roar, the massive iron gates of Guangzhou city swung open. This scene elicited scornful jeers from the nearby Di people. The king of Guli and the soldiers of Ji were surely to surrender. One of the generals galloped back, rushing to the rear of the army, his face beaming with delight. Yet, Hu Yang'e felt little joy. The tenacity of the 2,000 defenders inside Guangzhou surpassed his expectations. Not a single one shall be spared, Hu Yang'e stated coldly. He ordered his men to prepare for entry into the city. The empire of the grassland people would soon claim the central plains. Regardless, at this moment, Hu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Capturing Wangzhou meant there was still a chance to continue the campaign against Hezhou and then delve deeper into the heart of the Great Ji. The formation of the Zhonglong army, which had appeared somewhat dispirited, could not contain their joy upon seeing the gates of Wangzhou wide open. After all, within the city lay the provisions they so eagerly sought. The voice of the general ordering the entry was abruptly cut off. The formations accompanying the army, along with the flanking light cavalry of the D, momentarily halted. This was hardly a surrender. From within the vast open gates of Wangzhou, several hundred fiery steeds surged forth. Their tails aflame, they charged wildly towards them, neighing fiercely. In an instant, the foremost D formation was thrown into disarray by the onslaught of the fiery steeds. Flames erupting amidst the chaos. The fiery steeds, in their pain, scattered the first wave and continued their rampage, disrupting the second and third formations before veering off in different directions, recklessly plunging into the ranks of other soldiers. Close the gates. Su Mu's cold laughter echoed. Before him, the northern D army was clearly in disarray. At first glance, thousands appeared to have perished amid the inferno of the fiery steeds. Regrettably, such a tactic could only be employed once. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to incinerate the entire northern D army in one fell swoop. With a resounding clang, the colossal iron gates of the city slammed shut once more. Below the walls, countless G soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. Gentlemen, do not let your guard down, Su Mu cautioned, aware that the battle for the city was far from won. Even after 2 or 3 hours of fierce fighting, the losses inflicted upon the northern D army did not exceed 20,000, while they had only 700 or 800 men left, aside from those who had perished in defense of their homeland. My lord, the northern D's massive trebuchets are approaching. Su Mu furrowed his brow. The earlier king of Guli had believed he could swiftly capture Wangzhou and thus refrained from deploying the trebuchets, as destroying Wangzhou would necessitate extensive repairs afterward. But the situation had changed. The king of Guli was surely furious now. With a rumble, over a dozen massive trebuchets began hurling immense stones toward Wangzhou from afar. The ancient city of Wangzhou seemed to tremble incessantly. In Su Mu's ears, anguished cries echoed amidst the clamor. Finally, as the first barrage of stones passed, taking advantage of the D forces reloading, Su Mu hastily raised his head. Under the city walls, the fierce battalions of the D people thundered past the dwindling flames, seemingly poised to ascend the ramparts. A second round of falling boulders crashed down, claiming dozens of lives, their bodies reduced to shattered remnants. Su Mu clenched his teeth in anguish. The protective barrage of boulders, coupled with their dwindling supplies, had nearly reached a state of depletion. It was evident that what lay ahead was a brutal melee for the walls. Raise your blades, Su Mu bellowed, his voice resonating with fury. With a united roar, the remaining 600 men rose and swiftly ascended the city walls. The few remaining logs atop the ramparts were hastily pushed off. Master, it's the siege engines, Feng Qiu exclaimed, his voice hoarse with urgency. This revelation caused Su Mu's complexion to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated that the northern D siege engines were concealed within their formations. Feng Qiu, push the logs down. If the gates were breached, defeat was inevitable, and death would surely follow. Master, there are no more logs. Feng Qiu stood atop the city, momentarily pausing before suddenly breaking into a grin. Only 2 zhang high. From the Qinglong camp, jump down. Annihilate the D-dogs. 2 zhang, over 6 meters high. In that moment, Feng Qiu had already clenched his blade, tightening the straps of his armor. Behind him, over 100 warriors from the Qinglong camp also gripped their blades and secured their armor. Below, the D people roared in fury, a mass of heads clamoring as they desperately defended the 2 siege engines. Feng Qiu and Su Mu rose hastily, their eyes aflame with determination. There is no turning back. May those who survive remember our names. The northern gate of Deji, the first line of defense against the Qinglong camp. With a resounding roar, the 100 warriors of the Qinglong camp leaped into action, fully aware of the peril that awaited them, yet resolute in their duty. Su Mu remained still in the wind, paralyzed with dread, his entire being chilled by the looming despair. Deji may be crumbling, but it is the dynasty that is in decay, not the valiant men before him. Farewell. Qinglong Camp. Chapter 174. The veteran soldier amidst the swirling dust, Hu Yangu lifted his head, incredulity etched across his features. In his memory, the Ji people were feeble and self-preserving, cowering within the inner city like frightened women. Yet now, before him, were those 100 Ji warriors who had leaped from the city walls, embracing death for the sake of their country. What is the meaning of this? What has happened to these Ji people? Hu Yangu demanded coldly, his voice laced with fury. The nearby guards dared not respond. What is the meaning of this? Huang Long, come here. At the sound of Hu Yanji's furious call, a trembling, portly officer scurried forward, crawling and rolling in his haste. He was clearly a supply officer, his armor soiled, with a tattered cloth wrapped around his waist. Had Sumu been present, he would have been taken aback to discover that this supply officer of the Northern D Army was, in fact, a Ji person. Tell me, what is the meaning of these Ji people? Hu Yangu raised his whip, seemingly venting his frustrations, and struck down heavily. When the 8 battalions of Dingbian were established, we did not witness such spirit. Among them, 3 battalions defected, 3 were easily shattered, and the last 2 abandoned their armor and fled back to the inner city disguised as commoners. The battalion led by Huang Long is indeed one of the 3 camps that have defected to the Northern D. Who, one might ask, is the valiant defender atop the city walls? The king of Gu Li does not recognize him. Foolish Jido. Hu Yangu once again seized the horsewhip, striking Huang Long, who cried out in agony, collapsing into the mud. All are fools. Hu Yangu exhaled heavily, his gaze growing ever more somber. Before him, the over 100 Jiren who had leapt down, save for a dozen who had perished, were fiercely blocking the city gates, resolutely obstructing the battering rams. A bitter expression suddenly crossed Hu Yanji's countenance. His concern lay not with the impending death of these Jiren, but rather with the awakening of the entire Ji dynasty. Time and again, in his discussions with the great Khan of the Northern D, he would convey a singular notion: for the Northern D to successfully seize the Central Plains, they must seize the present opportunity, as the Ji dynasty languished in decay. Should a year pass, and the people of the Central Plains awaken, success would undoubtedly elude them. He preferred to liken the inhabitants of the Central Plains to a slumbering tiger, not genuinely weak or feeble, but merely in slumber. Once awakened, they would roar back into power. They must push their forces forward. There could be no further delays. Hu Yangu furrowed his brow, a sense of unease blossoming within his chest. The enemy S formation is charging forward. Sumu gritted his teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He perceived vividly that Feng Qiu, alongside over 100 men, was valiantly defending the gates against 2 battering rams, nearly exhausting themselves. Kill! Feng Qiu fought to the last, his body unsteady, raising his blade, feebly swinging it. Crunch, crunch. Several curved blades pierced his body, blood splattering forth. At the Northern GS first outpost, the Qinglong camp, Feng Qiu, summoning his last reserves of strength, crawled towards the iron gates while coughing blood, until ultimately, his lifeless form slumped down, devoid of breath. Another battering ram advanced, its massive wooden structure obliterating Feng Qiu's corpse, the sound of bones shattering faintly audible. Su Mu's eyes burned with fury, his heart a tempest of unrest. With merely 2,000 men, they had held the line for more than 3 hours. Where are the reinforcements? I implore the heavens, when shall peace reign upon this land? The heavens remain silent, yet the world is as fleeting as straw dogs. Tian Song rose, turning to glance at Su Mu. Su, should there come a day of peace, please visit my grave and offer a cup of water wine, and share a few words with me. I, Tian Song, am a man of filth, but my blood flows as red as the blazing sun. Should any wish to accompany me, let us rescue the city gates. Clenching his knife and donning armor, Tian Song roared, leaping down first. Better to be a dog of peace than a mere traveler in times of chaos. Su Mu barely had time to intervene before Tian Song, accompanied by a dozen strong men, leapt from the walls with cold resolve. His hand, raised in the air, formed a fist, veins bulging. Exterminate the D-dogs. Mu Gu, I am jumping down now, these D-dogs. See who? Su Mu froze momentarily, only to witness See Who's iron-like figure truly leaping down. In an instant, the air at the city gates was filled with the echoing cries of the D people. See Who wielded his broadsword with ferocity, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. He first shattered the siege engine and then, with a thunderous roar, felled several daring enemies who dared to approach. See Who seek concealment. Su Mu commanded coldly, brandishing his sword. It was evident that in the ensuing round, The arrows of the D would soon rain down upon them. Master, the D-dogs are about to scale the walls. Su Mu raised his bloodied and smoke-streaked visage, his expression turning bitterly grim as he beheld the advancing formation of the D, who had already deployed their ladders and marched coldly towards the city gates. Master, we have no more arrows. The D's horse arrows are too short and ill-suited for our crossbows. After more than 3 hours, a mere 2,000 faced an overwhelming force of over 100,000 northern D soldiers. How arduous the struggle! Su Mu turned coldly to the final 400 who had gathered around him. In this round of life and death, if we slay one, we break even. If we slay two, we profit. Master, longbow, shoot down a few more. Let us be brothers in the next life. Master, that is not the case. Master, reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived. Not only Su Mu, but the 400 souls behind him also displayed expressions of astonishment and joy. Su Mu hastily lifted his gaze, straining his eyes. Indeed, beneath the dim sky, shadows began to surge forth, charging into the rear ranks of the northern D army. In an instant, they had breached the second formation. It was those veteran soldiers, all grayed with age. Tens of thousands from Huzhou hesitated, while these seasoned warriors traversed 100 miles to come to their aid. No wonder there had been such a delay. Master, these veterans are indeed weary from their march. Curse it, those spineless cowards in Huzhou can only cling to their lives, sending these veterans to the battlefield. Yet these veterans appeared to number only a few thousand, likely also marching to their demise. Su Mu's heart sank deeper with disappointment towards Zhao Qingyun. To save the nation and its people? What nation is being saved? What people are being secured? In the northwestern frontier of the Great Ji, 60,000 military households have come to aid Wang Zhou. An aged general, riding an old horse, raised his sword high and roared. Charge! The once besieged city of Guangzhou suddenly found its breath again. Even See, who dared to wield his blade, and surged out of the city gates to engage in battle. Master, what shall we do? Chen Sheng, gather the people. Su Mu pondered. If they could not repel the northern D army, they too would fall into peril. Longbow, keep a keen eye on the position of that Guli king. That Guli king is exceedingly cunning, having only shown his face once. Thereafter hiding behind the formation and remaining elusive. Chapter 175. The Guli king of the northern D has been slain by Su Changgong. Chen Sheng, take the men to the trebuchets. Master, we have no more fire stones, nor any scattered stones. Use whatever you have. Chen Sheng, clutching his severed arm, glanced around and decided to gather the D horse arrows together into a pouch. Soon, several hundred crooked horse arrows rained down upon the D below. Their lethality was minimal, but a single strike could still inflict injury. The swirling dust quickly enveloped the scene once more. Huyan Ge wore a stern expression, glancing anxiously ahead and behind. Even one as composed as he was betrayed a hint of panic upon his countenance. The vast army of the northern D had already exhausted its supplies, relying solely on his leadership to rally them for a final assault on Guangzhou city. Yet, infuriatingly, a mere 2,000 troops from the Ji clan had managed to hold them at bay for nearly 4 hours, thwarting their attempts to breach the city. Now, with the Ji reinforcements approaching from behind, a sense of dread threatened to shatter their morale. Tunger, awaiting our return to the grasslands. Without hesitation, Huyan Ge raised his sword and roared, striving to rekindle the spirits of his troops. After days of intense siege, he recognized that the Ji reinforcements were merely seasoned veterans who could not endure a prolonged battle. With the king's furious bellow, the once timid and weary northern D army transformed into a fierce force once more. To the thirsty, let them drink the blood of horses. To the hungry, let them feast upon flesh. They roared. The morale surged, and the two armies began a brutal melee in the muddy terrain before Guangzhou city. On the battlements, Su Mu clenched his teeth. His suspicions had been correct. This King Guli was indeed the soul of the northern D forces. As long as the king remained alive, these warriors would not relent. Grant me the courage of a tyrant, and I shall strike down the Khan. The seasoned general Lian Yong led the charge, wielding his sword with fury against the obstructing D warriors. This scene startled the nearby guards, who instinctively raised their weapons in defense. The 6,000 seasoned soldiers, inspired by Lian Yong's ferocity, followed suit, disregarding their age and frailty, swinging their weapons and painting the ground with splashes of blood. The casualty rate had nearly evened, with countless elderly soldiers collapsing in panic, their blood staining the earth. Longbowman, is there no way? The battlefield before them was in disarray, presenting a prime opportunity for a decisive strike. The archer cautiously peeked from his concealment, a solitary eye glinting with cold determination. "Master, I require a horse." "See who? Fetch a horse." Atop the battlements, See who, heeding Su Mu's command, seized a spear and hurled it forward with a fierce yell. 3 or 4 charging D cavalrymen were instantly skewered, tumbling backward in a dramatic arc. A galloping D steed was seized by See who grasped its reins as it neighed in protest, only to become docile after a firm slap from him. "Hurry, brother Hu." The agile archer, like a monkey, deftly descended the wall. With a few nimble leaps, he landed atop See who's horse. Together, they charged forward, See who swinging his sword to carve a path, while the archer, with a cold gaze, surveyed the carnage surrounding them. "Those who obstruct See who shall perish." See who wielded his horse-slaying blade, drenched in blood, as even when faced with 7 or 8 D warriors charging simultaneously, he effortlessly sent them flying. Yet at that moment, he bore at least a dozen arrows lodged in him, blood seeping from his wounds. Su Mu stood atop the wall, his complexion paling. "Master, the enemy is scaling the walls again." Ladders, shielded by a barrage of arrows, were swiftly pressed against the battlements. Su Mu understood all too well that King Guli was intent on seizing Wang Prefecture, and that no matter how many reinforcements arrived from Yi Prefecture, they would be of little concern. Fortunately, the arrival of 60,000 veteran households significantly alleviated the pressure of defending the city. The last 500 steadfastly held the battlements, cutting down the advancing D warriors one by one as they fell to the ground. Occasionally, those who managed to scale the walls were swiftly dispatched, their bodies kicked off and toppling a few more D warriors attempting to ascend the ladders. Gasping for breath, See who, though formidable, felt the strain after such a prolonged battle, his body covered in wounds. "Little Bao Dog, did you see that? Brother Hu, he's hiding, likely in the western position." With this, See who raised his broadsword, roaring as he charged forward, cleaving through the ranks and leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. As the two armies clashed, the veteran households behind him cheered at the sight of See who. "Follow me to slay the king." See who bellowed. "To battle." Over 1,000 veteran households understood the intent of See who and his companion, brandishing their rusted blades and charging westward. In a matter of half a mile, only 200 or 300 of the 1,000 veterans remained alive. The bodies of the aged fell one after another. Upon breaching the 5th enemy formation, the ranks of veterans were utterly decimated. The last centurion, pierced by arrows, stood resolutely, his silver hair billowing in the wind, refusing to fall. "Brother Hu, the golden-armored horse." "It's golden armor." "Ah." Before Bao Dog could finish, the D horse beneath them let out a strained cry. Its body, riddled with arrows, collapsed. "Brother Hu, there are too many blocking the way, I can't see. Throw me up." Bao Dog, agile in form, climbed onto See who's iron arm. "Throw where?" "Up into the air." With a swift motion, See who seized Bao Dog's body, hurling him as if he were a flying axe, roaring with fury. In the blink of an eye, Bao Dog, suspended in midair, fixed his gaze upon the golden armor, drawing his bowstring taut. "You are born a wretched creature, blind in one eye, a hunchback. How will you survive? Born in hesitation, you might as well throw yourself into a well and die." Do you see him drawing the bow? He lacks the strength, yet still aspires to hunt in the mountains. Day after day, he practices, even in rain and snow, until his hands swell with infection. Blind in one eye, can he truly see? Bao Dog, I will give you a moldy cake, and you will bark like a dog. From now on, he shall bear my surname, Su Changgong, as a brother of the clan. Changgong, stand up. The sunlight pierced brutally, causing pain. In midair, Bao Dog's only, I turned a fierce crimson. Father, father, call me Su Changgong. With a whoosh, 3 arrows burst forth from the bowstring, shrieking through the tainted air. Among the throng of guards, Hu Yen-gu, clad in tiger skin armor, raised his head in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of alarm in an instant. The golden-armored warhorse beneath him seemed to sense something amiss, rearing and neighing uncontrollably. Amidst the throng, it was too late. Even as Hu Yen-gu maintained his raised hand, a strange gurgling sound escaped his throat. The silver tiger-headed helmet has been struck down by a finely crafted arrow, while 2 more arrows have pierced through the forehead of Hu Yen-gu. The guards nearby stand in stunned silence, their faces betraying a hint of fear. What manner of person possesses such archery skill? The Northern D Valley King has been slain by my brother, Su Changgong. See who raises his voice in a frenzied shout, his sword swinging wildly in his hand, unknowingly claiming the lives of two more. The Northern D Valley King has indeed been slain by Su Chonggong. Thousands of veteran soldiers join in the deafening chorus, their spirits soaring as they rush forward with their blades drawn. The Northern D Valley King has been slain by Su Chonggong on the walls of Guangzhou City. After Su Mu dispatches a forerunner of the D people, he listens to the roars from outside, his face a mask of disbelief. Initially, there seemed to be no alternative. Yet he had not anticipated that the bowman would truly accomplish such a feat. The Northern D Valley King has been slain by my brother, Su Chonggong. Su Mu raises his head and shouts with fervor. The more than 400 men atop the city wall echo his cries, their voices resounding through the surroundings. The once resolute forerunners of the D, who had been ready to fight to the death, now tremble with fear, hastily descending the ladders and retreating like a receding tide. Quick, pursue the D-dogs. The seasoned veteran, Lin Yong, is now more exuberant than ever, leading the remaining 30,000 veterans in a frenzied counterattack. The D forces had been suffering from hunger and deprivation, relying solely on the inspiration of their Valley King to sustain their morale. With the king's death, their military spirit shattered, their morale undoubtedly plummeted. A sense of hunger and despair instantaneously envelopes the ranks of the Northern D army, knowing that our 5,000-strong army would soon converge upon them. Lin Yong shouts, clutching his old blade and riding his weary steed, decapitating one D after another. At this moment, Su Mu has fully grasped the meaning of a rout. Although 80,000 of the Northern D army remain, their will to fight has evaporated, and they only know to flee in all directions. A few D commanders attempt to regroup their forces, but the morale has completely crumbled, leaving them powerless to turn the tide. Kill. This round signifies the might of our great G. Su Mu stands solemnly on the city walls. The joy of victory has dissipated, leaving behind an indescribable sorrow. Feng Xiu is dead, Tian Song is dead, and many others have perished. Of the 3,000 men from the Qinglong camp that entered the heart of Guangzhou, only about 400 remain by his side. Out of 80 gallant warriors, only Chen Jiaqiao and 2 severely injured remain. Of the 20 farmers, aside from the one-armed Chen Sheng, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo have also met their demise. Leaning on his sword, Su Mu kneels on the city wall, silent for a long time. Behind him, the more than 400 blood-soaked heroes kneel in silence, paying their respects to the fallen. In Huzhou City, Zhao Qingyun stands atop the walls, his expression one of great anxiety. Just yesterday, he received orders from the Ministry of War, commanding him to mobilize immediately to cooperate with the defenders of Guangzhou City in annihilating the Northern D army. Should any complications arise, he, as the general of Diding, would undoubtedly face impeachment. Finally, the sound of hooves from the scouts approaches in the distance. Report: 60,000 veteran soldiers, alongside the garrison of Guangzhou, have decisively defeated the Northern D army of 130,000. The king of Guli from the Northern D, Hu Yinggu, was shot down amidst the chaos. What? Zhao Qingyun paused briefly, then was overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. Quickly, prepare the horses immediately. We must go and annihilate the Northern D forces. This glorious achievement of vanquishing the enemy shall undoubtedly belong to my Xiaofeng camp. Within Huzhou City, there were not many horses available, and in the ensuing panic, they could muster barely 3,000 mounts. Zhao Qingyun, disregarding the situation, hastily gathered 3,000 light cavalry and raced towards Huzhou. He feared that if they arrived too late, such a tremendous military achievement would slip from their grasp. General Liu, shall we go? Asked Lu Zhu, a deputy general from the 3rd Camp of the West, his face flushed with urgency. Are you foolish? How could we not go? If there are no horses, then we shall march on foot. I care not. We must reach the vicinity of Guangzhou City within an hour. We must eradicate the D people and claim our military honor. Zhang Lu, you stay behind to guard. Lu Zhu, in his fervor, lamented not having 2 more legs. For this honor, this immense military merit, was worth a marquise, given the scale of the Northern D forces. In a frenzy, first Zhao Qingyun's light cavalry, followed by Lu Zhu's 10,000 infantry, surged forward with all their might along the official road towards Guangzhou City. Damn it! Those wretched veterans better not interfere with my military achievements. Otherwise, I shall take up arms. Gathering the bodies of fallen comrades, Su Mu gazed at the fragmented remains before him, a deep bitterness swelling within. He recalled the solemn sights he had witnessed atop Camel Peak, where some had not even been afforded the chance to be wrapped in horsehide. Zhou Zun, take some men and bury them at the outskirts of Guangzhou City. If possible, retrieve a new robe and armor for each. Zhou Zun nodded silently, taking dozens of men toward the city gates. The battle situation before Guangzhou City had now settled completely. The remaining 80,000 Northern D soldiers, as Su Mu surmised, would likely seek refuge in a desolate town and hold out for reinforcements. Of course, if they merely blocked Guangzhou, it would not be long before these 80,000 Northern D soldiers would starve to death. Master, the old general has returned. Su Mu immediately looked up. In just 2 hours, the old veteran indeed returned on his aged steed, his face filled with regret. Su Mu estimated that the fleeing Northern D forces must have sought a desolate town to fortify. Chen Sheng, open the city gates. Su Mu adjusted his robe and armor. Stepping outside, he felt immense gratitude towards the old general, for without the support of 60,000 veteran soldiers, they would have surely perished within Guangzhou City. Su Mu expressed his thanks to the general. As he approached, he bowed deeply. This act left Lian Yong momentarily astonished, followed by an expression of growing admiration. In the Great Ji, their group of bureaucratic soldiers had never been well regarded. They had been viewed as mere cannon fodder, sent to their deaths in support of Hezhou. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. Lian Yong laughed heartily, wholly unconcerned with his wounds. Were it not for this young hero, how could our Great Ji have achieved such a resounding victory? Old general, please enter the city. Well said. As Su Mu and Lian Yong were preparing to enter the city, a sudden troop of light cavalry rushed towards them with great urgency. Upon seeing the commanding general at the forefront, Su Mu's gaze turned icy. He surmised that these 60,000 veteran soldiers were merely being used as pawns, and it was unlikely anyone had anticipated that they would actually defeat the formidable army of over 100,000 Northern D. Hold on, Zhao Qingyun shouted, glancing around in astonishment. Yet, when he turned back to look ahead, he momentarily forgot to rein in his horse, nearly causing it to trample several veteran soldiers beneath him. Chapter 177. Broken Bonds. I must congratulate you, Su brother, on this monumental military achievement against the D. You may very well be bestowed with titles and honors. Zhao Qingyun beamed, repeatedly clasping his hands in congratulations. However, I have a request that I hope you will consider. The garrison in Hezhou has fought valiantly day and night, with countless lives lost, and the plight of the common laborers has been utterly tragic. I wish for you to allow me to claim these military accolades. Su Mu replied coldly. This time, he entered the border as a man of righteousness. Earlier, Yuan Tao had advised him that they could not claim the military honors for themselves. Su Mu understood that Yuan Tao was protecting him. The court's power struggles were a game of open and covert attacks. To seek military accolades for promotion and to enter the court as a general? Su Mu had no desire for that and held it in disdain. As Chang Silang had said, he entered the border not to salvage a decaying dynasty, but to save the common folk of the Central Plains. It may sound sentimental, but it was indeed his choice. Do you truly mean what you say, Su brother? Zhao Qingyun questioned, his expression filled with doubt. Before Guangzhou City, the bodies of fallen D warriors lay unburied, numbering at least 30 to 40,000, scattered across the mountains. This military achievement was indeed unparalleled. Yet, Su Mu felt no enthusiasm for it. If it were about silver or jewels, he had already looted a cartful from Guangzhou City. As for weapons and armor, there were at least 1,000 new sets. Even the war horses had been collected. He had brought back several hundred mounts when the Northern D fled in disarray. This recent influx of cavalry into the border only reinforced Su Mu's belief. The decaying Daji was beyond redemption. Chang Silang's refusal to become a top scholar but instead a rebel, and the tireless efforts of the Marquis of the national surname, could not compete with the rapidly aging trunk of the Daji tree. For him, at least for now, being a modest landlord seemed the most prudent course of action. At this moment, before Su Mu, the 3,000 light cavalry led by Zhao Qingyun had swiftly dismounted, their faces alight with joy as they rifled through the enemy corpses, severing ears to remove copper rings. Let us first seek those of the Duke. By the way, Su brother, where is the corpse of King Guli? It was taken by the D at Liang town. If General Zhao wishes to retrieve it, perhaps we should besiege the city? Zhao Qingyun fell silent, not responding. Come, old general, let us go have some tea to quench our thirst, Su Mu said coldly, turning away without casting another glance at Zhao Qingyun. Zhao Qingyun's brow furrowed, a chill running through him. May I ask, Su brother, Is it wrong for water to flow downward and for people to seek higher ground? If I, Zhao Qingyun, were to be granted titles and honors, I would surely lead a great army to steadfastly guard the borders and drive out the barbaric D. As Su Mu was about to turn away, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Su, you fail to comprehend the nature of this world. To thrive and fulfill one's ambitions, one must first ascend the ranks. Do you understand? Ascend first, and once you possess strength, then you may discuss other matters. Silence. Su Mu bellowed, turning sharply and delivering a powerful punch to Zhao Qingyun's face. Zhao stumbled back a few steps, while a loyal guard brandishing a blade rushed forward, only to be sent flying 50 paces away by a kick from Sihu. Stand back. Zhao Qingyun coldly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I ask you, Su, have I erred? Otherwise, how could a mere captain command a vast army and hold the defense of Hezhou? You guard Hezhou. Su Mu's eyes blazed crimson as he lunged forward again, landing another blow that caused blood to seep from Zhao Qingyun's nose. You guard Hezhou? You merely safeguard your own position as a general. You fear that if Hezhou falls, your wretched title as general will come to an end. Do not presume I am unaware of how Hezhou is defended. You recklessly pile up the bodies of men. How many lives have been lost? Perhaps 100,000. You have also claimed that the battlefield is ever-changing. If I do not utilize the labor of the people, Hezhou would have fallen long ago. I did not teach you to be a beast. I taught you to protect your homeland. Su Mu roared, the memories of the blood-soaked battle for Wangzhou flooding back. Feng Qiu led men to leap from the city walls to their deaths, dozens of heroes drawing the arrows and fire of the defending troops. Chun Sheng commanding the stone-throwing siege engines of the Qinglong camp, with 80 brave souls and his own villagers nearly sacrificing everything. Even the gray-haired veterans stood before him. And what of Zhao Qingyun? He only seeks military merit for personal advancement. What honor does he possess to speak of righteousness? You once wept on horseback before Su's estate for the fall of Wangzhou. I believed you, like the heroes of the 3,000 Tongzi camp, would also be a valiant man. But you are not. You, Zhao Qingyun, are merely a dog greedy for accolades. Su Mu's face was a mask of fury as he clutched Zhao Qingyun's tiger-headed armor, nearly unable to restrain himself from drawing his sword to strike. Su, our paths have diverged. Zhao Qingyun coldly pushed Su Mu's arm away. Continue being your wretched general and stabilize your position. Su Mu replied with a faint smile. Su, is it truly impossible for us to remain friends? I do not associate with dogs. Su Mu turned away, accompanied by Lian Yong, and walked heavily towards the city. Zhao Qingyun stood rooted in place, silently lifting his gaze to the city of Wangzhou before suddenly erupting into a wild, raucous laughter. Zhou Zun presented 2 cups of hot tea, offering one to Su Mu and the other to the old general, Lian Yong. Brother Su, are you perhaps acquainted with General Zhao? We were familiar once, but now we are strangers. Su Mu sighed deeply, unwilling to linger on the matter. The old general's reinforcement of Wangzhou is a matter of life and death for us. I possess nothing to repay him. This token shall be my offering. Su Mu retrieved a golden medallion from his sleeve. Brother Su, what is this? The waist token of King Guli, Huyen Gu. I have concealed his corpse beneath the old tree south of Wangzhou. Considered it a gift to the old general. The body and evidence of King Guli. This military merit is truly unparalleled. Lian Yong's expression shifted slightly, yet he ultimately retreated with a wry smile. I possess but a mere accomplishment, Brother Su. You are the true hero of this round. Su Mu shook his head, asserting that it was inappropriate for him to enter the court. This military achievement should be bestowed upon the old general, as it was most fitting. Ultimately, during this incursion into the border, he had acted as a valiant warrior, serving as a surprise force. If the old general were to decline it, Zhao Qingyun and his ilk would seize it. This statement finally cast a serious expression on Lian Yong's face. At present, he indeed required a military accomplishment to secure the well-being of the remaining 30,000 veteran households. As for the town of Liyang, it should not be attacked. Merely holding on to Wangzhou City would suffice. Within half a month, 80,000 northern D would. Chapter 178. Master, I shall accompany you. Su Mu coldly observed Zhao Qingyun and the arriving Hezhou troops, who were madly cutting off ears to claim copper rings. Tens of thousands of corpses lay partially mutilated, abandoned in a massive pit dug for the purpose, awaiting incineration once the military achievements were collected. Truth be told, If there were any other options, Su Mu would be loath to leave this military honor to Zhao Qingyun and his band of fools. However, Zhao Qingyun was the general of Hezhou, and even if Lian Yong obtained the military merit, it would inevitably be snatched away. If Lian Yong were astute enough, he should find a way to return to Changyang with the waist token and the body of the Guli king, delivering them personally to the general's office to avoid interception. Zhao Qingyun raised his head, catching sight of Su Mu. His expression faltered slightly, as he seemed on the verge of speaking but hesitated, ultimately ceasing his actions of severing ears and turning to move forward. Su Mu smiled coldly, lifting his gaze once more. In that moment, he beheld a contingent of approximately 3,000 individuals, all kneeling in panic on the ground, surrounded by 10,000 veteran households. The sight was ironically poignant. Some were vying for military accolades while others stood guard over the surrendered troops. "General, we were compelled to surrender to the D." The front of the 3,000 surrendered soldiers featured a portly middle-aged man clad in a crooked beast-skin armor, who, upon seeing them approach, immediately prostrated himself in fear. "Do you know General Li Pasheng of the Northern Expedition?" Lian Yong bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Li Pasheng's Ingguo battalion had fought valiantly to the last 6,000 men without retreating from Yongguan. The foremost general of the Great Ji had been betrayed by the very individuals before him, who hesitated and hesitated, leading to the annihilation of the entire army, their bones buried beneath Yongguan. "Are you Huanglong, the D characters battalion?" Zhao Qingyun's expression was one of derision. "As for me, Zhao Qingyun, even if I were to die for my country, I would never resort to surrendering to the D." Huanglong, like a pestle striking garlic, wailed incessantly as he knocked his head on the ground. Behind him, the 3,000 surrendered D soldiers displayed fearful expressions, pleading for mercy. Su Mu observed coldly, already surmising that the small city, now a refuge for the defeated 80,000 D, could no longer accommodate Huanglong and his surrendered troops. Cunningly aware of their dire predicament, they promptly crawled back, begging for their lives. Nevertheless, Su Mu knew without a doubt that given Zhao Qingyun's nature, he would not let such a significant military honor slip away. Indeed, as Su Mu had anticipated, after a disdainful laugh, Zhao Qingyun unsheathed his long knife. "Kill them all. General, we had no choice at that time. Wait. I know the maps of the northern D grasslands. Furthermore, General Li Pasheng may not be dead." Huanglong, his eyes reddened with desperation, spoke recklessly. "What did you say?" Lian Yong's face lit up with joy. "I possess a map of the grasslands. The northern general, Li Pasheng, seemingly has not perished since his departure. He has joined the ranks of the D people. Before the battlefield at Yongguan was cleared, I personally searched several times and found no trace of Li Pasheng's body. He must be deceiving others. The corpse of General Ji Ren has fallen into the hands of the D dogs, destined to be desecrated." Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow, and before Huanglong could utter another word, he coldly brought his blade down, causing a head to burst forth and roll into the muddy waters. "The traitor Huanglong has been slain by me, Zhao Qingyun." Seizing Huanglong's severed head, Zhao Qingyun's expression thundered with rage. Su Mu raised his hand, and then smirked coldly, fully aware that Zhao Qingyun was merely seeking fame and military merit. Before long, the 3,000 surrendering D traitors, caught off guard, were all beheaded. "Brother Su, I have stated that I, Zhao Qingyun, am not a narrow-minded individual." Zhao Qingyun spoke softly while holding the bloodied head aloft. Su Mu, furrowing his brow, chose not to respond. "Brother Su, we have shared life and death. I acknowledge my faults, yet I have also defended Hezhou." Su Mu let out a cold laugh, turning away and striding towards Guangzhou City. Zhao Qingyun remained in the open space, one hand grasping a blade, the other clutching the severed head, his expression growing increasingly complex. "Master, I have just procured it." The archer dog swooped in, presenting a rough map to Su Mu. He swiftly tucked it into his sleeve. Earlier, when Huanglong mentioned the existence of a grassland map, he had signaled Dog to procure it. "Master, everything is prepared." Chen Sheng, Zhou Zun, and several others hastened toward him. From a distance, over 400 valiant men began to gather slowly. The packaged items included a cart filled with gold, silver, treasures, thousands of sets of armor and weapons, and hundreds of D horses. These items represented the greatest gains he had achieved during this foray into the borderlands. Of course, the most crucial was a notarized document for 1,000 private soldiers. This meant that even upon returning to Matihui, with this document in hand, he could boldly recruit 1,000 private soldiers, outfitted with weapons and armor. It is important to note that such privileges are typically reserved for larger noble families. 1,000 private soldiers would grant him the capacity to accomplish many endeavors. Yet, he would not be foolish enough to rely solely on this 1,000 to recklessly rise against the Liangshan. Even the formidable Chang Silang, with his family's deep roots and chivalrous allies, would hesitate to openly discuss rebellion. While the Ji is certainly corrupt, this battle alone reveals a glimpse of the broader picture. This victory, in truth, was heavily influenced by fortune. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. All matters must be deliberated with caution. In these turbulent times, he must prepare diligently, guiding the villagers forward, step by step. Strangely, he recalled the sight of that snow-white attire in Changyang, and a pang of melancholy gripped his heart. As Chang Silang remarked, loyal ministers in chaotic times seldom have favorable outcomes. Should this last pillar of Deji collapse, it would surely herald great calamities. Exhaling deeply, Sumu dispelled his vexing thoughts. Gradually, his expression grew grave. Before him stood over 400 valiant men. He ultimately needed to inquire about their intentions to stay or depart. Gentlemen, this time we have intercepted the grain route, breached Wangzhou, and vanquished the king of the Di. Your contributions are indeed monumental. I have not counted them. Sumu extended his hand, gesturing towards the laden carts filled with silver and jewels. Half a cart shall be retained for compensations, while the remainder may be taken by any valiant souls wishing to return home or enlist locally. The horses, armor, and weapons are also available for claim. Should you find leisure in the future, do visit my estate, and I, Sumu, shall surely host you as esteemed guests, offering a banquet to wash away the dust of your travels. The assembly of over 400 remained utterly motionless, as if they had prearranged their silence. Mr. Chun, please take your share first, if it proves insufficient. Chapter 179, A Shift in Huzhou. Mr. Chun, if you accompany me, will there be any issues with young Master Chang? There will not be. Accompanying the master to the border is tantamount to tacit approval. Sumu exhaled, relieved. Chang Silang's temperament was difficult to fathom, and he wished to avoid offense. Master, we are in the same predicament. The Marquis has granted us the liberty to choose. The speaker was Wei Feng, who had risen to prominence in the Qinglong camp since Feng Qiu's martyrdom. That is most agreeable. Sumu felt a weight lift from his heart. The great Ji had decayed to its core, although they had succeeded in a significant defeat of the northern Di. The timing of their next incursion remained uncertain. Should another assault occur, his fortune might not be as favorable. Master, will our departure from the city pose any complications? Sumu furrowed his brow, understanding Chun Jiaqiao's implication regarding the silver and jewels accompanying them. Even though they were shrouded in layers of fabric, he could not rest easy. Upon returning to the inner city, they would need to steer clear of the main roads and take the back paths. Should anyone attempt to seize their bounty, they would defend themselves with lethal force. Sumu's voice was resolute. As men of honor entering the border, they were forbidden from claiming military merit. Thus, these spoils could not be relinquished lightly. To speak bluntly, they represented the very foundation of Sujia village's survival. Those 1,000 sets of armor and weapons were intended for his private troops. Sihu, you shall accompany the cart. Sihu responded with a deep, resonant voice, urging his horse back to the cart laden with riches. The bowman, draped in a gray cloak, sat silently atop the cart, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Should any threat arise, he could loose an arrow with deadly precision in the blink of an eye. The over 400 riders, along with several carts, slowly exited Wangzhou. Outside the city, Zhao Qingyun, who was gathering military accolades, noticed the departure and furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately refrained from intervening. Brother Su, where are we headed? Back to the inner city. Brother Su, I have already arranged a banquet in Huzhou. I implore you to stay a few more days. When the emissary arrives at the court, I will assist in introducing you, paving your way to the ranks of the generals. Zhao Qingyun believed that by uttering these words, he would mend any rift with Sumu. To his surprise, Sumu, seated upon his horse, remained impassive, pulling on the reins and continuing forward. Old General, upon your return to the inner city, do remember to visit Sujia village for a drink. It would be my utmost honor, Lin Yong replied hastily, fully aware of Sumu's underlying message to be cautious regarding the merits from the Guli king. Brother Su, if time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit. Zhao Qingyun forced a smile, reminiscent of bidding farewell to an old friend. Go and break your legs. Sumu remained silent, while Sihu indignantly interjected, "You dare!" A multitude of soldiers from the Xiaofeng camp approached, their faces contorted with rage, and soon they were joined by more, swelling to over 1,000. 400 robust men on horseback raised their heads with steely resolve, their hands instinctively resting on the sheaths of their blades. The relentless skirmishes at the border, coupled with the baptism of blood and fire, had forged them into iron-willed warriors. With a mere command from Sumu, they would charge forth, undeterred, even against legions of 10,000 or more. The mass of 1,000 men blocking their path felt the chilling gaze of these mounted warriors, their expressions shifting to one of dread. In times past, ordinary folk would have quaked in fear at the sight of these imperial soldiers. "Brother Su, allow me to escort you a while longer. After all, we are comrades from the border," Zhao Qingyun said, his tone laced with complexity. "Lianyong, you will remain here with our forces to guard Wangzhou. I shall return to Hezhou City to report to the War Department and devise a strategy for annihilating the enemy." Lianyong's seasoned soldiers, numbering nearly 30,000, could hold their ground in Wangzhou without issue. Yet Sumu could not fathom why Zhao Qingyun behaved like a dog, for he had no meat or bones to offer. Moreover, he could not command a seasoned general of the border to depart. The two were hardly familiar with one another anymore. "Brother Su, I have pondered much and believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. I am well aware that you and others, like Hu Gu and Sheng Gu, look down upon me. I was once merely a minor officer in Wangzhou, possessing the audacity to lead 200 men and escorting over 100,000 civilians to safety beyond the city's walls." Zhao Qingyun, atop his steed, suddenly broke into tears under the sunlight. The 3,000 troops of the Tangjiang camp, should they not receive aid from Hezhou, would march to their deaths for the sake of our country. The last fine horses, a few left for me by the captains, are not merely for summoning assistance. They are meant to facilitate my escape. Brother Su, there is no right or wrong between us. The true wrong lies in the shattered mountains and rivers and the unrest at the borders. What do you wish to convey? Sumu asked coldly, turning his gaze. Brother Su, why not join my Xiaofeng camp in Hezhou? If so, you would become second only to me, above all others in our realm. Do you aspire to be an emperor? Second only to one, above thousands? Sumu scoffed, a bitter smile forming. This is folly. It is natural for individuals to strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. Your error lies in treating countless citizens as mere stepping stones. You have usurped military achievements for promotion. Were you a stable and prudent general, I might not hold it against you. Yet, Zhao Qingyun, you seem unaware of how much you have changed. Changed? When has there been such a transformation? Power corrupts the heart, Zhao Qingyun replied, furrowing his brows. Regardless, I have at least defended Hezhou City. Congratulations, General Zhao, on your forthcoming promotion, Su Mu retorted, having lost interest in further discourse. The once familiar figure before him had become a stranger. Zhao Qingyun silently reined in his horse, lingering in place. The sky was devoid of rain, and the sun shone fiercely, casting its warmth once more upon the borderlands. Two long columns of soldiers, one ahead of the other, gradually made their way along the official road towards Hezhou City. Spanning over 100 miles, Sumu deliberately slowed his movements, allowing Zhao Qingyun, accompanied by 3,000 light cavalry and the incessant chatter of the Western Province's 3rd Battalion, to lead the way. A scout from the Western Province attempted to approach the cart for inspection. However, as soon as the hilt of his knife neared, he was swiftly kicked away by Si Hu, sending both man and horse tumbling. The corpulent general, Lu Zhu, recalling Zhao Qingyun's demeanor, ultimately refrained from taking action, cursing under his breath before hastily continuing on his route. Passing the old horse farm at the intersection, Sumu instinctively halted his horse. Beneath the familiar scenery, he nearly dismounted and pushed open the courtyard gate to return home. The estate, the land, all is in ruins, Chun Sheng sighed. As he had lamented, before them lay the grim reality of Chapter 180. Is this your way of serving the nation and ensuring peace? We cannot survive. We cannot endure. As dusk fell over Hezhou City, mournful cries echoed intermittently. Tens of thousands of common folk, their faces etched with despair, rushed towards the granary in the southern part of the city, wielding sticks and stones in a frenzy. Captain Zhang Lu, fastening his robe and armor, sheathed his bloodied sword in haste before stumbling out of the tent. A gust of wind lifted the tent flaps, revealing a young woman's corpse lying face down on a sheepskin mat. Captain, those refugees have revolted. Zhang Lu cursed angrily, preparing to make an example of them. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was surrounded by the throng of desperate refugees. "What is this? Who dares to rebel?" Zhang Lu growled, his hand resting on his blade, rage etched across his face. In recent days, with the generals of the city away in Guangzhou, he had relished the freedom to seize several young women and drag them into his tent. Those who complied were rewarded with a bowl of coarse rice. Those who did not faced a more gruesome fate. He had not counted, but it seemed he had slain 4 or 5. The previous day, when a refugee had dared to obstruct him, he had reacted with fury, killing the obstructive individual and dumping several buckets of spoiled food outside the city. The refugees, a downtrodden lot, bore an innate humility and servitude. Even with a blade at their throats, they dared not utter a sound. Yet now, it seemed the tide had turned. "Bold. You dare be so bold." Zhang Lu's face flushed red as he sputtered. Thousands of refugees surged forward, roaring in unison, intent on toppling Zhang Lu. Had it not been for the dozens of soldiers holding them back, he would have met his demise on the spot. Ignoring everyone else, Zhang Lu hastily fled, injuring a few refugees with his blade before sprinting towards the city gate. The gate was blocked. In a panic, he turned and searched desperately for another escape route. "Smash the granary. Let us slay these ravenous officials. We cannot live any longer." In the vast Hezhou city, flames erupted everywhere, and dark smoke billowed, threatening to fill the entire sky. Xingyang, gripping a stick, cautiously peeked out from her straw shed. Upon seeing the officials fleeing towards her shelter, she hesitated for a moment before seizing the stick and striking down at one of the soldiers. Behind her, the cries of 2 children and the hoarse struggles of the sick suddenly filled the air. Sumu raised his head, his brow furrowing deeper. Although he had yet to reach Hezhou during this border incursion, he had already heard tales of the dire plight faced by the refugees seeking shelter there. Every day, countless lives are lost to hunger, with hundreds perishing. The refugees in Hezhou have revolted. Zhou Zunqi returned on horseback, his voice heavy with gravity. Sumu felt an increasing disdain. In a feudal society like that of the Great Ji, even the lowest commoners are indoctrinated with the belief in the divine right of kings, that the emperor is supreme and must never be defied. Additionally, the ruling authorities spare no effort in instilling the ideologies of loyalty between monarch and subjects and of filial piety. Unless a figure akin to the legendary rebel leader emerges, someone audacious and perceptive enough to rally the masses, only then might the common people respond. The world they inhabit is different, and so are their perceptions. In a past life, even a mere half-hour of overtime would have warranted a demand for rights. Those who dare to cause trouble shall be executed without mercy. Zhao Qingyun dismounted, furiously drawing his sword. This hard-won military merit, if word got out that Hezhou had revolted, would mean that his recently acquired accolades would be rendered worthless. A refugee, clutching a sack of rice, burst out of the city gates and collided with Zhao Qingyun. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck down with his sword, transforming the sack of rice into a sack of blood, the coarse grains into bloodied remnants. The wounded refugee did not perish immediately. He grimaced, gnawing at the blood-soaked rice, his mouth smeared with crimson, resembling a visage adorned with rouge. On the road to the underworld, do not become a specter of starvation. With a sharp crack, Zhao Qingyun, filled with rage, returned his blade and severed the refugee's head. He took a deep breath, raising his chin slightly, and noticed Sumu riding behind him. Suddenly, his expression turned grave once more. "Su, these are the rebels." Sumu maintained a frigid silence, offering no response. Ahead, the 3rd Battalion of the Western Army. As dusk fell, night swiftly approached. Sumu had no intention of lingering in Hezhou, not even to bid farewell, leading over 400 men coldly towards the inner city through the southern gate. Zhao Qingyun sat upon the city wall, silently cradling a jug of wine in the cool breeze. No one shared his drink. He tilted his head back, gulping several mouthfuls, shattering the wine vessel against the earthen wall. As the rainy season passed, the moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, illuminating the official road ahead, even rendering lanterns unnecessary. Sumu, seated in the carriage, examined the injuries of his companions and discovered that several villagers had indeed contracted dysentery, prompting a sigh of relief. Back then, there were dozens in the village, but when the officials came to conscript laborers, there were hundreds. They raided the homes, stealing and killing. We had no choice but to flee the village, encountering several frenzied refugees and soldiers along the way, resulting in many casualties. In the end, only a few of us remain, Xinyang's voice trembled with emotion. Su Mu's chest tightened slightly. When he first entered the inner city, the journey was long, and he could not bring so many villagers with him. Thus he had made a special effort to help select a good place. However, no one anticipated that the northern D would strike so swiftly. Come with me to the inner city. Kai Wei will surely be delighted to see you return. Su Mu reassured. Xinyang's expression brightened, yet she did not forget to kneel and bow to Su Mu. Rise, you are no outsider, Su Mu smiled gently. Lowering his head, at his feet, Xinyang's 2 children had already fallen asleep, their heads resting on his knees. Good news. Good news. General Zhao Qingyun of the Northern D, alongside an army of 100,000 seasoned veterans, achieved a resounding victory against the 13,000-strong forces of the Northern D. On the bustling streets of Changyang, countless jubilant voices rose and fell in celebration of this grand triumph. For 3 days, taverns offered their wares at half price, and the artillery factory celebrated with a cacophony of firecrackers under the bright sky. Even the courtesans of the Qingguan lowered their nightly fees by 30%. The most vibrant atmosphere belonged to the Shui Xia Academy, where, throughout the morning, at least 100 poems of praise emerged, nearly causing the scholarly gentleman fanning himself to lose all his goat-like whiskers. Cough, cough. Yuan Tao sat beneath the willow trees, coughing for quite some time before he could catch his breath, his countenance revealing an unmistakable excitement. This round of victories had salvaged at least half of the great Ji. My lord, it is said that it is all due to the military achievements of Zhao Qingyun. Yuan Tao's expression remained calm, showing no signs of anger. If the young master wished to ascend to high office, he could have done so long ago. What does my lord mean? Yuan Tao sighed deeply. For he was an astute individual who understood my intentions of courting him. But why did you not allow him to take credit for the military achievements back then? To voice such a thought would be a grievous misstep. Extremes often lead to reversals. The young master, though seemingly under someone else's roof, possessed an indomitable spirit. His choices might not follow my well-trodden path, nor the solitary bridge of the little begonia. Yet, time is not on my side. At this moment, Gu Ying's expression suddenly turned anxious. Yuan Tao lifted his head, his remarkably handsome features unable to mask the pallor of his face. Gu Ying, I have been poisoned. After a fortnight of travel, they finally arrived beneath the old pass. Su Mu raised his gaze to the ancient fortress before him. It seemed the news of the great victory at the frontier had spread, as even the patrolling officials and the laborers repairing the area were significantly fewer. Truly, there was little hope left. Chen Jiaqiao furrowed his brow. Regardless of the circumstances, vigilance in times of peace is a fundamental principle for any dynasty. Yet, who knows the true state of the great Ji? Su Mu frowned and directed his 400 riders away from the main road, opting for a narrow path through the plum grove. In that moment, thousands of refugees following behind knelt in gratitude, their eyes red as they bowed to Su Mu. Had it not been for Su Mu's slowing pace and his timely provision of food, they would have never reached the inner city. My lord, I just saw the official proclamation. Zhou Zun, riding back, wore an expression of anger. What is it? The officials claim that Zhao Qingyun, that glory-hungry dog, has utterly defeated over 100,000 Northern D troops. My lord, I am enraged. Su Mu's demeanor remained serene, showing little sign of indignation. Let me ask you all, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the great Ji at this moment? Certainly not. Not only Chen Jiaqiao, but the over 400 riders behind him voiced their anger in unison. Long before this expedition to the frontier, they had discerned the true state of the great Ji. Had it not been for the arrival of 60,000 seasoned veterans, they likely would have met their demise in a foreign land. Then it is as I suspected. Su Mu replied with a faint smile. If you believe military achievements merely translate to silver or new armor and weapons, know that we are not in one of such things. The accompanying wagons are filled to the brim. Zhao Qingyun is not a fool, having stolen this military merit. Upon returning to Changyang to report, he would undoubtedly claim all the accolades for himself, never betraying me. Indeed, my esteemed friend, there is truth in your words. Yet I remain unconvinced. That avaricious wretch, who has done nothing, swiftly ascends the ranks. Chen Sheng expressed his frustration. A shattered chessboard, no matter how polished the pieces, is rendered useless. My dear friend, let us overturn the chessboard. Chen Jiabiao spoke with a smile. Su Mu cast a peculiar glance at Chen Jiabiao, realizing that soon he might be persuaded to rebel. Regardless of what lies ahead, in these chaotic times, self-preservation must come first. Thankfully, the 1,000 private soldiers notarized by Yuan Tao will now prove beneficial. Even though he currently commands only over 400 men, it is essential to recognize that these 400 are survivors of rain and stones. One nurtures courage within. With such audacity, all matters can be resolved. My friend, in just a few days, we shall return home. This proclamation lit up the faces of the 400 who were hurrying along. Upon our return to Mighty Lake, I shall retrieve the Zue T Nexi in from the cellar for us all to partake in. My friend, what if the lady of the house disapproves? Oh, Shengu, my little sister-in-law is the most reasonable. If I desire wine, and Mu Gu does not acquiesce, my sister-in-law secretly provides me with half a jar. Su Mu playfully delivered a sharp rap on Sihu's head. Mu Gu, the bride has returned, and this time, not only is there fine wine, but also exquisite meat. Shengu, your wife's cooking is unfit even for mules. Su Mu anticipated Chun Sheng would be offended, yet to his surprise, this fellow shamelessly chimed in. Hu Gu, I too am not fond of it. Ah, I shall return and inform Lien Sa. With a swift strike, I shall knock you down, you foolish tiger. The bowman sat atop the cart, chuckling merrily at the joyful banter. Xingyang, seated beside him with a child in her arms, found her cheeks flushed with a rare shyness amidst the rough talk of the men. Inside the swiftly moving cart, Su Mu gazed at the passing scenery, his heart beginning to yearn. His little maid wife might be standing by the roadside, her hair styled in a delicate bun, donning a light white skirt. Her eyes filled with anticipation. She must be eagerly awaiting my return. On that chaotic day, I led my little maid wife out of the city. Su Mu sat quietly, his expression as calm as a tranquil well, yet his heart raced with the desire to return home.